About wait. So our eyes. Just because I look far out doesn't mean like even if it's flat or whatnot. Like we could be just seeing an optical illusion. It's like our eyes are
Agreed.
like cameras.
So now we're seeing optical
Because
Agreed.
God created us. So
Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. Did they say boats go over the horizon?
wait. Did you say that?
Did the Globers say that boats go over the
Oh,
horizon? That proves we live on a sphere?
I don't know what they say about that. Sorry, I'm not really well versed on what the globetards say.
Yeah, that's what they say, right? So let's examine
Oh,
that
okay.
claim, shall we?
So boats go over the horizon. That means the Earth is round.
Right, that's what they say, right?
Well, you could just look at a train track. Like you look at the train track. You don't know, like it's not going over like
Yeah, I know how
I don't know.
perspective works. I'm with you. But I just need you an image. I don't know if somebody's already posted it. What we find out is we see too far, right? And when we show the anti-flat earthers that we can see too far, that's when they start saying, well, you can't see the boats go over the horizon because of refraction. So do you understand that's a changing of the goalpost? You
I
know what
don't
that
even know
means?
what you're saying, dude. No, I think my
It's all
IQ is
right.
too low. I don't
No,
know what you're saying.
it has nothing to do with IQ. You sound like a young man. So what they're saying is boats go over the horizon, that proves a globe. When we called them out on that, they've now changed it to say, well, you can't see the curvature of the Earth because of refraction. So they're saying that the light is bending down around the surface of the Earth, and it's a globe, and the light's bending down around the curve.
Hey, Larry.
If there's a visual representation, it would be good to see this.
Hey,
Do you
Sure.
have
Larry.
anything like that?
Hey,
Yeah.
Larry. Correction,
Yeah.
just real quickly. A technical correction. The light would have to be coming up and then back down, up and down. It has to come from a lower elevation, right? Don't forget to add that because they're talking about it has to be that if they were going to show something, they would have to show that this light bounces from an object that you can clearly see with your own eyesight. But anyway, I digress. And it would have to bounce
So is
up
this like
off the
three
mirrored. Wait a
decent
minute,
lies?
I wasn't even started. Just about done. So it would have
Okay,
to bounce
okay, Sunny boy.
upward. Hold on. It would have to bounce upward from a mirrored surface, the ocean surface, right? It would have to go up from a surface that was lower in elevation and pointed away from the observer, then back up around the sedge, then back down to the observer's eye.
No.
Yes. It would
No.
have to. Yes.
No.
Prove it.
All right,
So
guys.
yes.
Oh,
So
here
Instead
we
of you
go,
guys
dude.
getting into it
so
again,
yeah, I'll get into it again.
let me just talk with the new guy. We know that you know, right? Okay, so I'm trying to find light bending down around the curve. And it's funny because they used to have a bunch of these not that long ago. I guess they're ashamed of it now. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I don't believe the Earth is flat or round or anything. I don't really know what to believe. I never really think about it because it's not really like that important to me.
Well,
Well,
let me
Jay,
ask you this: if
Because
someone
I know
started
God's
shoot,
gonna reveal it in the end. So,
maybe you and I should have a conversation separate from this one. Would you mind going into a private room?
sure, dude. Where at?
What's your name? Orthodox?
Orthodox pill. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna give you a call, and we're gonna leave this room so that they can contend with that other guy. So let me figure out how to
All
do
right.
this. How
You're the
do I
Bigfoot
call
guy.
you? Yeah. How do I call you?
Yeah, right on.
There it
There,
is.
I add you. Yeah.
We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Anyway,
All right. We'll be back.
All right. Word.
right on. Word up. So, what was the question in contention right now? Do we have a question from the newcomer? Are you seeking? See you lighting up. Is that were we speaking to you seeking philosophy?
Oh no, I was I'm just playing a game. I forgot to mute
All
myself.
right, man. No problem. I hear you back there. All right. Any other questions? Are there other Glovers? We already spoke to the other guy.
Well, actually, y'all just kind of yelled over me, but that's fine.
What's that?
Actually, they just kind of all like barked at me, but that's fine. It wasn't much of a conversation.
Oh, well, yeah, because when you start making logical fallacies and there are more than one in a row,
Mm-hmm.
it
What
kind of
logical
gives
fallacies?
it kind of gives the indication that you're not being genuine if you keep doing it.
So, who's making logical fallacies?
Well, I stopped you at every single one. That's why you
I
think
don't
I
think you
talked
did.
over you or barked at. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So
I
when we
didn't.
actually
I
take a
didn't
look
bark.
at
I didn't stop
LIGO,
you.
so when we take a look at
yeah, let's.
LIGO, we can actually take a look at the construction of LIGO and notice that despite the ground being level and smooth, because they had to smooth it out for this,
I would
all at
say it's
equal elevation.
outside.
Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
All at equal elevation, and you can go and measure that yourself and measure the elevation throughout the entire 4 kilometers, like 2.5 miles, I think that roughly equates to. And
Okay.
notice that despite, if the ground is truly flat and LIGO is perfectly straight, and we know that LIGO is perfectly straight, and the
Okay.
ground is perfectly flat, there should be a linear relationship between those two. But there's
All
not
right,
a
great.
linear relationship. Hold on.
Okay.
There isn't a linear relationship between those two. There's an exponential relationship between those two. Quite odd. Why are two straight lines that are not perpendicular but intersecting with each other showing a perpendicular relationship with one another?
Look, I don't know, but I don't think it's in the purview even of this server to like until you provide some kind of proof or evidence or documentation, white papers, what have you, on the whole thing. Then I don't think there's any way to talk about it. Like you're
Well,
you're not
we
saying that they measured directly Earth's curvature on the surface. You're not saying that. You're not saying
well,
anything about them measuring Earth's surface at all.
yeah,
Actually, no, you're not.
yeah,
Oh,
by having a purely flat ground, quote unquote flat, and by that I simply mean equal elevation.
Okay, so send the
And
white
having,
papers
hold
then.
on,
You measured an
hold on.
elevation
No,
according to what? No,
no.
hold on. You've already talked now.
Stop talking about it.
You
So why
said
do I have
equal
two
elevation
dogs barking at
according
me
to
now?
what? Equal elevation according to what?
Measuring tools used.
Measuring
are the
tools
tools
used.
in
What
the-
are they? Give me these tools.
Yeah.
I want the specs and I want to know their effective range. Go ahead.
Their effective range? Well, let's take a look here at
Yeah.
what they used. Let's see. They had GPS assisted earth moving and high precision concrete work, right? So that's part of that. Let's see.
Cartesian
How did they
coordinates.
survey?
So
I can
flat
take a look
Earth.
at exactly. I can take a look at exactly what tools they used to
So
survey.
put all
I'll
the
get back to you
better.
on
tools
that.
with what the hell?
Don't use GPS because that doesn't work for you. That's a Cartesian coordinate system with a flat grid. So that's no good for you.
He doesn't understand.
Yeah, that's true.
So hold on.
That
The
is true.
GPS was simply used for the initial elevation, and then they smoothed it out. And I imagine that they used even like
Well, let me
basic
guess. They
surveying
smoothed out
equipment
the
would have worked.
land, and then they built this thing, and they found out it wasn't actually level. The land wasn't level, so they had to
Oh,
go
that's
in
it?
and fix the land.
Yep.
So they went in, they smoothed out the ground completely flat for about 4
Tractor,
kilometers,
right?
and
For
they
the
built
fucking
another
tractor,
structure that
right?
was completely flat.
And they found out they were
The
wrong.
fucking tractor, right?
And then what they realized was that there was an
Yeah, he's not
exponential
going to answer
difference.
that question. They smoothed
No,
it
'cause
out
I'm
real
trying to
good with a fucking tractor.
Yeah.
A big old tractor.
Answered for him. Yes, it was done.
Those
It was done with
fucking tractors, right?
It was done.
Just
with
ask him for his citation. Just ask him for it. He's making claims. He hasn't provided anything to substantiate them.
That's why.
He's just telling us a story. So let's get his citation. Okay, Mr. Yakubian Knight. What
Yeah, I already
citations do you have
linked
for
you.
anything that you've claimed so far?
I
need the
already linked it right
citation.
here.
Yeah,
I'll
I've
link
been
it
asking.
again.
I've been asking him
Right
for the
here, no
documentation
problem.
and the
Okay,
white
no, that's not a
papers.
citation, Mr. Yakubian Knight. Do you know what a citation is, or do I have to provide
This
you a
is
citation
literally
for
from
citation?
Caltech themselves.
No, that's literally a link, dumb fuck. So what we
Yeah.
want is a citation. So you're going to cite from the link the part that actually has the evidence for your claim.
The part that has from the evidence.
Yeah,
your
yeah. You're going to provide a
And not just the
citation
list
from
of
the
the
link that
evidence.
actually backs what you said, and we're going to look at it and see how it actually backs what you said.
Can't we just
Okay,
take a
go on.
look at what Caltech is claiming themselves?
Just
No, we're not
I
gonna
guess you
take the
didn't
question.
because
We're gonna
you
cite
can't
it.
provide a citation from Caltech, can you?
This is quite literally
That's
on their
awkward.
website.
This is
what they're
supposed to be
claiming.
your citation. Now I got to go in there and
Yeah.
cite it for you? Oof.
Yeah, this is quite literally them making a claim here on their website.
Oh,
You're
they're
gonna
making
call
a
Cal
claim.
Fires?
Okay, so you're just making
Yeah.
a claim based on someone else who made a claim. Well, that's garbage.
Yeah, they're saying what they did, and I'm
So
going
that's
right
what a
along with it.
citation
Okay,
is.
cite it. Cite what they did. We want to see the documentation to back this claim that you've
The
made.
documentation? I just
Documentation.
provided you the link to saying what they did.
Yeah, but you didn't provide a
No, you don't know
citation.
what a citation
We want
is.
the citation. You've dropped a link. Now go into the article, crop out the part that actually provides the backing for what you said, post it in the chat.
That quite literally is a
I'm
citation
not sure.
right there.
It quite literally is not
Yeah.
a citation, so
It
now I
quite
have to
literally
state
is.
what
Hold on,
citation is
hold
for
on.
you. Tell us what a citation is, Yakubi.
Hold on. Oh my god.
When you are citing your
Hold
sources,
on.
you are literally just providing the source and the information that you are currently quoting. This is the quote. This is the source
No,
and the information that I am quoting.
citations, you're going to be providing a quote with a citation. So you're going to quote from the article and then provide the link for the article. So you haven't done the quote part, so we don't have a citation yet.
I quite literally here. I can give you the quote, no problem.
Yeah,
Here's the
go
quote
give us
from
a
the
quote,
article.
no problem. We're going to take a look at how it backs what you said.
So
Do a
here we go.
screenshot or
Here is the
something.
quote, quite literally
And,
from the
and
article.
then put the link in there of the source. Yeah. And
So
the
right
source.
there is the quote from the article.
Okay, we have a
Below.
claim. We have a claim that the arms are long enough for curvature to be a complicating factor.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Talks about how it's 4 kilometers long, and they would experience almost a meter worth of drop from one point to the other that they had to account for.
Okay, so they're saying that. Same as
Yeah,
you're just saying it. So this is just a
Sure.
claim on their website. Is there any
Yeah.
actual evidence that they did this?
Yeah, we can go and measure it.
Okay, go measure it. Provide the measurements that these calculations were
Well,
based
I
upon.
think Anthony Riley already did that for us.
Yeah, okay, well, go cite that then, because that will be your actual evidence, because what you've deferred to here is just another person making the same claim you made. So it's just a claim backed by a claim. Can you provide the evidence that they actually did what they're claiming they did? Get us the elevation profile, get us everything, show us how they did it, show us the schematics where they actually planned out how they're going to overcome the curvature drop, etc.
I don't understand.
Because this is a claim. I don't know if you understand, but you're making a claim which you're just backing up with somebody else making that claim. What we need is the evidence. And also, if they are overcoming curvature, that's going to manifest itself in the form of 1.2 mile geometric horizon over sea level. Can we go out and take a look at that curvature that you think that they calculated for?
Yeah.
You
think we're going to see that? What do you think, Yakubi Knight?
Think we're going to see
Because
that?
if it exists, it necessarily will form a 1.2 mile geometry. Oh, why not? Because that's the geometry of it. If that curve that they're claiming exists continuously over the surface of the Earth, that equals a 1.2 mile geometric horizon distance at a 1 foot observer height.
Yeah, we probably won't see like the 1.8.
Why not? You don't think I can resolve? You don't think I can resolve 1.2 miles away?
Well, you don't think you can resolve? No, because we understand that we live in an atmosphere, so it'd be kind of bad faith.
Oh, really? So if I show you a picture where I'm resolving what doesn't appear to be a curved water level at all over 9.4 miles away, you're going to keep arguing that we can't resolve 1.2?
If I can show you any rate of drop, does that mean it's not flat?
Any rate of curvature drop?
Yeah, any rate of drop. Any rate of drop over distance.
Yep,
Would that suffice
over
you?
the water. Yep, over the water.
Over the water? Okay, perfect. So if I can show you how I can
water.
Okay, so if I can show you hypothetically some survey equipment used to find level. Hold on. Shut up.
Okay, I got a better idea. I'll just post a picture.
Let me
Nah,
speak.
you hold on. I'm just going to post a picture, and
Okay.
then you can just point out the curvature drop that's in it. One
Okay.
sec.
If I can post you a picture that shows drop over distance.
No, I'm just going to post you a picture of sea level because that's the thing that you're saying is curvature drop. So I'm just going to post it. It should have curvature drop if everything you say is true, and you're just going to point it up for us. Simple as that. Let's go. One sec.
Bro, what the fuck?
Again, so if I can show you a picture that has any kind of drop
Nah, I
over
got a
distance,
picture for you right here. I'm going to show you one right now.
is
Now
it
you
gonna be
say
the
that
same one that you post
you
every
say
day?
that sea level has curvature drop. I'm posting a picture of the sea. There it is. Now just point out wherever you see the curvature drop there. Yeah, what do you see there?
I don't really see much of a drop there.
No, there's no drop, eh? So that drop that you've been talking about this whole time that you said that LIGO had to overcome, blah, 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 blah. We don't actually see that, do we?
Now, why would I expect to see it?
Because you think it exists, you dunce.
Could I feel it? Should I build
I
something
don't
larger
think so
that would
because you can't
actually
see
show
it.
a difference?
Dude,
Feel it.
you
Yeah,
sound
so
You're gonna
like
feel. You're gonna
like
feel a
a
geometric
fucking
horizon
thing.
2.3 miles away. What are you on, dude? Are you sniffing glue today?
No, I'm
Yeah,
just trying
really,
to
man.
actually say here that when we live in an atmosphere, of course we're going to have visual issues.
So
instead,
we don't
we
actually
show-
see the curvature
Okay.
drop that you think LIGO had to
Mhm.
calculate for.
So all I have to show you is
Interesting.
any drop over distance, and therefore it's not flat.
Okay, yeah, show me any. I just posted a picture
Okay,
of the sea
stand by,
level, which
stand
you
by,
think has
problem.
curvature drop. Now tell us where you're seeing the curvature drop in that picture.
No problem. Stand by.
Okay.
Well, it would have to be curvature drop conforming to the globe model,
So we have.
wouldn't it?
Ooh, this
It can't
one's
just
juicy.
be
You know which
anything
one I'm
you
going to
claim
bring
to
out.
be a drop at any distance.
We have this one, and we have this one,
Sure, this thing's
showing
inclusive
drop
at
over
best, right?
distance.
Oh, so you're doing this again?
Not how you
Yeah.
use that equipment, dummy.
You
No,
dumbass.
it's not how I
Angular
use the
size change
equipment.
is not drop over distance, you stupid motherfucker.
So can you
That's
explain
not
how
drop over
angular?
distance.
Okay. Yeah, that's absolutely drop over distance. Angular size will make things go
my
closer to the midpoint
Oh,
of
so
my eye.
that's curvature drop over distance, is what you're saying.
Clearly.
So what we're seeing there is the effect of the curved surface of the Earth dropping away from us. Correct?
Unless you have another explanation.
Oh, no. So that would be a burden
Regular size
reversal.
range.
So it's just going to be a yes or no answer. Is what we're seeing in those pictures you just posted the effect of the curvature drop that you imagine of the
All
globe
I'm
Earth?
showing is a drop over distance, which shouldn't happen on a flat surface.
Is that curvature drop?
Well, clearly because this wouldn't happen on a flat surface, I would have to assume yes, it's some sort of curvature
Okay,
drop.
so that's a curvature drop due to living on the curved surface of a globe, is what your claim is.
Yeah, a curved surface of something.
Okay, so if that's what that is, then that means that picture of the sea that I just posted necessarily must have a 2.3 mile geometric horizon as a consequence of that curvature drop. Can you point that out?
Why would we talk about geometric
Can you
horizon?
point that out for me?
Yeah, why would we talk about a geometric horizon?
Because
All I
that
had
is
to
a
do-
necessary consequence of the curve that you say you are showing with your picture.
Yeah.
So if that is what you're showing, then the picture that I posted necessarily must have a geometric horizon at 2.3 miles. Can you point that out?
Right. So is it at 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? You have those choices. Where's
2,
that
3,
curve?
4, 5, or 6? Who knows
Yeah,
where the apparent horizon is, dude?
Where's
Hey,
that
can you point
curvature?
no, I didn't ask for the apparent horizon. I asked for the
not?
physical geometric horizon in that picture, which must necessarily be there as a consequence of that curvature drop
No,
that you
why
think
would I
that
try?
you are
Why would I
showing
have
us
to
with
show
your
it to
pictures.
you?
Don't
Why
talk
would I
to
have
me.
to? Okay,
Because
so why
that's
would I
what you're
have
going
to
to need
show
to
it
do.
to you?
Because that's what
in
you're
the
going to need
course-
to do to validate your claim of curvature drop. That's why.
So why would I have to do this in terms of visual effects? Because we understand that there are things that throw off visual.
So now we're throwing out visual effects. So the visual
Yeah.
effects that we just posted pictures of, we can just throw those out, right? Because we're looking through the air and there's a visual effect there. So so we can't use that.
Yeah, so this
Okay,
is
so
the
it looks like
number
you
we
got
run
nothing.
into. So hold on, but this is where we run into, because we can show drop over distance, no problem.
No, you
And
can't.
we can just say, yeah, we can. I just
No,
showed
you
you
can't.
2 pictures that did
Okay,
it.
so if the drop over distance that you keep asserting with those pictures that you just posted again actually exists, then that means a geometric 2.3 mile horizon in that picture of the sea that I just posted. Can you point to that for us?
Show any drop over distance, and that's good enough, dude.
No, it's not
Maybe
good enough.
maybe the Earth is.
You're going to need to show drop over distance comporting to the sphere with the radius of 3959 miles that it has been claimed we live on.
Why would I defend the 3959?
Oh, okay. He's not even here to defend the globe. He gave up.
Nope.
Right.
So no Earth curve.
So you gave up.
Hold on.
You did
No.
answer the question.
Yeah, you're going to have to go with the 3959 because your latitudes are all fucked. You're going to have Polaris vanishing at the wrong place, the wrong latitude if that ball is much bigger, etc., etc. That's your only option, man.
And
You can't
it's
show
funny,
that, you're done.
he doesn't
It's
have
funny,
any
all-
distances in his photo. He doesn't have distances. He doesn't have actual elevation in the background. He says a mountain, a question mark. Doesn't even know any of the information of his own.
Oh, I know the information.
Oh, really?
That-
Tell us,
yeah.
Size change. Rabbit
tell
hole.
us then all about it. Can land
So the mountains.
is where the
you-
camera is where the
Hold on,
camera
but
is
you were
mounted
asking why
and
would I
the
defend
image
the 39?
in the
No, we
wait,
know
wait.
exactly where that camera is. We
Is
know
where the camera-
exactly how
okay,
high those
so if
mountains
you
are.
let me
We know
fucking speak-
exactly how far the tower is. We know exactly how far the windmills are. We know exactly how far away from the observer the mountains are. And when we try and do some
For
simple
one
trick,
single
it
fucking
doesn't work.
second, just one little second,
on.
if you'd let me speak for 1 second here, a couple seconds here. So, is where the camera mounted and where the tower is in between the camera and the mountain, are they all on land?
Are they all on land?
Yeah. Is the camera floating up in the air, or is it
No, it's
floating
on land.
bouncing around
I
on the
imagine
boat?
it's not on
Or
a.
is it
I
on
imagine it's
land?
not one of those NASA balloons that
Okay, and then
like
so
stay
the land
flying
that's
forever.
in the island or the isthmus that's in between, whatever that is, if that's an island, then is that tower is mounted on land, and then the mountain behind it is land also,
Mhm.
right?
Sure.
But we know the elevation.
So land can be higher or taller in elevation, in spite of their distances, can be
Well,
taller than one another.
I mean, guys, he's already thrown his globe away. He's completely conceded. He said that he's not defending the 3959 mile so-called model. He's not able to point to the geometric horizon that
It's
would
hilarious
necessarily
that
be
you
there as a
say that.
consequence of that same
Yeah,
curve.
You say that
that
You're asking for an
immediately after.
impossible. Hold on, you are asking for an impossible thing to do. So I'm just going to
You're
show
asking
any rate
to-
of
Yes, I am.
curvature.
Yes, I am. It's a rhetorical request. It is an impossible thing to do
Sure.
because, as we
So
can
I
all
would
see
just
from looking,
not deal
no,
with you.
sure, you're just going to be quiet while I finish my statement. So, as we can all see, as we look out over
It's
sea
so
level,
cute.
that curvature drop that you're inferring from these pictures that you show us isn't actually there. So we know it's an impossible request. The whole point is to demonstrate that for the audience using you
Yeah.
idiots as our
Okay.
punching bags.
I understand. So, in regards to the Earth, if we are hypothetically on a sphere with an atmosphere, would you ever expect to be able to see the geometric horizon where it is?
Yes, I would.
No, welcome to
What's
Flat Earth.
annoying about
You
the
would?
Globert? What's really annoying about it?
How would you
No,
expect if we
Making our
understand?
point, no, you can't
You're
see it. If
saying
you've got reflection and everything is an optical effect, then no, we would never see an optical or a horizon that's geometric. So welcome to Flat Earth. You made our point for us. Thank you.
So again, who's claiming a
Now, isn't this
geometric
funny? Listen to this.
horizon that we were able
Actually,
to
look,
see?
let's take this a bit further. Here's what he just did. He said, "You can see the curvature drop with these pictures that I posted." Then in his next breath, he says, "Would you ever expect to see that curvature drop?" Which one is
No,
it,
let's be
Lumpy?
specific. So let's be
No,
specific.
let's be specific. The geometric horizon is your it is your curvature drop. It's the same thing. So if we're seeing it there with the towers, if those effects in that picture are due to curvature drop, then another effect of that would be a geometric horizon. It's all the same thing. We don't see that. The properties of your
done now?
curvature drop are not observed. They don't exist.
So again, when we're talking about the curve, why would I expect to show a picture at perfectly 8 inches
There
per
he
mile
goes again.
squared?
Yeah, why would I expect to see this curvature that I'm telling you that I see with these other pictures I just posted? You are a fool, sir.
So can I finish, or are you just gonna like keep
No,
yelling at me?
I'm going to finish for you like I just did.
Okay.
You already finished
So-
yourself. You conceded
No,
on the
I don't think I've
3959 mile
conceded anything.
radius. You have conceded on that. You've told us we don't actually see the curvature that out of the other side of your mouth you're telling us we can see. You've thrown it all away.
Hold on, can I at least correct it for the record, or are you just gonna like take this little?
You can incorrect yourself further if you want. Sure, yeah, make a bigger mess of
So
yourself.
again,
Go
so
ahead.
whenever I make the claim for a curvature, I don't even necessarily have to show any curvature that relates to the 8 inches per mile squared, right? All I have to do is show any rate
Why
of
not?
curvature.
Why not?
All I have to because hold
Why
on,
not?
because we understand optical effects. So all I would have to do is show any rate of curvature.
That's incorrect.
You don't
You're
understand
arguing for a
optical
specific
effect.
curvature.
Yeah.
You're arguing
So-
for a specific sized ball, but you've said, why would I defend that specific sized ball?
My goal here is to just show any change over
Yeah,
distance,
see,
any
this
drop
is,
over
no,
distance.
your goal here is just to be disingenuous. This is what's annoying about
No.
you guys. So you'll argue for 45 minutes about LIGO, essentially trying to argue that the globe is proven, i.e. the 3959 mile globe, is proven because of this sentence that you read on a website and have no further information on. But when it comes to actually pulling that claim apart and examining it, you're all of a sudden saying, I'm not defending the 3,959 mile globe. I'm not arguing for the 3959 mile globe, even though you just spent like 45 minutes talking shit about LIGO to try and prove that exact thing. But when
so
you're
here's
actually
the
called
thing.
out on it, you can't.
So here's the thing. I understand that the atmosphere has an effect. So I would never try and go and make the claim that I can get a picture here on the atmosphere or here within the atmosphere of where the geometric horizon is, because I understand that there's two concepts. There's the geometric horizon, which is not visually
Show it.
observable, and
Show it. Show the geometric
How do you know
horizon.
it's there?
Show-
How do you know it's there if you've never seen it?
Yeah, kitchens. You did watch your
Yep. How do you know it's there?
watch your beach.
Answer.
oh, I'm not going to do that until I stop getting muted.
Yeah, how do you know it's there? You claim the geometric horizon and then a separate apparent horizon, the one we actually see. How do you know there's another horizon there that we don't see? Explain.
There's another horizon there that I don't see.
Yeah, the
because
geometric
you
one.
have to account for it.
Oh, really? They seem to have to, based on what?
Yeah.
Somebody saying on a website we had to account for it and then providing no details or evidence that they did?
Details or evidence?
Right.
None at all. None that we can
None at
actually
all.
visually observe.
No, I asked you for schematics.
Mm-hmm.
I asked you for measurements. You provided nothing. You just sourced us to another person making the same claim, the same unbacked claim that you made.
Tube. I got to provide you the schematics for a straight tube.
Show us how they calculated for the Earth's curvature, because you just pointed us to a website where they just made the same claim. We don't actually have any evidence that they even did that. They just said, oh, well, it was a complicating factor, so we had to do something about it. That's all they said.
They said they were making it so it was level, a level path. So what's wrong with that? Welcome to Flat Earth.
He'll avoid actually trying to make the argument, but still waffle on about LIGO for 45 minutes that he's got no actual evidence for, other than a single
actual evidence, other than the people who claim that they
no
made
actual
it.
evidence. And then you say the geometric horizon we would never expect to see. We would never expect to see the geometric horizon that they've said boats are going over, right? In schools and on TV, they're teaching the kids that the boats are going over this geometric horizon. So why are they saying that?
Yeah, because they're trying to give it to you as a simple explanation, right? Because we understand that third graders, or in this case, like 30-year-olds, right, might not be able to understand the concept of refraction that would cause like an apparent horizon.
Why don't you be quiet, child?
You could never see it.
Oh, so never see what? We see a curve.
The
You just don't
geometric
like
horizon.
it.
You said you never see the geometric horizon.
The geometric horizon? Yeah, I see the apparent horizon, which is part of the geometric horizon.
So why are they saying that boats are going over a horizon that's geometric?
Because it is going over a horizon.
He said it was
but
part
it's never
of it.
Seen.
Double
He
speaker.
said it was never seen. So how could it be? How could it never be seen, and yet we see boats going over it? You retard! You're double speaking.
How can it never be seen? Yeah, you're never going to see exactly where the horizon, the geometric horizon is. You just see the apparent
So why are they
position due to
saying the boats
refraction.
are going over it? So why are they
Why do
telling
they
the
say
kids
that
the
boats are going over
it?
it? Because boats are
Yeah.
going over a horizon. Eventually, boats
Oh,
go
So
beyond like the
they're
apparent
not going over
horizon.
the geometric curve of the Earth. Are they not going over the geometric curve of the Earth?
They are.
Yeah, they are going over the geometric curve of the Earth.
Oh, so we can see the geometric horizon then that the boats are going over.
See it? No, we'll see the apparent horizon, which is a
Listen how
shadow
easy it
of
is
the
to get you
geometric
to double
horizon.
speak. See how easy
No,
it is to get
he's right.
double
He's
speak
right.
on
He
video.
said shadow.
You're
He
told.
said it's a
Someone put him on
shadow.
mute. He's bricked. Let's move on to someone else.
He's bricked, yeah. So he said that it was the apparent horizon is a shadow of the geometric horizon.
So am I gonna?
If you guys are done with talking, hey, excuse me, guys. If you guys are done talking with this guy, the gentleman that I was speaking to privately, he seems to have a pretty good foundation on understanding. I think maybe it would be beneficial to talk to him because this guy is double speaking so bad that he's got a forked tongue and he needs to sub us together.
We should probably do him a favor and just put him on mute for now. I mean, for his own sake. He's already buried the globe like 6 times for us.
Good job.
Let's get Hank to speak to the new guy.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if he's in the room. I'm not sure if he's in the room. Are you there, young man? The Constantinople guy? Orthodox Church guy? Maybe he's not here. Damn. I don't know if he came back in. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's all right. Well, I would still rather listen to you discuss with anyone, Hank, than carry on that nonsense.
Yeah, that guy's gonna have trouble with double speaking for.
Speaking philosophy said that we the Earth curve calculator is wrong that people on the internet use. If you read his gigantic pace.
Oh, nice. Welcome to Flat Earth Seeking Philosophy.
Yeah, that's what we say.
I know. So level path. Okay, so they made it on a level path. Great. What does level mean? No part higher or lower than the next or the other. So level is what it is. We know they tried to change the definition of level, but we don't have to get on that. We all know what level is when we have to actually use it in real life, and actual real life is where I prefer to stand, and it sits well with the earth outside my door. And we all build in that same way. So wow, these crazy flat earthers are just nutty, right? Because we actually know what level is and what a straight line is compared to a curve, and how the eyesight works better, like,
Yeah,
like
but
how
you,
it actually works.
yeah, but you do know that, if you're on the surface of a globe and it's large enough, it will appear flat, right?
Well, that's the thing. How do we prove that it's a globe to begin with, right? Because you're saying that, I agree with you. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of like 100 million miles, we're not going to measure any curvature, but that's not the claim. The claim is we live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Which is
so
still
we
enough
should.
to...
Yeah, it's enough for boats to go over the horizon, or at least it's enough for you guys believe that you can teach children for hundreds of years that boats go over the horizon, right? Or maybe
I'm
even
not doing
thousands
it,
of
but
years.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're not doing it, but you're paying taxes, and the schools are doing it for you, right?
Right.
Right. So you're doing it indirectly.
Larry, can I ask you,
Indirectly,
Larry?
okay.
Larry, I want to ask you a question which is better to go to other direction.
Sure.
I get this logic. If I make an observation 1 foot height, there is a geometrical horizon on 1.2 miles, but it's projecting like a 10 miles. That means that every time if I put the camera on every beach, if geometrical horizon is on 1.2 miles, every observation should to show the 10 miles horizon.
Normally, it's not projecting.
Well, it's pretty easy to explain why water looks flat with our eyesight, which is limiting. It's not that hard.
Is that correct?
Is what correct?
Because if it's horizon 2.4, that means that will be every time on 20 miles apparent horizon.
What?
Or it will change whatever distance it's a geometrical horizon.
So under normal conditions, the geometrical horizon will always be the same, yeah. And normally, under normal
I'm
conditions,
speaking
yes.
about apparent horizon, because you are saying that apparent horizon, an example, we see 10 miles, but geometrical is on 1.2 miles. Okay, now can you tell me what will happen if we have 2.4 geometrical horizon with more observer height? That means if it's not there on 2.4, where should to be apparent horizon?
Depends on the conditions, right? Okay, if I didn't introduce that concept of apparent horizon, but if you want to talk apparent horizon, I guess the guy was saying that's under like the influence of optical effects, right? So if you want to say there's an apparent...
I don't see optical effects in Black Swan example. I see the physical water. I see the physical water behind the oil rigs. That means that it's nothing optical. That is what is that there. That mean
in the picture with the oil rigs in the first...
In the video, in the reality,
in
the Santa Barbara beach. I'm not speaking about picture. In the Santa Barbara beach, that oil rig, behind that oil rig, it's an ocean, real ocean. That means there is any optical phenomena, and I see that ocean, from video. That is real.
In the video?
No, in the picture, in the Santa Barbara beach, in reality, that ocean is real.
Please.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying, but it's like, but I understand what you're getting at, Sasha. That's why I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, I know. In the whatever, yeah, we can go with whatever. Okay, in the video, right? In the video, you see the ocean behind the oil rig. In this video, this specific video, I'm assuming that's due to an optical effect.
I'm assuming that I see the real ocean, what is there, and that oil rigs are in water, and you can take a boat and you can go there and you can realize that, and you will see if you travel to the oil rig that water 10 meters behind our real oil rig, it's water, it's not physical, it's not phenomena.
Yes, but
I just jump in
that's
quickly?
true.
The guy said he's assuming that's an optical effect. So what evidence do you have to justify this assumption?
Well, then we'd have to go into detail with the video, right?
Well, no, I'm just asking what evidence you have to justify what you just said you were assuming.
I mean, if we look at the video, I can tell you the evidence.
Well, why don't you just tell us? Look at it and tell us.
Okay, for example, the oil rig in the background, it's all fucking wobbly. You can already see the optical effects happening, right?
So what does that have
question
to
is
do
just-
with the horizon being beyond the geometric
well,
limit?
well, the wobbliness of the oil rig is an indication towards optical effects happening, and the Fata Morgana would be an optical effect that would induce this horizon
But that's
beyond
in
the oil
relation
rig.
to a horizon. So that's in relation to a horizon, not the horizon itself when you're talking about Fata Morgana.
Yeah.
Come again? No, this effect
That's
isn't.
not
Is a
has to
photo.
do
I
with
think that's.
objects in relation to the horizon, not moving the horizon itself or a geometric
No,
horizon.
it's. Okay, we don't need to call it Fata Morgana, but the optical effect is moving the horizon. Yes, the horizon that you see, it is being moved by the optical effect. Yes.
Okay,
So
so the
why would the
horizon then.
teacher-
So the horizon. Sorry, Larry, you jump in. Let's let Larry take it because he was going to jump in with the other guy.
Yeah, so why were they teaching these children the wrong thing when it's obviously not geometric based, like they've been
It
saying?
is. Normally it is. Okay, I'll let
What do you
talk.
mean normally? How do you determine when the horizon is optical and when it's geometrical?
I mean, you just. I mean, right. Most days it's geometric, and then sometimes weird things. I've seen the pictures, right? You see all these optical effects. There's optical effects happening.
Okay,
right?
so when the data fits your model,
Saturnis
it's
also claims.
legitimate. Sorry,
continue, please.
Yeah, when
What
the
is
data
telling you that
fits,
it's on? Sorry.
when
Sorry,
the
Alex,
data,
sorry.
when the observations fit your model, then it's reality. But when the observations don't fit your model, it's some sort of magical super refraction where there's
No.
a super looming that happens. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No.
Okay, so
Even the
how
worst
do we
scenario
know?
could be an
How do
outlier.
we know? How do we know scientifically when refraction is happening and when it's not?
You can look at the horizon and tell.
You can just look at it.
You can just look at it with your own. You have eyes, right? You can look at it.
Yeah, man, just look at it, man. What do you mean?
Look at it.
Yeah,
it.
exactly. That's what you're telling
Look
me.
at it.
Just look at the water. It's flat. I'm telling you. Just look at the horizon. If it looks normal, there's no optical effects.
Let's get specific. So we go to a beach and we look at the horizon. It appears to be a flat line where the water meets the sky. So
Yeah.
how is that going to look different when it's geometric or refractive? What's the difference in the visual effect of the horizon?
I mean, okay, so under conditions where there's significant, I mean, there's always refraction happening, right? That's the thing. There's always refraction happening in the atmosphere. Just most of the
Look at it.
time, the vast majority of the time, it's so small it's not noticeable, right?
Okay, so we look at the horizon and it's still a flat line. How do I know if that's refracted or geometric?
Theoretically, you don't know.
Well, thank you.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
No, you don't know. No, that's a stupid thing to say.
Well, we need to
you're
remember that his argument when he came in was, it looks flat, so it must be curved.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
I'm pretty sure it's not. Look at the recording,
Do
buddy.
we have anyone in here who isn't already bricked that can talk to Larry?
Bro, are you fucking like what are you on about? What am I bricked on? Explain to me exactly.
Well, because you're saying, right, do boats go over the horizon because
They
of
do.
a geometric curve of
They
Earth?
do absolutely, yes.
Right, so where do we see the geometric horizon?
Normally at 1.22 miles.
Right, well, it's not there, so where?
Where do you mean it's not where? Wait, what are we talking about? Do we have a video
In
or
the
something? What do you mean
observation
it's
with
not
the
there?
oil rigs, in the observation with the oil rigs, it's not at 1.2 miles.
Yes, because of refraction, correct.
Special pleading.
Right. So how you can't eliminate refraction if it's always occurring due to the atmosphere.
It's not. I mean, it's always occurring in very small measures, but most of the time it will not be noticeable.
Is that horizon beyond the rigs the geometric Earth curve?
No.
Oh, but it's the horizon. I thought that was geometric. You said the boats are going over.
The boats
So if a
are
boat
in
went
fact
over
going
at
over
10 miles,
Come
so if a
again?
boat goes over at 10 miles, is that going over the geometric curve?
So you're asking me if a boat is going over a distance of 10 miles, whether it's going over the geometric curve.
In the black
Depending on
swan
the
image,
observer
in the
height, it
black
might be,
swan
yes.
So in the Black Swan image where we see the horizon beyond the rigs, if a boat
Yes.
started to disappear bottom up on that horizon, is that the
Yeah.
geometric Earth curve?
I don't think it is, no.
Right. So when you see a boat on another day going bottom up over the horizon, how can you say that is geometric?
I'm assuming there's no reflection, which again, it's pretty easy to tell whether there's reflection happening or
So
not.
you're
Like
just
in that
nonsense.
video.
So you're just nonsense. So you're
Oh,
just saying,
is it so easy? It's
when
just
it
nonsense.
suits me,
That's
when it
easy.
suits me, when it suits me, it's going to be Earth curve, and when it doesn't, that's not Earth curve.
Well, what you're saying doesn't relate to anything I said, but sure.
You just
I have a question.
guess. Yeah, no, it does. We're talking about the geometric horizon,
I'm talking
right?
about
Is
it
there
as
anyone
well,
else in who can have an honest conversation?
I just wanted
that's
to ask
easy. That
one
was easy, buddy.
question.
That was well done. Well done, man.
Because so far we've only
What
got
if we
double
can show?
speaking.
Hold on, let's let
Just
the
don't
new
engage
guy
with my
talk.
arguments. Just don't engage with my arguments and easy.
Bro, you're cherry picking. That's not an argument. You're cherry picking down to the
Cherry
picture.
picking. Wow, that's
Yes,
fascinating.
you're saying. Listen. Just listen for a second. You're
Yes, sir.
cherry picking the observations and then saying boats go over the horizon. That proves globe. But then when we show
What?
you a black swan, you're like, no, let me show you 1,000 more white swans, and this proves the
What
Earth
are
is
you
a
talking
globe.
about? We can go into detail on the Black Swan, but you
If you
don't want
don't
to.
know about Karl Popper and the black swan analogy, maybe you should look it up. In the meanwhile, let's talk to the new
If you
guy.
don't want to engage with my arguments on why refraction is happening, then you
Bro,
guys
cherry
continue.
picking is not an argument.
Who's the new guy? Who's
Yeah,
the new guy we've got?
You don't have any. You don't have any arguments.
Oh, you
because
guys are
you're
fucking
saying-
great, man. Lovely.
You're
Let's
just
go over.
saying,
Yeah, amazing.
Okay, normally it's the geometric horizon, but then you say, oh, it's always refracted. So you contradicted yourself in your first two sentences.
Yeah, it's the same double
Left.
speaking that we literally just had from the other annoying guy, where they can't decide if they've got a geometric horizon or they don't. This time it's geometric, this time it isn't. They just can't they don't have any solid principled ground that they stand on.
Geometry.
It expands out into all areas of their lives. So who is the new guy, Larry?
Geometry.
Here's
the
another
new
guy
guy?
that's back that couldn't do the same thing either yesterday. He was saying, "Oh, I've got some photos from my boat. I can see an island, and there's a percentage of the island missing. That means that the Earth is curved."
Well, maybe if there's refraction, like you globers are saying there is, there would be looming and stooping. And if it's stooping, then maybe it looks round because of refraction. See, you guys' argument, you can't win with it. You're admitting that the Earth doesn't look curved. It looks flat because of refraction. Then at the same time, if you're going to be intellectually honest, you have to say, well, the Earth looks curved because of refraction. You can't say, well, the Earth looks curved now because there's no refraction. You can't just invoke it and dismiss it when the data fits your model. That's so dishonest, intellectually dishonest from the base.
Yeah.
So
This
who's
is
the new
literally
guy?
where the argument's
Or go
gone
ahead.
to. Who's the new guy?
Who is the new guy? Who is he?
Somebody was trying to speak up.
He went from
It's so-
1.22 miles to 10 miles real quick.
But it's so weird after all these years, you still don't know what our argument is. Kind of strange.
What's your argument?
Get him, Maggie.
Nobody, I don't think you'll find a glober who said it looks flat.
Why is it
does look
refracting?
flat.
Why is it refracting?
No, that's not the point. The point
No,
is
no, no.
you won't find
Why did you invoke refraction in 2019?
These defense mechanisms you guys have are very interesting.
Quit talking about psychology. Why is it refracting?
Why is what refracting?
Why do you guys claim refraction?
Will you at least acknowledge that globers do not say the Earth looks flat because of refraction?
Do you
I don't know
speak
how I
for
can.
You guys say that all the time. No, we will
You
not
do
say
say
you guys
that.
say it
All
looks
the
flat
time.
all the time because of refractions. That's your lie.
Yeah, Scott, you've got no idea.
this
You've
is
got
what's
no idea.
interesting.
We speak to these guys all the time, and they always say it just looks flat because of refraction. It only measures flat because of refraction.
But
It's
that's
pathetic.
Yeah,
I agree, but that is what they say.
Are you saying it doesn't look flat?
Of course not.
Doesn't look flat to me.
Looks
You're
flat.
saying it
Horizon doesn't look like a flat line.
It does not look flat. That's what I'm saying. And you won't find a
So
globe.
the horizon looks curved.
It looks flat, therefore it is flat.
That's
Is
not the argument. That's not
Wait,
the
wait,
argument.
wait. So you're
It's a
saying,
fallacy.
wait. So are you saying the horizon doesn't look like a horizontal line?
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter if it is.
Line.
No, it does, because you said it doesn't.
It doesn't matter if it looks like it is.
Wait, no, yeah, it does,
That's
because your
begging the
argument
question.
is it doesn't look like a
Oh, I didn't say that. I was
but you
just
said
saying it looks like it is, therefore it is.
it doesn't look flat.
No, that wasn't me. That
Well, I'm
wasn't me.
talking to the guy
I
who
know
said it.
that was me before you interrupted.
Shut up, then.
Because you had to get
Okay,
your point.
so
in.
so you said it doesn't look flat. So I asked, the horizon doesn't look like a horizon.
No, the horizon is definitely not a straight line. Nobody sees a straight line when they look at the
So when
horizon.
you go to the beach, and look at the horizon, you see a curved line.
It's definitely not straight. Yes, it's
What
curved.
does that mean? What does it look like? What does it look like?
It looks like it's making a big circle.
So it looks like a curved line.
Yes.
Where?
So the
Road
word
sees
Go
the curved horizon.
Yeah, they got the word horizontal and horizon. You don't think those two words are similar?
It does. I just posted a picture in chat of
The line is curved.
Of the line. The
Go
line
to
is
a
curved.
beach and look at it. Look
Bro, what
from
were
your
you
left.
posting that
Turn your
crap?
head and look right, and tell me if that line is not curving around you.
Okay, all right. So think about this. You're seeing a curved line in front of you. Turn around 90 degrees. Do you see a curved line behind you as well?
Well, if I was out in a ship, I could turn around.
Answer the
360
question.
degrees.
If you look in front of you and you see a curved line in front of you, you turn 180 degrees. Do you see a curved line in front of you again?
Is it the same line?
Do you see a curve from left to right in front of you? And then when you turn around 180 degrees and look at that horizon again, does that curve again?
When I turn around, look at the beach, I'm looking at a city usually, or a town.
Okay, if you're on a boat and you see
Okay,
a
there we
curved
go.
line in front
Bro,
of
you're
you,
a boomer.
Yes.
right? If you see a curved line in front of you, and then you turn around 180 degrees and you see another curved line behind you, is that what you see?
Yes.
Okay, so where do those two line curve dips meet?
Where do the curved line dips? I didn't say they dipped.
Well, you did if they curve. They dip
Then
at the end, correct?
They definitely curve around me.
They curve around you.
Yes.
You're on a curve right now.
You've been
You
in a
just can't-
boat, right? You can turn around 360 degrees and you see the line go all the way around you. How does
So
the line
you're
go all the way
saying-
around you
So
if it's not
left to
curving?
right, left to right curvature, you're seeing a high point in the center and two lower bits on the side, left and right. Is that
I never
correct?
said anything about left to right curvature.
Yeah, you
See,
did.
this is what you guys you can't even hear what other
Now
people
you're
say.
going to double speak.
Yeah, I
No,
know.
the
They're all
line
doing the
curves.
same thing.
Why?
Line curves,
Fucking
right?
weirdos, man.
Okay, well then you're describing a tiny Earth, right?
But the line curves, right? If it goes 360 degrees around
If
you, it
you're
is by
claiming to
definition
see the
curving, is it
curvature
not?
of the Earth while standing on the beach, you're describing a tiny Earth.
This is once again, you guys don't even listen to what anybody says. I said I see that line curve. Simple as that. Don't read
And
any
you're
more into
describing
it.
a tiny.
Which way
You're
do you see
describing
a
a tiny
curve?
Earth.
Which way do you see a
Yeah,
curve?
dude, you said on the beach too, dude. Don't lie, dude.
Yes, I know. If I'm on the beach and I look left, that line is going around me, and if I cast my gaze 180 degrees around to whether it's the south to the north, if I'm on a west-facing beach, that line curves all the way around
refracting
me.
back to your head?
So it's
Is
a
that
nice
line
straight
refracting
line
back to
all
your
the
head?
way around you. Perfect.
How
Yeah,
can a
you
straight
just
line go
described
around?
a straight line.
How can a straight line go around me?
That's what you said.
No, he's not. You guys are not
No, I
understanding
said
what
it's
he's
a
saying.
line that goes all the way around me.
Well,
Listen
it's
to
not
the
a
guy.
curve.
What is it? If it's a line that I see on the left of me, then I turn around and I see it on the right of me.
Well, if it
How does
meets
that
You're
happen?
describing. You're
if you turn
describing
around,
not.
if you turn
You're
around
describing a
180,
tiny Earth.
if you turn around 360 degrees and the lines meet back at the same point,
Yes.
then it's a straight line, isn't it? Around at 360 degrees.
How can a straight line do 360 degrees?
The
Because it's flat.
horizontal line, isn't it?
Okay, but would it be a circle
All
then?
right, now you
What,
just gave in.
would it be a circle, a flat circle that I'm
So it's
saying?
not curving left to right then.
I never claimed it was.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said you can see the
You sure
curvature.
did.
I can see I said the line curves. That's what I said. I said I look at the line and the line is curved.
So does the line curve or is it straight?
The line is curved.
Okay, so why does it meet back when you turn around 360 degrees?
Wow. It's like this infinite circle. You guys just keep going around and around, and you can't
Is it a
even. This is
horizontal line
weird.
then? Is it a
It could be.
horizontal line?
Yeah,
This
it
is
is a
the
horizontal line.
anti-math server, right? This is the anti-math I hate geometry server.
It's a horizontal line. Yes, going all
What
the
are
way
you talking
around you.
about? We're
360
talking
degrees.
about geometry all day long, but Globe Earthers come in here and want to talk about the sun, the moon, the stars, the eclipses. I mean, we're seriously trying to stay focused on the actual geometry of the Earth, and then you come in
Yeah,
here and
they're
make a claim
questioning
like
your
that.
presuppositions, and you guys are crying when they do that.
Well, we're trying to see if we can agree on anything in reality. If you stand on a boat
we're
and you
trying to
turn
get
around
we're trying
360
to get him to
degrees,
hold to one statement.
Hey,
The other
Globetard, do
guy
you
who's
believe in
coping.
God? Can we agree in that? Is God real?
no.
They're
Oh
not going to
no,
agree
no,
to
you
that. You'll
believe in
find
some
out that
soup?
like
Oh, okay.
90% of these anti-flat earthers are like sharp, devout atheists.
Yeah, God
Most of them
haters. They
communists.
hate God.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
let's
see,
not
They
focus
hate
on that.
God,
Let's
dude.
stay
It's sad.
focused on the geometry, right? You guys want to back up the geometric claim of your geometric horizon? Go ahead.
We can destroy you in geometry.
this is
Not a
weird how you
geometric
guys just
horizon.
can't agree to anything in reality. It's very simple things, and you just
So
Oy
run away
vey,
please
from them.
destroy
we can
us.
destroy you in sacred geometry. Oy vey.
I'm not talking
Show
about
us the.
geometry. I'm just talking about what you see when you're on a
You're not
boat.
talking about the shape of the Earth in a flat Earth server?
When you
You're
guys
going
are
to
on
talk
a
about
boat,
geometry?
what line do you see? Is it a straight line out there? Does the line go from you and go
Horizontal, right?
infinite
You
into
already
district?
said it's horizontal, so we're gonna take. Scott Mackey conceded that horizon is horizontal.
It
Who
goes
fucking
360.
cares?
It goes
Put a camera
360
up
degrees
like in the
around you,
atmosphere,
right?
you'll see it's not horizontal.
But it goes 360 degrees around you, right? Yes or no? Can we agree to that? Anything in reality?
You talking about the horizon 360 degrees around you?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, there's limitations to how far you
Okay.
can see, and it's going to be roughly 360 degrees around you. Right. Now, is that because of
Roughly.
Earth curve? Is it? Yeah, you don't think it's a perfect circle, do you?
But it doesn't matter. It's 360 degrees whether it's perfect or not.
Right, but how do we know what's causing that, right? There's where the rub is. This whole
Okay,
conversation boils down to what's causing that. Is it because you have God eyes and you can see forever, but there's Earth curve blocking it? Or is it because you have human eyes and the Earth is flat and everything's due to perspective and optics? Which one is it?
So, but Larry, do you think everybody here agrees with us that we do see 360-degree line that goes around us? Can we
How am I
get
supposed
there
to
first?
know? How am I supposed to divine what other people thinking in here, bro?
We can ask them right now and see
Who
if they
cares
agree
what
with
they
us.
think? Can you just
Can you
provide
answer the
evidence?
question? How about that? Can you answer Larry's question? Thanks,
Okay, what
man.
was Larry's question?
Okay, is it because we have God eyes and we can see forever in all directions except for the Earth is curving and that's what's causing the obstruction and we can't see forever because of that? Or is it because we have human eyes and everything's based on perspective and the horizon is purely optical in nature? Which one is it?
If we're seeing it is by definition optical.
Okay.
Okay. So the horizon
Okay.
is optical, right? Even though they've
Yes.
been lying to children for over 2,000 years, since ancient Grecian times, probably even longer, that boats go over the horizon and that's how you know we live on a globe.
What do you think it means to be optical then?
So can you please start, advocating to pull the funding from this and get it out of the schools? Because if they're lying and you know it, then you should be lobbying the schools to stop teaching bullshit on purpose, right?
Well, they're not lying, and I don't know it. We need to
What do you
figure out
mean
what
you don't know it? Is the horizon caused by Earth curve and humps of water, or is it caused
Yes.
by an optical illusion?
You're
It's
only
not an
perceiving
optical illusion. It's optical, but it's not an illusion.
I didn't mean to say illusion. Sorry.
Okay.
You're only
They're
perceiving
both
it
true.
from the hump. You're on the
The
hump.
optics are because of the curve.
From the hump of the perspective, you're on the hump. We're always on
Well,
the hump.
optical just means that what we see, right?
The
It's light
sagitta,
related.
is it caused by the sagitta caused by the Earth curve? Is that true?
The sagitta is caused by the Earth curve, yes.
Okay, then how come we can see the horizon 10 miles out at 1 foot above the surface of the water?
Well, I know you've been told this answer 1,000 times and you rejected it all 1,000 times. What good would it
No.
be to say again? It's
No,
refraction.
when you say refraction, I want to say, how do you know that? How did you verify that?
I didn't. People did. Other people did. And
Okay,
I
so
believe them.
terrestrial refraction has the radius baked right into it when you look up the formula. So what you're arguing is very circular. So I'm going to need you to do something better than pull a circular argument out.
Come on, Scotty. You can do it.
So what you need me to do is come up with a reason or evidence that you will accept, even though you're determined to reject every bit of evidence I offer. That's
Bro,
hard.
I'm not going to
I'm
accept
in
a
a
circular
bind.
argument. How would you expect me to imagine this, bro? Imagine if I told you the Bible is 100% true and it's the Word of God, and you say, "Where's your evidence?" And I say, "The Bible says it's 100% true. It's the Word of God." Are you
Well,
going to
that is what
accept
you
that?
guys say, though. No, but
Are
that is what
you?
you guys
No,
say.
you're not going to accept that. Why
No,
will
that's
you
not
accept
what
my
Christians say,
evidence?
dude. That's not
Sorry, it
what
was just an analogy.
an apologist would
It was
say.
just an analogy.
Let me actually address it though. If you're at 1 foot above sea level and you can see the oil rig 10 feet or 10 miles away, it's because the oil rig is standing well above 1 foot, right?
It's not about seeing
You're
the oil
saying
rig.
the
man.
top of the oil rig.
It's not about seeing the oil rig.
What's
I
it
swear,
about?
there's something wrong with these guys. We
Yeah.
talk about the horizon 24/7, and all they hear is oil rig.
Well,
Oh no,
yeah,
I'm
No,
talking
we're
about the
trying to talk
observation.
about the geometry of
How
the
do you
horizon, measuring the Earth,
how do you
right?
demonstrate that you're seeing the bottom 300 feet of the oil rig?
Because the
You can
horizon's
see a
behind the
boat
oil
down
rig.
there. See that little
Right.
boat? Do you see that little boat?
Wait,
but
Can you see the boat?
why is refraction unreasonable to you guys? Why do you think that's not a
Because
good
refraction
explanation?
exists between the barrier of two
there's no
different
picture.
mediums. The atmosphere is
No,
one
that's
medium.
not true, though. That's not true, though.
Post the picture.
Okay. Show me the atmosphere having two medium and show me that barrier between.
It's not two mediums. It's just two different densities.
What does that mean?
Okay. Where's
show
the
me
two
the
different
picture. You're
densities at
saying it's
1
being
foot
both.
above the horizon? Oh, excuse me.
Hey,
Where's the
philosopher,
two different
shut up for a
densities?
second.
Where's the two different densities at 1 foot above the surface of the water?
High pressure, low pressure.
Okay, that doesn't exist.
what-
It's all 14.7 psi right above the surface.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? There would be no refraction.
Yeah,
At
but I'm
best, the
wondering how you.
most.
I'm
Hold
wondering.
on, bro. Hold on. I'm in the middle of talking.
Okay.
At best, the most you would see is atmospheric turbulence.
How do you know that?
Well, there's no hard barrier. You agreed to that already. There's no different mediums and densities. You agreed to that already. So what's left? A slight wobble from temperature differential, like a heat wave. Like you ever seen your mom mowing the yard while you're cooking out back, and your mom walks behind the grill and she gets kind of wobbly for a second? It doesn't mean that you can see over the other side of the fence and see your neighbor's grill.
That's a good one, man.
Except, what would be the necessary angle of refraction in order for you to see your neighbor's grill?
The angle
You
of
would need
refraction.
you would need some glass, at
Yeah,
least.
I know exactly. And
Yeah.
but
Where's the
in
glass
the
in the
case,
atmosphere?
but in the case of the 10-mile horizon, and that camera's still not at 1 foot because it goes right over the surfer's head, but we'll give you 1 foot because it doesn't really
It
matter.
is 1 foot. Yep.
Okay, you know this somehow. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it's from the video.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's also at 18 feet. You can see it in the video. He
Not
climbs
in
up
the
the
video.
stairs. Yes. He climbs up the stairs in the video. Don't gaslight me like I've never seen the video in the past
I know you've seen the
4
video
years.
1,000 times.
Yeah, come on, man.
Right.
Can we be good faith over here, buddy? I know you're an atheist, but don't get emotional.
Yeah,
I've seen
it's
the
real.
video
It's
multiple
real
times,
simple.
and it just because it shows the like the water line doesn't mean it's 1 foot.
Okay,
Larry,
it's between 1 foot and how tall? Did he
6
have
feet.
stilts?
Larry,
Okay.
I mean, he could have been
zoom-
standing. I mean,
Larry?
is it possible for somebody to stand up on one of those like lifeguard towers and still see the beach?
He shows
Larry?
before he does the video, he puts the measuring
I've only
tape
seen GIFs, to
next
be
to the
fair.
water, the camera, so you haven't watched the video then.
When he
Yeah,
zooms
I've
in,
only seen GIFs that you. I've
You're a
asked multiple
fraud. So you
times for
haven't
this
watched
video,
the
and
video, yes or no?
and people. Well, I've asked multiple times
Oh,
for
he's
somebody to
Have you
smirking
post the
watched
now.
the
video so I
video?
can watch it,
He's
and
smirking.
I've only gotten GIFs. So can
So how
you
do
want to
watch
post the
the
video so
video?
I can see it?
Have you
Please
watched the
post
video?
it.
Have you watched the
Please
video?
post it. I've already answered. How many times did I just answer this
Oh,
very
you just made
question?
it
Are you deaf?
you just made a
Someone
retarded
just post the
argument when you haven't
video.
even seen the video.
All right, we're gonna
Someone post
post
the
the
video
video.
for
Then
him.
post the fucking video.
Don't
Holy
make any
fuck.
more
Post the
knowledge
video
claims
and
about a
Seeking
video you haven't
Philosophy.
seen.
You go on mute until you've watched
All
it,
right,
and then
don't
let us know. Yeah.
blaspheme. Don't blaspheme. Okay, calm down.
Look,
this
it's real
was
simple,
yesterday
guys.
too.
Larry.
Don't make
global-
any knowledge claims that you haven't seen. Don't make knowledge claims from a video you haven't seen. You know, who is
Larry.
this is bringing it, words without knowledge? Who is this?
Larry.
What?
Larry, when he zoomed out, we see that surfer, right?
And?
Is the horizon above or below the surfer's head when he zoomed out?
I don't know. I wasn't focusing on the surfer.
Maybe you should try next time.
You want me to focus
you-
on the surfer? And what is
yeah,
that going to
and-
prove?
Well, tell me how you can have the horizon above the surfer's head and have the camera at 1 foot, because the surfer's definitely 2 feet out of the water.
Do you know what undertow is?
Do you know about
I know.
perspective? Do surfers shrink as they get further away? Do they appear to
point?
shrink?
Also, what happens at the shore of a beach when there's waves?
Can't answer 10 questions at one time, guys.
He wasn't.
Take your time.
What? What are you
Do
guys trying to
objects
say?
appear to shrink in apparent size as they get further away?
Yes.
Was he surfing on the beach or was he surfing out in the surf?
He was surfing in the water, and the horizon was above his head.
Right, but how close was he?
Why does that matter? The horizon's above his head.
Do objects appear to get smaller as they get further away? If I'm right in front of
Yes.
you, I'm going to be a scary dude, right? But if I'm like
Yes.
100 yards away, maybe not so intimidating. I'm the same guy. Why is that?
So you guys really can't understand this simple concept, huh?
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's real simple. Objects appear to get smaller the further they get away from your eye or camera. Do you not know that?
How does that raise the horizon line above the surfer's head?
Exactly.
Because
In
as he
perspective.
gets smaller, there's going to take up less angular size.
No,
But
no,
the
it
top
does
of
not.
his head is still emitting
Okay,
light from the particular
so you're
angle,
telling me
right?
that objects don't appear to get smaller as they get further away from you?
Yeah, they appear to get
And
smaller. It
that's not
doesn't
what I'm
change the
saying. Of
angle.
course they do. But they don't change their relation to the things behind them.
Dude,
This obfuscation is cute.
yeah, I know. My son is
Oh.
arguing in the background. How are you talking to people that don't know basic perspective? That's what he's saying.
You should
Yeah,
be
that's what I'm
ashamed,
wondering
Scotty.
myself. Why am I talking to someone who doesn't understand basic perspective? Because one of us,
Yeah,
one of,
he's
one of
saying
us
there's
doesn't
no point
understand
of
it.
explaining it. He's saying it's obvious, like everyday experience. That's what my son is saying. Like my son is destroying you guys right now.
I'm glad you think so.
Yeah. Well,
Larry,
Because
can
the
I ask a
horizon is
question?
growing bigger and the man is staying the same size. Is that what you're telling me?
So somehow those points of perspective cross each other along the way. The camera's
I just
at
want to
1
know what
foot,
you're
the
saying.
surfer's
What is
head's
your
at 2
claim here?
feet. My claim is if
You don't have a claim.
if my point
Larry,
is if the camera's at 1 foot and the surfer's head's at 2 feet, that surfer's head is always going to be above the horizon line, no matter how far you zoom in or zoom out. That's how perspective works.
In reality, yes, that's 100% right. But you know what? It's called perspective, and it doesn't appear that way. That's the point. You're making our point
No,
for
it
us.
does.
How are you not
It
getting?
does.
Well, also swells and waves closer to the camera are going to be able to obscure things in the distance.
It
Like
doesn't.
you
The
have a thumb,
surface
you
head
put
is
your thumb in front of your eye, you can block out buildings.
Yes, but the surface head
But either
should
way,
be
you
above
talking
the
about the
horizon.
horizon doesn't help you. What are you going to say? That's the geometric horizon?
The surface head should be above the horizon, and I love how you guys try to deflect from the simple fact that you know
The horizon, is that the geometric
another
one?
fact that you need to move away from. It's interesting.
How far away is the surfer?
Doesn't
So
matter.
you're playing games now, Scotty? You're not gonna prove the
That's all they've
geometric
got.
horizon?
That's all they've got.
If the
playing
camera's at 1 foot and the horizon's at 0 feet and the surface head's at 2 feet, the surface head must be above the horizon at all times.
Was the camera above the water when you watched it?
Doesn't matter. A 1
So
foot
you
high
didn't watch
camera,
it?
a 0
You
foot
didn't
high
watch it?
horizon, and a 2 foot high
Did you
surfer
watch
head.
it? Did you
Yes.
watch it?
Yes.
Was it above the water?
Was what above the water?
Camera. A foot above
Sure.
the water.
No, I think
Was
it's
it
like about 3 feet above the water myself.
Okay, so then there you go. Then it's 3 feet. We'll give you 3 feet then if you need that. So go ahead and do the math. Where's that horizon supposed to be?
How much refraction am I going to calculate it in? Because a couple of arc minutes of
Whatever
refraction,
you want.
and they can
All
be
of it.
10 miles.
All of it. All of it.
What's the
I'm
maximum percentage
There's no such thing as all
variation
of
you
it.
could
We
get
need
out
all
of refraction for a geometric horizon? What's the percentage variation that you could get for a geometric horizon with
It's not
refraction?
a geometric horizon.
Yeah, we know, but that's what your religion claims. So,
I don't know.
Scott, what's the percentage variance? Is it like
The Earth is not
5%,
flat, you fucking
10%?
dumbass.
I don't know. I've never
Wow,
done the work.
the
I've never
spiral.
done the work
So
myself.
how can you make the argument? How can you make the argument that the 10-mile horizon we see is geometric, but it's refracted if you don't know what the maximum refractive potential is?
Because I know it only take a couple of arc minutes of refraction, and that doesn't sound unreasonable to me.
Well, you just said you didn't know, but now you know. Okay, so you got a paper for this? What's this based on?
No, I
So
don't.
what's that based on?
What's what based on?
Your claim that you just made.
That it would require just a couple of arc minutes of refraction?
Yeah.
Math. I can do the math.
Okay, can you present it?
And you tell me what the height, the viewer height to see a 10-mile horizon would be. I think it's like 50 feet, right?
My son is still
Could be.
ranting because he's so pissed off that I had to ask that question 3 times. He's so furious right now. He thinks that you Clovers are flipping morons.
Okay, so do we agree that the according to the Earth curve calculator, you have to be 50 feet high in order to see 10-mile horizon? Is that about right?
Sure, if that's what the calculator's saying.
Okay, so
50
over
feet.
10 miles, how far do you have to deflect something in order to move 50 feet?
Why are you asking us? Can you
why
do
you-
the thing?
yeah, why you asking
present it
us?
to us afterwards. Stop
argument.
asking us your own questions, man. Come on.
I think it's like 6 arc minutes.
Holy shit.
Okay, well, when you've got the evidence for your claim that you just made, that you said you don't know what the actual percentage variation that refraction could give you, but you could work it out. Let us know when you've got that. We'll move on.
Okay,
to
let me try.
But why
Can I
would you
say
guys want to
something?
know this?
Because they're not gonna do your math way, right? If you try and show them the math your way, they won't do it. So you have to like do it their way, right? So
Yeah,
like
they do that Common Core math.
Yes,
What are you
but
talking about? The horizon, it's the globe math. It's the calculator's math, right? You go on the calculator, you put in 1 foot observer height, it comes out 1.2 miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you're disagreeing with? No, it wasn't.
No, that's
whoever
probably
jumped
right.
in there.
That's probably right.
Right. Okay. So then we see it over 10 miles. So obviously, that's not true.
Like I said, but like 6 arc minutes of refraction will take care of that for us.
Oh yeah, but you're just pulling that out your ass. You just said because you just said you don't. That came from no source other than you saying math,
He said he
which
can
you
do the
haven't even
math.
done.
He can do the math. He
But
can
why
do the
do you
math.
think that's
Okay,
unreasonable?
okay. He can do the math. You've got a sponsor. Let us know when you've got the math,
But why do you think that's unreasonable?
and then we'll look at the assumptions that you bake into your math and ask you how you
Well,
got
then,
those assumptions.
and then you'll reject it, right? That's usually how
Well, it
this
depends
works.
if you can find those assumptions. It depends if you can find an evidence and prove those assumptions that you've baked in. But you don't even have that yet, so we're talking in the future tense. So when you've got that, let us know.
But you know you've been presented with this math a dozen times at least, right?
No.
Not by me, of course. I haven't done it. But you know that there's been globe earthers who brought this math to you. I've seen them.
Yep. They know. They know.
And what assumptions are baked into that math then, if you know?
But you have rejected it every time it's been brought to you, right?
What
Rejected
assumptions
what
are baked into that
specifically?
math?
Well, there's a lot of assumptions in the math. Yes, math is about assumptions. Some axioms.
And did they prove any of those assumptions?
Yes, we have. To our
So the
satisfaction, but
assumption
not
of
to
the
yours.
3959 mile radius, how did they prove that assumption?
Once again, I know people have presented you with this, and I've seen with my
Well,
own
the assumption that they bake in about the 3959 mile radius, how did they prove that assumption? For starters.
Again, that's been proved to you too, or it's been demonstrated to you, and you've rejected.
It's never been proven to me. Why are you telling me what's been proven to me? That's never been proven to me.
But people have presented you with the reasons they've done this, right?
Well, people have they've presented a claim of it. They've never presented proof for it. That's why I'm asking.
And okay, so what would you need for it to be proof for you?
Well, what have you got?
So
I'll tell you if it meets.
nothing. Yeah, I know, and it's
Okay,
I know already it's not. I know already it's not going.
You don't have anything.
Okay, let's take
that's not enough for me.
Let's take the example of what the Squatting Dog was doing earlier. I don't know what he's in here as. I know Miss Squatting Dog.
Yeah, I know him too. Another diehard pearhead who's been spiraling for like 6 years. Yeah.
Sure.
What's his latest joke?
But let's take this LIGO thing he was talking about, right? Do you think?
Oh, the LIGO thing. So that's a sentence on a website.
Can I present? Can I finish?
You're going to present the sentence on the website again?
Oh God! Why do you guys need to resist hearing? Weird.
What are you going to present? What are you presenting?
Do you think in 2023 human beings are capable of making a straight tube 2.5 miles long? Do you think we're capable of doing that?
Yep.
You're presenting questions. Is that what you're presenting? Or are you going to present some data and evidence?
Can we have a conversation?
Yeah, we're having a conversation about the evidence, but you don't seem to be providing any to discuss.
Are you being serious? This guy just is telling you so much information.
But see, I need to establish an agreement.
No, he just made some vague claim about LIGO. So what's the measurement? What's the data? Let's see it.
I want to know if you think we're capable of.
Doesn't matter what I think. Let me see what your data and evidence is.
All right. Yeah. Never mind then.
Yeah, I work in the precision
never
machining
mind.
industry,
Don't
so
actually have any evidence.
If you don't want to have a conversation like a regular human being, I mean, I don't know what I can do.
I want to see your evidence. If you don't have any, that's fine. We can move on to someone else.
I know.
No, he just wants to have a conversation. That's all.
Yeah, we've had the conversation, Scott, but we're at the point where we're not interested in baseless claims. We're interested in data verifiability. Okay.
So what are you
simple.
truly interested in then? What's your real motivation for doing all this stuff?
The truth.
Why? For what end?
Why?
Truth is its own reward. Why are you scared of it?
I'm not.
You are.
That's why I'm willing to have a conversation with you.
You seem to be. Well, when I'm asking for evidence, which is what would help us define truth, you seem quite opposed to it.
Well, I can provide you with reciprocal zenith angles. I can provide you with spherical SS triangles. I can provide you with celestial navigation. I can provide you with pole stars going opposite directions in the south and the north. I can provide you. I can provide you with distances between cities. I can provide you with
measured Earth curve.
I can provide you with images from space. I can provide you with a horizontal line going above a tower. I can provide you with all kinds of stuff, and
you can't provide us a measurement of Earth curve or something verifiable to prove that we live on a ball of a certain size.
All these things are measurements of Earth curve, and you just say, "Nuh-uh."
Okay, could you post the evidence of the Earth curve?
Yes,
I just went through the entire list that I know you've been presented with, and I know.
Well, you just said a lot of words. What's the measurement specifically? What's the distance? What's the predicted drop? How did they verify that drop was detected?
This is fascinating.
Basic things.
What is your real motivation here? Why do you need to reject this stuff? I'd love to know one
I just explained it to you. I just explained it to you, Scott.
But
we're
it's not
interested in truth. not
But it's not the
asinine,
truth.
vague claims.
They're
Yeah,
not
you
vague.
making
They're
vague
very
claims
precise.
without presenting any evidence or
See, but here's the
verifiable
thing.
documentation isn't proof of
Here's
anything, Scott.
here's the thing. You could at any point in your life take an auto level and point it at something. You can
I
do
could
this
also
yourself.
go in. I can also
Yet
go
you
and
don't.
test line of
Yet you
sight,
don't.
which I've done, and it doesn't conform with what they're telling me the globe is on the
But why
calculator.
won't you simply grab an auto level and point it at
I
something?
looked wrong.
I mean, why do you resist that?
Scott Mackey has me muted, guys.
It's fascinating.
It is fascinating, Scott. It's
What do you
fascinating that you don't
what are you
seem to
guys
have any
trying to
evidence to
achieve?
provide for your claim. And
What are
listen,
you
you
trying to
clutching your
achieve here?
pearls and asking what we're trying to achieve, what we're
I'd
trying to
love to
do
know.
here, why would you do this? I mean, you're clearly very emotional about the topic. We're just looking for the evidence of the globe.
Yeah, but
Yeah, dude, why are
Obviously,
you
you
so
don't have
upset
any.
about people questioning the flat Earth, dude, or
but
questioning globe Earth, dude? You're like an old man. Like,
I am an old
Yeah.
man. This is true. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter that you're an old man.
I've seen a lot of stuff.
You can be young or old and still seek the truth, or you can defend your religious paradigm that you were given as a child.
So where do
But
you
either
think
way,
truth ultimately comes
that's
from?
not going to go anywhere because obviously it's just not. So, do we have any other new people in with actual questions or that want to have an honest
Yeah, I
conversation?
know. Yeah, have the same conversation you've had for the last 7 years.
Yeah, still no measured Earth curve. What about that? Anyway, we're going to move it along. What about Mr. Burns? What's up, Mr.
Look at
Burns?
So,
How's it going?
pretty good. How's it going for you, man?
Yeah, very well, thank you. What do you know about this topic that we're discussing? Anything, or are you new to it?
No, I'm not new to it. You probably don't want to talk about the parts that I want to talk about, just like everyone else in here.
Okay. What kind of parts, just out of curiosity, do you like talking about?
The claims that flat earthers make.
Such as?
Come on, man. That's what we're here for, dude. Let's go. Stop beating around the bush.
Well, like the dome, you know.
Shush, Rob.
Okay. What if I'm not making that claim? Then what? Or do you have an issue with the claim of the dome specifically, or are you talking about the idea of containment systems?
Yeah. I have an issue with the dome and the containment because like you guys like believe in this weird container that you have no evidence of it existing.
Well, doesn't gas pressure require a container?
No.
Oh, it
But
doesn't.
that's the thing, and like this topic often gets switches to gas pressure whenever we bring up the dome. And I think
Well, it's 'cause that's the
weird
container.
because that right. Well, the container is what the topic is, not gas
Yeah,
pressure.
that's what I'm saying.
So
Well,
I would like to keep the
but
topic to
the
flat Earth and the
necessary
container.
antecedent for the gas pressure would be a container, though.
It's
Right, and you come to that conclusion because of your misunderstanding of gas pressure, which is fine. I would just like to
Okay.
talk to you about why you.
Can you
believe
demonstrate
there's a-
otherwise?
Yeah,
Can you
okay, so
demonstrate
to correct
otherwise?
to correct my misunderstanding, could you show me gas
I'm
pressure
not
that
here
isn't
to I'm
contained?
not here to educate you. If you'd like to be educated, there's plenty of dumb people that come in here to educate you, and it just doesn't work for them. If you'd like to
Oh,
talk to one
okay.
of them, that's fine.
Nice cope. Good cope,
Okay,
Burns.
okay.
oh,
You
so
burn
we
yourself
want to
out.
be educated by dumb people. That's pretty stupid.
So just to clarify,
Well,
we can't
they're
demonstrate
not dumb. They're
gas.
dumb for keeping on. Like they try and educate you over and over and over again.
Okay,
and you
well,
just
is it
keep doing
possible?
That's what's dumb
Is it
about
possible?
Oh,
Is it
they try
possible
to
for us?
indoctrinate, is what you mean.
Is it? Hold on.
Use
Is it
whatever word you
possible
like.
for us? Is it possible for us? Is it possible for us to demonstrate gas pressure without a container on Earth?
It's possible for you guys to demonstrate a container if you like go and take selfies in front of it or something cool like that.
No. But I'm asking about the gas pressure without a container that you claimed. Is that possible for us to demonstrate?
I mean, you're trying to go off topic again.
Well, no, you said you had a problem with the container argument. This is the container argument.
That's not proving a container, though. That's just
Well, no, but
demonstrating your
the presence of
misunderstanding
gas
pressure, which is fine.
Well, okay,
I'm
but
okay with you
if that's the
misunderstanding gas pressure.
case, then just show me the demonstration otherwise, and I'll have my knowledge updated.
I don't need
Why
to
not?
because that's not we're not talking about the container at that point. We're just
But aren't
educating
you
you about gas
claiming?
pressure again.
But aren't you claiming that the gas pressure doesn't need a container?
I didn't make any claims. I came here to talk to you about
But
flat
for
Earth.
the globe. That's what
Space
it's,
is
that would be the
the
case.
container. Space is the
Space?
container.
Oh, the vacuum is the container. That's interesting. How does that work? Tell me about
So
that.
you don't have any proof of the container? Is that the crux of your argument? And you would just like to talk about not the container?
Well, I'm just talking about the gas pressure because I don't know any other way to have
Right,
gas pressure other
I
than
get
with a
that
container.
you would like to change the topic.
No, it is the topic because that's why I think that there must be a container because
Right,
I
you would
can't
like to
have gas
demonstrate your
pressure without it.
misunderstanding of gas pressure when we bring up
Well, you
the
say it's a
dome and the container.
misunderstanding, but when I ask you to show us how it's a misunderstanding, you say, I don't, I can't, doesn't matter, don't need to,
I
don't
don't
talk to me
need
about
to
it.
educate you. That's not what I'm here to do.
Yeah,
I'm here to talk about
okay,
flat
okay,
Earth.
so you can't show gas pressure without a
You see what I
container.
mean when I say like none of you.
Just leave him. Just leave him.
Yeah, yeah. Who was the
He's
other
not
guy
here
who
to have a
said space is the
conversation.
container?
It was Rob.
Rob?
They
How
can't,
is space the container for gas?
these Globers can hold their composure. That's why I'm special. You guys
Rob,
know
do you
that.
think it's unreasonable for us to ask for a demonstration of the claim without a containment when having a gas pressure? You think that's unreasonable for us to ask? To
Nope.
demonstrate, at least?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Nope.
How could a vacuum be a container of gas pressure? I don't understand.
You ready? You ready for this? Earth
Sure.
is we all agree that the Earth, whether it's flat. Oh no, see, we can't agree on that because you guys. I don't know how many people in here would agree with that space is real.
He
You
doesn't
guys-
understand gas pressure, I think.
Okay, so even before I start, this guy's gonna tell you they don't understand gas pressure. That's what I'm saying.
That's
So
all right,
ask
that's
me-
all right. You go.
Space is the container. Okay, Earth is pressurized. Okay, through our atmospheres and the gases in it. Space has no pressure. Okay, they don't. They can't infect each other. They can't go. One can't go into the other. Other can't go into another. It's a battle
But
back and forth.
doesn't high pressure flow into low pressure?
It's not low pressure. It's not what you're thinking. Low pressure.
So
Does
space
it?
is, as they tell us, isn't low pressure.
No, it's low pressure as figuratively speaking what you're thinking,
Okay,
but
so
you're
it is
acting
low
like it's a high.
pressure.
It wouldn't be like a high like on a map. You wouldn't see a high pressure blue system and a low pressure red system, and then all of a sudden you see an S system for solar low pressure in another one. It doesn't. It's not that type of air
No,
pressure.
no. But in general, we've got like around 15 psi of pressure here on Earth, and then the vacuum space, as you're saying, is much lower than that. How could that be a
Yeah,
container if air pressure would
because
flow into low pressure?
15 psi is not a lot. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just
Right,
not
but
a lot.
it's more than space, is it not?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So why is it not flowing into it then?
Because the counteraction between the space itself, the space and time, and the
Space and
interaction.
time.
Say,
What
Yeah,
time?
the space, the interaction between space and the vacuum of what you call a vacuum of space, and the interaction between the atmosphere of Earth and the gravity of Earth, makes it so that they
Gravity
don't
of Earth.
mix. Yeah, see, I know you guys
I don't
believe in gravity.
understand.
So, yeah.
I don't understand that. Could you show us a demonstration of what you're talking about?
A demonstration of what?
What you just said.
What do you think I just said that needs a demonstration?
Well, what did you just say?
I don't know. You don't want to ask me a question about it.
Do you know what you just said? Or are you just
Absolutely.
saying words? Okay, what did you just say?
You just asked me a question. I asked you a question and the same thing.
No, I asked you if you had a demonstration for what you just said.
Yeah,
even know
and
what he's saying.
I said what
Do you know what you
demonstration?
just said?
Yes, of course I do. What demonstration do you
Okay,
want?
what did you just say then? Come on, guys. Can we do a bit better than this?
No, man, this
Yeah.
this is like a
Are we
round
really
of
going to be
rabbits.
having conversations with people who cannot remember what they just said? And
I
hope to get
remember what I
somewhere?
said. It's proving a point though. You're
Okay, what did
dancing
you say?
around. How did a question turn into a question from you? And I have to answer it. It makes no sense to me.
No, because the question was, do you have a demonstration for what you just said? And you forgot what you just said, so you don't know what you need a demonstration for.
No, I said, how would I demonstrate what I just said? It makes no sense.
Oh,
How do you want me
okay,
to
so you don't have a
how do you want me to,
demonstration for your claim.
there's many demonstrations of the Earth's gravity holding the atmospheres on the Earth. Yes, there is.
What would that
Because the simple fact that even since space is a vacuum, the gravity of Earth holds things onto the Earth that do not enter the vacuum.
Right, that's
It
the
never
claim again. I'm
proves
asking what your demonstration is.
that we're all alive and living on a planet.
That would be begging the question.
Consequent.
This guy, man. Rob, you're on a whole different level, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I strive. I strive.
You're all right, Rob. You're a good sport. All right.
Yeah.
Who else we got? Anyone?
All right. So what happened before the Big Bang Theory?
What do you mean?
Anyway,
Nobody knows.
so like,
Nobody knows that.
so basically, like, it's really stupid on how people think that the Earth is flat. I mean,
All right. Thank you for your contribution. You may leave.
That's not the way to start out, brother. That's not the way to start out.
Damn. High level stuff today.
Yeah.
These Globers, they're a little rough around the edges. They don't know how to interact socially. They spend too much time in the colleges and books and the nerd places.
And not even. They're just unsocialized dweebs.
Yes, I'm socialized, man. I'm from the streets.
Good. Good for you. You should be able to figure this out quick then.
I did figure it out a long time ago, man. And like I said, I'm not a non-conspiracy guy. I have conspiracies, I believe. I want to know about the pyramids. I want to know about the ancient human beings. I want to know about the resets.
Well, they
I
all
want to
thought
know.
the Earth was flat, so if you want to know about them, you should start figuring out that the Earth
See,
isn't a
again,
globe.
I'm like the Gandalf, bro. I used to think like that when I was gray. I came out white, dude. They didn't think the real ancient people already knew the Earth was round. That's where we got it from.
No, you can just Google Egyptian cosmology, and
I
you'll
know,
see
buddy.
that they had a flat,
I think
motionless Earth
I remember when
cosmology.
Google came out. We did this shit a long
Babylonians,
time ago.
Mesopotamians, Syrians.
Yeah, they all knew it was flat. Though. Come on,
The
you
ancient,
can't be looking at ancient history. You do not understand ancient people. If you
Yes, I
think
do.
if you're thinking about a globe and you think they thought Earth was a globe, you will not understand anything they're talking about because that's not
Here's the
what they
thing.
thought.
Here's the thing. It doesn't matter if they thought it or not. The fact of the matter is that the things they used, the ways of measuring, showed that it was, and that's the bottom line.
Nah, they weren't measuring the globe. Come on. It's not what you're
man.
cooking. Bullshit.
Listen, jabroni, I'm telling you,
Pancakes.
I'm
You want
taking
some?
you down to the Globe Town Hotel.
Think about it. Oh man, I have no time for a non-existent hotel. Okay, so what else we got? Who we got? We must have someone who's got a really good argument for the globe. Something
Come
we
on,
haven't heard
Globers,
before.
step up, Globers.
Yeah, help Rob out here, bros.
So I've just joined. Whatever we're talking about, I'll have to step it up a notch.
To be
What are
honest,
we talking about?
I'm just like the Globe hype man. I'm like the Flavor Globers.
Yeah, we're trying to convince someone to make an argument for the globe. Who's actually a glober before you start, Steppa? But yeah, not much.
Yeah, I can
We're
do
just
that.
waiting about.
Let me do
No,
that.
that's okay. No, we don't need
I'll
to
tell
role
you guys
play.
what, though.
We
There's
want
one thing for
actual
sure.
new people.
If I hit the lottery, man, and I become like I hit the big game or the Mega Millions, I will buy you guys a ticket.
Yeah, bro, we'll all go to space, bro. We'll all go to Mars.
Well,
You
I
guys
can't
should
afford
just
all you
get
guys.
that
I can't afford
started.
all you guys. I can't afford. We'll pick the leader of you guys. When you take a vote, whoever's the leader in
That's
here, the
all
most
right.
trustworthy.
I tell you what, as a gift, as a show of goodwill between the flat earthers and the globe earthers, we will allow all of you globers to go before us. You guys can get launched off into the missile, into the sky, and we will clap for you.
Well, no, it doesn't sound like your it doesn't sound like your game, but one of you guys will be game, and we can send a Glober with them. So we'll send a Glober.
Only the globers are game. Only the globers are game to strap themselves into a missile and fire themselves off into the sky at the behest of the U.S.
Oh, so you
military.
don't even want to go up there to prove it wrong. I got you. That just makes it
Wait a
easy.
minute. Wait a minute.
There's got to be
If we're
one of
going
you
to go up to
splurts that'll go up
66
in the
miles
space.
where the curvature cannot, dude, relax. If we're going to go up to 66 miles in the dick rocket where the Earth curvature can't be seen still, what will that prove exactly?
Oh, I don't know. You got to go there and find out. Let's go 220 miles. Let's go 350 miles. Let's go 500 miles. Let's go to the moon.
And that can't be seen from those heights. From those heights,
let's go to the moon.
the curvature cannot be
Let's go to the
seen,
moon.
according to your priests. So,
Yeah.
is the moon a place that we can go?
Let's try it and find out.
This is where we're at now with you, Rob. This is the best we got.
No, I'm saying If I could,
Rob's
if it was
going to the
available to
lights on
try
the
and find
sky.
out, would you be bold enough and adventurous enough to put your shit and go?
Apparently, it's already been done.
I'd
So
go.
what's the
I'd
point,
go.
right? But I'm asking you, is it a
I'd go.
place that we can
I'm
go?
saying I would go. I would go. I tell you what, I would go. I'd hop on a fucking whatever it is they put us on and go right now with you guys. Whoever would go with me, let's go.
Yeah. That's
You'd be on a solo trip there, Rob.
People in the 70s thought that we'd be honeymooning on the moon by now. Come on, man.
Can't even get up for a few rounds of golf.
Is there an
Think
edge?
about it,
By the
guys.
way,
Is there an edge
to
to
be
your flat?
honeymooning on the moon?
Oh,
there
wait,
an
wait,
edge?
wait.
We have always
Who have
made
we...
good
Sorry, we've got a new
arguments about
person here. Wait a minute,
development.
wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a
Uncle
minute. We've got a
P.
new person here. Who is that? Uncle North?
Me.
Uncle P.
What?
Call me. You can call me
Who
P.
asked... What was your question?
All right. Is there an edge? And if so, will you jump off?
An edge
Will
of
you
what?
jump off?
Jesus Christ. And he's
Of
gone.
your planet?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like you get to some point on Earth and it just stops and there's what?
I'm asking you.
No, I've never seen a point where Earth stops.
So there's no edge?
You never been to the ocean?
No, I've never been in the ocean.
You got me there, Hank.
Hurry up.
No, you can't. It's not something that you're going to fall off the side of. Don't worry.
So how does it work?
Well, you pretty much just hang about in your city and go to work, and then the elites give you images and cartoons of a spinning ball Earth, and you just believe it. That's how it works.
What do you mean by the elites? What are you referring to? Who are you referring to?
The system that's giving you the globe cartoons, the U.S.
What's the
military, to be
system?
specific. Well, you know
So
NASA,
wait,
yeah.
what's the system? I don't understand.
Well, do you understand you live in a society that has a government and a military?
Yes, but that's not what I'm asking you. You said the elite.
Yeah.
So
So
when
they
you say
set
the
up
elite, you mean
a system that you like live in.
all right? Who is they?
You know,
When you
go
say
by
like they
convention.
and the elites, who are you talking about?
Well, you know, the fancy
No, I
pants.
don't know. I'm asking you.
Well, who do you think writes the curriculums?
That's
Why can't
please
you
don't
just
pivot.
answer a question, mate?
Can you just
I
answer me?
am.
Thank you. No, you're
No,
not.
you
You're
I
answer
am.
a question with a question. Just give a straightforward answer.
It's called the
Yeah,
Socratic method. This is
that's
how
not what
he.
I'm
The
asking you.
people.
This is how he learns.
Yeah.
So, do
But
you
we can
understand
also
that there are
you just
people?
say
Do
it is.
you understand there are people in society who make
No,
rules
you
that
just
you
try to
follow?
take control of the fucking conversation by
You're
answering
pivoting.
questions.
Yeah, I
Can
am
you
in
please
control of
answer
the
me?
conversation.
Basically.
He's asking me questions. So you can chill. Don't worry. You can get to your questions if you like. So essentially, there's an authority, the government's ostensibly writing the curriculum, the education system, and that have their military, which has NASA, it's a component of it, who are saying that they're going up to these places, taking images and videos, that they're then giving to you, and you are watching and nodding along and saying, yes, of course, absolutely. Right?
So are
That's what's
you
happening?
saying NASA? Are you saying NASA's giving false information?
Correct.
And how do you know this to be true?
Because we've measured the surface of the Earth, and it's not
Who's
curved.
we? Who's
Oh,
we?
you have
Are
a
you referring to?
measurement for surface?
Are you?
Anyone here? A bunch of people here, people online. We can
What's the
show you if
measurement
you
for
want.
it? What's the measurement for the surface of the Earth?
Mute the
Just you,
schizo.
Rob.
Physicists have
Just chill,
measured
Rob.
the surface
You just
of
But
listen.
water at rest.
So think about it. Think about it, right? If we're living on a
no, I'm
ball,
not going to think about it. I'm just going to ask you directly. So, going back to the elite part. So when you say the elite, you mean the government?
well, generally, who's giving you this information? Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
the
the
government
government is
isn't
the
like a
elite.
specific person; it's a bunch of different people, right?
Okay. So you gave examples like the military, right? That's one example you gave.
Well, because the space agencies are part of the militaries of these governments. Yeah.
Okay. NASA, and you said that you measured it. Like, what did you measure? How did you conduct this study or experiment?
Well, what I
Whatever.
should say is we're testing line of sight over the surface, right? So they tell us that we live on a ball that necessitates a certain rate of curvature over the surface, yeah, like a ball has. So
And when you
what they're saying is we can only see so far because of this curve of the ball. Do you understand?
okay, all right, and you don't
So
believe them.
we take those numbers that they give us in terms of how far we should be able to see, and we go out and we test it. We observe. We get binoculars, telescopes, high power zoom lens cameras, things like that, lasers, and we shoot them across bodies of water, things like that, flat surfaces, salt flats, and we test and see if the predicted curvature that they tell us should be there is there, and it's not there. So that's why we're here.
Okay. How does this prove the Earth is flat?
Well, it's more a direct debunking of the globe story and showing that what can be measured is only a flat topographical surface that's motionless.
So you're not sure the Earth is flat, or
Oh, it's level. Like the water's level, yeah. Like the oceans and the lakes, that's all level. But the land itself is topographical, hills and valleys and stuff, yeah.
you said the what? Say that one more time. I didn't hear the last part.
So the oceans are level, and the land is topographical. So it's got hills and valleys. But overall, yeah, it's a level surface, like a video game map or something, right? Like Skyrim, just this big flat surface with loads of hills and valleys and mountains and stuff.
Okay.
Right?
Right. I hear you. I hear you. So you guys are still working on your study or whatever
So we're kind
measurements?
of, well, yeah, people all the time are going out and doing new tests and all that, and we're just kind of coming here letting people know that Earth doesn't have any curvature and so can't be a ball. And we're listening to them try and convince us that it is a ball. That's kind of what's going on.
Okay, all right. Do you have like an image of like what it will look like?
Well, we can't really get like a God's eye view, like top down of the whole thing. But if you join our server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, there's loads of channels in there with additional information, stuff that you won't find on YouTube and Google, etc., because they censor it for some reason. And yeah, there's high altitude balloons, there's long distance observations, just demonstrating that there's no curvature whatsoever. Pretty cool. Sort of. I mean, it's fucked up. Don't get me
I
wrong.
memorized. Whoa, boom.
Have you filed a lawsuit in federal court against NASA?
That would be a good idea. You'll make good money.
For what? What would the court case be?
Misinformation. I mean, that's harmful information. If they're saying one thing and
I
it's
don't
actually
know.
not that thing. And
Stealing all the money.
Yeah, they get to call the
Stealing all
balls and
the money.
strikes.
There has
Stealing
been
all the money?
cases, right? There has been cases, right? So there was a flat earther who put out a challenge for like, I don't know, $10,000 or something like that for anyone who could prove that the surface was curving at the rate as it claims it. And some guy claimed to have done it, and the flat earther said, no, this isn't actual proof of it. And the guy who was claiming the money took him to court. And the court sided with the flat earther on like 3 separate occasions. The guy kept going to appeal, and the court kept siding with the flat earther, saying, no, you haven't proven the curvature of the Earth. So when it's gone to court, flat Earth has won. But if you're talking about why don't you sue the federal government in a court system controlled by the federal government, generally, I mean, that's going to require a lot of money, a lot of resources. So I haven't personally done it, but I don't disagree with you in
People did
principle.
try it. He's like, go and check this out. In the 1960s and 70s, the American atheist, what they called ACA, took the federal government to court multiple times, saying, "Prove Apollo, prove the Apollo program, prove you went to space." And just look up what happened with that court cases.
Wow, the atheists were looking for proof. How times have changed.
Yeah, because the reason why they're looking for proof is because there's a lot of Bible reading. Nixon said he spoke to God, and God picked America to win the space race. They put a Bible on the moon as the most important book ever written for mankind. They took communion on the moon. So a lot of the atheists were outraged by this, and they took NASA to court, like some 7 times. Okay, so if you want to read up on what happens if you try to sue NASA.
How could they do all that if they never went?
That's what I'm saying. Look up on these court cases and what came from these court cases.
I don't believe it
Hey,
at
did you
all.
mention the? I
I
was
posted a
listening in.
link
Did
right
you
there
guys
in the side
mention?
chat.
Did you guys mention the premise of what the guy who was trying to win the challenge from Zen Garcia brought as evidence?
It was a bridge, I think. Something to do with a bridge.
Yeah, exactly. It was he was so the challenge was to prove demonstrable curvature, and what the man brought as evidence was a projection of what a bridge would do if the Earth was a globe, which isn't actually evidence that anything exists in tangible reality.
Intangible reality. I love it.
Well, that's why he got thrown out, because you can't bring a projection of something that could be or would be and say this is what is. Doesn't fly.
Doesn't fly.
That dog don't hunt. When you go to court, you better bring the evidence to prove your case. And it's not going to be like, come on, flat earthers are dumb. No, dismissed.
Well, the
Like, for
burden of proof,
example,
hey, hold on, just remember, guys, the burden of proof is
Go
on the
ahead.
accused, not the accused. A person doesn't have to
Right,
prove
so
they're innocent. You have to prove they're guilty.
yeah, that's fine. But this isn't a matter of guilt or innocence. It's a matter of providing your evidence. So what the
No,
man should have
it's science first. You guys are denying science, so you guys, the burden of proof is on you to prove that science is lying.
whatever. Anyway, the point is, what the man should have brought is maybe he should have went to the actual bridge in question and used some methodology to measure the bridge directly to see if it actually curved in the manner in which the plans or the projections said. Technically, though, that still wouldn't even prove anything, because you could create a structure on the Earth that's curved in a manner that you could measure that doesn't actually match the curve of the Earth. So really, what he should have done is gone to the bridge, measured the bridge, and measured the Earth underneath the bridge, got the differentials, and then presented that in court, and he might have convinced the judge.
Yeah, that case has nothing to do
Wait
with
a minute. What bridge? What bridge is this you're speaking of?
Go look into the court cases he brought up. It has nothing to do with
Garcia
flat Earth
versus
claims.
Thompson. Thompson versus Garcia.
Zen Garcia wrote a book about it. You can just go to Amazon and tell the whole story. It was quite interesting because it went to a lot of things too, where flat earthers are just a fringe group on Facebook and online spaces. Yeah, Zen Garcia has multiple books on Amazon. Multiple, okay? Like, this stuff is
Whoa.
easily accessible. This information.
Everybody has books on Amazon, dude. How many do you sell? That's the big thing.
3.
Yeah, exactly. 3 books. 3 total to his uncle, his aunt, his nephew.
Yeah, so look, it's not like he's the only one that uses that type of argument. Like, people are always saying, "Oh, this bridge was designed for the curvature of the Earth to be taken into account." And then you scrutinize the claim, and it's like the tolerances of the construction of the bridge are far outside any accounting for any alleged Earth curvature. It's quite frankly a joke.
Which is why he lost the court case. Instead
What's the other one that? Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, instead of taking it on the chin and be like, "Yep, he did the best he could and he lost," he decided to take Zen Garcia to court 2 more times, till eventually it was like dismissed with prejudice. It's like, dude, you are not going to waste the court's time at all with this anymore. If you ever contract with Zen Garcia again, he is presumed to be correct in his interpretation of this.
That's not what it says at all, dude. You're funny, man. You're funny, Crit.
Yeah, if you keep suing someone frivolously over and over again, what do you think the courts are going to do?
Think about it, Rob.
Follow the logic, right? You sued someone repeatedly over and over and over again. Each time the court has kicked your case out with 0, you walk away with nothing. Okay? In a civil case, it's 50-50. and 2 times, 3
The
times in
court,
a row,
the
you
court
walk
ruling
away
had
with
nothing to do
0.
with the court ruling had nothing to do with whether he was doing was truthful or anything. It's just his right to do it. You're such a goofball. Stop it.
So this is
You
what's
have a right.
interesting.
You
A
have a
time
right to be
machine. When the
trustworthy
court
and tell
case was going
lies.
on, this is going to be the end of flat Earth. All the globalists talking about flat Earthers about to lose big. You're going to
No.
put your money where your mouth is.
That's
Ben
not
Garcia
true.
is going to go to jail. And then the court ruling comes out, and it's like, case dismissed. You're like, this court doesn't prove anything. It's like you guys are so tricked.
I agree, man. There is no media or no anything that's gonna ever end flat Earth. But the one thing that will, and I called it already, is commercial space flight. Once in 10 or 15 years, when people are going into space back and forth every day, you're not gonna be able to.
Yeah, we heard that. Heard that like 30 years ago.
Yeah, 50 even.
Yeah, I heard that for a long time. When they started the shuttle missions when I was younger, that was like right around the corner.
Well, let me ask you this question: How high is the supposed commercial space flight supposed to be off the surface?
High enough.
High enough, right? How high is high enough?
I know.
Oh, I don't know. I use a lot of flat Earth measurements, so high enough is high enough.
The fuck is that, Rob? Come on.
Well, you guys always bullshit about never want to say numbers, but I have to say.
Oh, we give you numbers. What are you talking about?
You don't give no numbers. Stop it now.
Dude, how high is high enough? Just
How
high
far is the
enough.
sun? How far is the sun?
93 million miles on average.
Excuse me. The correct answer is 1 AU.
Well, one's not a big enough number for these guys. They like really big numbers, really big balls.
Oh, so now you guys. So I'm part of the. Now I'm in the flat Earth.
It's gotta be big balls, man.
You guys believe there's 93 million miles away. You guys
What?
are the ones
No. Listen, friend. One AU is just defined as the distance from the Earth to the Sun. Right now, they do attribute a number to it, but it's just a scalar anyway, and then they update everything else according to it.
Cool.
So the Sun is one sun distance away from the Earth. That's what it is.
That's true. I was incorrect.
What's the total diameter of the ice wall that goes around the planet?
One ice wall diameter.
Oh, one ice wall diameter. That's a good one. I like that. That's good too.
What else? What else?
Yeah. What's the distance? What's the distance between the Earth and the Moon?
One lunar distance.
Awesome. Yeah.
Right, and then when you put all these together, you do them in fractions and ratios and scales, right?
Oh, okay.
Because all you have, listen, all you truly have.
No, I'm not going to listen. I
Is
don't
the
want to
angular?
Everything
Yeah,
you said
you don't
makes
have
sense.
to. Yeah, of course it doesn't, because you don't understand that this is how they constructed the heliocentric model. Yeah, you're not aware of the cosmic distance ladder?
Yeah. One lunar distance. Yep, I got you, man.
Yeah. So anyway, so the cosmic distance ladder.
Ice wall distance. Ice wall is not cosmic. How's the ice wall on a cosmic distance ladder? It's not
What are
cosmic.
you talking about? That's irrelevant.
What's the diameter around the fucking ice wall? What is it?
What does the military say it is? It's their term.
You said one ice wall diameter. It's absurd, dude. These answers are ridiculous.
You're right. So if you don't like that answer,
you're making
right?
them up. It's not about an answer.
Yeah, I'm making a mockery. Look, I'm making a mockery of the claims of the heliocentric projection into free space that assumes certain distances and scales relative to each other. That's based on the assumption that Earth is the same size as Venus and that Venus passed in front of the Sun, and then they take the angular size, construct a distance. If I'm not mistaken, it was Christian Huygens that did it.
You just said a whole bunch of nonsense. You went off on a tangent.
Oh, that's nothing, right? Yeah. So the assumptions that were made to start projecting sizes and scales out into the cosmos, that's just laughable. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, because you're not. You don't know anything what you just said. It's just so funny.
Really? I don't?
No, you don't. No.
So that didn't happen in history? Huygens didn't make the assumption that Venus was the same size as the Earth and then watch it pass in front of the Sun and then come up with a scale based on the angular size and say this is how big the Sun is?
It's very well
Never
known
happened.
that
Yes, he did.
the moon is
Actually,
200.
Overlord, it's a language barrier. You said some sentences he couldn't comprehend what you said, so he's just laughing it off. It's a language barrier.
Yeah, you guys should.
Story of how he came to that
Well,
conclusion
yeah,
too
I
is
mean,
pretty funny.
listen. To be fair, Christian Huygens actually sounds like a modern name. So when you're talking about something that happened in the past with a modern sounding name, it kind of confuses people.
It's 250,000 miles to the moon. Everybody knows that.
How'd you measure that?
Tape measure.
Sticks and shadows.
Should be able to do it with sticks and shadows. That's how they do the sun.
Well, there's a problem with that. What happens
Yeah,
when you
big
try to
problem.
do the sticks and shadows? What happens when you try to do sticks and shadows or a moon dial relative to a sundial in sticks and shadows? What happens?
Oh, the world stops. Everything stops. Armageddon becomes.
Well, think about it. Every time we talk about, how do we know the Earth is this? Like we almost always hear without fail, within that day, Eratosthenes measured it based on sticks and shadows, right?
Yep. What if
Okay.
CAT really spelled dog?
Yeah, what
Did he
if
follow
the
along?
assumption? What if the assumption that was required for the quote unquote Eratosthenes probably didn't even exist? Alleged antiquity experiment, quote unquote, requires what? Parallel light rays, right? I mean, yes, no, maybe so. That's the way I've been told that light comes in parallel
Yes.
because the sun is at a near infinite distance away, right?
Hmm.
And this is what's required to get these angles on the shadows. But what if the moon, which is supposed to be close relative to the sun's distance, what if it gives the same angles of shadows? Would that defeat the premise?
What if? What if, man? What if?
Well, I'm just asking, would it or would it not?
Oh no, I know. Yeah, you ask a lot. That's all you do. Is your whole thing is based on asking questions and having people reassure you that you're right. Instead of making a claim, just make the claim. Just why don't you tell us what you think instead of asking us what we believe you.
Yeah, so supposedly you do this and the shadows end up the same. So then how can the moon being so close have a differential of the parallel rays? Think about it. If the moon being that close is giving off the same shadow angles,
Explain to me.
then
Explain to me
how
how
can
it
all
can.
the light,
Explain to me why it can.
be
Explain to
parallel
me how it
coming from the moon?
Explain to me how it can. I mean, there you go again. How can it? I don't really have to. I mean, I don't want to have to get in
Yeah,
your
you don't have
conversation.
to answer. You don't have to answer any discrepancies in the heliocentric model. You just claim that flat earthers are talking out their ass, asking a bunch of questions, and the Earth's still a globe because that's what everyone agrees on.
It has nothing to do with that. I just don't have to. I mean, in the middle of you're in the middle of you're presenting your presentation. You're asking questions as if someone's supposed to answer you and say, "Yeah, right on," or "No." I mean, make your presentation. You said, "Can it?" I don't know. Can it? You said it can. So can it?
Why do you have to
What's going
answer
on?
with words without wisdom? You have no knowledge of what he's talking about, but yet you feel the need to have verbal diarrhea and mental constipation all over the floor here.
Empty rhetoric.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You
Okay,
understood
wait.
that,
The
didn't you?
question was, wait. Okay, maybe I'm just gonna propose something. Okay, so wait, but I just need to. I was just so occupied with my geometry dash level. So your point was, if light rays are parallel, but we have solar eclipse, more or less. Why is the shadow? Why? I don't understand your question actually. Maybe I didn't.
Look, if the sun, if the moon is close, listen. If the moon is close, then the angular relationship to its rays is going to be much different than a sun that's far, far away. And we know with the claim of Eratosthenes, which by the way is frickin' a joke that he even existed or not, but that doesn't matter. Somebody in antiquity could have done what he did. So the point is that they needed, in order for it to work, they needed essentially to assume that the sun was an infinite distance and light rays were parallel,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah,
Which you
that'd be
wouldn't
it.
get with a close moon, right? Think about it. If near
Who said the moon's
infinite
close?
distance
Who said the
required,
moon's close? Who said the moon's close?
what?
I don't. You keep saying if you.
It's over. It's dude. It's four. It's is it not 400 times closer?
At least.
Someone else had a question, and you were trying to reply to the question, and then Rob Nauseous feels the need to answer the question for you. So whoever asked the question, go ahead and try again.
Oh, well, I think it was answered. The moon is supposed to be 400 times closer.
I was just don't know. I was just thinking about maybe the light bends around the moon way stronger. That's why it's nearly parallel shadow again.
Does it
But
bend
maybe
around
that's
all the
just-
way? Like wrap it around?
No, surely not.
Mm.
We do not have, but we do have shadows on the Earth, though, don't we? I don't know. Maybe I am openly to admit that maybe you didn't even get the question now because you were interrupted. But
How dare you?
no, I would. Yeah, me. Oh, because that stupid. Don't know what his point was. What's this guy's name again? Rob.
Who are you
I mean,
talking?
if you try to
Rob.
advocate for fucking globe Earth, then please do it in a better matter. I don't know if you really want to try it. The one guy who just blurred verbal diarrhea.
Oh, yeah, but
Don't
you know, a
forget
lot
about
of
the
people
So I
come
really
here.
try
They're
to
not.
understand the question of whoever thought about parallel sunrise, and that guy just fucking cut him off
Well,
twice.
the thing about it, Bud, is like they're always claiming that you need these parallel sun rays to prove these shadow whatever measurements, right? To then reverse engineer a globe from the angles. But then it's like they have other phenomena that they need divergent rays, right? And then they have other phenomena that they need convergent rays. So in any given argument with these different phenomena, the sunlight is parallel, convergent, or divergent, whatever
Wait,
fits.
when do we need divergent and convergent rays?
Okay, so you need it for the alleged shadow of the moon during an eclipse that's smaller than the diameter of the moon.
And how much does anybody claim those converge?
To a pinpoint of about 70 miles in diameter from a moon that's roughly 1/5 the size of the Earth, or 1/6. So what is the mechanism that causes the moon to act like a magnifying glass for the shadow if the light is coming in at parallel for Eratosthenes?
We
And so
had a guy in here the other day arguing that all the rays from the sun are parallel, but then when pressed about the moon, say, "Oh yeah, well some of them aren't parallel, but they're all parallel." And then when he said, "But wait a minute, you just said some of them aren't, so then they're not all parallel." But then he said, "Oh yes, but they're parallel to each other."
well, that's just silly. He should not have said that.
Trippy, man.
Yeah, well,
The
maybe
rays
that
from the
plays a role
sun.
because if you just, but I don't know if it's the same mechanism, but let's just, like it's a very easy experiment. Just open your door a bit, then let light shine through into your room, and you see that the light beam actually widens. Maybe that's the same case here. I don't fucking care. That's why it appears smaller.
Yeah, we agree. What you just said actually
So
sounds
it's
right.
so maybe
So
they're not parallel then because you have this curvature.
well, not curvature, but dispersion, all sorts of
Whatever.
things, right? But the point is that you can't have it both ways. Either light's parallel or it's not. So it's one of those things where it's a true dichotomy, a true binary. So if the light is diverging, great, you keep the size, or converging, excuse me, you keep the size of your moon, right? But if it is, you don't get to keep the size of your Earth. Or if it's the other way around, if it's parallel, you get to keep the size of your Earth, but then you don't get to keep the size of your moon.
Huh? Explain that one more time.
If the light's parallel, refer Eratosthenes,
Mm-hmm.
then you get to keep the size of your Earth. If the light's parallel, refer solar eclipses, you don't get to keep the size of your moon. If the light is converging, you don't get to keep Eratosthenes, but if you look at the solar eclipse, you get to keep the size of your moon. But it can't be both. You can't have both.
So, but you understand that when people say those rays are parallel, hitting a single point, we know that's not exactly true, right? We just use that as a shorthand.
So I'm going to go with that's not true, but you've been teaching people that Eratosthenes knew the Earth was a globe because of one pillar and one well, but it's not true.
Yeah, don't let Scott interrupt the conversation with a new guy.
So I don't know if the new guy has Eratosthenes right in front of him. Can you see what we're talking about with Eratosthenes?
Me?
Yeah. The guy with the stick
well,
and the well?
No, I don't.
Okay, maybe I need to post that for you. Hang on a second.
Sorry, yeah. Really don't try to be confrontative now. I don't fucking care. I'm way too tired. Dude, I must say, your racing chat is fucking on fire. Fuck me.
All right, I guess I'm going to share my screen. No, wait a minute. I'll just post it. Give me a second. Oh man.
So wait, what was the end argument? I guess you wanted to say the moon is not a sphere. Was it?
No, that wasn't my
I was
argument.
just not
I'll
really,
just
not really in the conversation.
I'll post something for you.
Okay.
Shoot. Should be a picture coming up. All right. So, do you see what I just posted?
That picture? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the light's coming in parallel rays, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how Eratosthenes, 2,300 years ago, allegedly measured the curvature of the Earth with something very similar to this. Not exact, but similar. Okay, now I'm going to post a diagram of the solar eclipse.
Solar eclipse.
Unless you already know what it looks like.
I guess where your argument goes now. Okay, probably, but I want to make sure that I've read. So.
All right, so the one that I'm posting, there's going to be two eclipses. We're talking about the one on top because we're not talking about a lunar eclipse. So this is what your model thinks is happening on top there. Right, so you see how what I posted earlier, the light's coming in parallel, but the one that I posted on top, the
Mhm.
light is wrapping around the moon and it's converging, and that little shadow, there's a big one and a little one, umbra and penumbra, right?
Hmm.
So if the light's coming in parallel, you wouldn't have that the way that they're showing it. And the way that I'm describing it is when the path of totality is
Yeah.
when you're in the path of totality, it's only about 70 to 100 miles in diameter, and that's the size of the moon. Everybody who's not in the path of totality can only see a piece of the sun blocked out. So what
Yeah.
they're calling that is the penumbra. Well, if a part of the moon is blocked out, the sun,
Yep.
then you can't use that to measure the moon. It would only make
Yep.
sense that you
Yep.
would
Yep. Yep.
measure the size of the moon from the
Wait.
shadow on the earth where it's totality.
Gotcha.
Because a partial
I'm
shadow is not logical to measure the moon from.
Wait,
so
so does that mean the moon is only as big as the shadow is on the planet?
Well, it's a dichotomy. You can either keep the size of your Earth if you're a glober, or the size of your moon. But you can't keep both because of the pictures that I posted.
I'm just gonna try. Maybe it makes sense. So let's say, I know, looks a bit weird. Let's say we have actual parallel sun rays. Wait, just maybe make them hello. There you go.
So if it's
I will
parallel,
have
then you
these.
got a small moon.
Sure. I just want to say maybe don't regard it. Just regard it as a moon. I know what you mean. But let's say it actually curves the sun rays. Maybe that is even a too strong curvature. Fuck. Just see. So wait.
Like a real-time attempt to make the globe model make sense in
Dude,
paint.
I don't know. I've never
Good
thought
stuff.
about it. I'm just here to actually enjoy the conversation, so I don't.
I know, it's good, it's good. This is what you
That's
should be
cool, bro.
thinking like.
So we still have parallel beams, basically. But now we curve.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I know. Fuck me.
It's alright, bro. We didn't want it to
No,
be
it's
true
perfect.
either.
Yeah, it's perfect, dude. So we all know that the standard globe explanation for the phenomenological world is that anything that doesn't fit their model is necessarily the curving of light.
Yeah, I want to try
Right.
to
So any observation, you just draw on a piece of paper the way light would reach you, and boom, problem solved. That's real. Has to be, by the way. Think about it. It has to be in their model. It has to be. Every observation that they see that supersedes the geometry of the globe Earth model planes must be that light is doing wonkly donkly things to arrive at the optic to display what you're seeing. It's kind of a nice self-caused loop when you think about it. It's quite tidy, essentially making the globe proposition unfalsifiable from any optical means.
Which would be pseudoscience.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because there's multiple categories to falsify a proposition. Just because optics can't falsify it doesn't necessarily mean it can't be falsified in principle.
So okay, it looks pretty shitty, but maybe it's a good explanation. But I don't know if that even makes sense because I just have one more. So my first explanation would be that is regardless of that one. You know that we do make models or science makes models about things that are not that easy to explain. For example, molecules, etc. Where we abstract away from the actual thing and emphasize, or at least construct a model in such a way that it can explain one, property of whatever we want to explain. So we have an atom where we think about orbitals, for example. That makes sense if we want to emphasize that we actually don't know where the electrons are. Then we have the model with the ring structure, well, which is how we can explain atomic bonding, etc. Maybe we have two incompatible models of light here, and you may be mistaken by actually conflating the two and trying to explain that. But as I understand it, that's not the case.
Wait a minute. I'm not conflating the two.
Yeah, that's not our problem. That's theirs.
Is it
Yeah.
actually? Does science actually say? Because I really have not done my research in that regard. I don't know.
Well, let me just help you out. I'm not conflating the two models. These are the model that was given to us by Globers. So I'm not conflating the two. You guys think that you have a model. That's why people come in here day after day, like, oh, flat earthers don't have a model. Well, you guys don't have a model either. Obviously, this isn't a model. This is two different models that conflict. So if you had a model, string theory would be the prevailing theory right now. But instead, the string theorists are coming out and saying, yeah, Einstein tried to unify his theory back in the day, and he didn't get it, but we got it. But that's not what they're saying. The string theorists are throwing Einstein under the bus because it doesn't work at the quantum level. And now we know Einstein's gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. And that's the string theorists. That's them. The people that tried to make it work. You want to see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Is there an actual? Where's the? Is there actually a paper for the last picture you sent me?
For the eclipses? I don't know about a paper.
Yeah, about the eclipses. Yeah.
There's lots of models. I'm sure I could pull one up from NASA if you like. Is that good?
No. It's just I don't know if it's a paper or anything. I'm just want to find the actual source. I'm interested.
By the way, I just sent you a link to our server, which has loads of additional information sections which you can research at your own leisure.
God, where's that?
In your DMs.
Thanks.
You're welcome. See, this is why we're trying to slice it down to the basics, the fundamentals, right? We've got all these models, all these claims, but what we can access and verify is the claimed curvature, the globe model per se, right? All these additional stories about the eclipses and everything else, they would all rely on the surface being curved at the rate they claim. So this is what people are testing, that claimed rate of curvature, and it doesn't exist, which is why we're here.
So this link from NASA that I'm posting has like a 3D model that you can click on. Whoops. And you can see what I'm talking about.
Science.com. What is that?
So you can actually zoom in on it. Oh, they got the model looking terrible. That's actually not the actual size of a path to totality. Oh, let me prove NASA wrong real fast. I'll be right back. Why is NASA putting out bad models? It's funny. All right, so if you click on the NASA link that I posted, and then you come back and check out this picture, you're going to see that
Where'd you post it?
somebody post it in the chat.
Whoa, the side
I am
chat
Larry.
or
Yeah, the side chat.
I'm
So
in the
if
side chat. I'm Larry.
cool.
Okay.
If you look at the total solar eclipse of 2017, you can see that it's about the size of like South Carolina, a little bit smaller. The
It's
path
not
to
that big.
totality. Yeah, it's not very big at all. But
That's
then if
not
you
big. I mean, I was there at that time. It's not as big as it's not this like half of state. It's not like half of Tennessee, dude. Like if you turn that band sideways, that's the height of Tennessee. It's not that big.
right, if you click on the NASA link and you look at it, which is really interesting.
So I am Larry. I'll tell you what. I happen to be a millionaire. I will buy you a ticket to go to space in a rocket. Are you down?
Tonight, like I got to be at work in the morning.
No, not tonight. I mean, like we have to plan shit out, and there's going to be a launch schedule. But in a year, maybe, or maybe 6 months.
See, I've seen so many of those things blow up. So what are we going, like halfway to the moon and back, or what?
Out of Earth's orbit.
Okay, NASA says we can't do that, but you got it planned, and you can
No,
guarantee that it's
we're
going to
gonna
be safe.
right at the edge of the belt, basically, because I don't want to focus the
So we're
radiation.
going through the Van Allen radiation belts. Okay, I'm going to
No,
pretend
we're
those
not
don't
going through.
exist.
We're not going through. We're going right to the edge of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I would go. I'd probably go.
And then if I were to do that, and you were to see that you're looking at the Earth and it's round, would you agree?
Yeah, I'm not the bigot here. I've already changed my mind on my
Okay.
cosmology before.
All right.
So if
I'll
we
give
went
it a
up
go.
and you saw that it was flat, would you agree?
How would it be flat?
Well, what do you experience outside? Do you experience curvature? Like you're afraid you're going to fall off the spinning ball Earth?
What do you experience right now? Can you see the Earth, the whole Earth, or do you see
No, of course not.
4 walls and a ceiling and a floor?
Well, actually, I'm inside right now, but I've been to the beach before, and the water was up to my armpits at North Beach, Corpus Christi, and I could see Ingleside on the bay from 10
All right,
miles
so you
away.
sound like a pretty smart guy, Larry. How far away do you think your eyes are from each other?
An inch?
72 centimeters, give or take.
Well, I got a big head, so maybe a little more.
Probably that's the give or take thing, but it could be about 80 centimeters. So that's how far apart your eyes are. And how far do you think you personally can see with your eyes, your human eyes?
Well, I know I could at least see 10 miles.
You've seen that before, 10 miles away?
Yeah, I saw Ingleside on the bay from 10 miles away.
All right, I've seen something similar in Mexico. I've seen across the ocean to a mountain.
Hank, did you finish your conversation with the other guy?
It's fine. I'm chilling.
Yeah, he's looking at the models and he's got to make a decision. So yeah, a mountain's different than beach houses
take more
because
time than
you have to
just
take into
that.
consideration the height of the mountain. When I was looking at beach houses, there should have been 66 feet of curvature, but when I looked at these beach houses on Street View on Google Earth, those lampposts were about 30, 36 feet above the surface of the water. So that's what's called an impossible shot.
So can I ask you something that might be impossible?
Sure.
You might be able to answer this. It's a Mercator projection of the Earth. It's as if I were to take a completely quote unquote fake globe Earth and stitch it together into a globe, a sphere, right?
Yeah, it's the sphere Earth model wrapped around. Sorry, it's a spherical projection onto a flat piece of paper.
I don't know why I did 3, but here you go. So yeah, and there we go. Okay, so there's the one picture here. So I'm going for Cape Town, South Africa, over to Australia. I forget Perth, Australia. What is in the white space in between?
What?
So if you look at our DM, you'll see a picture.
You sent me something in my DM?
Yeah, I DM'd you just now. And I'd like you to direct your attention
request.
to.
Are you my
Here,
hit?
are
Up
you
there?
I am Larry or no?
Yeah, yeah. Who are you?
Jupiter.
Jupiter. Okay, it looks like you got a flat map that was wrapped around a ball and unwrapped and flattened back out.
Okay, so, but what's in the blank space there, that white spot? You know, where the red line, I just sent another picture, crosses the white spot. I'll delete the first one so I don't clog your DMs.
It's obviously some sort of empty space that doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, but if you were to take that with a needle and thread and stitch it all together, you'd get a globe, right?
Yeah. Is the map the
And
terrain?
yeah,
The map is the
it
terrain.
works for airline flights, it works for satellite, it
That's a
works for
reification
GPS.
fallacy. You know that, right? The map is not the terrain.
I don't know what it's a reunification fallacy.
No, reification fallacy. It's where you add concreteness to a concept. To an
Okay,
idea.
but why does it take me longer? Because I've flown from Cape Town to Perth before. Why doesn't it take me longer? There's extra space there.
I told you that doesn't really exist, that extra space that you've invoked
It
with this
does.
flat map that you wrapped around a ball and then you unwrapped it and put it on the table.
The clock watch
That
says it does.
space doesn't exist. The what?
The stopwatch says it exists.
Well, I guess that would be a problem with your map.
So what's the distance between those two cities?
I
Cape
don't know.
Town and Perth.
I have no idea.
That is a globe problem because it doesn't exist on
So
the
the
globe.
answer
But when
is
they
this.
hello.
Hold on, sorry. Did you want to interject? Go ahead.
Well, you weren't speaking when I started speaking. Did the
We
middle of
were in
my
the middle of
sentence
a
interrupt
conversation,
the
and then
beginning
you
of
started.
yours?
No, I was
Did
talking
the
to
middle of
Larry,
my
and then you
sentence
started talking to me.
interrupt
Go
the
ahead.
beginning of yours?
It's okay. Go ahead. Okay, so you're not talking right now. So I'm going to say it's 8,692 kilometers between Perth and Cape Town. Now,
Okay.
this measurement here on the map gives us more than that many kilometers because of the white space there between. So it should take longer.
The white space that you erroneously invoked.
I didn't erroneously invoke it. It's there. It's
It
on the
doesn't
map.
exist in reality.
So
No,
give
that
me a
doesn't
map.
exist on the map.
Give me a
You've
map of
invoked it.
reality. Put it in
Just
the side chat, please.
Google an atlas or something, bro.
No, just put it on the side chat, dude. Come on. You've got it.
You
got
want
this.
a map?
Yes, I want a map. I want your map that you're using.
All
From
maps are
Perth
not
to
perfect, right? So whatever map I post, it's not going to be perfect.
It's okay. Mine isn't either, right?
Yeah, no map is perfect. So where's the map where Africa is like long as fuck? Where's that at?
I just want the one that shows Perth to
I'm looking.
Australia.
I'm looking. Got all these little tiny Africas and big ass Icelands all over the place. Wow, how far do I have to look? Okay. I guess I'm going to search a bunch of different maps.
Because I'm sure you can find one that shows a shorter distance.
Okay, I think I got one.
That white space is fake. It's not real.
That's right. All right, I'm about to post a map.
I'm looking at the side chat right now. Someone said, "Do we have a mod in here?" They want me to shut up, I think.
No, you don't shut up.
Really lies in the construction of maps, how cartography, is performed, and whether it's a necessity that the Earth be a globe in order to form a map.
Oh, I
And
like
which
this
type
map
of map you're
It's a good one.
presenting as well.
This is a pretty accurate set of maps. The top left one is bullshit, of course.
Agreed.
Because
That's a
Africa's way bigger
Eurocentric
than
map.
that.
Yeah.
bottom left one is pretty close, but Russia has way more landmass on the north, so none of these are perfect.
Agreed.
Like you said. So what different types of projections are there of, if we were to assume a 3D surface?
Well, we're not assuming a 3D surface. We live on a 3D surface.
Wait, we live on a 3D surface?
Yeah, you know we don't live on like a one atom thick plane.
So everything is 3D except the Earth, which is flat.
No, the Earth is 3D. There's more than one atom's worth of dirt that we walk on.
So why is it so weird to realize that
Is there anyone who
Earth
isn't
might
wasted that can
also
present an
be a
argument?
sphere? I'm not wasted.
Mm-hmm.
Cyclone, would you like to challenge me and see who's wasted?
So what
You're
it
about
boils
to black
down
out
to
any
is
second.
what it boils down to is that we don't live on a 3D object. You're thinking we live on an object. The Earth is not an object. It's a realm.
Okay, a realm.
Right.
So like
Unless you
Lord of the Rings or something?
no, unless you can show me the edge so that I can see and touch the edge of this object, it's not an object by definition. A realm would be a much better fitting definition for where we live. So an object, a material thing that could be seen and touched. So can you see the whole thing? Nope.
Yo, but it doesn't mean. Wait, what? That can be seen and touched, but there's not
Yeah,
a definition
you
that
can pick up
doesn't
a
even see
clump
the
of
whole
dirt.
thing.
You can
Sure.
make some clay bricks, right? And that would be an object. But that's not the Earth. It's a piece of the Earth. A piece is not the whole, right? I don't drive my
Makes
alternator
sense.
to work, right? I drive my car to work.
Sure.
All right, so now let's look at realm. On realm, Cambridge. An area of intense activity, political realm. That's not a good one.
I guess so.
That's not what I mean.
Sorry, Larry. Here's what I was gonna show. Someone asked this. Here's where someone flew from the North Pole down around the South Pole and back up to the North Pole, sort of. They went from the equator, I think.
Or did you
So
ask a question?
I didn't ask. Did I ask a question?
You said somebody's got a question?
Oh yeah, somebody asked me for proof of something, and so I said, "Here you go. Here's proof. Here's a flight nonstop." Although they made a few stops, it wasn't nonstop.
What does this have to do with the surface of the Earth? Airplanes don't measure curvature. So what we need to get back to is the surface of the Earth, right? It's either curving or it's not. We know that you guys claim refraction every time we try to show you that it's not curving, like earlier when I talked about Ingleside on the Bay from 10 miles away, there was no curvature detected. I could see the street lamps and beach houses. These weren't 6-story beach houses. These weren't 6-story street lamps. I should not have been able to see that. And this is where you say, yeah, but refraction, right? It looks flat because of refraction. Right? But the thing is like, you can't take me to space, but I can take you to Corpus Christi, right next to the USS
Turn that off if
Lexington,
you're not watching that.
and we can view Ingleside on the Bay from less than a foot above the surface of the water on a clear, calm day or night. I've seen it for 3 days and 3 nights. It was never obstructed. But you can't take me to space and show me the curve. So if I brought you to Corpus Christi and you saw Ingleside on the Bay from less than a foot above the water, would you still believe in the curve? Or would you have a bigoted approach and say, yeah, I see there's no curve, but don't believe your lying eyes. There's actually refraction. You're not actually seeing Ingleside on the Bay. What's actually happening is the light is bending down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared, approximately the same curvature rate as the Earth. Lucky, that's why it looks flat. Which one would you do if you saw what I said that I saw? Jupiter, you sound like a smart guy.
Give me a sec, Larry. I'm sorry. I've got a phone call to make. I appreciate your candidacy, though.
Good
You're
night.
a genuine figure.
Yeah, my son has pointed out to me that realm is probably not a good word and that I shouldn't use that anymore. So maybe he's right. Maybe realm is not a good way to describe the Earth. Can anybody think of a way to describe what the Earth is?
What's wrong with realm? Environment? The human environment? I've used the human environment before to pair with the idea of environmental conditioning. What Edgar Mitchell had talked about with Frank White.
Terrarium.
That's a good one too. Yeah.
If he's not coming back or if he's on a long phone call, you guys can go ahead and take over. I wasn't really trying to engage, but
He went to sleep by now.
probably. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that if he saw Ingleside on the Bay, that he would just, come up with an excuse and and I've always said that, that yeah, but thing, everything you say before but is bullshit. So you might as well say, yeah, bullshit, and then say what you're going to say. That way you're not speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Because I don't think he could handle it. He loves lumpy gas. I mean, he named himself after, what is it, a Roman god? Jupiter? And he's got a picture of what he thinks is a lump of gas in a vacuum. So he loves lumpy gas. Lumpy gas in a vacuum. That's what you guys believe. Can you demonstrate lumpy gas in a vacuum? No. No? You can't? Oh, okay. All right then.
Is everyone still there?
Yar. Am I coming
Yeah,
in good?
gas doesn't need a container.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I was having some mic problems earlier. Everything, I just unplugged it and plugged it back in, and now it seems to be okay.
Yeah, gas doesn't need a container to stay with the Earth. There was somebody just disputing that. It's just gravity. And a particle can escape the Earth's atmosphere if it has reaches the escape velocity, which they sometimes do.
Damn, I really wish Jupiter or lumpy gas would have answered my question towards the end there. It's unfortunate that he got a.
You must have gone AFK. I don't think you heard my response.
You responded to me?
Yeah, right after you said that thing that you just said before.
What did you say?
About escape or the gas needing the container, right?
Oh, lumpy gas in a vacuum.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Yeah, no, it just needs gravity. A particle can leave Earth's gravity if it reaches the speed of escape velocity, which sometimes they
All
do.
right, cool. So let's do a thought experiment. Let's say I have a really big vacuum, like the size of a truck, right? A tanker truck, you know, that hauls gasoline or something. And let's say we open that up and we go inside and we put a propane tank in there. And let's say we close the lid and then we create the vacuum outside of the propane tank. So we got, you know, let's say 2 or 3 psi inside the tank, but in the propane tank it's 250 psi. What happens if we open that nozzle in a propane tank? Is gravity going to hold that down?
It's going to go to the location of its atomic weight, right? Because if we're saying that truck or that vacuum chamber has the gravity of Earth, then yeah.
No, the answer is no. It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, as gas law dictates.
Yeah, right. That's what I was talking about, the atomic weight. So what if I had in that chamber chlorine gas? What's it going to do?
It's going to reach equilibrium.
It's going to sink. It's not going to go anywhere.
So if you had 250 psi of chlorine gas and you open the lid, you think that it's going to sink and not come out the nozzle?
But if the pressure in the container is greater than outside of the container, then yeah.
Right. So what's a gas channel?
But
Is that gas pressure?
if we just well, it's not caused by gas pressure. I mean, gas pressure is a phenomenon of the gravity.
No, gas pressure is a phenomenon from the container.
What's the
definition of gas
container in
pressure.
the globe Earth model?
There isn't one. That's why we don't understand how we're breathing right now if what you're saying about your model is real.
What the Earth, the gas particles would have to reach.
Easily proven by dispersing two things in a tank of water, one with a heavier mass. They both have the same pressure around them from the water. One has more mass, one has less. Gravity affects mass, not water.
Okay, so you're saying mass? You're saying mass attracts mass?
No, I'm saying gravity is gravity.
Gravity is gravity. I'm glad you cleared that up because now
Gravity
I still have no idea.
Gravity attracts mass, yes.
Okay, so gravity attracts mass. So is gas mass?
Gas has mass, yes.
Okay, so if we have a partial vacuum of a tank, yeah, gas is mass. And then I open up a propane tank in the middle of this.
Gas has mass.
Gas is mass. So if I open up a propane tank, hold on, guys.
Mass and gas have two different definitions.
Hold on, let's finish.
If I open the propane tank, is the 2 or 3 psi in the bigger tank going to go into the 250 psi because it's attracted to the 250 psi because that's more gas, right?
Which one's
or
250?
The propane tank inside of the big tanker truck tank.
Okay, so the propane tank inside of the big tanker truck tank.
Right, and the big tanker truck has a 2 or 3 psi, so it doesn't collapse in on itself. It's going to spew out till it reaches equilibrium, and you will not witness gas attracting gas. You will see gas repelling gas until it reaches the wall of the container, and that is what's holding the gas in, not
That's
the
a
mass
misconception.
attracting gas.
It
Okay, show me where I'm
it wouldn't
wrong.
actually do that.
Show
Sure,
me where I'm
I
wrong.
can
I'll
hook.
go on mute.
Sure, I can put gas in one balloon and hook 2 balloons to a valve, right? That balloon and an empty balloon, right? What happens when I open the valve? Does it equalize?
It's going to spew out till it reaches equilibrium.
No, it's not. If I'm sorry, I said that wrong. If I have just a little bit of gas in one balloon, but a lot of gas in the other balloon, and I open the valve, the one with the little bit of gas is going to go into the big balloon. It's not going to equalize.
Are you joking, bro?
Do you want me to demonstrate it? I can show you
Please.
videos of this.
Please, you're going to
Okay.
show me it turning into a vacuum because you said the one that's partially filled is going to empty out and go into the other gas
To the fuller one, yep.
once you empty the container.
Yeah, once you open the valve. Yeah.
And you're talking about
It's
positive
not going to
gas
seek
pressure.
equilibrium.
So
All right,
as
dude.
far as gas
Do it
pressure
live.
goes, yes,
Do it live.
inside
You're
of
gonna-
it. What? Hold on for a second.
No, I want to see this balloon trick.
I'm talking to Larry here though, because we're talking about gas pressure and
Yeah,
equalization.
the guy made a claim. We're going to need to see him back that up real fast.
So
Sorry,
is he-
bro.
Is
made
he
a
talking
claim.
about that not the Veritasium?
It'll
what's
take
his
me just a
name?
minute to look it up, but you can keep talking. You don't have to wait.
I saw that clip the other day where he's got the bigger balloon and the smaller balloon attached, and he lets go, and you think that the bigger, right? But that's a pressure differential. He's explaining that there is actually more pressure in the smaller balloon. He explains that. So it's still a higher pressure moving towards a lower pressure.
No, it's because the balloon is
Yeah.
easier to push out when it's small. Then it's not because of the pressure differential.
Yeah, it is. That's what pressure. That's entropy. You know, high pressure moves towards
No,
low pressure.
if I blow more air into a balloon, does the pressure increase or
Sure.
decrease?
But there's balloon. That's why it goes towards the bigger balloon.
No, they're not.
He explains it because of
Let me
tensile
explain
strength
it.
of the balloon.
Let me explain it, and maybe you'll understand. Okay, there's still higher gas pressure in the bigger balloon.
Not to
The
do with
reason
the
that it's
more
harder.
gas versus less gas.
Oh my God!
It's to do
I
with the
guess I just won't
pressure.
explain. I'll let you.
Go ahead. Go on. I'll mute.
Okay, you know how it's easy. It's harder to first start blowing a balloon than like once you already get a few puffs into it, it starts getting easier. Yeah, that's why. It's not because of pressure differential. Has nothing to do with pressure differential.
How do you know that?
Because that's the way balloons operate.
That's a claim. Yeah, circular one. Okay.
Once it
Pretty sure
stretches, it's easier to keep stretching.
What regulates that principle? Is that something that's immutable and
I'm guessing that's thermodynamics, but yeah.
what regulates that?
But just to be clear, you're saying that you have a balloon with higher pressure and it's connected to a balloon with lower pressure, and the low pressure balloon is going to empty out into the higher pressure in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That's what you're claiming.
It's clearly not a violation because it happens.
Tensile strength of the rubber, dummy.
It's because they don't probably if you look when a system equalizes from a high pressure system to a low pressure system, you know how much violence happens, how violent it does this. If you were in the high pressure system and then there is a low pressure system next to that one that is sealed, if you open that low pressure system and you're next to it, it's gonna violently put you through whatever little hole opens. It's gonna put your whole body
I just put a video
next
of
to
this
the
in the
low
chat.
pressure system. Violently.
Yeah. And that's what in that demonstration of V sources, he explains that the guy's right about the tensile strength. The thickness of the balloon in the smaller balloon is allowing for more pressure to be exerted inside, right? So even though there's less gas, there's more pressure being exerted on the walls of the container, so that when you open the valve, the pressure, the gas from the smaller balloon moves into the larger balloon.
Yep, it's got a thicker wall thickness, so it's got a thicker, more already harder. It's already wanting to push the air out, so that's where it goes.
Oh, I see what they did. They manipulated variables to try to add an argument to prove flat Earth is wrong. That's actually kind of smart. It's dishonest, but it's smart. So we don't have equal balloons here. It's like two different thicknesses.
No, they're the same thickness, or it's like both of the balloons are like
Oh, you
when
see the end of the
deflated.
video? Do you see the end of the
No.
video, bro?
What happens when I blow up a balloon?
Well,
To
you're not
the
blowing up
thickness
a
of the
balloon.
balloon.
You're blowing up two balloons, and one of them blew up really
No.
high.
Stick with me here. Stick with me. Stick with me. What happens to the thickness of the balloon when I blow on it?
It
When it's
stretches
full
thin.
of air, as opposed to when
stretches thin.
it's not. Okay, it
Yeah.
stretches thin. Right. So the less inflated balloon is thicker than the fully inflated balloon, right?
Well, they were both receiving the same pressure, so they would have been equally. But the thicker one has a stronger boundary, so that's what pushed it into the balloon that looked like it had a higher pressure. But they both had the same pressure because they were both being fed by the same valve. So, like I said, this is where they're manipulating the factors to make it look like it's actually an illusion without all this extra information. Like, if I wouldn't have saw the end of that video, I would have been like, what the fuck did I just witness? But since I saw the end of the video, it's like, oh, that's what they did. Please don't
It's
cut
like
that
everything
video.
I said
We'll
just went
try
right over your
anything at
head.
this point. It just
No,
will
it didn't
lie
go right
and
over
try
my
to-
head. Both balloons had the same pressure because they were both being fed by the same valve. When the valves were closed, both balloons had the same pressure, right? Yes or no?
No. Why?
So
I
they
just
had
said no.
different pressure? So
They
how did
had
they get
different
different
pressure, right?
pressure if they were being fed by the same valve?
The valve has nothing to do with it. The amount of
That's where
pressure
the
is
gas
dictated
pressure
by
came from,
how
bro.
much you have in the balloon. How much air is in the balloon?
Yeah,
Does
where
the
did that
amount
air come
of
from?
air you put into The amount of air that you put in the balloon, does that have any effect on the air pressure inside of the balloon?
Yeah.
Okay, so one balloon had less air and the other balloon had more air. Which one has more air pressure?
They both have the same pressure because it was fed from the same pressure valve. This is easy to see, right?
No.
If I have a hose and I'm filling up 2 balloons, which balloon has the highest pressure? They
No,
both
they
have the
were
same
already
pressure.
full. You're not putting more
No, I
air
watched the
into
end of the
it.
video. They weren't already full. They were
Okay, what
empty.
the fuck are you talking about? They were already empty.
Start the video at 59 seconds.
Okay, I've got the video on, right, at 0 seconds, right? They both have air in them. The blue balloon has more air than the yellow balloon, right? They're not empty. They open the balloons, right, or the valves, and the pressure from the yellow balloon moves into the blue balloon.
Why?
Because of the pressure being caused by the balloon itself.
See,
The
right there, you're
blue
watching the
balloon,
end of the video.
the
Now,
blue balloon was thinner because it was already inflated more.
no,
Right, so the
the blue balloon
tensile
was
strength,
thinner
the
before that.
tensile pressure is what was causing the change. Not air pressure, tensile pressure.
I'm gonna share my screen. All right. So,
It's the same amount of pressure.
yeah,
I just watched it too.
it's the same amount of pressure because look at the source right here. He just started blowing them up. Now, the balloon on the right, the blue one, is obviously a very weak balloon because the balloon on the left is not acting the same
The
way.
yellow balloon.
Yeah,
It's a very strong balloon.
Yes, they both
Got
have the
it.
same amount of pressure. So what we're witnessing here is it's equalizing, but there's another factor. The other factor is the strength of the yellow balloon is stronger than that of the blue balloon. So it's making it look like it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, but it's actually not.
It's just an optical illusion.
Yeah,
Because
it's an
the same amount
illusion.
of pressure.
So if they get
It's
this
obviously
video and they
nobody's
cut the
claiming
end
it's a
off,
law of the second.
yeah, I know that. I know that.
So why'd you bring it
But
up?
if you claim that this is somehow justifying Jupiter, I don't see how.
That was wild.
First of all, you got
Justifying
2
Jupiter?
containers. Yeah, Jupiter is lumpy gas in a vacuum. How do you have a lump of gas in the vacuum because of gravity?
Gravity.
Gravity.
No, sorry. You can't just keep saying that every time you feel like it.
Why not if it's true?
Prove it.
It's not true.
Yeah, I
Prove
remember that
gravity
time
pulls
I
gas.
accidentally opened up
The
a propane tank.
gas particles have to reach escape velocity in order to get outside of the atmosphere, which they
Prove it.
sometimes do.
Prove it.
Okay.
Don't just say dumb shit, please. I even said please. And I don't normally do that.
Larry's like, if I didn't see the end of the video, I'd been like, what the fuck?
Yeah, for real. If they cut the end off of that video, they're going to be stumping flat earthers like, what is going on here?
Wait, what? But
And
yeah, no.
I bet they will too. I bet in the future we're going to find that exact video with the end cut off, and flat earthers are going to be coming to us like, what the fuck is going on here?
Well, just a
So
bigger,
somebody
more
needs
elaborate
to
experiment.
save that video. Somebody
I'll
save that
archive
video.
that shit. I'll do it right now.
Yeah, archive it because they're going to cut the end off. Because
Yeah,
without
there's
that
none.
last few seconds, what the fuck?
I got it.
There's just not enough pressure in the adjacent balloon to stretch the other balloon.
I'll send it to you, Larry.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, because one balloon has like, made in Mexico properties, and then the other balloon is like made in America properties.
You know, you can do the same thing, same exact thing with two identical balloons. Two balloons out of the same bag. If you just inflate one more than the other and put them on a valve, right? You don't even need to pump it in like that, right? Just inflate two of them, one of them more than the other, put them on a singular valve or a pipe with a valve in the middle, right? Open it up, it'll do the same thing. And it's just from what I explained to you, is that the one that's inflated more is already thinner. It has less tension strength, tension pressure.
That's what I said.
Yeah, there's more volume in the one that expanded first, so the high pressure is gonna flow to the bigger volume. It doesn't necessarily mean that one balloon is stronger than the other one, even though that's another variable that is there. But the bigger volume is gonna allow for the higher pressure to go to that bigger volume and just continue. That doesn't prove any globe, does it?
No, what it does prove is that we gotta watch out for variables, because had we not seen the last 10 seconds of that video, we would
You
have been
didn't
like,
just
what is
listen to
going on
me,
here?
dude.
Yeah, I
Why
heard
don't
what
you
you
No,
said.
no,
You
listen?
no.
said you could
You
do it
said
with
it was
identical
different
balloons.
pressure. Yeah, you said it was different pressure, bro. Yeah, no, that was the same pressure.
Yeah, from the
I
same
was listening
source.
to the conversation, and I was outside, and I just got home, so I was just like, I gotta see this. Let me see what they're talking about.
Well, no,
It sounds
I
hilarious.
assume
I
that
was like,
they're
okay,
balloons. I assume that they were balloons from the same pack because I've seen this before.
you didn't say
Right?
that.
That's not.
You know that. You know you didn't say that.
Well, I know I didn't
I'll
say
let you
that.
guys
I just
continue.
said. What did I just say? God, you fuckers have a problem with listening.
Yeah, we tend to listen. That's the problem, right? You can't pull a fast one over
You
us because
listen
we're
to
paying
what you
attention.
want to hear.
No. We're listening. You showed us something and you said that they had different pressure and they wouldn't reach equilibrium. That whole fucking time both of those balloons were connected to those valves, they were in complete equilibrium. Unless there was more to the video where he manipulated one balloon independently with pressure and then closed that valve and then opened the other valve and then manipulated that one independently. But if he did it the right way where he pumped them both up at the same time and closed both valves at the exact same time, they would have been equalized in pressure. And then let's look at that video again. I bet there's more to glean from this because this one was tricksy. I want to watch that again. I'll go ahead and stream it too.
Pulpit was being tricksy.
Well, that video definitely don't prove any globes.
All right. So we can't see the top of the valve contraption. So we don't know if it's stopped. We're assuming it's stopped. Let's say it's stopped up. Yeah, that balloon on the left, it was
Here's
beefy.
another one with two of the same balloons.
The difference is the one with all the air in it was blown up about 100 times before they shot the video. So it was super elastic. And the other one was brand new. So it was really less elastic and would push the air out of it into the one that's super elastic. Get it? Tensile strength? You guys get it yet?
Yeah, I think you're right.
You mean the thing I've been saying for the last 10 minutes?
Would be your R, wouldn't it?
You finally caught on?
What do you mean we finally caught on? And the other video you just posted now, he just said it's the rubber that makes it different. Tensile strength.
Right.
Mate.
Okay, so we
That's
started
what
out.
I've been fucking saying.
We started out talking about if gas pressure always reaches equilibrium, and you were like,
And
"Nuh-uh,
it does.
I got a video with some balloons," and we were like, "Okay, show us." And if I would have saw like the first half of that video, I'd have been like, "What the fuck just happened?" But
Did it
after
reach
watching the whole
equilibrium?
video, especially starting at 50 seconds. It's pretty
Did it
obvious
reach
what's happening.
equilibrium?
Yeah, just like I predicted.
No, it didn't.
So you're saying there's a gas pressure system where there's no equilibrium.
Yeah, I just proved it.
So, okay, let's pause it right here. Okay. So, right here. So you're telling me that the balloon on the left has a different amount of gas pressure in it than the balloon on the right at this point?
Yes.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Even though the source and the whole open system is all one system. So you're telling me
Yes, the
that
one in the
some
bigger balloon had more gas pressure than the smaller balloon, but the
no,
tincture
no, it doesn't.
pressure was greater than the gas pressure.
They have the same pressure. The same
Gas
gas
pressure
pressure.
or tincture pressure? No.
They have the same gas pressure. How can you have a system with gas in it that doesn't have the same gas pressure that small?
Tincture pressure. Right?
Yeah,
The
we
pressure
know.
of the balloon
Yeah,
was
we know
greater
that's the
than the
variable.
gas pressure.
I figured it out at the end of the video after watching it for like 50 seconds. Yeah, we know
Okay,
the tensor
just
pressure
like
is the variable,
just
but the gas pressure
just
is the
like the
constant.
force of gravity is stronger than the fucking escape velocity of most of the particles in the atmosphere.
I don't
No,
know why you're
it wouldn't
conflating
be
those two
actually.
Well,
things.
they haven't reached escape velocity.
The force of
Why,
Fantasyland?
why are you conflating the gas pressure of a planet to these two balloons?
I wasn't. You were.
He
You were
was.
just saying that it will always exit out into a vacuum, which it clearly doesn't. There are
Where
other
do you see
things
a
at play.
vacuum? Where do you see a vacuum here?
That was your argument.
The gas pressure seeks
Yeah.
equilibrium when introduced to a lower pressure system?
That wasn't the argument you made. You're moving the goalpost now. We were
No,
talking
that's
about
been the argument
vacuum.
this whole time. That gas pressure,
The
when
argument we're
introduced to a lower pressure system, will spew out until it reaches equilibrium. This has nothing to do with the
Well,
shape of the
you
Earth,
had
man. You
you
believe
had
in lumpy
originally said
gas
a
in a
vacuum.
vacuum. You can't demonstrate
Oh
it.
my God! So now you're straw manning.
So you don't believe in Jupiter exists in the vacuum of space? You don't believe in gas giants?
No, I believe they are in a vacuum of space, but
Okay,
they
so
also have their own gravity.
that's a lump of gas in a vacuum. You believe that exists.
Does
Lump
that
of
have
gas.
gravity?
Yeah, but does gravity hold propane in a tank? If I pray really hard to my gravity god, please don't let the propane spew out, and I open the nozzle, it's gonna go.
Is the gravity inside of the propane tank greater than outside of it? Because if it is, then it will.
Should be right because there's more mass
The
inside the propane tank.
the gravity inside of the propane tank will be greater than the entire Earth.
That's not what I said.
Are you fucking retarded?
That's not what I
That's
said.
not what he said at all, man.
That's what I was asking.
That's not what you said.
That's not what you said, bro. Just relax. Just
Dude, I said no. I literally
going
said,
all over the
is
place.
the gas pressure inside of the propane tank greater than it is outside of the propane
no, you said
tank?
gravity.
And you said yes.
Bro. You said
That's
gravity.
what I just said, you dumb fuck. I
You said
just
gas
repeated that.
pressure just
You
now.
have
No,
a
no.
fucking
Hey, CK,
problem
chill,
with
bro.
listening.
Chill.
Chill, bro. It's okay.
You,
Just
God,
relax.
you have a problem with listening.
We're not attacking you yet. It's just like it's just what you're saying. Just want to keep it on track for Larry.
I just want you to keep actually listen.
I'm just saying we're listening.
I said I'll
Everyone
repeat
here is
myself a third
listening.
time. I'll repeat myself a third time. Is the gravity inside of the propane tank greater than it is outside of the propane tank if the propane tank is on Earth?
Yes, because there's more mass inside the propane tank than there is sitting right outside of it. There's a very
What
thin
is mass?
atmosphere.
What
Particles.
gravity? He's saying, is this fantasy thing in my mind the same amount in both places? Like he's like making shit up at this moment.
Yeah,
Is
I'm
this
sure you
fantasy
can
idea
prove
the
that.
same over there?
Yeah, physics is completely making shit up.
Well, you'd have to define and then
Like
prove
telling
gravity.
you what the actual physics is.
Okay, so what do you mean by gravity when you
It's
say
not
gravity?
physics.
Are you talking about dark gravity or specific gravity?
I'm talking about the pull of masses to a larger object.
Are you talking about the force of gravity, like Newtonian?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that
Exactly.
was debunked. Here, let me cite my source for that being debunked. Hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Please.
He's heard this before. He knows it's been debunked. He's just gonna have the amnesia of every single day and come back
I'm just
tomorrow
gonna
with the same
mute
thing.
you.
You'll be muted
It's the
then.
globe
Debunked
bot
by your own
reset.
Are
They
you
get
saying
reset each night.
they get globnesia?
Yeah. He's
Alright.
arguing for, like I said, he's arguing for this gravity that doesn't exist, and he's asking you, is this gravity that doesn't exist the same amount in the propane tank than outside or whatever? I mean, what is he talking about? Fantasy?
Alright, so here
How
we
can you
go.
answer that?
So in this post that I posted, Professor Shankar, professor of physics at Yale, he says that this is the end of Newtonian physics. This is the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics, and we're going to shoot down Newtonian physics. So, what were you saying? That gravity was like Newtonian? You didn't know that it got replaced by Einstein like 100 years ago? Look, I know it's expensive to update the science books in the colleges, but after 100 years, you guys should really, really update that shit. I mean, how long ago was the double slit experiment?
He knows, he's just gonna play like he doesn't. And now you're gonna tell him and teach him and show him the sources, and he's gonna say, okay, okay, and then tomorrow he's gonna come back with the same argument as today.
Oh, okay. That's cool. We like that.
Someone says in the chat, Larry, weren't you in the room earlier when I explained the whole gravity thing? Yeah, your explanation is insufficient. Can we have the scientific experiment so that we can peer review your claims about gravity? Didn't I explain that earlier to you? Or, we need the science. Please. Just need the independent, dependent control variables so that we can review your scientific experiment so that we can prove gravity. If you can't find it in Newtonian papers, maybe it's in Einstein's paper. If you can't find it there, well, maybe it's not science. Thanks.
It's between the couch cushions.
What we have here is a correlation, causation, conflation.
Some man you just can't reach now.
So I'll just read something I found on that balloon thing. Can I? Just quickly?
Yeah.
Please, go ahead.
So this is from Google, right? It's from safeclimbing.org. I don't know. Two balloon experiment explained, even though it's not an experiment. So once the two balloons are connected, a part of the air in the smaller balloon is pushed to the bigger balloon. This in turn shrinks the smaller balloon further and increases the air pressure even more, while the bigger balloon becomes even bigger and its air pressure decreases even more. That's what it says. I don't know how they've figured that.
Say this again.
So they're saying that the air in the smaller balloon increases, and while the air in the bigger balloon decreases.
Is because the bigger balloons, they launch them in a state where they're like almost completely deflated. They got fuck all in them. But the small balloons, they put them with they inflate them a bit more, and then but they actually become more pressurized as they. So they.
Are you talking about
hang
high
on,
altitude
hang on a minute.
balloons?
They become pressurized, so they actually sit at a particular level, and based on their level, they're able to tell the air pressure.
Are you talking about high altitude balloons?
Yes.
That's not what we're talking about.
You're talking about smaller and larger balloons that they use for launching satellites.
No,
for
no,
example.
no. There's this 2 balloon experiment that this kid just posted. Upper in the chat.
Not
See
an
if I can
experiment.
repost it.
It would be using what
Yeah,
I'm
not an
talking about.
experiment. Sorry.
That's what I am talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm going to show you what we're talking about.
Which one? Which link am I clicking? Which virus?
I'm trying to get it back.
Just post
There
it
we
again,
go.
please.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to find it. It was deep up in the chat. Watch the whole thing, and then it kind of like messes with your mind until the last 10 seconds. Yo,
Is victory sip gone bad or what?
Mute yourself, bro.
Sorry, dude. I
Mute yourself.
coffee.
We don't want to get sick.
Zelda.
I choked on my coffee when I heard your fucking
Zelda.
bullshit, man. That's why.
I said wait.
Watch that video before it gets sucked into chat.
Yeah, just mute yourself whenever you're coughing into the mic, please.
I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you, and I'm better than you are.
And I'm Perry. I'm Perry, and my friend is Caddy. Since you are sorry. Yeah, I'm Perry. The other guy's Caddy. Good to meet you. Now mute your mic next time you're gonna cough into the mic, okay?
Okay, now I've got a question for you. What is the cause of gravity?
Well, hold on, wait, Larry. I think that
Which gravity are you talking about?
paragraph is for you.
I'm talking about the observed effect. What is the cause?
Let Jimsy go.
No, Larry, you're busy?
The observed effect of gravity. What is the cause of it?
That's the observed phenomena. You are trying to ask what is the cause of that effect?
That is correct,
This
my
is
friend.
Sapper.
That is correct, my friend. What is the cause?
I mean, there is no scientific experiment that demonstrates the cause of that effect. Is it? Is there?
There is. I'm about to post it. If well, actually,
Because we do talk about we can talk about
That's Jose,
specific
right?
gravity.
Hang on.
It will be Boyle's law.
Am I talking to Jose or am I talking to
medium.
OSB?
That's dependent on the medium, but that doesn't say the cause of the effect.
Hang on, I just need to know who am I talking to. Am I talking to Jose or Jose?
Okay, so which gravity are you talking about? Don't worry about who you're talking to.
Okay, the gravity that causes things to fall to the ground. What is the cause of this gravity?
Well, which gravity are you talking about? Which one?
The gravity where you say, hey, look, the pencil fence fell to the ground. Oh, that's due to gravity.
No, that's a fantasy.
Hang on a second. Okay, I'll tell you, right? When you have electrical propagation from the ground or from the air to the ground and from the ground to the air, there's actually displacement of electric currents. The resistance of electrical currents going directly up. There's actual etheric vortices going up because the ether flows against the highest electrical resistance, and there's a reason for that we can explain later. It goes against the highest electrical resistance. In the opposite direction, there's an etheric counterspace. That's what we know as gravity.
Yeah, so you're saying that there is an electric effect, electromagnetic effect that is causing
Not
the
electromagnetic.
up and down?
Atheroelectrical, I would almost call it. That's just my own. That's a made-up term I just made, but I can explain. Let's show you these impulses. Propulsion here. Propulsion.
So there is a demonstration by manipulating certain. You're saying certain electric effect into materials that it will cause it to change motion up or downwards or sideways. You're saying that
you can create
that effect
an exhaust propulsion out of an electrical discharge. You have propulsion in the opposite direction.
So you're saying that by manipulating the electric discharge that is affecting the object, it will cause?
Yes.
Where is it going, up and down?
Absolutely. It will, and manipulating that electrical discharge and the is traveling through the dielectric material will alter this propulsion. It will cause it to, you can create a propulsion effect with the right electrical discharge. It's got to be. It's you're not for the electrical discharge that you're creating isn't anything to do with pushing electricity. It's to do with pushing ether. So it has to be the right kind of circuit.
Dude, a
But
plasma cosmologist?
we're talking about like pushing squeezing electricity into these resonances where it's forced to go from high voltage, low amperage to relatively high amperage and lower voltage, and then back again. So going from high current, low voltage to high voltage, low current, and back.
And this is what you're calling gravity?
No, I'm saying that when you use these circuits and you're pushing this electrical force into a very tight a counter space, it causes this electrical resistance that pushes against, and then that dielectric material, that phased pushing against in that dielectric material, causes a propulsion in the opposite direction to the resistance.
Okay. How is this relevant to the conversation? I'm not saying I
I'm
disagree
saying that
with
this
you.
is the cause of gravity. Electrical ether
That's what I
flows
just
from the
asked.
ground to the air.
That's
Wow.
what I just asked.
Yeah, I'm saying it's cause of gravity. The same effect, the same principle of how this works.
Okay, so let's say I agree with you, and what you're saying is true. Right? We understand cause and effect, right? You seem to understand the law of cause and effect.
Etheric counter space is gravity, and we can cause this by
I'm not disagreeing with you.
directing etheric vortices through an electrical medium.
I'm not disagreeing with you. All right. So let's say we have several objects levitating. One of them is a magnet. One of them is the system that you just described. Another one is levitating because of sound waves. Another one is levitating because, like, you remember you blow the air pressure on the ball and the ball floats? Right? So there's all these many
Okay.
different anti-gravitic effects, right?
The magnet one would be the most efficient, simply
Agreed.
because it's held in that state.
Agreed.
But I'm going to tell you, right, that if under the right circumstances, right, let's say we have the perfectly sized Vajra, we have the perfect amount of weight on it, etc., it will be just as efficient as the magnet at one specific resonance. Okay.
Okay, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you, but we have all these different anti-gravitic effects, and these things are levitating. Well, the magnet's not levitating; it's just connected to another magnet, right? So all these things are showing anti-gravitic properties. Let's say we turn off the electromagnet, it falls. We stop the air pressure, the ping pong ball falls. We stop the sound waves, that thing falls. So what is the cause of these things going down?
The
There's many
magnet one,
different causes, right?
you won't have to turn the magnet one off. You could have magnets, permanent magnets, right? And you're not putting much weight on it. And if you have it stabilized with the magnets held exactly over each other, you don't have to have electromagnets. It'll just be magnetically levitating by itself.
I agree, but we're talking about cause and effect, right? So all these different causes are causing things to levitate. And one by one, we turn them off. And that absence of air pressure makes it fall. The absence of electromagnetism makes that thing fall. And whatever you're talking about with the amps and the volts and the volts and the amps, we stop that process, and that causes things to fall. So what is the cause of things falling down?
Okay, the things falling down. Tesla, the way that Tesla created all of his electricity using his experiments was created this way. It's basically he's using side currents from this flow. And so basically he's making, you could use the wind to generate etheric flow, and you could just siphon off of that. But you could show that you could demonstrate this force by putting some scales, this electrical discharge at the top. Just make it huge so you can demonstrate a big effect.
Tell me what you're talking about. Go ahead.
I'll put it in the side chat. Let me just go paste again. Paste and enter. Right. Click that video and watch that. Wait, hold on. Let me get it timestamped.
Okay. He asked you why those things fell. Like, what's the cause, right? Because I have this in my head now. I've been listening intently. What?
Right.
Why do
So,
those fall?
so a glober is going to tell you gravity, but a scientist is going to say, well,
No. We're not explaining why things fall because that is basically you're not able to alter that experiment. You can't make it fall faster or slower. It's just going to fall, right?
Ah.
So you can't. The fact that you can't remove that effect means you have to say, okay, we have something that's generating this. We have to find what's generating this first, and then alter that effect before we can start anywhere else. So we have to say, okay, this etheric effect we found, right? We can generate propulsive effect. It's not happening magnetically. It's not happening electromagnetically. None of this. Then we say, okay, let's alter this effect, and then we can actually say, okay, now we can actually make the gravity higher or lower by doing X, Y, and Z. Let's do that, and then we can say this is the cause of it. It acts on a similar principle.
Gravity can't be the cause and the effect, though.
Let me show you the cause. The cause of gravity is this flow from ground to air. There's a backflow. They're ground currents that are siphoning back. And that etheric flow up is what causes a counter space down. It's etheric
I
counter
don't
space.
think this is levitating. This is strung up, bro. You're not talking
Etheric
about.
counter space is gravity. I'm not talking about levitating. I'm talking about what is causing gravity itself. I'm saying if you can create
Me
a
too.
force,
Me too.
you can
Right?
create a force
So,
that if you create a force that works in the opposite direction, then you've created something that would displace gravity to such an effect where you could be going in the opposite direction.
Sunshine, real quick. I'm a layman, right? So my question is, if gravity is the effect that we're seeing, that we're observing, the question is, what's the cause?
Cause of what? Gravity?
Because gravity can't be the cause and the effect.
No. I said the etheric counter space. I've been saying it over
No,
and over and over again.
but that's the question.
You want me to tell you
How do
something
we
you already
prove
know?
gravity?
No. Yes.
How do we?
If you don't
how do we
understand
prove?
something, ask a question.
I'm just saying, like, that's my, like, how do you prove gravity?
I just did. I said I know the cause for gravity. You have electrical flow that dissipates and it travels radially. It travels tangential to the etheric flow. So the etheric vortices are traveling upwards into the sky. The electric flow from the Earth, it goes out radially. So you have like 1 meter above the ground will all be 100 volts, for example, right? And the wind currents, everything, it's ionic flow. It's 100 volts there. It's 200 volts at 2 meters, etc.
Can't wait to see your anti-gravity machine.
Yeah, what I'm
Let's
saying is that the place for the highest amount of electrical resistance is directly up. For that electrical flow to go directly up, that's the highest electrical resistance, right? And you have these big charges that build up, and they actually discharge through there when they're like lightning and stuff like that. But that's because it's coming from the cloud layer. And what I'm talking about is that this cloud layer, right? That pressure and this electrical thing, that resistance directly up, it's ether flow, which causes gravity to be going the opposite way because you have a counter space to that etheric flow, etheric counter space.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to pause for a little bit, and I'm going to get back to what I'm claiming. So I'm claiming that I can make things levitate. Let's say I got a balloon, and I'm using buoyancy. I have sound waves causing these little pellets to levitate, and then I have air pressure causing a ping pong ball to levitate, and then I got
You're putting
electromagnets.
in an equal amount of force in the opposite direction is all you're doing.
Am I?
Yes.
So when I turn it off, and say all these things are hooked up to one breaker switch, and then I flipped off the breaker switch and it turns off all of them at once, what caused it to fall? What was
Etheric
a
counter
cause?
space. Etheric counter space.
Right, but I manipulated the density of that object, and I caused it to fall.
No, I'm
Wouldn't the
saying
density?
I'm saying that in the presence of in the absence of any applied force, the force that is still being applied is that etheric counter space. You have a consistent dynamic electrical charge. Not you don't call it static electricity. It's a dynamic charge, a consistent dynamic electrical charge of nature that is balancing.
I get it, bro. I get it. I'm into the plasma cosmology, and I study the ether scientists instead of the quacks. But my question to you is, can you make something levitate using this?
I could, yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
Look at the video that I posted twice now.
I saw
I
what
watched
looked
it.
like a. I didn't watch the whole video, so I can't really comment on the whole thing.
The
But
second time that I posted it, I posted it with a timestamp showing you actually
yeah,
movement.
it looked like the guy had some sort of Pop-Tart-like contraption strung
Yeah,
up.
you saw the movement of the
when he
plates,
added
right?
the electrical current, it caused it to swing back and forth.
What is causing the movement?
The electrical current and the frequency.
Okay. What force is causing the movement? What interaction is causing the
Electrostatic
movement?
force.
Yeah,
Interaction
electrostatic
between the air? The air is not moving. Interaction between what?
Well, it's not
The
in a
electric-
vacuum. That's
The
why one of the main
electrostatic
comments.
force.
Did you see that
is what
comment? It
caused
would
Oh,
be
you're saying
interesting
it's
to
a Coulomb's force. It's a Coulomb's force, you're saying, okay? Okay, so how much does the air weigh that this Coulomb's force is acting on, and how fast is the air moving away from it? It's the air's there's no air movement.
I don't know.
It's a heavy plate.
No, but have you seen that top comment? It would be interesting to do the experiment
It would be, but
with
it
the
wouldn't make any
condo
difference.
under a vacuum bell to make sure that it is not a polarization effect of the air molecules. Ew, dude.
It's not. If it was a polarization of the air molecules, you would see an equal and opposite reaction to that force, and you're not.
Well, I'm just saying if it was under those conditions to make sure it's
Well,
not the
I
air
want
polarization.
you to describe for me. See the plates moving. What is the equal and opposite force that's being generated by the electrical current, or what is it in the air that what is it reacting with that's causing? What is the equal and opposite to that movement?
Well,
Tell
hold
me.
on. First of all, he has hanging plates.
What
right?
is the
It's
equal and
hanging.
opposite to the movement that's been created there? What is it?
I'm trying to understand it. All right, I'm trying to understand it. So it looks like it's being hung. There's hanging plates, right? It's being hung initially, right? Right? It's hanging off something.
It's suspended so that it can move, but it doesn't have any influence to be put into it. They're just strings or just wires, right?
But
I
see,
trust the
he
the
starts
dude-
the initial movement though.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. He just said it.
No, he doesn't. He stops the plates.
17 minutes and 23 seconds.
17 minutes and 23 seconds. All right.
Yes.
Now, try to pulse the system on and off on the resonant frequency of this plate because it acts as a swing. So I can turn
So
it
see
off
how he
and on
pushes
on
it
this
there.
plate.
He's saying it's going to
And
act like a
now
swing.
loose, and I will start activating and
Right. So where's the movement
Okay.
from the
So
electricity?
now,
Because it's still swinging. And basically, what he's doing is he's holding it in place. That initial swinging with the electric.
no. You're actually not watching the video. If you watch the video, the plate is stopped when he turns the electrical supply on. He was demonstrating how it can move
moving.
freely, but how it's not. There's not able to be put any. There's no energy being put in other than the electrical supply.
Yeah, but it's still moving when he's saying he's going to start it. I see it.
Look where there's look at the timestamp where there's a blue strip that painted on the screen. We're seeing it moving against the blue
Yeah,
strip.
but it's
Okay,
still
hang on
moving.
a second. If you're just going to sit there and claim, oh, this is bogus, this is bunk, he's not doing
I'm
it
not
correctly,
claiming that at all.
then I would
Bro.
challenge you to take any of Tesla's experiments and show that they actually do work. All of them work.
Bro, nobody is saying
relax.
that what you're saying isn't true.
Let's
Now, if
stop.
you come in here in about an hour, 2 hours later, and somebody's in here and hears you talking about ether, you might have somebody disagree with you then.
Okay, so what I'm saying is,
so far
the
nobody's
plate is
disagreeing
moving,
with
and what I'm asking you is that plate is moving. What is the okay? Let me just explain. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So the plates are moving, right? So those plates moving are either going to cause something or they are caused by something. So those plates moving, right? I'm saying what is the opposite and equal reaction that you could explain that is coinciding with that? I'm saying that it's the electrical force within the resonance circuit that is creating this ether pulsing that creates a counter space that pushes the movement. That's the same force as gravity, just pushing it backwards and forwards. No, it's actually pushing it in one direction. It's only one direction. It's pushing from the negative to the positive, the cathode.
You
right?
just
So
said the same force of gravity. I have to stop you right there. What's
yes.
gravity?
How much of this is interpretation of what you're seeing? And
It's
this
pushing
isn't
against etheric
it's not
counter
a
space.
scientific experiment.
I'm saying that I can explain this working in nature with the electrical discharge. I'm saying that I can
Where
explain
do you
this
observe it in
concept and its
nature?
part to nature and show you that this concept, the thing that's happening in this video, is what's happening in nature that causes this thing we call gravity.
There's no cause and effect.
Yeah,
Where
there
do you
is.
see what you're
If you-
seeing
if
in
you-
that?
okay,
Where do you
go
see
back to
that
these
in
previous
nature?
videos and understand how the electrical force is working, how it works mechanically, right? It
Yeah, where do you
explains how
see
it
this
works
in
very,
nature?
very, very easily, right? It's very easy to understand.
Mhm.
If you
Where do you
watch
see
his
it in
videos,
nature?
especially the ones on pulling current from ground using these circuits, you will understand what exactly it is that's happening here.
So can you give us an example of this where you've observed it happening in nature and then wondered what's causing it and then gone on to form a hypothesis and
Yes.
this test?
One of the things is called a jewel thief. Now I've built one of these, and they're very interesting. You can charge AA batteries with it. For free.
I wouldn't try that in Saudi Arabia. Might copy
Getting the ether ground currents. It's just like a jewel thief, just put on a bigger resonant circuit. And that same circuit is what's used to pulse this.
So
and
what did
change
you observe in nature to make you
the
wonder what was the cause of it?
what's the cause of it is the dynamic flow of
No. I'm
electricity.
asking, what did you observe in nature which like inspired you to ask the question, what's causing this?
The jewel thief.
Where did you observe the jewel thief in nature? What's the jewel thief?
I built it
Where's that in
and I
nature?
plugged it into the wall, and I got free electricity out of the ground.
So,
Did
do
you
you
observe
understand
this
what
in nature, man?
with natural science we're talking about? You have to observe a natural phenomenon.
Yes, I observed the natural phenomenon, the battery becoming charged when I only have it plugged into the ground wire in the
Are you talking about a ground generator?
Uh-huh.
So you're talking about a ground battery.
There's another video from Master Ivo called pulling current from ground or something like that.
Yeah, I know about ground batteries. Okay, so
Cool. Don't get me wrong, but that's not what we're trying to see if you can prove gravity.
so my friend, I would recommend that you Google a guy named Witsit Gets It.
Nope.
Do you know who Witsit is?
I know who Witsit is. I'm equal to Witsit, but we haven't talked much. I understand all the things he's talked about that I have been listening to him.
Okay, well you're talking about some of the same stuff as Witsit. You guys are kind of on the same path, and you may be equal with Witsit. I just don't know who you are. But
Everyone's equal.
Well, of course, brother. I just meant in research. You're not equal to everyone in research on ether. Surely you've done more research on ether than some, right? Especially some
I know, but I
globers.
acknowledge it, all information presented. I give everything.
So, are you a glober or a flatty?
A chance.
That's a great question.
Are you a flatty or glober?
To me, the question being asked is distasteful.
Distasteful. What do you reckon the surface of the Earth looks like? Is it curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
Look out your window. That's how it looks. It's rugged.
What?
Your question's ill-formed, Larry. That doesn't make any sense at all, bro. I don't know what you're saying to the guy. What are you trying to ask him? Doesn't make any sense, Larry. What you're saying.
I'm trying to ask him, does he believe in the globe model?
Belief
of
doesn't
Earth?
come into it. I'm not talking about things that I believe or my faith or anything. We're not talking about religious things at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, I admit it'd be a religion if that's what you believed.
The Earth is rugged.
I mean,
look outside. The Earth has
maybe
valleys
have
and
him fill out a
mountains. It's a
credit app.
rugged Earth. That's what I believe.
That's the Earth. Yeah, the Earth is rugged, and then you have the water also. Don't forget the seas. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Exo. I should have asked him if the water is curving.
Uh-oh, but be careful because you're still leading into the same dichotomy, right?
The
Where do you
sea,
want to end up?
the seas seem kind of a little bit. When you get about say about after about 10 miles, it gets quite curved. I will say, but the thing is, when you look out to the ocean, like let's say to like a oil rig or something, right out in the ocean, early morning before sunrise or as sunrise is happening, you'll see a lot further than midday. I'll tell you that for sure.
This guy's interesting.
Well, there's some videos out there looking 15 miles over the water back inland and then seeing land for several dozen miles. So, got videos out there that show this.
Anybody with a pair of binoculars or like a small like child's telescope or something, go out to the beach, go look at the point where you know it's 10 miles away, and go and look there and look at you see if you can see people in the water. Just they put your knees in water level and use a telescope. Look all the way across. If you can see people standing in the water at the beach, you know it's fucking not you know something's off because you know you shouldn't be able to see their head. You know I'm 6 foot, so there should be 6 foot of curvature. My feet are in the water. I should not be able to see anybody standing in the water at the other side of 10 miles. Even along the coast. It doesn't even have to be over water. It can just be along the coast, 10 miles to this other point. Have your mate stand in the water 10 miles at that point. You know he's 10 miles away at that point. That, you know, use a walkie-talkie. So, fuck, I can still see you, mate. If I can stand more in the water. I mean, the fucking waste you cunt. I can still see you.
10, 10 miles is supposed to be 66 feet. Not 6 feet.
There should be a mound of earth 6 foot high in the middle point. So you go 3 miles, put 3 miles times 3 miles is 9 inches, right? Times by 3, it's something like 72 inches end up being, and that's 6 feet.
Over 10 miles.
If you're 6 foot, the geometric horizon should be 3 miles away.
8 times 9 is 72, right? 72 inches over that distance. In the middle point, that the Sagita will be 6 feet between those 2 points. So when you're doing a point-to-point measurement, you take half the distance, then you do the 8 inches per mile squared thing, and that point puts you at what eye level would I have to be for that eye level to only just be visible, right? So then you say anything lower than these 2 points should not be able to see each other. That's how you do the standing test. Easy.
If you're saying it's 6 in the middle from your eyeball, so then what should be the hidden right at the 10-mile mark?
It is a very easy, very simple. Look, it's a simplified equation. You could do more cosine thing, right? But just a simple way: half the distance, and then half the distance times by itself, half the distance times squared, and then times that by 8 inches times, and that's your Sagita.
So you're saying at the midway point there should be 6 foot. So what's the hidden height at 10 miles?
The reason I'm saying the midway point is because it's saying, okay, let's say the midway point is 10 meters. You say, okay, then hang on a second. And then you say, okay, then I'll go to a point that's 10 meters above sea levels, right? So I'll get to the 10-meter point above the water, and I'll say, can I see something on the other side there at that distance that is also 10 meters tall? If I can, well, it's above the fucking Sagita, or it's below it. You can tell that way. For mountaineering, it's very important. So what you do, right, you have 2 mountains, and you'll see between them, and you'll see a third in the distance. You can line them up, and you can see that at certain times it is not as it should seem.
I'm not sure what point you're arguing.
See this thing that's posted by Flat Water Crisis. These things are level when you look at them. Oh.
Level.
Who keeps fucking doing that? Who keeps burping in the mic?
I don't know. This is kind of a huge distraction from the surface. At 10 miles, they're 66.6 feet. If your eye is on the surface of the water, if you're assuming 1 foot waves and you're 1 foot above the surface, then it's going to be 66 feet away. So you said 6 feet of curvature? I think you're off by an order of magnitude.
It sounds like he left his mic.
What was the guy's name? I'm a little slow to check in this room.
Sunshine.
All right. Well,
are you looking for a new recruit?
I'm gonna open up a credit application and say, what is your goal, sir? What are you trying to accomplish today? You might, because you might want to find out what they're trying to do. Like, obviously, half of them are going to troll, but they're not going to admit that. You know, is there something that we can help you with today? Is there anything that I could help you accomplish? Because no matter what, remember, their job is to throw away a goalpost. Your job is to see if they have one. And they'll say, no, I'm just looking. Just like when your parents went to the car dealership and were scared to see the salesman come up to them and said, no, I'm just looking. Okay, no problem.
I like Bolivia.
I like turtles.
Yeah, you know why? Because there is a salt flat, and it's saying it's 4,000 square miles of the size. That
Bolivia.
Okay. Right.
And
So if you
and
say, hey,
and
if there's 4,000, okay.
and it's saying that it's changing like only 1 meter in elevation in 4,000 meters, in 4,000 square miles. That's interesting.
Right. Now, if we get this, with tax, title, and license out the door for free, is that going to be good enough for you, sir? Or are you just looking today?
Is
Because if you
4,000
don't
square
care,
miles?
okay. Do people? Yeah, but you
So-
got to find out. Is that gonna? Yeah. So Sasha, does somebody care? Are you gonna say, does this matter for you, sir? Will you change your paradigm and admit that you maybe? I'm just trying to see if you admit that you're being lied to. If I show you that there's maybe, what if there's 40,000 square miles of desert here in southern Arizona that the XO recorded? Would that change your mind? Oh, that still won't change your mind, sir. Okay, never mind then. Sorry. Okay, just keep looking. So you might want to go to the car deal, Sasha, and that might not be what they're looking for. What are they looking for? Are they looking for ocean, which has nothing to do with the Earth? Or are they looking for flat Earth, because flat Earth is also wrong? What are they looking for, Sasha?
I don't know. I'm only saying that there is some kind of the land in Bolivia, yeah, also in Arizona. I'm asking, is that 4,000 square miles, is that bigger than 10 miles?
I would have to say yes. See, isn't that nice to get an answer from somebody? Are you guys used to that as flat earthers? You guys never get answers. That must be like a miracle, huh? Yes, the answer is that's bigger than 10 miles. Yeah, 10 miles in a line is definitely not nearly as big as 4,000 square miles. Yeah.
Wait, the Hebrew guy. Wait, the guy with Hebrew in his name. Are you flat earther or glober?
How many 10 miles?
Neither. I'm the XO.
Yes. How many 10 miles we can put in 4,000 square miles?
At least 4. At least 440. I don't know, maybe 40. A lot of them. Oh my goodness.
I think it's 400.
Maybe a lot of 4s. It's always a 4. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. A lot. I can't even do the math. I'm not good at math. I'm not. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, the Earth. Go ahead.
That means that we are now speaking about something 40 times bigger, surface than that 10 miles. Let's calculate. 4,000. It's 20 by 20. It's 200. It's only 200 miles per 20 miles.
Sounds about right. Sure. Okay. If you go to my profile, if you look at the middle video on my profile, Sasha, you'll see about. That's ridiculously. So I don't know. You got to find out what are they looking for, Sasha. Like, well, hold on. I'm just asking. You have to find out what they require to adjust their paradigm. If they're talking about getting a convertible, they don't want a minivan. Now, I love minivans. I just so practical. But if somebody comes in looking for a Viper, you know, you got to figure out what they want, Sasha. You got to adjust this conversation to them. Ask them what they want.
Well, I don't know. They want somehow that we prove them the curvature.
What do you want, Glovers?
That's the dumbest thing ever.
What do you want?
Right. That's exactly. That's really what you do. When somebody goes to a restaurant and sits down with the family, I have no idea. I was a waiter once for a month. I was the worst. I was the worst at it. I should have been fired way earlier. I could never do anything right. But I remember if I came up to people, I wouldn't assume they want anything. They could just be sitting there, and they could, or I just go, hey, my name's Mr. Masta. How can I help you? Can I get you? And then they're going to tell you what they want, Sasha. You don't have to pry, right? Let them be comfortable. But if you sit them down in a dentist, listen, let me finish, Sasha. You only hear me about once every 1,000th hour, right? So hold on. If you sit them down in a dentist chair and start demanding that they give you information, not only are they not going to like their experience, they're not going to give you a tip, and they're going to say, wow, those people were a bunch of assholes. So you got to work on your etiquette more than anything. If we notice, a lot of flat earthers fail it. Their number one problem is their etiquette because they abuse the power of knowing that somebody else is ignorant about their own paradigm. And if people abuse power, then that is ultimately evil anyway. And unfortunately, in the truth movement, Sasha, the truth movement is Satan's number one tool, and the Bible is the only solution.
Wow, that made a lot of sense.
I said I don't need nobody.
Baruch Hashem.
I don't need random people from I don't know from random people from the world to come here on internet and to protect that narrative what it is outside. There is a pseudoscience scientist who can protect themselves. They don't need the people from YouTube to come here or whatever, random people to say, okay, now this is my idea about. No, man, there is a body of science can prove it. Leave the mainstream narrative.
This is okay. Okay, when can I talk? Can I talk now? Yeah, that's a paradigm though that you're carrying. Half the time, nobody says that when they come in here. You're telling them to say that. You want them to have a paradigm. You're saying this is what they're teaching. Don't you believe this? What they're teaching, and that's not what people should do. They should have a conversation with them and be cordial and develop rapport and have a relationship and be able to let people actually speak and have answers and questions instead of telling them no all the time and forcing them to go into a set of rules. Sasha, it's a cult-like behavior which is frightening to say the least.
But at least they need to know this. If you go to restaurant, you need to know that there is a menu. You cannot go to restaurant and think, okay, there will be pizza because it's restaurant, it must be pizza. And people coming here and saying it must be pizza.
Before you order,
there you go.
Before you order, can you pay for it? That's what I want to know. I'm not letting you order until I see the cash.
And people ask him why.
Okay, hold on, Sasha. Can we let people talk? Sasha, let other people talk once in a while. Man, my goodness gracious.
Yeah,
bro.
So,
hold on a second. Yeah, the guy just said something.
Yeah,
Genius.
Hold on. Yeah, I agree. Hold on. Look at that. So now, Sasha, I've given, and I love you like a brother. You know I do. I've given you the same critique at times, as well as other flat earthers. Typically, when I begin a conversation, most of the time, when it's me and no one else, and I can actually be calm without having to, ask or try to forcefully get people to stop stepping on my toes, I don't tell the Globers what they think. I ask them how I may help them. What is it that they're here to seek from me? And if I can give them an answer, I will. And if I can't, I will say so. And at some point, when they say I'm just here to learn, I'm going to ask them if they want to know why I'm here. And only if they say yes, do I tell them.
Ask why you're here. Why are you here?
I was out in the kitchen making a coffee. I
You see what I'm saying? So
100%.
instead of
That's
saying,
how
so
I
you
operate,
believe
and
it's a,
I respect you for being able to explain it like that.
so instead of, I mean, there might be a Glober that's already in the middle of a conversation, and I might say, oh, really? Define that. Oh, that's a formological fallacy or something like that. But I'm never saying, well, prove your space monkey ball. Prove this, prove that, because they don't know shit about that. They have a
I'd love to. If I could do it myself, I'd
I
love to
wasn't
prove the
done.
ball
I
right.
wasn't done, bro. You can talk right after me. I promise. I tell them they have a space religion. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like they don't know anything about a ball. I mean, they have an image of it, but that's not really
If
why
I
they
could
come.
prove
They
that the
don't
ball
come
was,
because of the ball. They just speak about it because it's a consequence, and they have to get to everything else that they believe
if I could,
philosophically. So
okay. So
yeah,
if
well,
I could
why
prove
not?
right,
Sure. What do you want?
if I could prove that the Earth was a ball, and I could do it either some sort of scientific measurement or even just a way of getting around to it where you could actually put it all together and make it make sense, I would do so, but I can't. And furthermore, I can't do that for the flat Earth either. Not because I don't have a lack of scientific evidence, but because there are holes. I will even tell you, star trails. I can give you a video that explains star trails very well, and it actually makes a lot of sense. But to someone that's not inducted to these scientific inquiry, to them that would just seem like a cop out. So I don't even start there, right? So I don't like to go there. But then if the conversation does go there, I have a video. But the thing is, I don't, and the thing is, when you say, I will actually like to put my weaknesses up front. But the thing is, when people try to just batter at those weaknesses, you know what their goal is, right? But I like to talk to people who also have an inquiring mind, because if the person on the other end is not does not intending to learn, they will not learn.
Yeah, but it's not always about them. You have a bigger audience than just one.
No, I'm here to teach one, reach all, reach many.
I like what Elijah said too. How can I help you?
It is that connection that we all seek. And if we can't make that connection, then we can't communicate information.
I kind of get weirded out when people are like dunking on their normies. It's my philosophy to be kind to the normies and do what you will with your anti-flat earthers.
And that's why you know what I'm talking about, Larry, is that, there are some people that are just separate from being able to, again, even entice. I would assume anybody would admit, including Nathan Oakley, that he cost himself money. If he would just be a little bit different, he could probably make a significant more money as well. Here's the problem, guys, is that the power of
I think he wants to say, he thinks that
wisdom.
sensationalizing it will be making it popular, right? I don't think that he realizes that if I mean, I'm not saying that he doesn't think the truth is important, but what I'm saying is he doesn't prioritize the truth as the main importance. And what the thing is, when you don't have a common unity, you don't have a community. You don't have a community, you don't have an audience.
No flat earth channel does. Every single flat earth channel makes the lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and the pride of this life their priority. Jeranism is horrible. I wouldn't let my children near Jeranism's show. That's absolutely disgusting. These people are nuts, guys, and that's how you know Satan is very good at his job.
I don't know. I don't care who. I'll just listen and watch these people and find the information that makes sense. Do my own research from that.
So, do you really believe Satan's behind all this stuff?
Oh, here we go. This will be fun.
We're contained, right, in some sort of experiment. So I'd say there's some sort of a malice you could
Oh, we
attribute
are?
to it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying there is or isn't, but I'm saying if there is a malice, you could attribute it to whatever your belief is. It's not my belief.
No, I was thinking about the experiment part. You think we're part of an experiment?
You guys might be, yeah. You
Correct.
guys might be if you continue to push the same understanding of, because remember, it's the same. Here's the problem, guys. Let me just tell you. The problem is the flat Earth is teaching the same lie. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's saying, look at the water. The Earth isn't flat. That means you're saying that first of all, the Earth is water.
The water,
and
no. The water is the information.
You can't let me
It's
speak.
asking you to
I know
commune with
you
the
can't. You got to let me finish though. There's two factors here. You're saying the water's holding the Earth. Number one. Number two, you're not pointing to Earth, but you're admitting that you believe that water would conform to this shape. You're saying flat water, flat Earth. The whole thing is wrong. It doesn't make any sense. We're pointing out water. Not everything in creation is Earth. Earth is not a system. The heavens above, Earth beneath, waters under the Earth. All of creation is the system. So people are still using the same pseudo-scientific terms. They're complete. There's a million more than that.
Okay. Well, the Earth, the waters above and the waters below. They're talking about a field here. Etheric field.
A field? What kind of field?
You know how when you look at like the imagination or the representation of a magnetic field, how the flux lines come back in, they bend back over, they converge in the center again?
I mean, yeah, if you want to use an illustration.
A little bit like
I mean,
that, though. You have the waters above and the waters below. Turn a magnet on its side. So you have north, south, side to side, right? That is the representation of waters above and the waters below.
Well, it could be, but again, there is no searching for the foundations of the earth or the heavens above, right? Jeremiah 31:37. If thus saith the Lord, if the heavens above can be searched out, of the foundations under the earth searched out beneath, I will cast off all my seed of Israel. So that's literally the question of why. Why would they lie? Every time you've heard that for the past 8 years or 9 years from me, why would they lie? Is God is literally telling you, if you think you can measure heaven and earth, I'll kill my own people. So Satan's number one goal is to try to tell you the size of heaven and earth and make all these measurements. What a great deception. Yep.
The sun and the moon are the
Does
same
anybody
size.
agree with him? I'm just curious. Does anybody agree with him right there?
That what?
I hope not.
Let me be by myself.
Yeah, what he just said.
I didn't even listen. You were saying that the whole thing is just created to imprison us, to trap us. What are you saying, Exo?
What?
Satan's trying to get us all
No,
killed.
where do you come up with an idea like that? Why would
Sorry, I
why
didn't
would you
listen.
say something like that?
This person said that you said something.
What?
This person said that you said something absurd. Just repeat what you said.
I know.
'Cause I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I said, thus saith the Lord, of heavens above can be searched out, of the foundations of the earth. Okay, I just can't read ever. So anyway, Jeremiah 31:37, thus saith the Lord, right? If you can measure heaven and earth, I will cast off all my seed of Israel for what they have done. God will kill his own people if you think you can measure heaven and earth. Goodness gracious.
So Satan's trying to get us killed, then, is what you're saying.
Sorry, that would be the extreme of, wouldn't it, MG?
I agree with that. I agree with it because it's too dangerous. I would never build some of the technology that I'm speaking of. I would never build it and then give it to someone. That's for sure.
Remember when they said they were gonna nuke the sky and they have to brief the president and say, hey, we don't know if we're gonna destroy this whole place.
Nuclear
We're gonna
weapons don't
nuke the
exist
sky.
unless you can prove them. Don't talk about them.
Wait, what?
There's fear-based mind control. Unless you can prove a nuclear weapon exists in the form that they say they do, I would like you to refrain from using it. It's a fear-based
Bomb
mind
the sky,
control.
nuke the sky, whatever bomb. You know bombs exist, right? You can't deny
Well,
bombs.
but not to the extent that people think
Okay.
they
So
do.
when I say nukes, it means
They watch
bombs.
too many
You're saying it
movies.
didn't happen. So you're saying that they didn't bomb the sky? That's what you're saying? That they didn't bomb the sky?
Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombs, just normal conventional bombs. All of
Is
those cities were
Hiroshima in
bombed.
the
And
sky?
fucking,
Is Hiroshima in the sky?
like Oklahoma.
They have to start finding out moving up.
Damn. I
Okay,
was
now
trying to make a point, but I can't let anybody finish a sentence, so he's gonna be muted if he keeps doing that.
Okinawa and Oklahoma in World War II, look, they're very similar, right? And they were back and forth, right? Back and forth exchange. And they would just bomb the whole fucking Japanese mainland, basically, all the coastline.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about something else, but whatever.
Jimsy, yeah, go ahead. Jimsy, I missed Jedi's question. I have to state it that way so I can get back in the flow. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Jedi. My bad.
No, what you were saying? What else? What I was saying is that, sorry, what was the nuclear weapons brought up for?
Oh, come on, man. You got to relax, brother. Just one at a time. Come on. Jedi, did you just say that again? I didn't hear you. Well,
with regards to your quote from the Bible, isn't God talking about the extremities of the earth and heaven? Like from one end to the other, for example.
And it went out all disrespectful. It said, fuck my life.
Elijah, you're hot micing. Elijah, hot mic.
My bad. Don't you dare mute me. Fuck you up.
Mute yourself then, sometime.
Just letting you know so we don't listen to your private conversation in the back.
So,
Is my
MG.
private conversation not good enough for you?
It is good, but you know, other people might, I don't know, don't like it. Well,
I don't know. Explain it. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure within the quote that you gave, MG, that's with regards to the extremities of both heaven and earth. No one's making a claim to measure the extremities.
did MG left or did he got muted or what? Maybe he can't reply because I think the question was addressed to him, but he hasn't replied, so maybe he's busy.
Someone muted me. There we go.
yeah, I was completely lagged out on this mobile right now. So, yeah, that's the thing is that you can't measure heaven and earth at all as a whole. You can't determine that it's anything as a whole. You can't say that it's flat because it's not. That's not correct at all. The reason we have oceans is because the earth starts to go down very low. So flat earth is not accurate at all. And it's a complete psyop with all these people acting like complete psychopaths hating on Christians. So there's a completely different level of truth that's in the Bible. Welcome to Waterworld. And when you say Waterworld, you don't even have to mention the Bible. For one, number two, you're always safe because it's not about the earth. And there's just levels to this. So people are going to figure it out eventually.
I mean, I love you, man. As a brother, I think you're pretty awesome in the things that you say, but you have to understand that that's kind of not what even we're talking about. We're talking about the model that is said to have 70% surface water. I know if you're going to say earth, then you're going to be talking about mud and dust and hills and mountains and stuff. But we were talking about the surface of the earth, which is primarily water, right? We can talk about land.
No, that's the point. That's all. No, that's all wrong. That's the point. Everything you're saying is wrong. The earth is not primarily water. The earth is the earth, and the water is the water. It's the same lie. Yep.
The surface. Did you miss the word that I said? Surface.
Yeah, the earth. Yeah, that's not the surface of earth. Yeah, the surface of water is not earth. Did you miss the reality that I just explained to you?
Yeah.
No, yes, earth is earth and the water is the water. The water's not earth. They are separate entities. When the earth ends, the water continues. It doesn't mean the water just goes off an edge. The earth is not holding the waters of creation. The waters are holding the earth. The entire concept of flat earth is an object holding water. You just proved my point. It's a complete deception. Yep.
Interesting.
Yep, the earth is not holding. Psalm 24, the earth is the Lord's, that's the answer, and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell therein, for he hath founded it upon the seas. What? He founded what upon the seas and established it upon the floods? What? What? He established what on the seas? He founded it upon the seas and established it on the floods. Oh my goodness. Well, it looks like everybody was backwards the whole time because they were searching for Earth. It was never about Earth. It was about the Ma'im of the Shamaim.
It's not a
It's about
sphere, that
heaven.
mean.
No
It's
such
not a
thing as a
sphere.
sphere. Why would you bring up sphere? Why would you bring up a sphere? Why would you all of a sudden start chanting a seance? No, you wouldn't.
Because
That's a psychosis. When flat earthers, that's a problem. Yeah, we're not talking about sphere. Yes, a flat. No, you can't. A flat earther. That's my point. That's a psychosis. That's evil. You keep doing this to me. I don't want to talk about your spheres. No, you need electroshock therapy. Stop talking about spheres. You need electroshock therapy. Stop bringing up spheres. You're nuts. It's fucking disgusting. It's psychotic. Shut the fuck up. It's fucking disgusting. Shut the fuck up.
Did you tell me shut the fuck up to me?
talking about the geometry.
Ixo? I was rude? I am only telling you this, it is not sphere, because tomorrow, it's Monday, tomorrow kids in school will learn about sphere. That's why I'm telling you. Only that's why. Tomorrow in school, kids will learn it's a sphere.
Look, my whole thing is this, right? It's crazy because even though, I mean, you know, I want to hear you out, and well, there you go, established on the wall, you know, whatever, okay. But the thing is, also, because you gotta be unilaterally consistent, right? You just told us about how this dichotomy tears people apart, and you're telling Sasha to shut the fuck up,
Yeah.
like a
Elijah,
madman,
can I say
a
something?
madman
Elijah,
that you
sorry.
just described only 30 something minutes ago.
Elijah, can I
Yeah.
say something? I respect him because of his viewing, and I almost can say he's right because of that satanistic point of view. I can say, I am with you, you know. But to tell me like this, you know, he can now put his Christian soul in his fucking ass, you know, if he is Christian, you know.
Just fucking crazy.
My God, what is this?
I would say
I
that
understand him that this is evil thing, this fear. I understand him, and from Christian point of view, I can understand him very, very fucking well, you know. But this is not the point to me to tell me what is the point. The point is fear, man. Because tomorrow kids will learn that it's fear. Will not learn about flat Earth or something, or some shit. Or is it water or earth? On the end, it doesn't matter. Let's figure out first, is it not sphere? It is not sphere. Okay, great. Let's find out, is it more water? Is it water in the sky? What the fuck? How we will find out that? I don't know. Let's figure out first, it is not a sphere what kids are learning in school every day.
Here.
And for you, Ixto, people from India who are born in last 100 years in other circumstances, like other religions, they didn't have the possibility to read the Bible if you want to put like that. That's not possibility to be like that. That means other religions, other cultures, other thinking. But if you want like that, because of that, people made wars in histories.
Yeah, the delivery was kind of off. I think he's got a good point actually, but I don't know everything. I bet nobody in here knows everything. But did he got triggered when you said sphere? I think because he was talking about the waters and whatever limitations, or in the Bible it says that the earth is of the Lord's and you cannot measure the whole thing. And then you said sphere, and then he lost it. So yeah, it's not that.
I told him why we are here, man. It's alright. On the end, I can ask him, how do you know that what you said? He will say, because
not
I
a
believe
sphere.
in my.
We know.
Because I believe in my book. Okay, I respect that. with all, and I understand you, and it even has the logic there. I can find a very good logic there. It's fucking written there.
Logic in there too, for sure. Yep.
Well, you
I
know
get
that
it.
all that stuff, that all is water. There is no more land behind, or whatever, or blah blah blah. Okay, cool. The book is saying I'm okay.
But it is about the sphere. But the sphere is a fantasy, right? I get that point actually. Like, yeah, why would we? Oh, let's talk about the sphere. Let's talk about the sphere. It's like promoting the sphere, but in a negative notation. Hey, you believe in the globe star, right? You believe in the sphere. Oh, why you believe in the sphere? It's gonna. I think I see the point. Like, why talking about it, right? It's like promoting the sphere in a bad notation. Let's sell you the sphere, but it's a bad sphere, but let me still sell it to you. Oh my goodness.
Or how? Let's understand like this. Everything is about the sky, about the water. Read this Genesis or whatever. That's it. And if you understand that, you will understand everything. Cool. Finished. Why you need to observe anything and shit? Be Christian and read the Bible.
Maybe you need to observe things to be able to read the Bible.
In which regard do you mean, mate? Can you expand on that point? Can you expand on that last point? It's kind of interesting.
Was it Ken that said something? Ken, Jedi is addressing you. Ken?
What?
Can you expand
You
on
said
that
something.
last point? Yeah, what did you say? And then maybe expand on it, please, mate.
No, I can't expand on it. Sorry.
Okay, can you repeat it again? I didn't quite
No.
understand exactly. No. Brilliant. Fucking hell. Is everybody all right today? Everyone seems a little bit angry and a bit pissed off. They don't want to repeat so people can understand them or have salient conversations. Everybody okay today? You had your vitamins, you had your vegetables and shit. You had a good night's sleep. Everyone
Good,
seems
thanks,
hell
mate.
angry.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Cheers, brother.
I'm pretty good.
How are you? I'm doing okay. Can't complain too much.
Good
I'm
stuff,
doing
man.
all right.
Uh,
Hope you're doing all right as well.
Yeah,
I'm cool.
decent.
I like when you are inside of room, Jedi.
Everyone just seems really angry today.
No, that's only patient. Passion.
I thought the last gentleman made a point. It was kind of a good point, but I didn't understand fully what he said. Now he doesn't want to repeat what he said, and that was kind of interesting. Kind of a shame. There's no
I'm
hostility.
sorry,
There's
but I
no
forgot.
hostility with the question at all, mate. There's no hostility at all. I just wanted to understand what you said better. Is that a problem?
He said something about we need to observe things when we read the Bible or something. Was it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, he said something about he doesn't need to observe anything definitively, and then I said maybe actually you do in order to read the Bible and know whatever the fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
That
God tells us to.
Sasha trusts in.
I'm totally with you that it's good to read the Bible. Why not? It
Yeah,
would
but
be only
without that you
plus,
would not know anything, right?
No, I'm saying that's a good to read. I don't know, and to go into that. Not only Bible. I will say all of them would be even the best thing to do if you can go through all of them. I could speak like ignorant. I cannot say anything. If somebody can speak about Bible, maybe would. If I look into that, maybe I will say, yeah, really, it has logic. Also, that blah blah blah. For me, it's nothing. like a bow bow, how to say, Baba Yaga.
Yeah, but you were saying something in your argument earlier where you said we wouldn't need to observe anything, but you would
In that sense,
for reading the
if
Bible.
I want to tell you that my religion it's projecting something and that it's only truth, that mean that's it. That's fact, and that's it. How I know that, I don't know, but I can give you like a fact.
So you mean that just because it's a fact, um, it doesn't matter whether or not it's written down or transmitted to anyone
I think it was
as
being
knowledge?
sarcastic or slightly mocking someone who takes that stance. Am I correct, Sasha?
Yeah. Or take it like this. I don't know. Is that a fact?
Is what a fact?
Uh, Bible.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know.
I'll
That's
say
why
yes, but
for
So
some
the
people, yes.
Bible,
I don't know.
the Bible is interesting, right? Because Sasha, there's three criteria. Have I told you about the three criteria of a ancient manuscript?
No.
Have you heard me talk about it? I don't want to repeat myself. Sasha.
I think no. That I didn't
So
hear.
there's three
Right.
criteria that the scholars measure the validity of an ancient manuscript. Number one is the number of copies. With the Greek New Testament alone, there's over 5,000 copies. That doesn't include the 10,000 Latin copies, etc., etc. So, the second is the accuracy amongst the copies. Obviously, the higher the better. With the Bible or the Greek New Testament, it's 99.6% accurate. So that's within the margin of human error, spelling, punctuation, vowels, whatever. So the third criteria is the number of years between the events happening and it getting written down. With the Greek New Testament, it's less than 100 years. With Alexander the Great, it's like 500 years. So there's two kings in history, the two most famous kings. One of them conquered the known world with might. And the other one, the true king, did not use might. If you are questioning, the validity of one, then I suppose you would have to question the validity of Alexander the Great. But nobody does that for some reason. Nobody says, did that guy really exist? Except for your maybe hardcore truther who's been in the game for over a decade. But for the most part, a lot of people question this ancient carpenter for some reason. Did he really exist? And I don't think that's a valid question. I don't think any scholar considers that to be a valid question. Now, whether he walked on water or not, that's debatable, right? We could question that. But did the guy exist? Like historically, he absolutely existed.
Yeah. I can agree with that. It's. I have no problem with that.
I do believe he walked on water, turned water into wine, raised the dead, and then raised after 3 days of being crucified. But that's just like my belief.
Do you think there's something supernatural going on there?
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
think he
for
was
sure.
just everyday average Joe. I think there was something different about him. That's just my opinion. But can we take it back to the surface of the earth? Because I feel like there's been a long string of obfuscations, and the last one was mine. So
has anybody got out there got any questions to flat earthers about why we think the Earth is
No,
flat,
I
or is
just
there
want to say really
anything?
quickly.
Oh,
Sorry to
no,
interrupt you.
brilliant. No
Sorry.
problem. No, you carry on,
Uh,
Anthony.
yeah, no worries. I was just going to say, Larry, I always appreciate your obfuscations because I learn a lot from you and have learned a lot from you. So I welcome it anytime. But moving on, go ahead, FE Jedi.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate that comment. I also feel the same way about Larry. Shout out to you, Larry. Good man, good man. But if anybody wants to bring up a topic of conversation, don't care what side of the fence that you're on, but any topic of conversation pertaining to the argument, that would be awesome right about now. Any new questions, any old questions, any assertions, anything at all. As long as it's flat Earth, globe Earth related, I'm sure we'd love to have a conversation with you.
It's a sphere because it looks flat.
Introducing Ken with one of the most famous philosophers of modern day as his avatar. Ken, what do you have to say for yourself?
I don't know if this counts as flat Earth, but it was on the Flat Earth website. I saw a video where they constructed the what is it? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble remembering some words.
You need a hand there, mate?
Yeah, I'm just having trouble remembering the fucking
Don't worry about
Can you
it, bro.
just
You're not under
can you
pressure.
word.
describe it? Maybe describe it, and one of us can help you.
One of these ancient calendars.
The Saurus cycle. The Saurus cycle. Is that it?
Yeah, like solar cycle calendars. Yes.
Christ is king.
Hallelujah. That's right. Well done.
I would very much like to hear how the Christ thing fits into the flat Earth thing, and you guys'
Oh,
It
narratives.
doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay, all right.
It really doesn't. So what you have to understand is that when the Bible was written 2,000 plus years ago, Copernicus didn't exist. Nobody was thinking about Einstein and his bending and warping of space-time. So they're not really connected.
The Bible talks about the earth floating in space, though.
no, it doesn't.
Can you cite your source for that? What's
Isaiah,
the
Yeah.
I
address?
think it says that the earth is like a free float in the cosmos or whatever. I can give you the
No,
exact, but I'm not
Good.
lying.
No, that's fine. If you could get the reference from the King James, whether it's the old version or the new version, I'd love to hear that exact Bible quote and verse, please.
It doesn't like prove flat Earth or globe Earth or anything. It just proves like the Earth is like floating in space.
If you could
If
just
it's
cite your
float,
source.
yeah, please.
I think he's saying that in the quote it says the earth hangs on nothing. Something like that. Let's find it.
Yep.
Well, the Earth isn't hanging
Yeah, it's
in
in
the middle
hanging,
of.
right? Like your
Yeah.
like the table on your house is not hanging on anything. Your table.
So like if I put my coat on the couch, my coat hangs on nothing, right?
Exactly.
You'll also find as well that the Earth is built on 4 pillars, immovable. So not hanging
Give
on
me a
anything, resting on 4 pillars.
I'll say it when I get it. By the way, I'm just looking for it. There's a lot of Bible verses talking about the Earth. So, but I remember I did see it on this Protestant guy was talking about it.
What about the heavens spread out like a tent?
about the Earth pressed out like a seal.
All right, I'm going to post this Rob's Kiva website. It's got an embarrassing amount of scripture talking about the sun, moon, and stars moving. Zero scripture talking about the earth moving. So there you go. Thanks, Rob Skiba.
So
Wherever
yeah,
you at, bro.
here's Job 26:7. He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing.
Awesome.
The
That
earth
doesn't
isn't
mention
hanging on anything.
That's the
sorry,
verse I'm meaning. An
that's fine.
Isaiah verse. I'll
So
look
what
for
did
it. Yeah.
cool. What did you say? Do you remember what you said?
What'd you say?
Your inference. Do you remember what you said, as in your inference from this verse? What did you say?
Oh, that the Earth is free floating over in space. Yeah.
There
So
you go.
I don't think this is the exact verse. I gotta look. I'm looking for it. The exact
Doesn't
verse.
mention anything about floating, and it doesn't mention about anything about space. All right. See, this is the interesting thing about the Bible as well. You can't just take one quote out of complete context. There are over 250 verses within the Bible which describe the earth to be a flat, stationary, immovable object underneath the firmament and the waters above and waters below. Waters, not free space.
Yeah, mate.
Extremely awkward silence.
Yeah, maybe Ken will come back through.
Yeah,
Man with Pete Hall face.
So when this guy just a second ago said something about Satan's trying to get us all killed by having us measure the earth, do any of you guys think that sounds not crazy?
So Exo is kind of a different breed.
Yeah.
He's not part of our server. He's just someone that we've known from in the past, him coming on and saying some stuff and then getting muted or kicked out, and we're here, and
Yeah.
same thing kind of happens. He comes on, we let him speak, and sometimes he gets muted and kicked out. Sometimes he doesn't. But more often than not, he'll spread a little bit of message and then start getting irate and kind of attacking people, and then he gets muted and kicked out.
So it sounds a bit crazy to you too, then.
Honestly, Jerry, he was not like that 1 year ago. Honestly,
He's been like that
he
for
was.
8 years.
Yeah, it was, but it was not with the people. You know, he was pointing out also some things. He's now not pointing out anything about what he pointed out, what you heard. But he was pointing out everything what we were saying also in the past. Now he's not pointing out that. That's not anymore important.
Yeah, some of the stuff that he says I agree with.
About you. Sorry.
Some of the stuff just sounds crazy.
What was he so upset about?
Well, that's
streaming
good to hear.
for?
So earlier he started out talking about how we treat, normies that come in here, because I think we should be kind to our normies, and I was agreeing with him. And then he just started like attacking Sasha and telling him to shut up. So it was like we got a little bit of Jekyll and Hyde just now. But I don't want to talk about people who aren't here.
Jerry, do you know how many times I told him, I understand you, man, but you cannot tell all people they are Satanists. You cannot tell all the people that. You can tell somebody that, but you cannot tell the all people. But he was telling that all people, and I told him that million times.
And that's why we try to avoid the whole religious thing, because it's just kind of a private thing. Public and private don't mix. We're speaking about, the earth and what it is. Is it a model or is it dirt? What's going on outside? That's a public conversation. Like how you vote and what holy book you read, kind of a private thing. Really doesn't mix. We don't teach the Bible in school anymore, right? So we're not all on the same page. Maybe that
We
was
never
one of the
did.
greatest. We never taught the Bible in Sunday school. Are you serious?
No, in Sunday school. You said school. Okay.
Yeah, people used to go to school on Sundays at their church, and that was like the public school system at one point in America before
It was
the
a
U.S. government forced the natives to go to public school and then eventually forced everybody else, right?
I mean, it's like you cannot be Christian and believe in blood. That's two different things.
Definitely agreed with what the other guy was saying about what you were saying, treating the normies. Like he was making a lot of good points. I don't know where he started spiraling or happened for that, but I agree with a lot of it.
Yeah, if you got a communist coming here and he's like atheist and trolling, like, yeah, treat that guy like however you want. But if you got an atheist in here who's just, a normal guy, he's not an anti-flat earther, use the kid gloves with that guy. You ain't gotta,
Like in this thing,
quarter that
especially,
guy.
there's a 24/7 flat Earth server, right, where people show up, they know what they're getting into. There's a process. It's sort of like it's a little more hardcore. Here, you're in a server with 70,000 other people. Someone could just click in and ask a question, just to jump in on them. Like, where's your evidence of what you believe? It's like I don't know. It seems like the process should be a little different.
Yeah. Welcome to the end of the internet. Like, I don't even have, posting permission. I did. I have about 28 videos. See,
one
I can't
story.
talk about anything. I can't talk about anything.
Story,
ever.
Yeah, for the beginning,
yeah, it's normal. Yep.
More than anyone, but one big sorry for Sasha will be very big nice.
Yeah, you did kind of yell at Sasha quite a bit, and he was. I think Sasha was trying to agree with you, Exo.
No, that's not what happened. He continues to ask me about balls, which is quite disgusting. I have nothing to do with the ball religion, and he keeps bringing it up to me, and that's why he scares so many people away from the truth, and it's embarrassing for you guys. It really is. It's sad that you guys allow this behavior.
You're changing me maybe for another Sasha. You're changing me maybe for another Sasha. I don't know what are you saying. Ixo, do you know me? Ixo, that me, Sasha from the...
What the fuck's going on?
The XO guy disappeared.
I hope that's a connection issue.
Probably is.
There a way we can hash this out like calmly, or is that out of the question?
I don't know, man. I really don't know.
I was the one that muted him last time. He was getting a bit out of control, so I unmuted him again. So if he's gonna do it again, then I didn't mute him this time. I don't know where he went, but he's I like him as well. I think he's a very intelligent person, but he doesn't need to fucking speak like that to people.
Also, this is not like a Sasha versus EXO chat. So, Sasha, can you relax about you this and you that? Let's just.
Yeah, sorry.
If someone has a point, if someone has a point, and they want to say something,
all
let
my
them
apologies.
Damn, bro, I'm speaking. Bro, I'm speaking. Damn, bro. Do you have a problem with other people speaking?
It's like, why are you doing this, bro? I'm trying to say something. Like, what's the need to jump in the middle of my sentence? I don't get it. Fuck. If someone is saying something, let them finish, and then you can reply, and let's not make it too personal about individuals. So, because this is what's been happening. People can't let other people speak. That's annoying as fuck, for sure.
So, what now?
Yeah, we don't always agree with each other, see eye to eye, but that's okay because there's common ground. And if society would learn to fucking agree to disagree and put that on the shelf and never talk about that again and focus on the things we do agree with, we could maybe, instead of having a fractured society, have more of a whole society.
We're far more alike than we are different.
Yeah.
Far more alike than we are different. It's not even close.
Back in the day, if they caught you drinking coffee, they would remove your head or they would sew you up in a leather cow skin and throw you in the ocean because back in the day, coffee stores or coffee shops were like holy ground where people could get together, drink coffee, and like talk about ideas. And of course, the powers that should not be hated that shit. So now we have coffee, but we also have a bunch of stupid, useless stuff to argue over. Like, what does this word mean? And what does that word mean? And what are neopronouns? When really, we're all libertarian, except for the few authoritarian fuckheads sprinkled throughout society. Like, most of us are not psychopaths and don't want to rule over each other. But if you look up the libertarian principles, I bet you like 95% of people in here would look up those words, understand what they mean, and go, yeah, that's right, you shouldn't throw the first punch. Yeah, you shouldn't enslave people even if it's only 15% of their income. Yeah. Like, I think we would all agree, except for the authoritarian fuckheads.
Agree you don't want to get hit with the first punch. That's not
No,
what
you don't want to throw. You don't want to throw the first punch. It's okay
yeah,
to
but
get
you
hit with
also
the
don't want to
first
get
punch.
hit with the first punch.
It's
I don't know,
far worse
man.
to throw the first punch.
Far worse to who?
Yeah.
The victim.
I mean, I understand it as a metaphor, but I'm like in a
No, it's not a
reality
metaphor. It's a
situation.
way of life. You don't be aggressive. You can be violent after you get hit. Absolutely throw the last punch. No problem. Once they hit the ground, walk away. Once they turn away and run off, walk away.
Last punch may have already been thrown at that time. I understand the principle. I get it. I'm with you.
You can also the other guy can throw the first punch and you can evade it, right? You can move away from it and then defend yourself. Like, okay, you threw the first one, you didn't hit me, but now he can get what's coming, right?
That's right, Jimsy. Spoken like a true Latino. Quick as fuck, fast as fuck, boy.
Yeah, not all of us have hands like that.
Just be
Latinos
a
do.
ninja. Easy.
Yeah, there you go.
Was
You
when I
can
was 12.
actually evade a punch from someone. You can. It's an actual thing. This is doable,
true.
guys. It's not impossible.
If you're aware of your surroundings, if you see it coming, that's true.
Sometimes this society is so, I'm going to say the word weak, that they actually think a punch has been thrown when it hasn't.
Your words are violence right now.
Yeah. Sometimes people think they're being attacked when they're not.
Stop attacking my theory. I'm the one who invented the globe. You're attacking me personally.
Wow.
Trigger warning.
One of the funniest things that I've ever heard globe earthers say, you're talking about quantum erasers science. Like what? Like he's got like the naming rights? Like he came up with it? Like he patented the scientific method?
Yeah,
I've
like he's
never
over
understood that shit.
No, what they're saying is that his understanding of science is radically incomplete.
Okay. What's incorrect about isolating variables in science?
Not every scientific discipline approaches their particular experiments in the same way. Biology
So
does not do
with nat
biology does not do what physics does, and physics doesn't do what astronomy does, and all these sciences are
so
different.
you said astronomy. We're talking about natural science. Astronomy, cosmology, and theoretical astrophysics is not a natural science.
Astronomy is a natural science.
Okay, give me one viable hypothesis in astronomy that I can test because I want to peer review that science.
The location of any star at any time from any location on Earth?
Is that your naturally observed phenomenon?
Yes.
Okay, so any star at any location viewable from Earth, is that what you said?
No, they can tell you the location from any point on Earth at any given time.
Okay, what's the cause of that?
Doesn't matter. It's science. It's making a prediction.
Wait a minute. Go ahead, Jedi. You got it, bro.
No, it's the word natural science. So natural science will most definitely have an experiment in it where the researcher will vary manipulate what is presumed cause to be. We're talking natural science. People throw this word science around like it can mean anything, but when we're talking specifically, and even though some people don't even say the word natural in front of the science, we are most definitely talking about natural science.
So what's natural science then?
Natural science is the formulation of a hypothesis where you observe a phenomena, you have a cause of that phenomena, and then you will physically manipulate your presumed cause to see if it has the effect in an experiment. Natural science. Natural science deals only with cause and effect relationships, and then you demonstrate those cause and effect relationships in a physical experiment where you can demonstrate one way or another whether your hypothesis is true or not. It either will or will not cause the phenomena, but you have to have the experiment. To have natural science, you must have an experiment.
So what's an example of this natural
Can you give
science
us an
then?
example?
Hey, same
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
Can you give
it's
us
real
an
simple. So,
example?
a caveman, he finds a hot spring and he likes the fish. So he wants to know, why are the fish like this, right? So the fish are well cooked, right? What caused the water to boil? So the naturally observed phenomenon is water boiling. What caused it? Well, he burns himself getting the fish out of the water. Maybe it was the heat. So he goes home to his camp, he starts a fire, he adds the water to he adds the fire to the water, and it begins to boil. So he has hypothesis, I think this causes that. If fire, then water boil. So he then turns the fire on, the water boils. He turns it off, it stops boiling. He turns it on again, it starts boiling. He turns it off, it stops boiling. Does anybody in here believe that heat causes water to boil, or does everybody in this room have firsthand primary knowledge, that's why they use the word science, that heat causes water to boil?
But that's not the science. The science is how does the heat cause the water to boil?
No, that's the theory.
That's the science.
No, you're getting into philosophy now. The experiment is
No.
the science. The hypothesis test is the science. Everything
Okay.
that the scientist says afterwards is theoretical or philosophical at best.
Okay, so let's back up a step then. Who decided what science is?
I guess
Is
the
it
Christians from the 1500s, right?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's
Is that what we're saying?
Francis Bacon who came up with the scientific method. Just to be clear, guys, we all understand that cause and effect relationships happen within the physical and natural world, right? Things
Absolutely.
Sure.
cause other things to happen, don't they?
Sure, but children understand that and they don't do science, do they?
Say that again,
Oh,
sorry.
sure
Yeah,
they do.
but yeah, I think we.
Yeah. So
Yes,
thing
we
is, on a
understand cause and effect. Yes, sorry.
good. So science elucidates those cause and effect relationships. That's what it does. It demonstrates those cause and effect relationships. We have an inquiry about what that Sorry, we have an inquiry about what caused that phenomena that I see in the physical and natural world, and then we demonstrate that in an experiment. We have a supposition, what caused it, and then we physically test it in an experiment, demonstrating the cause and effect relationship in the physical and natural world. Science only studies, sorry, I'll say this so everybody understands. Natural science only elucidates cause and effect relationships. So what it does to say that
That's not
natural science
true.
doesn't, sorry,
I I just want to push back on you a bit and say I don't think that that's true. I think that science also postulates and tests correlational relationships, which are not cause and effect.
yeah,
So I,
but
I, I think it's
see,
oversimplified, and I think that's kind of what was said at the very beginning of this conversation. Yeah,
that
go
word
ahead.
correlation, sorry, the word correlation doesn't appear in the scientific method. When doing natural science, it's not about a correlation between things, it's about one presumed cause. I think this caused that to happen. I then test it in an experiment.
100. No, it's never about one presumed cause, because if that's the case, you would never control for anything, right?
Oh,
So
sorry.
in the whole fish
Yeah,
boiling example, sorry, what?
you are correct. You have control variables. If everything is the same and I vary and manipulate this one thing, it will cause this to happen. We can change and make another hypothesis as to why water boils. We'll keep everything else the same, but this time what I will vary and manipulate is the pressure. And we understand that pressure will change the boiling point of water. So much so that if I was to
Mhm.
put water in a vacuum chamber, because there's not a lot of pressure, that water will begin to bubble. So we're just isolating one presumed cause over things that we always control for. If everything is kept the same, this one thing will cause that to happen. Now, it's not saying that only heat boils water. If we vary and manipulate the pressure and keep everything else the same, we seem to have the same phenomena. It's not correlation, though. I'm still pointing out a cause.
Sure. So in that scenario, I'm not saying it's correlation, although I think most scientists hesitate to use the word cause and tend to use the word correlation, and that's where I feel like all of that is kind of being missed here or not talked about, and that's fine. Maybe it's not for this, this channel or whatever, but it's a huge part of science, correlational
Well, if you're
studies.
if you're talking about, lowercase science, I would agree. There should be studies on what happens to people when they take certain jabs, right? And without that science, you can't just have people going around going, trust the science when there was no science done. Even if you had done the correlative studies and known the long-term effects, there was still no actual natural science done, but they're going to hijack that word because of marketing, right? They're going to use that word over and over and over again and call correlative study science. But the height of medicine is the double-blind placebo study, right? Isn't that right? The double-blind placebo study,
Yeah.
right? So we're giving some people pills and telling them that we're doing an experiment on you, but they're just sugar pills. While we're giving another group of people pills and saying, these we're doing an experiment on you, and then we run the data. Well, if it's one people, is it science? If it's 100,000 people, is it science? None of it's science, right? The actual science comes from the method. That's natural science. And I would ask all the people in here who disagree with me, can you tell me where philosophy ends and natural science begins? What is that barrier, if not the scientific method?
Falsifiability, according to Karl Popper.
Agreed. So when you're talking about astronomy or theoretical astrophysics,
Hmm.
how do you falsify dark matter?
It's not the only thing astrophysicists do, otherwise, is it?
Right, but don't they teach that to you in science class? So
Dark
one
matter?
could
No,
presume they don't teach that at the college level to
not that I
physicist
ever heard
students.
of. No.
Bro, I've talked to physicist students before. They know dark matter's bullshit.
How do they know it?
Because it's unfalsifiable. It's not science.
And you don't think they already recognize that?
Why do they teach it in science class then?
I don't think they teach it as if it's true. I think they teach it as one possible explanation that can be, see if you can come up with a way to research it.
See, the funny thing is, they actually did just falsify dark matter. Cold
Okay.
dark matter, excuse me, to be specific. So there went
And
your lambda-CDM model, CDM standing for cold dark matter.
it's not
So you
mine. I'm
guys,
not a physicist. I'm not an astrophysicist. I don't have that model.
yeah, but you believe in gravity, right?
I
And cold dark
believe there
matter
is.
was the only thing holding the gravity model at the galactic level together.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the galactic level. I know about the local level, and it seems to behave very well at the local level, very consistently.
Well, that's the funny thing. I've always liked studying deep space ever since I was a child. I guess I
Uh-huh.
was too much of a Star Trek fan.
Yeah.
But, when you look at those theories, like, okay, you ask a physicist, right, or a cosmologist, whatever, do black holes and dark matter exist in the same universe, or are they competing theories? They'll tell you, well, they're not competing theories, they exist in the same universe at the same time. So then you ask them, so you're telling me gravity is so fucked up at the galactic level that you need dark matter and black holes to make that shit work? Well, I never thought about it like that.
I doubt if anybody's ever said that to you.
Oh, really? You doubt that?
I do. Yeah, because they're pretty damn
Okay.
smart.
They're smart. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm an idiot. I admit that. I'm an idiot. But does gravity work at the galactic level?
I don't
Yes or
know.
no?
I
You
don't
don't
know. I
know?
have no
Fair enough.
idea.
Does it
I don't
work at the
study this
quantum
stuff.
level?
I've heard not, but I don't study that either. If
Okay,
you want
so
to
the
talk quantum
quantum field
mechanics, that's
theory,
a level of mathematics I'm not even beginning to understand.
I can't fathom 120 zeros either, brother. But
It's
that's
not
the
the number
number
of
you get
zeros. It's
with
the
a
simple.
vacuum catastrophe.
It's
What'd
a
you say?
what? Wait,
What'd you say?
120 zeros?
Yeah,
It's not just the number of zeros. I can deal with zeros, but there's math involved in quantum
it's
physics.
10 to the 120th.
What's 10
So
to
I
the
couldn't
120th?
imagine the number you get with a cosmological constant crisis, also known
I
as
don't even know what that
cosmological
is.
constant problem. It's okay, but you're going to look it up in 5 minutes and tell me I don't understand it. That's
No,
usually
I'm
how it
not.
goes.
I don't care
Okay,
enough to look it up.
let's look it up, shall we?
No, I don't need to know. What is it? I don't even need to know what it is. Why'd you bring it up?
Gravity doesn't work at the galactic
Okay,
level. It doesn't work at the
fine.
quantum level.
So what? Okay,
How are
doesn't work at
space
those two
balls
levels.
made?
I don't
How are
know.
balls in space made? With gravity?
Oh, you mean how, like Earth and stuff?
Shit, mate. Yep.
Yes,
Right.
gravity works fine at. Gravity seems to work
I
fine at
posted a
that level.
Harvard link because you probably shouldn't trust me. I'm an idiot.
The gravity seems to work fine at those levels,
At what
or at those
level?
scales, I should say. The scales of planets and solar systems.
Does it?
Yes, it
Is there
predicts the
dark matter
orbits.
in the solar system?
I don't know.
Oh, be interesting if it was, right? Because that would mean that gravity also doesn't work at the solar system level, right?
Well, you said they disproved dark matter, so we're not gonna worry about it, right?
You know you still believe in gravity, though, even though
I
the ad
do,
hoc theory that was supporting gravity just got debunked.
except for we can predict all the motions of the planets down to exceedingly
What
small
about
levels.
the asteroids?
What about
Can
them?
you predict those? Yeah, because
I
I
guess
found
if
out
we,
something earlier. I posted it when I first got here. It was really interesting what I said too. So when they have non-gravitic effects on asteroids, you know how they explain those away? They say the
I don't know.
asteroids are farting. It's funny, right?
I have no idea. Never looked into it. Have to take your word for it.
Asteroids Asteroids release gas, and that's what causes the non-gravitational effects.
What are we expecting if the asteroids didn't release gases?
That they would follow the model of gravity?
And do what?
Act like they're being governed by gravity alone?
And in what way are they not being governed by gravity alone?
Well, apparently they fart sometimes,
I
and it acts
mean,
like little jets and
that do
propels
what?
them, and it propels them in a way that you wouldn't predict with the gravity model. But don't worry, we know they're farts, even though we don't know they're farts.
Yeah, I don't know
Gravity
why.
has to be correct, right?
So I missed that. Are you saying that prediction for gravity failed, therefore they created this anomalous farting?
Yeah, comets fart, according to what they're saying. Here, I'll post a link. There you go.
The movements didn't match what they predicted, therefore
Comets are
they're
farting. Yeah. Comets
right.
exhibit
They're is
non-gravitational acceleration caused by recoil forces due to antitropic mass loss.
that a theory, or
That
is that just like them saying this is what we know, or is it like we
that's what
think this?
that's what they're claiming. They're saying the asteroids are farting.
It's their best explanation, or like, nah, we're pretty sure about it. Because I
Uh,
can
There's
read.
no
look,
such thing
just
as we're
by
pretty sure about it. It's always this is what I think.
Right.
yeah, just look up non-gravitational acceleration and asteroids or comets. So what you said earlier about gravity predicts, everything at the solar system level, it's incorrect. Oh, but don't you worry about that, Putin. The comets are farting.
Did you say farting as in blowing of gas?
Yeah, they're blowing off steam.
Poor things have had a rough day.
It's funny that they say that. Well, they don't say it in those words. I'm, you know, making it
Saying he
funny.
got muted.
Leaking gas.
Yeah, they're leaking gas. Oh my.
Does anybody have a reason why he was muted?
Who?
Who?
Got
He's old and drunk.
Was he wasted again? He wasn't following along like Johnny B.
He's always wasted. It's 10 in the morning. He's
Right.
freaking
So
wasted.
they said that he said earlier that gravity works out in the solar system just fine. If that was true, there wouldn't be dark matter in the solar system because dark matter is the theoretical particles that are a placeholder for the missing gravitation to make gravity work. So dark matter doesn't interact with ordinary matter. It's invisible to light and other forms of electromagnetic radiation. So modern instruments can't see it. But dark matter does have mass.
Oh
And
yeah.
that means it has gravitational pull.
Can we measure the mass?
Can you measure the mass of something you can't see? No,
Yep.
you have to infer its existence.
So it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it just got debunked. Would you like to see that video?
Please. I'd love to see another video of things that don't exist.
Right?
For people that claim to only believe in what we can see, we have a lot of things that we can't see that we believe in.
I know, right? It's almost like I got a sky daddy, but I'm an idiot. Can't see him, can't detect him, But they got dark matter, can't see them, can't detect it, but they're geniuses, right?
That's actually a very good point. We have some sort of written evidence for God, but can they have some sort of evidence for the floating mass?
Right.
All these, we can see planets from billions of years away, right? But ooh, the existence of a God, that's incredibly unjust.
Well, peace to you, my brother.
Can we measure dark matter in our solar system?
No.
It's invisible to light and electromagnetic rate. I'm reading the article that Larry posted, Jedi.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
That's okay.
Right. In this video, if you watch it, Professor Krupa, particle physicist, string theorist, explains how cold dark matter was debunked when they saw two galaxies collide, and they said the stars should have acted like dropping a marble in a jar of honey, but they acted like dropping a marble in an empty jar.
Now, why
Because
do
the
you
dark
think that
matter.
is?
What?
What do you think that is?
Well, because dark matter would have gravitational effects if it were there. But when they saw the two galaxies collide, these gravitational effects were not observed. So it's debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma, according to Professor Krupa.
Professor Krupa.
Does Koopa, does he get the princess?
He gets the princess.
Okay.
I think that was the first conspiracy theory I ever heard.
The one thing that broke a barrier that baffled even people that thought they understood space, right, was that accretion disks around black holes. Well, they looked like
I'm just
light,
crazy fucks on the internet.
right? Light around black holes where it wasn't supposed to be there, but they supposedly caught it with advanced telescoping technology, and that kind of punctured a hole in a lot of theoretical astrophysics, which that's why it's called theory. It's called theoretical because the truth is it's not fully understood, just being observed. So light definitely works in a different way outside of our atmosphere than we thought, according to accretion disks.
You're talking about black holes?
Well, yeah, what they observe with telescopes, they believe to be black holes had light and particles around them, where it defied certain laws of theoretical astrophysics.
You know, all the telescopes we have that see from long distances are actually computer generated. They don't actually zoom in and see from far. They take a photo, and then the AI predicts what it should look like, and that's the photo that ends up being shown to us.
Yeah, it's theoretical. That's why I said
It's just all AI generated.
theoretical field.
We have AI generators now that you can just write on there, can you please show me what a black hole would look like, and it'll generate a random photo. And that's just as good as any telescope we have. I mean, seriously.
Like I said, it's I guess they're using AI because they truly can't. Maybe they can't see everything. They're just trying their best, and it's a theoretical.
Why are they?
The whole thing's theoretical.
Why are they giving us AI now? What's about to happen?
No, for example, here, I'm gonna post a picture in the chat. This was
AI is really handy for something.
This was the image that NASA showed for a black hole. This was a revolutionary photo taken by a telescope.
Where are you posting?
In the Flat Earth chat.
Let me see here.
Yeah, if you look at what the string theorists say about Einstein's gravity, because they're the ones who actually tried to have fundamental forces of nature into a single framework, but they had to invent like 10 or 11 dimensions to try to make that shit work, and it still didn't work. So if you ask them about it, they'll tell you. like Michio Kaku, he's like, nobody that I know of in my field actually I better not say that, uses the scientific method. Leaps of logic, guesswork. That's what they use instead of the scientific method.
It's not always the best. Like even
Nope.
like we have chemical structures, right, that we see now and we have models for, and there was at one point that was theory until it was proven, observable with technology. But theory is good because it leaves room for development, but it also that's why things that are theoretical have to be understood as theoretical
Listen to
and
this
not
shit. Here's some
solidified.
theoretical here's some theoretical shit. So I posted the article 18 things in physics. Do naked singularities exist? A singularity occurs when some property of a thing is infinite. So the laws of physics as we know them break down. At the center of black holes lies a point that is infinitely tensy and dense, packed with a finite amount of matter at a point called a singularity. In mathematics, singularities come up all the time. Dividing by zero, uh-oh, is one instance. Okay, so when the property of a thing is infinite, that should tell you right there it's some made up bullshit. Infinite is a concept. How could property of a thing be infinite? And then when it is infinite, does dividing by zero give you an answer? I'll post this for you. This is the shit that they're teaching in the colleges, bro.
The colleges, bro.
Colleges are fucked, dude.
I
That's
think there's
that's not
nothing
even
wrong with
not even
colleges.
a real education. It's
What's
such
a
a
real
If you're gonna be a
education?
doctor or a lawyer, then go for it. But
There's nothing wrong with the education that you're taught. You're taught what you need to know to work in the fields that are available.
Right, like astrobiologists. No one ever said I want to be an astrobiologist when I grow up. But you could pay like $100,000 or go into debt and get you an astrobiologist degree. And I don't know, is there any alien life for them to study? What do they do all day? They just make up
The
some shit
closest thing to
about
alien
climate
life would be
change?
tardigrade.
Brother, let me tell you this. They can literally stare at a blank moon all day. As long as they're getting paid, it really doesn't matter what they do, right?
Right, and that's why we have diminishing returns with scientific investments these days. Because people have been chasing their tail for 100 years looking for
Non-existent
space time
return.
that doesn't exist. Well,
The
meanwhile,
returns.
200 years ago, there was scientific breakthroughs all the time because we weren't looking for space time, we were utilizing ether physics.
Well, the breakthroughs aren't happening at all. The returns on space exploration is actually minuscule. I think we spend like $300 million a day, and the returns
I think
are
it's I think it's like 60 or 70 million dollars a day.
just NASA gets 80 million a day. How about
You're
SpaceX?
referring to the heavy monetization of the education system is it's causing the lack of scientific development,
They're not monetized
medicine
enough.
development. It is actually the education system that's causing it because it forces gatekeeping because now
I think the education system is underfunded and the exploration system is overfunded. For example, NASA is just a little bit bigger than SpaceX currently. They get about 80 mil a day. SpaceX is just a little under that. And that's just the two largest organizations we know. There's companies like Blue Origin, they get a shit ton of money as well.
And
All
what do
these
the Hawaiians get? What do they get a day? Oh, they got
they get
$700.
$700. But the
Yeah.
Ukrainians get 10,000 a pop.
No, the Ukrainians got like 6,000, no, 6 billion, sorry,
Yeah,
extra
so
sent to them.
there
But
was a
that's exactly how much you would need to restore the Hawaiians to their former glory.
there was a politician that worked out per capita. So the Hawaiians got 700 each. The Ukrainians got $10,000 each when they work it
Wow,
out
if
per
only we
person.
had like a president that like put Americans first. That'd
He
be
also
weird, right?
yeah, he also said the $700 payment is a one-time payment. We're not giving you another one. But the Ukrainians, I think they just passed another funding bill recently for another couple $1 billion. But who knows? It's only
Well, hey
money,
man,
right?
we got to depopulate the earth. You got, mold growing on the bread. So we're way overpopulated, even though like no fucking body lives in Montana. But yeah, we're overpopulated as hell, so we definitely got to kill like a majority of, the Europeans and Russians and Americans. They have to die so that the CO2 doesn't go up another 0.01% in the Earth's atmosphere since the 1800s. That makes sense, right? I mean, that's all, climate scientists are talking about is this, runaway greenhouse effect, and it's going up 0.01. So we gotta make all these people be astrobiologists. They're going to be bored as fuck. So we're just going to tell them, hey, sorry, there's no biology in the Astros. So we're just going to get you guys to research this climate change and then tell us that find evidence of climate change. We just need evidence that the climate is changing, even though the climate always changes. But we need evidence that man is causing it. So you guys get to work.
There's only one thing we should be looking at if you want to look at biology as
Big
far as
titties.
outside of our atmosphere is tardigrades. They're interesting. They're interesting microorganisms, and it's
The
the
other guy that
only.
said titties was right.
He's not lying.
I'm not a lion.
Tardigrades, man. They're interesting microorganisms, and they do have. It's the only reason they can survive outside of the atmosphere is because cryptobiosis. But we can't achieve that as a human species, unless we were genetically modified.
Yeah.
So that's out of our grasp anyway, unless we do some severe gene modifying. Which maybe that's a goal one at some point here. Maybe there are aliens.
It's not going to be for us.
Yeah, it's going to be for maybe select few people that can
Joe Biden
go out in
getting
space
his mind
and
back, taking over the world.
The guy's 80 years old. Give him a break.
He eats babies. He's younger than that.
He didn't say he wasn't too busy eating babies, so therefore he's probably eating babies.
He'll be fine. He'll live to be 150.
Brother, he's gonna fall dead any day
said-
now. What are you talking about?
You guys seen what
You
the
guys-
oldest person they
wait.
got on record, how long they lived
Wow.
for?
Somebody said something survives outside of the atmosphere. Does somebody want to talk about that? Is it what kind of server is this?
Cryptobiosis, tardigrades can survive extreme temperatures and live in vacuums for a period of time.
What does that
And
have
they
to do
go
with?
into-
Okay,
they go
what does that have to do with what? What does that have to do with the atmosphere? What are you talking about? What does that have to do with reality?
Watch him cook.
What I'm
Settle
telling you
down.
is,
Settle down.
What is going
relax.
on?
So what I'm telling you is,
What
their
does that have to do with
genes-
going outside of here? That has nothing to do with going outside of here. I'm talking about outside of. See, we got a complete seizure.
Yeah.
Are you all flat earthers? Is this
No,
what
so
flat
what it
earthers act
is-
like?
Let him
We're
cook.
I'm not a
talking about
flat earther.
leaving this world, outside of this
Yeah.
world, outside of the air. There's no such thing as going outside of the air.
Yeah.
What are you talking
So
about?
what it is
gives you anxiety,
tardigrades can live in they can live
Wait,
in
so you
extreme
agree with
temperature.
flat earthers? They say the same thing.
Who is that? Why are flat earthers allowing this person to say this then? Duh.
So check
No,
it out.
I'm not a
brother.
flat earther. Why are flat earthers allowing people to say you can leave the atmosphere? There's no such thing as an atmosphere. You're a flat earther? What are you guys
Tardigrades can
talking
live
about?
in a vacuum, and they can
There's
live
no
in
atmosphere.
extreme temperatures.
What are we doing?
What
and they can
does
shut
that
down
have to do
cellular
with
metabolism.
What does that, again, no answer. What does that have to
So
do
if
with
there was a
outside of the
vacuum,
atmosphere? No, there is no vacuum outside of the atmosphere. What cartoon are you living in?
Have you been out of the atmosphere?
No, that's you can't go. I just said you can't do that, and you're asking me if I can do something I can't do, bro. Do you have functioning brain cells? Where's QE?
How do you know
I
you
can't
can?
believe
Have
it.
you tried?
No, it's something you've never done. That's the point. You've never
never
done
said
it.
I
You've
did.
never
I never-
tried it.
I never
Exactly.
said I
You're making
did.
a claim about it. I know this is your religion. I'm just
I never
pointing out that
said-
this
I
is
never
your
made any
religion.
claim.
No,
This
relax.
is your
Let him
religion
speak,
saying that
bro.
tardigrades go outside of the atmosphere. I'm just saying, why are people
tardigrades are the
psychotic
only
religions?
microorganism.
so
Relax.
triggered.
Look,
Maybe
So
try
flat
going
earthers.
outside
So
of
the
the
flat Earth
atmosphere.
channel
down
is
and
where
breathe.
people come to discuss
You guys
their
We can't
shut up,
rhyme
cosmic
with
bro.
religion.
trigger.
Can you guys shut
So
up?
you're saying, so
My
flat
head hurts. You guys are
earthers
yelling over
talk
each other
about
all
the
the time.
outer space religion, right? So we're
Yeah, I'm
talking
trying to
about
help the guy
the
out
outer
when
space religion.
he
Poor
comes
guy.
down
There's
with
no
it.
way you can really be this stupid, bro. You got to try less
There's a lot
crack,
of
you
double
guys.
gut errors
It's
being
pathetic.
tossed
I'd
around.
rather I'd rather talk about our flat Earth models. I think I have the best flat Earth model here, and I keep
No
getting
such
muted
thing.
trying to
That's
hear it.
ridiculous.
I wasn't
Yeah, there's
even
no such
talking
thing.
about
Anybody
flat
who
Earth. I
thinks
was
they need a
talking about
flat Earth model
tardigrades.
is also a retard. Yeah, if you think you need a
Tardigrades
flat
are
Earth model,
microorganisms.
you
Change
definitely
stuff
have no
up.
life
Flat
experience.
earthers that.
I think
You
everybody's
don't think
retard.
it'd be useful to have a model for the way the world works?
All
Like,
models already depend. All working models depend on not adjusting for curvature or spin.
If I could get in
Yeah,
just
that's
for
what
a
I'm saying.
second,
I have a flat Earth model.
hey, give me a second. Give me a
Lord.
second. Give me a second. Yeah, to the guy who's asking for a model, if you'll just click on that video that I posted, if you guys could just shut up while I'm talking for a second. If you click on the video that I posted with Professor Krupa, you'll see that you guys don't have a model either. He just debunked your Lambda CDM model because cold dark matter, that's what CDM stands for, just got debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. So if you guys could produce a working cosmological model, that'd be great instead of coming in here asking us for a model that we never claimed existed.
No,
Why don't you guys
I
find a
wasn't.
model that actually fucking works, bro?
I wasn't asking you for a model. Every time I try to share my flat Earth model in this channel, I get muted because people are like, "You don't need a model. Anybody who has a model is an idiot." Like you guys have like
You're
copy
getting
paste,
muted
like
because you're
copy
stupid,
paste
bro.
cookie cutter responses to this shit. Like maybe actually like hear out my model and respond.
I got a model of Halle Berry.
Yeah.
I want to hear his model.
Like y'all dodge
Got him.
that shit like it's Neo, like you're fucking Neo. Like I don't get it.
Wait, I
Like,
was
just
the
hear
only
it
one
out.
who said I wanted to hear your model. What do you mean?
No, I respect that. I respect that. I've been
You're
muted
really
on like
you're really shit talking me right now.
I've been muted on like 3 separate occasions, so I'm kind of
You're
mad at
really
like the
shit
room,
talking me
the
right
room
now.
overall. No, I appreciate you actually wanting to hear it. Like
I
I'll
want to
gladly
hear
share
it.
it. Yeah.
So
So
using the flat
the
Earth
Earth is
model
flat.
and nothing else, when can you predict a solar eclipse?
I mean, I don't have all that figured out. I'm still working on my model, but I at least have
Oh,
the model.
gotcha. Okay, what can you
Yeah.
model then?
Okay, so the Earth is flat. There's a firmament above our heads. Okay, so there's like the dome above our heads. The sun moves in a straight line over our heads. Okay, and then it either like loops back around like it's portal, or there's just a different sun every day that passes over our heads.
No.
Okay.
A
What is
different sun every day. Nice one, bro.
what is
Yeah,
the
it's like an
angle?
assembly line of suns. Yeah.
So you know how the sun is like a spotlight sun on the flat Earth? Is that would that be like a fair representation of your flat Earth sun?
I guess so, but it doesn't go in circles above our heads. That's just stupid. It goes in a straight line above our heads, and like I
It
said,
goes
it
in
just
a-
loops back
That's
around
also
each day.
so this is just the retard hour. Okay, I'll come back later.
No,
so
I mean I've got a
assuming-
better model than you guys.
This is just pathetic. This guy needs to be kept away from children. He thinks he knows how the sun, moon, and stars work.
Okay, all right.
I've got a better
That's-
model than any of you
that's
flat
too
earthers.
You
I'm not-
perverts need to be in a gas
That's
chamber
too
extinguished.
Just to share real quick.
Definitely too
Just
far.
to share real quick, I got muted yesterday for saying I believe
don't
that the
care.
Earth is flat because apparently you can't believe things; you can only know things. Belief is stupid, apparently. So me
You
saying
are
I
talking
believe
about
the
an
Earth is
assembly
flat,
line of
or
sun.
I believe I'm
What are you
standing
talking
on the
about?
ground, like that's
You got
that's like
sussed out by the cult members, is what happened, bro. You got to use the
yeah,
proper
exactly.
language.
Exactly,
Use
but
the
I'm the only
backbone,
real
you'll be
flat
fine.
earther here. I'm the only real flat earther here. They're all fucking fake. They all work
There's
for
an
the Flat Earth
overwhelming
Society.
there's an overwhelming amount of trolls today, I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah,
I
No,
just
I'm
wonder-
real, dude. I'm the only real flat
Everyone
earther
that
here, bro.
disagrees with us are trolls.
I just
Can
wonder.
you tell me more about your
what-
assembly
You
line
guys
of
are just
sun?
pissed off because I pointed out that your most brilliant scientists divide by 0. That's what you guys are pissed off about.
Please
think some- I think
explain
you
to
can
me.
divide-
Explain to
you
me
can
again
divide
your
this-
assembly line of sun.
Eyes up, flat earthers.
I mean, you all recognize that these are all fake flat earthers. They're just pretending to be flat earthers. Like, at least I can actually make a case for my
Hello,
position.
read the link. Read the link
Well,
that I
I don't-
posted.
I don't-
You guys
you get
believe that
hollered
it's
at
okay to divide
mentioning
by
a bunch
0
of
as long
nerds.
as it makes your model work.
All right, nobody gives a fuck, dude. You probably didn't graduate past algebra, so shut the fuck up. Like, nobody cares.
Jesus, why are you guys being so rude?
You're coming on his math skills, dude. I hear a math battle coming on.
Uh-oh.
Math battle, math
Slap
battle,
some paper
math
down and just
battle.
long divide now, bitch. You won't.
Long division.
Ixo, you are
It's the lost art of long division.
Hey,
We're
listen,
still doing long division. We
math
didn't get
battle,
past that
I'm
one.
gonna start by
Nobody can do
spinning
that
2
anymore.
plus
It's a
2 is
lost
4,
archaic
minus
art.
1
It's a
that's equaling
lost
math.
How many
archaic art of
times?
fourth grade.
How many
Smoke
times
trees.
does 0 go into infinity, guys? You tell me.
Infinity amount of times.
Infinity amount of times.
Got him.
0
Infinity is
does.
an amount.
You guys
but
answered that
that's
question
okay.
like it was a viable question.
I know.
sh-
I'm hella smart.
You should have said that does not compute, but you didn't. You fell for it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure 0 would go into infinity in an infinite amount of times. Like, it would just stay
Really?
at 0. but
What
like,
is 0? What is that? Tell me about the 0. Tell me about it.
That's a good question. I don't know. I can't answer that one for you.
He doesn't
I
get
don't-
any numbers.
I don't
So
know.
whatever it
I don't
is,
know
we
that
know that
zero
it goes
exists.
into
Zero is
infinity.
dumb. Zero shouldn't exist. Zero is stupid.
Philosophically, though, zero is kind of a weird concept, though.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Can you
I
give me
agree.
some zero so I can put it in my pocket, or maybe put it in a cup and paint it purple?
Dog, you are a zero.
Can you draw a representation of zero?
Yes. I just did. You want to see me do it again?
Oh fuck, you did it.
Yeah, I just did it just
Can I have
now.
some
I
zero?
mean, I guess the only closest relation you can make to the concept of zero in biology would be like a polarization cycle of a cell. So it has a relaxed state, and then it becomes
$10 is one
Alright, check
depolarized,
it out, guys. I posted it. Like, this is like the
repolarizes.
wisdom of the scientific community.
But its natural state would be the closest you can get to the idea of zero.
In mathematics, singularities come up all the time.
know.
Dividing by zeros is one instance. The fuck, I posted it. I
Yeah,
can't
so-
believe you guys actually
So-
believe this shit.
Well, sometimes when when you have like a differentiable equation, right? And you can take let's say it has like there's like two equations, one in the numerator, one in the denominator, and you're not sure if these equations converge at zero or if they diverge at zero, right? So at that point, if you take the limit as the equation approaches zero, you can get a better idea as to whether or not it's actually zero or infinity at at that point. But that's been a while since I've done some diffeq, so
Right, so let's take it, logically, right? So I got 12 eggs, right? And there's like 6 people, right? So if we're all eating eggs, how many people get an egg, and how many do they get? Well,
No, Larry,
it's
I
real
understand-
easy,
I
right?
understand
It's real
what you
easy.
mean. I
Now,
understand what you
right
mean,
now
but
we
you
got
can't
12
divide
eggs
by
and 0 people. How many eggs do these 0 people get? Wait, 0 people? That's a concept. That doesn't
It's an
actually exist in
undefined-
reality.
Yeah, it's undefined. Yeah.
Right. So when you guys are like, doing this sort of stuff, and you guys are saying math proves things, okay. Yeah, math does prove things, but math is also a language, and you can describe shit that doesn't exist in reality. Like a singularity occurs when a property of a thing is infinite. That's another concept that doesn't exist in reality. So my question is, where does the philosophical bullshit end and the actual science begin? Because I haven't seen any science yet.
I haven't
Well, the
seen
thing
any
is,
science
you're
about flat
referring
earth.
to it's theoretical astrophysics. That's why it's called theoretical. It's called theoretical because it's not
Yeah, but
accepted
a lot
as
of
a
people
definitive.
think this is science.
There's like science has a lot of parts that are observable and they can be given a function value to a piece of it, but some of
Yeah,
it's
like-
theoretical. So that's why astrophysics theoretical.
Yeah, like maybe not an example of dividing by zero specifically, but one example in which electricians will commonly use negative square roots is with imaginary numbers, right? When a signal is out of phase, for example, that's not
Imagination
desirable.
land.
Well, no, because you can detect like when a signal is out of phase and thus has an imaginary component to the signal, right? Because then when you alter, like, I don't know, its parallel capacitance, for example, then you can say, okay, well, then we put this signal back in phase and that imaginary counterpart becomes a real counterpart, right? That's just an example, right? But that's when you use negative square roots. Like that doesn't, you can't really have a negative square root. But if you change it into that square root times I and then treat I like a normal variable, then it cancels out just like everything else, and you can still use that as a coherent concept,
You're talking real math here, buddy.
Real math.
Yeah, kind of like a state, you know what I mean? That's why I
How much do
mentioned
I owe you for science class?
cell polarization.
Don't validate the burn they did earlier for not getting past algebra.
So you need I stands in as a placeholder mostly is what you're saying. Like you never end up as a result.
Well, you can detect it as a component of the signal, right? But here, like actually, I can actually link a data. So I take a machine learning class, and one of the things they had us do was construct a machine learning algorithm based on a database that we had, and this database had a signal with two real components and two imaginary components, and the frequency that the signal was attached to, right? Um, and basically the algorithm that I created happened to be 96% accurate, not to flex, but it used the real and the imaginary components to predict which room the signal was coming from.
Hey, that's cool. Like the cosmology model, the standard model, they got 96% wrong. So hey, you did like really good because 96% of the model in standard cosmology is dark matter and dark energy. 24 or 26%, I can't remember, of that was cold dark matter, which just got debunked. So your model's kind of looking like a tire that's like 4% rubber and like 96% like rubber glue and band-aids.
So you're saying that they found a certain piece of matter that was not dark matter?
No, I'm
Like
saying they
they
debunked dark
said it
matter.
was. Well,
I'll,
what did they
I'll
find
post
instead
the
of dark
video again.
matter?
Nothing.
the
They
particle
just debunked dark matter.
They didn't find
When you
anything?
debunk something, it's independent of replacement, right? Falsification is independent of replacement.
Right, but if they found some other type of matter there, right, then you could classify it as either baryonic or non-baryonic matter.
They didn't. They didn't. They just debunked gravity. Watch the video. It's literally what it says. That's why they got modified Newtonian dynamics, or MOND, because Einstein's gravity just got debunked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. Sorry to be the one to tell you guys.
I'm not really trusting your account of
That's why I posted the video. Maybe you'll trust the good
mass
professor, right?
physics.
That's probably why you're going to listen to the video.
Yeah.
Because if I'm repeating what he said about how dark matter is debunked, then that means the math that wasn't working out at the galactic level about the galaxy spinning 10 times too fast, according to Michio Kaku, then that means gravity doesn't work, because that was the ad hoc theory that patched up Einstein's theory. So what you have here is, an ad hoc continuum instead of a space-time continuum.
You don't know nothing.
You don't know
You don't
nothing.
know nothing. That's his response. You don't know nothing. It's like, what are you, like a
Can't know
pirate?
anything.
You're a brain in a vat.
I'll be back. I'll be back. You guys have
You're,
fun.
you're a brain in a vat. He's going to go recruit some backup.
So in terms
Hey
of
Larry, if he said you don't know nothing, it might be true, bro, because he said so, So it's true.
Yeah, that's like
So-
the best rebuttal I've ever heard. I'm
so
defeated.
in terms of MOND, you would say that it's like a correction of Newtonian gravity then?
It's like 300 corrections where they've published 300 papers trying to solve this problem, but they can't like get a gravity to work where everything works together, where string theory would be complete. So at best, you can say that your model for gravity is incomplete. At best.
Well, string theory is a little bit different. Like string theory doesn't actually make any falsifiable predictions. I kind of hate string theory, honestly.
Right, because
I
it's
feel
the
like it's
theory
really
that's trying to
mystified.
get gravity to work at the galactic and the quantum level. I understand why you hate it, because it points out so obviously and blatantly how screwed up that theory is of
Well, no,
gravity.
it's not even a theory because it doesn't make any testable or falsifiable predictions. Right? A theory is a combination of all of our observations into one coherent framework to explain all of these phenomena happening. But string theory, that's like a misleading term, right? Because
Well,
it
M
hasn't been
theory, whatever you want to
corroborated
call it.
behind. Right, I'd probably call it string hypothesis, but it also hasn't even made a hypothesis yet. So
Well, that's what
yeah.
we say about most of you guys' claims, especially like dark energy. Like, how could we falsify that?
Well, what do you think dark energy is?
It's a nothing zero theory. Then it's a zero
The
theory.
energy,
It's
the energy
zero
required
to the
for
left.
the. Go ahead, Jimsy. Sorry. The
No,
energy
bro, he was
required
talking
for the
about the
expansion rate
theory
increasing. Yeah, how do we falsify dark
That
energy?
when you're drinking,
Okay, dark energy is the energy required for the expansion of the universe.
The acceleration of the expansion of the universe.
Accelerate. Okay, is it modeled using any equations or anything?
So yeah, they do that, and when they do, and they compare it to the actual vacuum energy, they get this thing called the vacuum catastrophe. You can look it up. And
How
when they
far are they
compare it,
off from their predictions?
10 to the 120th.
To 120th what? The 120th
10
power?
to the
As a
120th
percentage?
power.
As a
No,
percentage?
that's orders of magnitude, not a percentage.
Order. Okay, that doesn't mean anything for the
They're
uncertainty
off by a
parameter.
factor of 10 to the 120th, according to Michio Kaku.
Okay, so like it should be moving along this function.
You could search crisis in cosmology or the cosmological constant problem, but just know that it has to do with Einstein's cosmological constant, you know, the thing that he told you guys that he was wrong about. But you guys were like, oh no, he's totally right. Oh, he's right. He's so right. And
Well, he
actually,
thought that
he was wrong.
he thought that black holes couldn't exist too, right?
Right, because let me ask you a question.
But
Does
they
gravity...
do. We
Sorry.
imaged one.
So you imaged a black hole, so now it's an imaged hole?
Yeah. What do you mean?
So you imaged a black hole, and how far away is this?
It was pretty far away.
So the black holes, they suck in light, but you somehow got a snapshot of it?
Yeah,
You sure,
you can image the event horizon. Yeah.
you sure that wasn't like Snoop Dogg's blunt zoomed in on?
No, I don't think that was Snoop Dogg's blunt zoomed in on.
Oh, okay.
Do
Well,
you
that's...
actually have any reason to deny the methodology that they engaged in, or do you just think that it was just like it's
Well,
just
black
like a
holes are like
Photoshop?
ridiculously far away. I mean,
They don't have to
so
be.
freaking far away.
It's not necessarily true that black holes are
What's it?
always far away, right? Like,
You seen one close by?
no. What do you mean?
It's only
I'm not finding
1,560 light years away, right? That's, yeah, that's no small distance, right?
true. Yeah, it's no small
That's
See,
distance.
if
like
you do math
trillions.
that make it closer, if you do some math that makes it closer, that might work.
See, like y'all say things like that, and it just indicates that you think that the math is this like magical thing that can justify anything. That's not really how it works, right? Like what they
What do you
basically
mean?
did was they turned okay, so like the ability to image something is going to be contingent on your ability to or on your focal length, right? Because if you have a bigger lens, you can have a higher level of resolution, and therefore you discern more details from further away, right? And what they did essentially through a lot of code and through a lot of fucking math, it's beyond any of us, right? They imaged a black hole from super far away by effectively turning Earth itself into a telescope by capturing all of the information that, you know, was dissipated through Earth from the light coming from that black hole. That's what they did, more or less, in a nutshell. And yeah, actually, I changed my mind. I am Larry. You're correct. That's what happened. That's it. That's it right there.
Well, I mean, can you?
Um,
So the thing about the scientific method is there should be like a peer review process.
mhm.
So can we like review their stuff and try to replicate
Yeah.
it, or
I mean,
right?
if
So
you have
how do we do that?
if you have the tools to replicate this was a very large undertaking, right? Um,
So it was
asking if
expensive,
you, well, yeah, it was yeah, of course it was expensive, right? But I
and
don't
we
think that
got a
should
photograph.
necessarily be.
So how do
Well,
we
yeah,
know these aren't cartoons? Like they didn't just like Photoshop Snoop Dogg smoking a blunt and say this is the black hole. Thanks for the 1.3 million or whatever they got funding for. Like how do we
um,
verify that didn't happen?
are you accusing them of fraud?
Well, I kind of wonder if the government spending's gotten out of control. What do you think the national debt is right now? Should
See,
we look it up?
that's not, but that's not really the national debt isn't really relevant to whether or not they committed fraud, right? Unless the specific claim is they committed fraud, then you don't really have a claim.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if we can't verify it, you know,
Okay, maybe you in your limited training can't verify it, but other people have. That's how science works. It's called institutional disgratification. When you make a scientific claim and when you publish a paper, then you are institutionally disincentivized by the scientific community because you are setting out to prove something wrong, or I guess to validate a hypothesis, I guess. And then it's on them to make sure that everything you do is, up to snuff, right?
Bro,
Based on
many
the
of
math
these
that you
projects are over
use.
budget.
How do you know? How do you know? Like, how much should it have cost to image a black hole?
Even the not that one. I mean, it might
Oh,
be
not
over
that
budget,
one.
but that wouldn't
Okay.
be the only one, nor the first one, nor the last one that are over budget. Even many of the contractors with the, for example, Raytheon, they had multiple projects that were like $1 billion over budget. So you think this
Oh.
is some type of surprise that they're never over budget?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that there do exist evidences of evident pieces of evidence of like if not corruption, then maybe gross negligence when we talk about, auditing the Pentagon and saying, "Hey, Pentagon, you spent money and you told us that you spent it on these things. Can you prove it?" And when they can't prove it, that is called failing an audit. And then when you
Right, like
say the Pentagon failed the audit, therefore I don't believe that they're spending our money appropriately. That would be a very sound claim, right?
like
But you're
September
not
the
y'all
10th,
aren't y'all
2001.
aren't doing that with the black hole imaging. Y'all are just kind of saying baselessly that it's wrong, and y'all are using this to reify your indignation at people saying that Einstein was wrong about the existence of black holes.
Sounds like
No,
another
actually,
burden reversal.
Yeah, anytime you have to prove a claim, it's a burden reversal. That's true.
Well, yeah, it would be your claim, so you would have to validate the authenticity of these images that you're claiming.
Right, but then you don't
And then
accept
to say,
any
well, you
evidence
guys
of
have to
authenticity.
debunk them would be a burden reversal.
yeah, it's the thing about the government is it's the lobbyists that are causing a lot of the corruptions, big oil, big pharma, whatever, right? But
Mhm.
there's lobbyists in the scientific community too, right? And
Black
these
hole
lobbyists
lobbyists.
corrupt what?
The black hole lobbyists.
You don't think there's lobbyists lobbying the professors and giving them grants
I don't
to
I
get what
don't
they
think
want?
there's I don't think there's a much of a private or material incentive to lie about the existence of or materialization of black holes. No. I haven't seen any evidence of that.
Okay, so you can't understand why this would happen, so it's not true. Is that what
Well,
you're
you
saying?
haven't provided any evidence, so until you provide that evidence, no, it's not true.
Okay. So I need to provide evidence that
Yes.
there's lobbyists lobbying the professors with grant money and this sort of thing from the government. You don't think that's true?
Lobbying professors?
Yeah, lobbying
Are
the
you are you
professors.
sure you're informed on the lobbying process?
So do governments give grants to colleges?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And do you think there's like no string attached? Like, here you go.
The
We like you guys.
the string attached is that you must produce research.
Exactly. So if you get paid to find this, is that inductive?
If you get paid to find this, it would be inductive, yes.
Yeah.
Most
So is that how
scientific
science works?
most modes of scientific investigation are inductive, yes. Like
Whoop,
for
you
example,
got
like
you went against Karl Popper.
if you were to say like if I take an egg, based on the evidence that I have, if I take an egg and I smash it on the ground, or if I throw it on the ground, it will break, right? And that's an inductive claim that you make because of the million eggs that you've thrown on the ground before. That's a process of inductive reasoning. Most scientific processes are carried out this way.
If I could just get you to do a little quick search on The Problem with Inductive Reasoning by Karl Popper. That'd be great.
I'm familiar with Hume's problem of induction. I'm not really sure what that has to do with the example that I formulated. Are you saying that if someone didn't know about eggs, if they took out a carton of 11 eggs and threw them on the ground and then took out the last one, if they were to say, hey, based on prior testing, I think that this egg will break, you're saying that that is not a scientific process?
No, not whatsoever. See, how the actual thing works is deductive reasoning, right? You look at all the data, you take it all in, and at the very end, you form a hypothesis, right? And this is kind of like you playing Clue with your family. You don't just automatically go, I think it was the gardener with the knife in the library. No, that's not how you play, right? You actually want to deduce all the other possible killers, weapons, and locations until you got facts at the very end, right?
I hate to inform you, but the process of deductive work and forensic analysis is inherently inductive.
Deductive work is inductive now?
No, detective work is inductive.
So instead of going, hey, let's look at all the evidence, you go, I think it was the gardener. I'm going to find nothing but evidence that fits this claim, and therefore it's, the gardener who did it. No matter what happens, the gardener's the guilty guy, and we're going to charge him regardless of what evidence we come across. Is that how you do it?
No. So what you would do is can I use a slightly different but equally relevant example?
Sure.
Sure. So what if, let's say you're a teacher, and as a teacher, it's your job to report possible instances of abuse or sexual assault. Right? Now this would be kind of you if you saw a kid that was like bruised up, right? And every time, you called his name or every time you raised your hand, he would kind of flinch, he seems kind of submissive, he's got bruises on his neck, all of that. You would consider that pretty reasonable evidence of like abuse going on, right?
Right, but who did it? How do you find out who did it?
Well,
Do you just
at
pick
that
the
point,
father and automatically blame him and only look
well,
for
right, but
evidence that the father did it?
the claim isn't then that, oh, this parent did the abuse, right? The claim is that abuse happened to this child.
No, it didn't.
Right, and then it's reasonable to make that claim, right?
Right, so we're trying to figure out the truth in the matter. So who did
Right.
it? Let's pick the father, right?
Well,
He's
but
probably the guilty one. The
hold on.
patriarchy,
No,
has to be
Larry,
brought down.
you're one step off. Okay, before we can say deductively that abuse happened, you would have to rule out that. Okay, can we mute the trolls, please? You would have to rule out that all of the other circumstances. Like, what if he's just kind of a shy kid, and he happened to get all of those bruises, and he happens to be submissive or
Stop
whatever,
assuming.
and like all of those other. What if all of those other things are true, and it happens to comport to something that would look like an abused child, but where in fact he is actually not abused? If that's possible, then you're not using an inductive you're not using a deductive process. You're using an inductive
Actually, I am using an inductive process. The father did it. We got to get him out of the house
The
so
father did
that
it.
there's no upward mobility. That's how inductive reasoning works. I'm saying the father did it. That's inductive reasoning. In deductive reasoning was like, let's eliminate the other. You're using deductive reasoning right now. You're saying
No,
maybe he plays
that's not-
football.
that's
Maybe
not
there's
what it
something
is.
else going on. You're trying to eliminate all the other possible causes. And that's what we're talking about. You're using deductive reasoning to try to make sense of your inductive claim, and I'm using inductive reasoning to falsify that claim. Maybe the father
Bless you,
didn't do
sir.
it.
This is an issue. Okay, let's take it to a more basic example.
Fuck you.
All men are mortal. All mortals die, therefore all men die. That is a deductive argument, right?
Sure, yeah, makes sense.
Okay. But do you think that argument is true?
Absolutely.
Absolutely true. Okay, how do you know that all men die? Or all mortals die?
Because
How do you know?
it only makes sense of everything that I've observed in my life that all the old people that I used to hang out with in the 80s that were like in their 80s, they're all dead.
Yeah.
All of them.
And
You're just old.
every instance, and in every instance I've observed of me throwing an egg down on the ground, that egg is broken. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you or I will die, right? So that's kind of the problem here. That's why it's an inductive process. Most methods of scientific investigation are. And that's okay, we just need to be reasonable with our limitations, and we need to be reasonable in explaining what the evidence points to, rather than saying this proves definitively that this thing is true, because it could be something else that happens to be more accurate.
Would you do me a favor and look up the Karl Popper problem with inductive reasoning and
I am
understand
familiar.
that?
I'm familiar with the problem of inductive reasoning. I promise you.
Now,
I'm
what are
just
we?
saying that
What's the
like
contention then? What?
the contention is that you think that science is always in a deductive process, but that's not true. Science is most of the time inductive. It's based on looking at things that have already happened and trying to piece together a coherent framework to make future predictions. And if those future predictions hold up, then we can say that the evidence points to this direction, but not necessarily conclusively.
Yeah, the thing about deductive reasoning, it's conclusive.
Okay, but you can't conclusively prove that all men die, right? It's only true if the truisms in your syllogism are true. And you don't know that all men die. It could be the case that tomorrow you could upload your consciousness to the metaverse or something. But, that's the problem with predicting the future, right?
So you don't think all men die?
Not I mean, I don't think you can prove that all men will die. Like when you're relying on a problem of like predicting the future, that's we're not time travelers. Well, we are time travelers, but we only travel time in one direction,
I'll agree with that.
Wait a minute. So you think that if you put your consciousness onto a computer that you'll still live somehow?
Okay, sure. Like, well, I'll find out how to cap my telomeres to where my DNA will never degrade, and I'll never get into car accidents, and blah blah blah. Like, it could be the case that all of those things are true, and I effectively have immortality.
No, I'm saying right. Do you think that putting your consciousness onto a computer will somehow prolong your life?
No, that's why I understood where you were going with there, but that's why I supplied it with an alternative example.
Okay,
the point is,
okay.
Yeah, the point is that, like, it could hypothetically be possible that tomorrow some means is discovered in which we live forever. So the statement that all men die isn't necessarily true because it is yet to be tested that all men die.
Isn't that like a future fallacy?
Appeal to the future.
Appeal to the future. No,
Appeal to the future fallacy.
No, it's just citing a Hume's problem with induction. Like the sun, it's like every day the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, right? But tomorrow it could be different. That's the only problem. That's the problem with induction, is that tomorrow it could be different. We don't really have any reason to think why it would be different, but it could be. And since that possibility exists, there is a problem with inductive reasoning.
I heard there's a prophecy that there'll be 3 days of darkness one day. If that were to happen, would you Globers believe that the Earth is a sphere? Because if the Earth's rotating at 1,038 miles to the equator, and for some reason night and day stops happening, wouldn't that mean that everything not strapped down to the Earth would take an immediate left at 1,000 miles an hour?
Yeah,
So
basically.
if that happened, would you guys believe that the Earth is geocentric?
I would probably believe. My beliefs would probably be like, oh yeah, I guess the flat earthers were right. So wait, what? And then I splat into like the side of a building or something.
I want to see a globe earther's reaction to the Go Fast rocket stopping in the middle of nowhere, and I want to see their genuine explanation of what may have happened.
What for what?
I'm gonna post a video in the chat of a Go Fast rocket going up with a camera strapped to it, and all of a sudden it stops, and I just want to see a globe earther's explanation of what's happening. Just an honest explanation.
In fact, I'm not saying that you need prophecy to prove flat Earth. I'm saying that for inductive reasoning, that there's an inherent limitation with inductive reasoning. That
I agree.
I think that you can reasonably demonstrate that throwing an egg on the ground will break the egg. I think you can reasonably demonstrate the fact that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And I think you can reasonably demonstrate the flat Earth if the Earth was flat, but it's not. So
let's get into that.
Why I don't think
let's
you can
get into that.
demonstrate
So,
sure.
So do boats go over the horizon?
Boats go over the yeah.
Does that prove that the Earth is a globe?
I think that proves that the Earth is curved. It could be possible that like it's a sheet of paper, and then I
Weird.
think it proves curvature. Sure.
Okay, so you think that the curvature caused by the Earth curve is what's causing the boats to go over the horizon?
Curvature caused by the Earth curve.
Curvature caused by the Earth curve.
I meant to say
caused the
curvature
boat-
caused by the Earth.
Curvature caused by
Curving.
the Earth causes the boats to go over the horizon.
To
when
disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you believe there's a geometric horizon.
Yes.
So have you seen the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, I have seen the Black Swan argument. Would you like me to go through why it's dumb?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So the oil rig.
Wait, first, can you state the argument just so we know that you understand it?
The argument is that I shouldn't be able to see this thing, but I do. That's more or less the argument, right? I shouldn't be able to see this oil rig because it's this distance away, and by this equation, I shouldn't be able to see it.
No.
No,
They've
that's
told you
not
for
it?
days now that that's not the argument, and you still don't know it. That's incredible.
Okay, bud. All right. Well, I mean, if that's not what it is, then what is it?
The distance to the horizon is beyond that of the geometric necessities of the ball in question.
Okay, so the geometric horizon. So what am I supposed to be seeing that I shouldn't be able to see?
A geometric horizon at 1.2 miles.
At 1.2 miles. Yeah, that's funny. It's funny that 1.2 miles only floated as a number after I calculated it. Nobody else has said 1.2 miles
That
ever
is
since
also
I calculated
ridiculous.
that number.
That is also completely ridiculous because that's the Black Swan argument. It says right there on that
Right.
image that gets posted 10 times a day, well, 100 times a day, every day. Maximum
Right.
distance to the horizon geometrically 1.2 miles for 1 foot observer. You did not insert that number into this conversation. I don't know what you're smoking now.
Yeah. So Larry, the oil rig in question, the platform habitat, I believe it was 90 feet off the ground,
It's
or
not
off the sea
a
level,
question
right?
about the oil rig. Why are you doing that again?
Okay, because okay, if I go into an
There's no way the
elevator,
Earth is flat.
if I go into an elevator and I go to the top floor, like if I go to the 500th floor of any building, I'm going to see more surface on the ground than I would if I like, you would agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so on a sphere, if I go into the top of a tower, I will see more surface area of that sphere, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I go to the top of an oil rig, I should be able to see someone at the coast. If the coast is if I go up 90 feet in the air, I should be able to see something like 11.41 miles away in any given direction, assuming equal
Okay.
altitude
Yeah. Okay.
compared to the Earth.
And what? All right. And what does that have to do with the Black Swan argument?
Point is that if I go to the top of the oil rig and I look around, I will see the person taking that camera shot.
So
the
what?
observer, because the observer is 1 foot off the ground, yeah, that's true. But the oil rig is 90 feet off the ground. And if
That's
the oil
irrelevant.
rig, if the oil rig
That's
can
irrelevant.
see flat water. If the
That's
oil rig,
irrelevant.
flat
No,
water.
no,
If the,
no, no. Don't tell me my argument. That's
if the
irrelevant. The
oil
height
rig,
of the rig.
I'm telling you my argument.
The
If
Earth,
the oil
it's
rig
not,
can
it's not
see
addressing,
me,
it's not addressing the
if
argument.
the oil
The
rig
height
can
of-
see me, I can see the oil
Listen.
rig.
Listen, the height of the rig is completely irrelevant to the argument that we're making with that
If the
image.
oil rig was shorter, I shouldn't be able to see it, right?
Listen, the height of the rig
They just want to
is
use the oil rigs
completely
as
irrelevant.
mile markers.
It's completely irrelevant to the argument
It's
that
not
we're
completely
making. with that image.
irrelevant because you agreed
Yes,
with
it is.
every
Yes,
part
it
of the
is.
hypothetical.
Yes, I agree with the
And
hypothetical.
now you're
but the
obstinately
hypothetical
interrupting because you don't like what I'm saying.
The hypothetical doesn't address the argument. Can you give me back
So
the
here-
argument? I just told you what it was. Can you tell us what our argument is so that we
Yeah,
can be
so
sure that
you
you're trying to
said
skip at
that
it?
the geometric horizon, 1 foot off of the ground, would be 1.2 miles in any given direction, assuming equal altitude for all things involved.
And for
That
1
was
foot
what you said.
observer, it'll be 1.2 miles out. That's the argument.
So
Geometrically
that's
speaking,
that's what I said back to you, right?
that's what it would be. So
That's
the
what I
thing
said
is,
back. Wait,
that
no,
image,
that's what I said back
that
to you,
image,
right? Are you
listen,
confirming that I said the argument correctly?
Yes. So why are you addressing the
Thank
height of
you.
the rig and all that?
The reason why I'm addressing the height of the rig, and the reason why I think it's meaningfully relevant to the argument here, is because when you're talking about the geometric horizon from the 1 foot observer, you're only talking about things that are at the equal altitude. But these oil rigs are above the equal
Oh my
altitude,
God.
which is why I think
No,
the
no,
target is more important than
no,
the observer.
no, no. We're talking about the distance to the horizon. Using the oil rig, the furthest one is a demarcator at 9.4 miles. We can see that the horizon, the thing in question, is beyond that oil rig, therefore
Let me just
beyond 9.4 miles, therefore beyond 1.2, where geometrically it must be on a sphere with a radius of
let me see
3959
if I can
miles.
get this. Let me see if we can get this better
Let's see if
here
you can get
visually.
this. The oil
All
rig
of you
is
are
not
wrong.
the
All of
argument.
you are
The
wrong.
oil
You're
rig is
wrong.
just a demarcator. That's all it is. It's a mile marker. That's it.
Right.
Its height is completely irrelevant. We're
So
just using it to go, okay, that's 9.4 miles out. We see the horizon beyond it. That means the horizon is further than 9.4. That means the horizon is further than 1.2. That's the argument.
So if I have a target that's 1 feet off the ground in any direction based on the formula that we had yesterday, I can pull it back up again. Trying to get a nice tangent line here. Nice and tangent. Okay, right. All right there, give or take. Okay, and then if we have another one right over here, right, 1 feet off the ground, that this distance is 1.2 miles. So at this part of the sphere right here, I'm getting really good at paint streaming, I gotta say. At this little
we really need that. We really need that for this
this little
argument.
paint
Thanks.
well yeah, but this little paint stream right here, you're alleging that if you're 1 foot off the ground, you'd see 1.2 miles in any direction for anything that's at
No,
the
I'm
equal
saying that will be
radius,
the
right?
distance to the horizon on the sphere that you think that you live on.
Yeah, that's what I said. So the distance to the horizon,
Not
you
really.
can't, and if there's like a building over here on this curved Earth, right, then you shouldn't be able to see it, right?
No, no, no. You still don't understand. Nobody's
shouldn't.
saying that you shouldn't be able to
So
see a building or whatever. Look, I don't know how many times I have to tell you. It's not about not being able to see this object or that object. It's
Then
about
what the fuck
testing
is
the
it about
distance to the
then?
horizon. I'm just about to tell you for about the 7th time. It's about testing the distance to the horizon.
Right,
I
but
don't know why you can't
if
get that
something
through
like
your
an
head.
oil rig,
No.
is obstructing that horizon, right? If we
Oh my
like,
God.
because
It's
like right
not.
here,
What do you mean?
flat water. Try to engage with me, right? Really quick, okay?
That's rich.
Put aside the swan argument first, just
Yeah,
a
that's
second.
no. That why would I put
Hold on,
aside the
hold on.
argument? That's the
Just for
argument.
we will come back to it. I promise. Okay, you can hold me to that in 1 minute or less. Okay. Okay. Can I?
No.
Oh, you don't want to
I
hear
don't
me
know
out.
why. I don't know why
So
you're
you are not
appealing to go on a
participating in
red
good
herring
faith.
tangent. What do you mean?
I
You're the one who's appealing to
because
go on a
it's
red
not a
herring
red herring.
tangent.
It's not a red herring if we're getting back to the argument, and I assure you we'll get back
Just
to it.
go to it. Okay, go for it.
Sure. So if we have this distance, 1 foot off the ground, 1.2 miles in any direction, I completely agree with you. If there's nothing else that is taller than this curvature right here,
God.
tangent to
That's not
this
the
line,
argument.
you are absolutely correct that you should not be able to see that on a curved Earth.
That's not the argument.
However, if there's something over here that's taller than that horizon,
not
then it's
the
going to
argument, buddy.
protrude. It's going to protrude from the Earth,
Yeah,
and
nobody
therefore
ever
you
listen.
will, and
Listen, this is
therefore
why I'm
you will be
stopping you.
able to, and therefore you
Listen,
will be able to see it.
nobody.
And the
Okay, yeah, I
reason
got
why
you.
your
I
argument is
got you.
problematic is that you can see the oil rig because it is 90 feet off the ground. And
Nobody
you can
ever
see it
said.
in any given direction.
Oh, that's enough of that. Nobody ever said that you can't see something protruding out above the horizon, as you put it. Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said that was the argument. Nobody ever said you shouldn't see these rigs, except for you when you're strawmanning our position. None of us ever said that. I've told you, I don't know how many times, that the argument is just about the distance to the horizon. Nobody's saying that these objects in the distance shouldn't be seen. Not once. You're the only one who keeps saying that. I don't know
Then
why you don't get it.
Then how does this prove the flat Earth then?
It's the distance to the horizon. It's in excess
but-
of 1.2 miles.
Okay, but
Geometrically, that
when
horizon distance must be 1.2 miles. We can see clearly using
I
the
don't
oil rig as a
disagree
mile
with that.
marker that it's further than that.
Okay, so
Okay,
now
well, in progress.
you are saying that the oil rig, because we can see this oil rig, that proves that the horizon is further away.
No, how did you get
That
that
is
from everything
exactly
you
what
just
you
said?
just said. I'm going to start
You have
recording
to be
because I don't
kidding me.
believe you are engaging
It's
in good
already
faith.
been recorded. Go back and review the
Sure,
tapes,
can we
man.
can we
Because
actually pull up the
nobody is saying
recording?
that.
Because that's exactly what he said. Can we pull up the recording right now and I can
Okay,
prove in
is that
real
what I,
time
is
that you
that
were
what I
lying
said?
about
You
what
the
you
just
one
want
not.
to chime in here?
You're the one not
Is that,
getting it,
definitely not
Neon.
on.
He said he's talking about the oil rigs being a mile marker,
Can we
nothing more.
actually
He's talking
pull
yeah.
up
about the
the
horizon behind the oil rigs. That's what he's talking about.
Neon,
did
this
you
might
get it when
help.
he said it?
Imagine, Neon,
I would
imagine the
love to
oil
pull up
rig.
the recording.
Neon,
Yeah, you
imagine
go
the
and do
oil
that.
rig as a
Listen to what
buoy
a
in
fool
the
you're making
ocean.
of yourself. Please.
You what?
Sorry, what was that, sir?
What?
Somebody
I
just.
was,
Stop
I was
talking.
saying,
Who
I
was
was
that?
saying,
Go ahead.
imagine that the oil rig is just a buoy in the ocean, just sitting on the water. It's just to tell you how far things are. It's not. It's not about anything to do with elevation. It's not about how much of what you see. It's just like, imagine this is a buoy that you know is a set distance from you. Where is the horizon in relation to that thing? That's the point you seem to be missing repeatedly.
So the horizon in relation to the 1-foot observer, assuming everything else is equal on this sphere, which is a
What do you
stretch
mean by
because
that?
it's not going to be. So assuming that the radius from the ground at this point is equal to the radius at the ground at this point, i.e.,
Oh,
everything's level,
well, how
right?
much of a radius?
Everything is the same. Everything is the same distance from the Earth, right?
What kind of
That means
variation in
that
radius are you expecting over that 1 mile distance?
probably not a lot. In fact, I would expect
Yeah,
basically no variance
yeah,
because it's at sea level, right? We can agree on
yeah,
that, right?
yeah. There's not going to be any meaningful difference. I agree.
Great. Great. So, assuming that these are basically equal, which they basically are, then this radius plus this height right here, which isn't really that much more, is going to form a right triangle. And then you can use the hypotenuse angle, 1.2 miles, the radius of the Earth, the 1-foot observer, plus the radius, to get the formula. I think it's like square root 2
1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet.
h times the radius of the Earth, right?
Yeah, and
Okay.
you can
So
also, yeah,
okay.
you can
So
also translate that to 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet.
right. But okay. But then let's take this from a different perspective, right? This formula right here would also apply to any object on Earth, right? Of any height, right?
We're
Any
talking about
object
an
at
observer's
any
height.
height.
That's the only height that we're talking about there. Is the
Okay.
observer's height in relation to the geometric horizon distance.
But an observer does not only have to be 1 foot off of the ground, right?
No, they don't. You're right.
Okay. So if we have an observer, say 90 feet off the ground, right? Say up
Then you're going
here,
to have a further horizon distance on a
then
globe.
you're
That'd be
going to
11
have a
point
further
miles.
horizon distance. I agree. So if it was the case that you could see the top of a building and that observer could see you, but that observer could also see several miles more in their direction, then this would not be a meaningful refutation of the flat Earth. I know you don't like saying that you're saying it, but you are saying that I shouldn't be able to see this thing, but I do, therefore the
No, I'm
Earth is
not.
flat.
No, I'm not. You're still pushing that straw man, and the next time you do it, I'm just going to put you on mute because everybody has heard you do it over and over again. You've been repeatedly schooled on what the actual claim is. You absolutely refuse to engage with it. You keep pushing this disingenuous straw man. I don't know why. And then you say that I'm acting in bad faith, and we're not going to listen to it again because it's been going on for
That's
days.
literally no. It's been going on for years, bro.
Flipping
We've been
harder.
asking people to get it right, and I think that was Riding on Eggshells who actually got it right. So kudos to him for repeating the argument back successfully, even though he doesn't agree with it.
Yeah, maybe ask eggshells because maybe you need to hear it from one of your own. Maybe you just can't hear it from us, and that's the problem.
So
So maybe
the
ask one of
problem
your guys
is,
who actually. No, I'm telling you what the problem is. You do not
okay,
seem to be
I'll
grasping
correct you when you're
the
done.
argument here. You can't. You don't even know what I'm talking about. So go to
That's
one of your
fine. I don't think
globers
you
who you
know what
don't
you're
Yeah,
mind
talking
hearing
about.
it from. Go to one of your globers that you
the
don't mind hearing
argument,
it from.
Neon, that you're making, the argument that you're making is about how much should be obstructed beyond a given horizon, and that could be used for things like people use a photo of Mount Rainier, and they've got two photos, and they've squished them so Mount Rainier is the same size, but as you get further away, the base of it disappears, and then you're talking about an obstructed thing beyond the horizon.
The thing you're missing about what their argument is that they are saying, given the height of the observer, you should see X far if all other things are equal. We use this oil
That
rig
last
just
part is
as
a really important caveat. I hope you know. If all other things are equal.
I get that. Okay, I'm well aware of the proper refutation to this argument, and I'm starting this to tell you you're not getting it. You're not hitting the proper refutation of this argument. I don't want to cheat and give it to you because it's almost more fun if you go and find the correct answer for yourself. But I'm telling you, you're missing their argument. Their argument would work
if their
argument. Just let me finish if that's okay. If they drew like a line like you see in the Olympics of here's where the finish line is, or if they just had a line of buoys in the ocean, the argument would still work. They would go, here, this is this line at which the horizon should not be seen, and what you can clearly see well beyond that is water.
There you go. You heard it from a Glober. I hope that helps.
Well, actually, eggshells is an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Right, eggshells is not your typical Glober. He knows the arguments. He's been around for what, year and a half, 2 years?
Yeah, about that. Right about the start of COVID, I came in.
Then I guess I just don't understand the relevance of the oil rigs in this whole problem to begin with.
They're only there to
This doesn't disagree. This doesn't disagree with around Earth. Like the oil
They're
rigs don't disagree with
distance
around Earth.
markers, Neon. That's why they're there. I've told you this. Everybody's told you this. They're
Right,
distance
but they also have their own heights. And if they are higher away from the surface of the Earth, as you have already admitted, they will see a larger area. So it does not make sense.
To do with the argument.
Right, but it does not make sense then to use this as a refutation to say that the Earth is flat. It doesn't make any. You're saying, well, assuming all else is equal. Assuming all else is equal. Hold on.
No, I'm just saying assuming all else is equal, so that I don't just give you the proper refutation to this, because that's the
right. But
if I give you too many clues, you'll work it out.
Let me finish, bud. They are assuming that the radius here is the same as the radius here, or that that's what the model would entail. And they are also assuming that the altitudes of every target would also be the same, but the altitudes of this target would not be the same as the altitude of the observer.
So let me Neon, let me try and steelman for you what I think your argument is, so you can be comfortable knowing that I know it, so that you don't need to repeat it again. What you're essentially saying is, for an observer that's closer to the surface, their view is going to cast a smaller radius. Around them, they can see a smaller distance, so that if they were out in the ocean and 1 foot off the ocean, they're only going to see a short distance in front of them. But if they were standing at the very top of an oil rig or a 500-story building, as you put it, you'd be seeing far further than that. And what it sounds like you're assuming is that the flat earthers are equating. Okay, tell me what the other part is then.
The last part of that is that while you may not be able to see the bottom of the oil rig, which it doesn't look like you can in this picture, which would make sense, you would certainly be able to see the top of the rig, because the top of the rig goes over the event of curvature. And you can see that.
You don't think you can see the bottom of that rig?
Not really. No, I don't think so.
I can see the legs of it. I can see the legs of it appearing to disappear into the water. It looks to me like a rig standing proud out of water. And I can show you the photo of what it should look like. Like this has been argued about for years. The argument you're presenting is really, I mean, understandable, because it sounds like you're very new to the argument. This is like first day Glober stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're arguing I shouldn't be able to see it, or that it's demarking distance,
We're not.
It's not. They're not arguing that. Jesus, you're dense, man. They're not arguing.
Then help me out here. Help me out here. Let me maybe I can visualize this on a flat Earth, right? So.
Oh my God! I mean, if you need to learn it, you need to listen rather than speak. That's like step one.
So oil rig 1, it's like 90 feet in the air. Oil rig 2 is 98 feet in the air, but it was closer.
Like I keep saying, put them flat. Make them a buoy.
Fuck it. Remove the oil rigs. Is that going to change the distance to the horizon? If
Actually, I'm doing that right now. I'm about to post it.
Yeah.
Removing the oil
rigs. Thank you, Larry.
Sorry, my friend. If I could magically click my fingers and remove those oil rigs, would that change where the horizon appears to be in this image?
Yes, actually, it would. Because
Fuck
the
me.
horizon
Go back
is
and
simply
talk to the anti-flat earther, man.
the
He's doing a better
horizon
job.
is yeah, incredulity is not an argument. The horizon is simply defined as where the ground meets the sky. So if you're,
Yeah.
for example, you're standing in the middle of the ocean, right, and everywhere you look is ocean. If I put a mountain, right, and it goes like, I don't know, like a mile in the air. If I put a mountain in the distance, you will be able to see that mountain, and thus the shape of the horizon changes. And just like the shape of the horizon changes when you put a mountain in the background of your view, so will it also change if you put an oil rig
Oh my god, I can
90
see
feet
some.
in the air.
Do I have permission to stream? I can see a whale now breaching right in front of me
Ooh, cool.
near
Yeah.
the horizon.
That whale changed the horizon, actually.
What's the definition of horizon?
Where the ground meets the sky.
Awesome. Has it got anything to do with
Yeah.
a mountain?
The argument you seem to be making is imagining where people on the oil rig would see the horizon. It's not. It's not doing any of those kind of mind games. It's simply going, the horizon will be a fixed distance from the observer, and these oil rigs could be buoys on the ocean, as I said. It's not about how much of them you can see. People keep telling you that. I keep telling you that, and you keep going, but they think they should be hidden or something. I mean, yes, they should be hidden, but no, that's not their point.
If they should be hidden, then they would be hidden.
Are they hidden?
No, they are not. And I don't think
He
they
almost
should
had
be
a
either.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, I heard that too, Larry. The Earth would
You
be.
had this conversation with Elijah the other day. The most confusing and annoying conversation I've heard in 8 years of being on Flat Earth, especially since 2020, where this observation was demonstrated to everybody on January the 1st of that year. I have never heard such a convoluted pile of bullshit in all of my life pertaining
Is
to
it
this argument.
convoluted, or is it like a straw
Yeah.
man, or what is it? Like,
No,
You're building
it's just
really,
seemingly
you're
not
building,
getting their point.
you're
can you
building some kind
meaningfully?
of fucking backwards engineered straw man in your own imagination where no one is saying
Right, but you
anything.
don't.
that you've
But you
said.
seem to think that it's impossible that the horizon would be any different, like given other environmental factors, right? If the
Well-
horizon is where the Earth meets the sky, right? That point in the line, right? Then surely the horizon could change if you change that area or that piece of land, right?
Yes,
if you build a
absolutely
hill,
it can. That's why they
Okay,
give us a variable. That's why they give us a variable, the height of the observer. So they are nailing down that one variable because
oh
yes, you
God,
could.
no,
You
that's
could
not what I'm
make.
talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if
Now
you
there's two
if
of
you
us.
no, if you I'm talking about if you build a building, if someone were to build a building at 1.2 miles away, you'd be able to see it, right? Because it would be slightly off the ground and thus elevating where the horizon is, right?
What do you mean by elevating where the horizon is? Is the
Yeah, that doesn't make
horizon
any
defined
sense to
as
me.
where the sky
Do you-
appears to meet the oil
Sure.
rigs?
So, I guess
Are you calling the top of the building the horizon? I'm not following this point.
yes, the top of the building at that point would be the horizon. Yes.
The oil
That's
rig
the
is the
furthest thing you
horizon.
can
They're
see.
not for the
It's the
purposes of this.
highest point of ground.
So for the purposes of this argument, they are talking about the marine horizon, the ocean. I get that anything silhouetted beyond like in front of the sky beyond it is, in some meanings the horizon. What they're talking about is the water, the marine horizon, where the ocean meets the sky, is clearly visible beyond that point. Whereas
I wasn't familiar with them changing the definition of horizon then.
Well,
That's
it doesn't
something
really.
pretty new to
It doesn't.
me.
It doesn't really matter. It's still about listening to the point that they're making and
The
and
definition
making
of the
a go of
horizon
understanding.
is pretty important to this argument, though.
It is horizontal.
Can you guys understand
Sorry,
what
just to
they're saying?
interrupt.
Like, I
Just
get that
to interrupt, my friend. Horizon, the horizontal line where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky, not the fucking oil rigs. The oil rigs
Not
aren't a new horizon now. Horizon, horizontal line.
Okay.
Not changing the definition of horizon, using the definition of horizon.
You
and
cited
it's
the
got
ocean.
fuck all to do with the shape of the oil rigs. The horizon is now not the tippy top of the oil rigs now, my friend. It's where the
Okay.
surface of the Earth meets the sky.
Okay, so let's take two people. Let's imagine one is on an infinitely flat plane and then let's imagine the other one is in a very, very, very large cereal bowl. Okay? One of them would have a different horizon compared to the other, right? Like that would be a meaningful there would be a meaningful distinction in
Hear
one
what I said?
horizon versus the other, right?
Did you hear what I said?
You're not even listening now?
Yeah. Did you hear what I said? Is my
Yes,
question.
you said that the horizon has, quote, fuck all to do with the oil rigs. That's what you said.
No, I defined what horizon was. What was the definition
Every
of
single
horizon
time.
there?
Yes, it's where the surface of the earth meets the sky. It's the horizontal line where the surface of the earth meets the sky.
Oh, awesome. And in the observation, where does the horizontal line of the earth meet the sky?
In the observation, it would be at
Yeah.
the oil rigs. I'm not going to change my mind on this, dude. Like Jedi,
Well,
but engage with my hypothetical for a second. If we have two people, one on an infinite,
Mute
okay,
him.
well then you're
Mute him.
just like low IQ then.
Let me speak for a second, then you can unmute him. I just want to say this. If that horizon is 10 miles out, which I'm pretty sure we can all agree after watching the video, even the anti-flat earthers agree that that horizon's about 10 miles out. I've took the liberty of removing the oil rigs, so just pretend like we pan the camera over like 5 degrees to the left. That horizon's still at 10 miles. I think Eggshells, would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't understand. I think this
Right.
guy's stuck in this thing of like flat earthers are so wrong that I've very easily and immediately figured out what's wrong with their argument, and it's an issue of
Correct,
perspective and not
yes.
understanding
Right.
elevation. Right. What you need to understand, Neon, is these people aren't stupid, and they have
Yes,
been
they are.
doing this and arguing 24/7, literally 24/7 with Globers for how long would you guys say it is? Like 10, maybe 15 years?
So
For the
they've been
server,
doing a
what,
stupid thing for a
6
very
years?
long time. Therefore, I'm supposed to take their word for it. What do you mean? How can
No,
you
it's
can
not that they're meant to
disagree.
take their word for it. Again, you are assuming the dumbest case that your interlocutor is saying. You're assuming I'm saying the stupidest possible thing, and then going, "Well, I can
how
defeat
long
that
they've
dumb
been
argument."
arguing a bad argument is irrelevant to the point.
But you're not engaging with the actual argument, so you don't know how good their argument is. Because after like 45 minutes, you still haven't fucking understood it. Like
This dude is an
like
anti-flat
these
earther.
people are morons, but I can't understand what they're saying.
Eggshells is
Matt,
like
it's
an
worse
anti-flat
than that.
earther. We've argued with him for like hundreds of hours.
But it's even worse than 45 minutes, man. This has been going on, I think, for at least a week, if not longer. Same
I
conversation.
don't get how
I
you
guess
can still not get their point.
if we have to reinterpret what horizon means to mean only naturally made objects, right? If that's what we have to do to mentally gymnastics our way into believing
You don't
we
have
should be
to
able to see this
redefine
thing, then
horizon.
I'm really not sure what we're
You just
supposed to
look
do
at the
here. We're at an
definition.
impasse of
Listen,
definitions.
it's where the earth meets the sky, or the surface of the earth meets the sky. In this case, it's water. It's not actual dirt. It's where it
Right,
meets the
no, in
sky.
this
It has
case,
nothing to do
in
with
this case,
the
it's the oil
platforms.
rig. In this
No,
case, it's the oil
dude,
rig, Larry.
remove the oil rig.
Larry,
Look at the picture I posted.
maybe you'll
Look at the
be
picture I posted.
able to engage with this. Maybe you'll be able to
Do you
engage
see
with
the
this. But
picture I posted? Do you see
yes,
what I posted?
I see the
All right.
pictures. All
Where's
the
the oil
posts,
rig in that
yes.
picture? There's not one, right? The
yeah.
horizon's still 10 miles away in that picture. You know that, right?
The horizon is still 10 miles away in that picture.
It's still 10 miles away. The
How would you know
argument
that?
never was about the oil rigs.
Did someone go there?
Because
How would you know?
yes, someone went there, and we have Google Earth, and you can look up platform
Okay, sure.
habitat,
So
platform
how could
hill house.
how could I look this up then?
Well, we can give you the original video. Would you like to see the original
Sure.
video?
Yeah, give me the original video.
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
But like this still doesn't engage with the idea that the horizon would be meaningfully affected by things that jut away from the surface of the earth.
Right, but they're not talking about that. Like, if you want to stick to definitions and try and have a definitions based argument, then sure, you might win on the definition of horizon, but you'll have just proven your
now.
Right. So
And
instead
just
of
be
this
like,
useless cheerleading, could we actually meaningfully contest the points that I'm making?
What points is that?
Well, if
the
I'm
main point that everybody's been making.
How
The main
are you
point that everybody's been
demonstrating
making
that the
is that
real
you're missing the
actual
point.
horizon is 1.2 miles away, or that it shouldn't be, or whatever?
Didn't you say the oil rig is the horizon? Didn't
Like
you
how
say that
far
at one
away?
point?
How far away is the horizon actually then? Where I can put like a little fish bob, and then over a certain point I won't see that fish bob. Because rather than using something that juts, right, rather than something that using something like an oil rig that juts 90 feet in the air, right? Probably be something very, very small on the water. But you don't have anything small in the water to indicate that, like, oh, well, I see this thing, it's this distance away, it's very, very small compared to the surface of the water,
Hey,
therefore the Earth is flat.
If you want to, you can do that. You're missing the main.
No. But that's their argument. Their argument is,
Rising eggshells.
the horizon goes beyond this point clearly because of this picture of these two oil rigs that I
This type
could
of
see on around
cognitive
Earth.
dissonance is your fault. Just saying. Just saying.
I'm not engaging in any
No,
cognitive
no,
dissonance.
let's not blame this on eggshells. Eggshells is actually being intellectually honest, which is the only thing that we have to get from the Globers or the anti-flat earthers. Just be honest. That's all we're asking. And eggshells is exhibiting that right now, I think.
Right. So
I
in terms
think
of
it's time I put him out of his. I don't know about you, the flat earthers, because I don't want to ruin this, but I think it's time I put him out of his misery and actually taught him at least the correct refutation.
Please do.
Please make the argument first so we know you understand it. I'm sorry we have to lead with that, but we do.
So crazy. This is
Okay,
so
I'm going to mix what the flat Earth argument is and what his argument is, so they've at least got some middle ground. What I'm going to say is, when I say the horizon, I mean the marine horizon where the ocean meets the sky. And what I would say is, for the given height of blah blah per blah blah, the ocean should be, the marine horizon should be blah blah distance away, and it's not. On that point, they are 100% correct. If you watch a QI clip with Stephen Fry, he has a thing where he asks a bunch of people on his panel show, click your buzzer when the sun has dropped below the horizon. And they all wait for it and wait for it, wait for it. Last sliver disappears and they go, bow, and he goes, wrong. Because what you're missing is called atmospheric refraction or lensing or terrestrial refraction or things like this. It's got a bunch of different names, but generally refraction is the word that's used because it is bending of light, particularly over a marine layer, because what it requires is a change in density. There is a density gradient, particularly over the ocean, because as the sun heats it up, the top layer gets quite sort of, warm, carrying off cold or something like that. I forget which way round it goes. But basically, you are seeing too far. And there is another photo taken from the same place that clearly shows a hump of water well in front of these oil rigs. So what their argument is, the ocean should be in front of it. And on some days, it does appear to be in front of it. But on other days, you can see the bottom of the oil rigs.
I like how
Right,
his best
so-
argument is that we're in a light oriented matrix. Like, oh no, we're definitely on a globe, right? Our reality is globular and spherical. What? Because there's light on the edge that manifests our reality. Okay.
Well, I
Cool.
don't understand. Who's that? Who are you talking to now? I don't recognize any
You.
of those words.
Oh, I had him muted. Never mind.
Either way.
I don't know what about the light matrix. I'm just saying if
No
light
muting.
matrix.
You can't mute people in here. It's against the rules.
I
All
already
right, so
had
I'll
him
post
muted
the
when he
original.
came in. I unmuted him.
All right, cool. I just posted
I sent
the
him the
original video.
photo.
I just posted the original video. You can go check out that the horizon is about 10 miles away. It may be further. We don't actually know. But if you watch the original video, it's going to clear up all that stuff that normally people would say, I don't know if you're being honest. I don't really know you. That's going to clear all that up. And we're going to get back to the argument, which is what the text says, right? If P, then Q. So I don't think you went over that very well, Eggs. So
Oh yeah, sorry. The modus tollens is like if
Yeah, 'cause
P,
that's-
the Earth is a
Bag
ball
it.
given 3959 radius, then Q, the horizon should never be more than
Bag it.
1.22 miles from a 6-foot observer. If not P, then not Q or something like that. It's a counter contrapositive
Let me
claim.
just-
So it
let
is
me
not
just-
proving anything to be the
1 foot.
case. It is just saying if this is not the case, then you've proven either P or Q is wrong, and it's saying it doesn't match the given suggested thing, therefore not Q, therefore not on a ball. I mean, I think it's a dud claim. That's why I don't talk about the modus tollens, because I'm trying to steel man your argument. Problem with the modus tollens is it just disproves a particular, it tries to disprove a particular radius. It doesn't say no more ball, it just says no more specific size ball, assuming light travels straight.
False.
All right, so here's the argument. Somebody is, maybe I'm playing the video. Yeah, that was me. Sorry. All right, modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observed height in feet. Q. This is the geometric horizon, according to the curve calculator. Not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, assuming that light doesn't refract around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared at the same rate as the Earth curve. That's being, hypothesized to be true, but that's the very thing in question. So we're going to need to do a little investigation to see if there is this gradient density. So at 1 foot above the horizon, eggs, what's the gas pressure at that level? Is it 14.7 psi?
Answer the question.
Eggshells? Is the gas pressure 1 foot above the surface of the water 14.7 psi?
Answer.
Okay.
Sorry, it takes me ages to get back into the push. It takes me ages to get back into the push to talk on mobile. It's a ball ache. Yeah, something like 14.7 psi, varying only by a few millibars, isn't it?
Right. So if we're looking at the horizon, that's, where the sky meets the ground. And, we can't see perfectly 10 miles away where the horizon is, but if we're looking directly at the horizon, that would be 1 foot above the horizon or thereabouts. What's the gas pressure there? 14.7 psi still? Right? I'll quit asking
Yeah,
questions.
sure. Still a ball ache again. Sorry. Yeah. Still the same thing. I mean, it doesn't. I forget the linear, the rate at which it drops. It's not linear. Yeah, roughly 14.7. Yeah, don't know the question.
So there's no raindrops to look through. There's no glass. There's no real different medium there. It's all the same medium, and there is a density tower, but that would be when we look up at the cranes and we see the cranes slightly wobbling a little bit. They are distorted, but there is a difference in gas pressure at that height, hundreds of feet in the air. Wouldn't you agree, Eggs? It's not
He
14.7.
keeps on having to come back to turn off
Yeah,
the
I'm trying to plug in my computer and do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, we're on the same page. It's going to change gradually from bang on the surface to the higher up it gets, the lower it's going to get. Like, is that I think that's the question?
Yeah, perfect. I won't do that. I won't do like that again. So if you go back and look at what I posted earlier, which is the photograph without the actual Habitat and Hill House in there, I removed them for the convenience of the argument. The horizon is way over there where it shouldn't be, and they're claiming it's because the Earth looks flat because the light is bending down around the curve. So again, they're baselessly asserting the curve, and they're baselessly asserting refraction. Now, is this refraction actually happening? That's where the rub is in the whole flat Earth debate. That's what it all comes down to, whether or not you believe the light's bending down at the same curvature rate as the Earth. I'm done.
I mean, I don't
Back
think that's
out.
the only rub there, is it?
Beautifully put, Larry.
So if this atmospheric refraction is meaningfully demonstrated, then the Earth would be curved?
Again, that is
The curve has
assuming...
to be demonstrated.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you demonstrate the curve then?
You can't. It's refracted.
Okay.
According to your own side's argument.
Exactly.
You can't demonstrate the curve. So this is an admission of no curvature, is what it is.
I was taken to be under the understanding that the atmospheric diffraction was a meaningful refutation of the black swan, and now you're saying it's not.
Well, of
It's an
course.
ad hoc.
It's an ad hoc explanation made up on the spot because you guys told us for hundreds of years that or thousands of years actually, since ancient Greek times, that boats disappearing from the bottom up was due to the curvature of the Earth causing the horizon. And now we've debunked that. So now, oh wait, let's change the goalpost. The Globers are now saying it's due to refraction. That's why the boats disappear from the bottom up. But then we say, well, where's the curve? Well, you can't see
sure.
it because the horizon's always
Then
refracted.
I'm sure that you will never baselessly assert that refraction is the reason why I can't pull Los Angeles into focus from, say, New York City, right? You would never baselessly assert that.
Well, we don't say that at all.
I wouldn't say
then
that at all.
why
Ever.
can't I pull basically any point on Earth from the top of Mount Everest, for example? Anyone can
On the
climb
globe,
Mount
you would.
Everest if you have enough training, right?
Yeah, on the globe, you would be able to do that. On the globe, with enough refraction, a powerful enough telescope, you would see the back of your head.
Yep, that's their
That's
claim,
a-
bro.
Yeah, that's what what you're missing here is this photo was used to prove the globe by the rumpus. The rumpus said this proves refraction called superlumin. And with this principle of superlumin, you can see all the way around the Earth and look at the back of your head.
And
You
you know
would
it's true. If
demonstrate
someone
that I can look around at the back of the Earth at my own head. Can I
Yep,
do that?
That's what a globe earther said.
Yep,
That's
on
what
the globe.
Yep.
On the globe Earth, this photo, this argument was used to prove a concept called superlumining, where the geometric curve of the Earth can loom up, over, and around the geometric curve of the Earth. And with enough of that, and a good enough telescope, you would see the back of your head on the globe.
You know, it really is something when us as flat earthers have heard such poor arguments for the globe Earth that when we tell new globe earthers, like neophytes to the subject, they literally don't even believe that this is what we've been told previously.
Because
Yeah,
you're
it's
usually
funny, isn't it?
you're usually stripping it of all of its context, right? Like that's
No,
pretty much
that's-
all I have to do.
That was
Bro,
the
if I
whole thing laid
misrepresented
out
the
for you.
argument,
There
if I
wasn't a single
misrepresented the
mathematical
argument,
equation at all. Though.
listen,
Like
yeah,
that was
1.22
So
times 4 root of
like-
meters over sight and feet.
like because I asked specifically
rebuttal to
about
what I-
pulling any area into focus from Mount Everest, right? Then you started talking about some random thing about seeing the back of my own head, but that's not what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
this
I'm
is the
asking
rumpus.
I'm asking on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth. Why
No, on a
shouldn't I be
globe.
able? No,
On
I'm
a
not. I'm
globe,
not. I'm
you
asking
shouldn't.
you. I'm
Atmosphere
asking
is
you because you're
opaque.
using the black swan. You're using the black swan to like reify the example of black Earth. Why isn't it the case? Because you said refraction. Sure,
Black
fine.
Earth.
If refraction is the reason why this thing appears closer than it is, then why can't I pull Los Angeles from New York City
The atmosphere is
into
not
focus?
transparent, it's opaque.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
wait,
how
object
far?
appear.
So how far should I be able to see under
Am I
ideal
going to
conditions?
at some point?
Go ahead, bro.
So before we move on, just before we move on, I do find it interesting that his rebuttal to what I said, to what the Globers said, is to question our character. It's like you're not going to address what's actually been said. You're just going to now add a second claim that we are deliberately strawmanning that claim. I just find that astonishing.
Because nobody's
I didn't
posted
finish.
anything in
I
side
didn't
chat
finish.
about it. I don't have
Finish.
any further
Didn't
context about it,
finish.
and it's just being used as a red herring.
I didn't
Yes.
finish. I didn't finish. So the point is that yeah, your questioning of our character is a red herring. I agree. Me pointing it out is not a red herring.
Okay.
I mean,
so
you could
are-
point
are-
it out
So
to
is
provide
anyone
subsequent
going to
evidence.
answer my actual question, which is how far away
I
can I
tried.
see under ideal
I tried.
conditions?
You
Said
kept
it.
talking.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
said it.
you're going to get about 250, 300 miles tops. And we know that because the longest taken photograph in the Guinness Book of World Records, who was not taken by a flat earther, is 250 miles.
Yeah, sure, but I could believe that if they were taken from two very, very different high levels of altitude. I'm
You want to
familiar
beat
with
that
that point.
record?
But I'm asking you the theoretical limit of the atmosphere. Like if I'm in an infinite chamber of atmosphere, illuminated by the sun, right? How far away can I see an object of any given size?
About 200 or 300 miles. Can you think of an object bigger than a mountain? I can't.
About 2 mountains.
I mean, are we talking about like a vacuum chamber that's infinitely long? Like, what's the actual scenario?
No, like in because he's saying refraction happens through the atmosphere because atmosphere is not technically it's not completely totally transparent, right? That's fine, right? I agree with that. But I'm asking, how far away can I see? Like if I have like a balloon, like a red balloon, how far away will I be able to see that with the human eye until it goes away from my until the
Oh,
resolution is
Rayleigh
too far away?
criterion says about a couple miles if you're talking about something the size of a balloon.
Yeah. So
After about
okay.
Oh, we
Okay,
did the math with the Rayleigh criterion. It's actually far more than a couple miles.
Yeah,
well,
like
how big is the
when we
balloon?
were
We talking about a little
Let's
red
say
balloon
about a
with your
foot
naked
wide.
eye?
Yeah.
foot
yeah.
wide, yeah.
Rayleigh
A foot.
criterion with Rayleigh scattering. If you want to bring in the math for was it
Rayleigh
angular
scattering.
resolution?
Okay, maybe
Right?
I was wrong. I'll
Yeah,
stand
it's like
corrected.
several hundred miles. Not several hundred. I think it's like 100 miles.
Okay, we were
100
both
miles
wrong.
near a balloon.
Okay,
I'd love to see
so
the maths on that.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
we could
the,
do. We could
the,
take a look at angular resolution for the
barely
human
see-
eye. Right?
Bro, you can barely see an airplane 7 miles up. You think I can see a balloon 100 miles away?
Yeah, if we want to go with the argument of angular resolution, we've done the math for angular resolution with the 6.8 wide meter. I think it's like 6.8 meter wide fuselage of a 747, something like
So this isn't a
19,000
vacuum
miles.
So this
yeah,
isn't a
it's
vacuum
it's
chamber.
pretty far. No, it's not a vacuum chamber. We're talking because right
Well,
now
then-
we're talking about I'm on hold on. We're in flat Earth land, right? We're on Pizza World, and
Well,
we're at
where
the top of we're at the top of a tower, and I'm saying okay, I'm at the top of the tallest tower in all of the flat Earth land. How far away can I see before atmospheric refraction starts to become an issue in obstructing my vision to where even if I'm on the flat Earth on an infinitely flat plane, it doesn't matter because the atmosphere is obstructing the light getting there from there to here. That's the
So the
question that I'm asking and nobody seems to have the answer to.
Yeah, but it's a very unclear question. Pardon the pun. Like, are you
Sure.
talking about if you're talking about the opaqueness of the atmosphere, that's different to atmospheric refraction. You understand that, right?
Yeah, sure. I'm using these both
So which one are you
interchangeably, but that's fine.
Okay, but they're not the same thing. And
That's
also,
fine. That's fine. We can use whatever terms you'd like. You know what I'm asking about. In
it's
terms
not
of
about
in
terms
terms
I
of
like.
seeing a thing of a given size with a given angular resolution, how far away can I see that thing until it becomes obscured because of the
varies.
atmosphere?
It varies.
I understand
right?
that it varies. Under ideal conditions, how far away can I see?
That's like
And
saying
what
Depends on the
math
size.
are you using to derive
Okay.
that?
So it depends on the opaqueness of the atmosphere. Like it depends on I don't know. Let's just say there's a patch of fog 3 miles away, right? That's going to be harder to see through than if there's no fog, right?
Sure. So it depends on the
So is fog ideal or?
Sure. So it depends on the tendency for the air to act as a colloid rather than like a transparent filter.
So
I would
is fog
agree.
or is no fog ideal? Just use the word ideal.
No fog is ideal, but you still
Okay.
want an atmosphere because you still have to have an atmosphere to breathe, right? So how
Sure.
far away?
Okay, so sorry, go on. You go.
No, you're good, bro. Go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I obviously haven't got a calculator in front of me, but I just want to set the scene so that someone can actually do the maths properly. So you've got Rayleigh criterion. By the way, whoever said Rayleigh scattering, I don't know why you mentioned that because that's completely.
Oh, my bad. I misspoke, dude. My bad. All good. Rayleigh criterion. At the end
Okay,
of the day, we did the math for was it an angular resolution as presented with the with the specs of the average human eye, and that's just what the math showed.
Is it? Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's amazing, dude. How the hell are you?
Yeah, it's not really complicated math to do. They even have like formulas you can plug it into.
Yeah, very simple maths. But you've got to apply it to the atmosphere you're in, right?
Sure. So assuming we have a red balloon and perfect ideal Earth's atmosphere, how far away would that red balloon have to be before the human eye could not meaningfully decipher it from the noise?
And would we have 99 of them?
You're also,
Just one.
you're also at a point where it starts to become about angular resolution, right? Because a human eye can't resolve anything lower than 2 arc minutes.
So, Eggshells, here's a question for you. Do you think that you can see a red balloon?
No answer. There's never any answer.
I gave you an answer and you didn't fucking
You
respond.
didn't, dude. You didn't give an answer. How far away should I be able to see it?
I said it's an interesting question that I can't answer without a calculator. Did you not hear me say that?
Calculate it. How far away? Can we do it
Drive it.
together? Wait,
very
Downey,
far.
Downey,
What's
can we
up?
do it together? Can we
Yeah,
do the calculation?
we can look up. Yeah, we can look up
Okay.
the math for angular resolution. We've actually done it on pencil and paper. No need for a calculator. It's just inverse square, not too difficult.
You guys are looking up inverse square refractory equations?
Not refraction.
No. Please pay
Okay,
attention
so yeah,
so I don't have to
12,
repeat
12
myself.
or 11 inches. So the balloon is 1 foot. We're assuming like daylight, perfect atmosphere, perfect atmosphere, no
Yeah,
winds,
let's just
no
say
none of
like
that
no
nonsense.
let's just say no atmosphere, dude.
No, we have to
Let's say negative atmosphere, like vacuum.
We have to say
Well, no, we can just
say
we can add
atmosphere.
things later. We can just show things
Okay,
later.
sure.
Because the only argument I ever hear for why like things disappear is angular resolution. That's the only thing I ever hear.
No,
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
nothing
reason.
to do with light refraction, like whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't care about refraction really. It's not part of our arguments.
Yeah, you'll need
Right.
angular
Needs to be.
resolution. You could just
Well,
see
then
through like
I'm going to
barrier
to
in
ask
the air.
again.
Because like if you dive underwater, sometimes you can see your visibility underwater be 30 feet. If you get really nice warm water, you can see further.
I
Just like
agree
in the
that
atmosphere.
I
What else
agree
has to
that
do
the
with your-
conditions will
thing.
change for the atmosphere, but what I'm asking is
That your
if I'm
visible
at-
range will change based on the weather conditions.
Visible
but what
range changes based on more than just weather conditions.
Yeah, and angular resolution, a few other things. There's lots of different
Well,
variables in it.
your
What
ocular
doesn't do it
condition, the-
is a physical curve of the Earth blocking your line of sight. That's what doesn't do it.
that doesn't block the light.
Oh wait, are you defending
Yeah.
like we live on a
I've
solid
never seen
plane
anything
that's-
disappear over a flat surface. That's all I'm saying, Chief.
We're not really talking about whether or not we live on a flat disk, are we? Is that real? We're really
I
doing
have
that.
only
Okay.
seen things be
That's
obstructed
not
by
what we're
something in
talking
front of
about.
it.
Okay, good. Okay, all right.
Nobody
I'm
in
just
here has
checking.
claimed that. Right?
Okay,
What we're
okay,
claiming
okay.
is can you detect the curvature of the Earth from the Earth?
Oh,
under a flat
yeah, only
Earth,
at a
I
certain
should be
elevation.
able-
No.
Like under a flat Earth, if I can pull Saturn into focus on a hobbyist's telescope, surely I would be able to pull in a city 1,000 miles away on a similarly gifted telescope.
Well, I mean, that's a bit of a dud argument for multiple reasons.
No,
One
that's
is-
not
one is-
understanding
one is-
gravity's effect on light.
easy.
Yeah,
It's-
why
it's
Assuming
shouldn't
how
I be
far
able to do
away Saturn
gotta
is.
hear-
You're assuming that. You're assuming how
Yeah,
you
you-
know how far away it is. That's the problem with that.
We can
They will tell you
triangulate.
it's just a light, but the other reason that it's an issue is if you're looking through like 100 kilometers of increasingly dim atmosphere, there's less and less as you look straight up. That's different to looking long ways through lots and lots of dense atmosphere.
Yeah, I would agree that it's different, but I'm asking how is the difference meaningful?
Substantial.
Okay, can you prove then that the atmosphere would I guess obstruct the path of light so much so that it wouldn't be able to pull in like Los Angeles from New York City on
I'm no advanced theoretical physicist here or anything like that, but we know mirages exist, and we know there's a distance calculation for how those mirages form and how far away you are or are not, and the humidity in the air and the condition of your ocular membrane. Like all this matters. So I mean, I would say it's a substantial difference potentially, absolutely, feasibly.
I can end this argument with one simple question: do objects shrink as they get further away? Do they appear to shrink?
Yep.
Generally, yes. Unless there's some sort of the reason I say generally is because unless there's some sort of magnifying medium. But generally,
you can
yes.
dive underwater and it will get dark. It eventually gets so dark the sun disappears.
Yeah, that's water.
That's the density of water. That is the molecular structure blocking the light from reaching. I don't know if that's
not the curve of the
same.
Earth.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not the same thing. One is medium density, the other is curvature of light.
Yeah, y'all seem to be going back and forth between different issues. when I
Well,
have a
light does
very
have to
simple
curve
question.
around Earth for anything. Well, I mean, it does. That's why we
Right.
have reflections and refraction in the ocean and shit.
Right, they keep on firing out these different like non-questions to like distract from a different issue. But I'm just with how much money we invest, and we already talked tonight about how much money Uncle Sam spends on our military. I would think that one of the things that would be really important to a battlefield would be to like whether or not you can see your
line
target.
of sight communication.
Line of sight.
They have that. Yeah, 50 miles
Right.
away.
Right.
Have you
but,
heard of the
like,
sparrow? What's it called? The sparrow?
50
QE
miles
brought it
away.
up.
No, dude, I'm
Well,
talking
hold
about
on.
like being able to see a target
this is
1,000
important.
miles away. And I'm wondering, with how much money we have in the military on a flat Earth, why wouldn't we have telescopes that can see basically anywhere on Earth?
That'd be on a
Exactly.
globe Earth again. A globe Earth you'd be able to see
He's
anywhere.
absolutely correct. With current telescopic technology, if that plane theory was true, we can already see much further than the hypothetical distance of any landmass like that. So yeah, if there was any such thing, we would obviously be able to see to the very end of it, despite any medium, considering we can see through negative fucking vacuum all the way onto
Larry.
surfaces of planets that aren't even tangibly solid.
Larry, why don't you go over
Billions of
railguns?
miles, that is to say.
Go over railguns for everybody, since we're talking about military.
Yeah, so railguns, you can acquire a target and hit it from 100 miles away. Where's the curvature? Where?
No.
Where's the
No. That is exactly no.
How do you think a railgun works?
Stop. Hold on. It's very simple. Though. Don't get into that. The projectile
Don't
leaves.
get into that. Okay.
Well, what you don't have to go that deep. It's simple. When the projectile leaves the barrel, it has to follow gravity. Gravity is produced by Earth. Therefore, it's going to stick to the general curvature and the 7 point. I think it's 1 or 4 pounds per square inch that gravity exerts on every object on the planet's surface. Therefore, you're going to have a Coriolis effect. That's called the Coriolis effect. That is why when you fire a round, it's going to follow the. It's going to dip and fall. That's why barrels are angled slightly upwards, 1. And 2 is it's going to fall along the curvature of the Earth because of the gravitational pressure on it. It's not going to shoot out into space.
Sorry.
A coincidence.
Go ahead, Jedi.
It's
Go
just
ahead,
it's
Jedi.
a coincidence.
We have to see the target
Sounds like a lot of coping, honestly.
No, it's just not going to shoot straight out in. No, listen, bro. It's just not. Picture this. You're on.
No, I'm not talking.
Wait.
I'm talking about
Let Jedi.
I want him to picture it. I want him to picture someone shooting a rifle off of a sphere.
Hold on a second, man.
And it travels straight. How?
Please just hold on a second. Let Jedi
Sphere
speak.
this big.
It's either me or Jedi. Me and Jedi stopped talking to make way for each other. That wasn't an invitation for the rest of the room to carry on. So Jedi, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, all I wanted to point out was with the railgun, we have to see the target first. We have to target the target first, so that would be the requirement of an infrared camera and a laser targeting system, which require a direct line of sight. Sorry, Crypto, over to you.
Oh yeah, I was just going to point out that it's these guys are coincidence theorists because they think that the bullet is going to curve around the curvature of the Earth at the exact same rate that the light is refracting around the Earth. The odds on that are astronomically small.
What?
I never said that.
Rate. He didn't
I
even
never
mention
said
the
that.
light.
Gravity does not travel or exert. Okay.
He didn't mention
But that's the
anything about
necessary
light.
conclusion.
Right? No, it's not. I already stated the numbers too. And I'm not positive because this is not my field of study. I believe it's 7.1 or 7.4 psi gravity. So that has nothing to do with the speed of light. I don't know where you're saying that I said that somehow the acceleration of velocity and gravity, basically Newton, has anything to do with light necessarily in this discussion. It does tangentially, but it doesn't in this discussion.
You didn't understand my critique. My critique is that you've got a railgun.
Incoherent, dude.
Well, I'm trying to say it again, but you seem to want to talk over it again. You've got a railgun and you're painting a target from 100 miles away, correct? You seem to think that there's a light curving around the ball in order for you to see that, and you also seem to think that when you fire the projectile, that projectile also follows the curvature of the Earth to the target, correct? So that means you are making the claim that the light is curving around the ball at the same rate as gravity will drag a bullet down.
It's actually not.
Yes, that's exactly what you're saying.
No, it can't be. That's why we have sonic booms, we have air differentials, we have humidity, we have light and the heat in the air, and that's what determines humidity, the UV index, the dew point. All these things affect a projectile's flight. It's not just gravity.
Awesome. We talk about the targeting system. So what 3 pieces of technology are you to target an object?
But then comes in the argument 100 miles over a 25,000 mile sphere. Yeah, you're not going to detect much of an angle difference. It's going to be very minute. No, that's not anything. That's a huge.
My friend, very quickly. That is over 100 miles. From point A to point B, B will have descended over a mile.
I'm not getting into these. I'm not getting into these geographic anomalies. I understand there are different measurements on this point too.
My question still remains. Before we fire the ballistic object, we've got to target it, correct?
Yes.
Which 3 pieces of technology are used to target?
Sir, when we
No.
deploy long range, can I just tell you something? When we deploy long range munitions, we have to take into effect not just gravity, although we do. It's called the Coriolis effect. It's a comprisement of gravity, velocity, the
Right.
curvature of the
Right.
Earth, dew point, humidity, and exposure. But
That's brilliant.
all of those factors. Well, really quickly, really quickly. Wait, really quickly. Wait, can I just? So really
Coriolis
quick,
is
when
not
we,
that. That
so
is
when we,
Coriolis is not that. You listed all of the things that weren't Coriolis. Coriolis is a east to west deflection of a shell due to the rotation of the Earth. You name like 9 things, and none of them were the correct
no,
thing.
not 9, 3, but there's
Okay,
3.
still, humidity is not Coriolis.
No,
Gravity is not
humidity.
Coriolis.
No, I didn't say that. I said that light exposure, UV index, determines dew point, determines humidity. This helps you understand the density of the air for the projectile to travel through. What I'm saying also in addendum, I didn't say that was Coriolis. I said you had to factor in the Coriolis effect amongst those other things. But what I am saying is that when we fire a ballistic object, we fire it from elevation for this exact reason. That's why when you fire, the optimal way to fire, even though your barrel may be angled 1 or even 1.5 degrees upwards, like with the M24 sniper rifle, a mark upwards, this is so it reaches its destination through descension because of the curvature of the Earth. Or else we would not angle our barrels upwards, and we would not prefer downward firing positions. That's basic.
Awesome. So, with regards to the railgun that was brought up 5 minutes ago by Larry, my question, third time of asking, still remains. Which 3 pieces of technology do we use to acquire that target?
Well,
Oh, you mean
we
like
don't
what
have a
sort of
working railgun that
sensors?
can hit a target from 100 miles.
Right. We
So I
have one
wasn't
that's in
sure what we're
testing.
arguing.
We have one in testing for its velocity and destructive capabilities. We don't have one that has a range of
you guys
that
don't
effectively.
know,
The
just say I
General
don't
Dynamics
know,
railgun?
and
Yeah,
then
the
let
General
Jedi answer, because he probably knows the 3 different things if he's asking the question. So if you don't know, you don't know. Don't
I
guess.
didn't say I didn't know, and I wasn't guessing. I said it's the General Dynamics railgun.
Just let Jedi answer, so we can learn.
Well, he
something.
doesn't shoot, so it doesn't matter.
It's okay. I can reference the technology if you want to. I was asking you if you knew what 3 pieces of technology were required to gain the target.
On the General
Infrared
Dynamics Gauss cannon, I believe it's
camera.
infrared, laser, and spectrography. Isn't it? Isn't it like an image scan of the 3D environment as well? I believe. It's those 3.
Infrared camera. You kind of got that right. The laser targeting system.
Oh, I got those 2.
Yeah. Whether it be dual or tri-band, and the radar. All 3 of these pieces of technology require a direct line of sight. The infrared camera, I see the object at 100 miles away from a vessel at sea. The laser targeting system to acquire the target and target it, and the radar, which is 2 traversals over the surface of the Earth, so 200 miles, 100 miles ping of the object and 100 miles back to the receiver.
Correct.
All 3 of these pieces of technology require a direct line of sight.
Wrong.
Now, if we're talking about
I didn't deny that. Okay.
About the military, which we are, we understand that these 3 pieces of direct line of sight technology wouldn't work on a curved surface because you wouldn't have a direct line of sight. Observation first, infrared camera, I can see it. If the curvature of the Earth was in the way, as I've demonstrated over 100 miles, that is 1 mile of curvature, and the curve of the Earth would get in the way. Radar ping, 2 traversals over this curved surface. No one's hitting the sky and coming back down onto the target and then getting angular displacement so it comes back where it came from, off the sky and back again. It's a direct ping and then ping back across the surface. And obviously the dual or tri-band lasers, we say dual and tri because different coloured wavelengths of light refract differently. So we account for the refraction, but ultimately these 3 pieces of technology require a direct line of sight. If we live on a ball, we wouldn't have that direct line of sight over a distance of 100 miles from a vessel at sea.
Unless,
are you saying they only shoot on the sight?
Perfect.
I'm not fully understanding the argument.
I have an unless it's a factor that is comprised of the 3 following things: the rate of the expansion of the universe, The rate of acceleration exerted upon our mass, given the acceleration of the universe and the rate of our rotation.
None of that's
So if
taken
those,
into account, my friend. That's the
I
point.
understand that, and that is my point. Is that is exactly
You're adding
how
in
we
these
aim
things to your
around
globe.
something.
You
No,
want your globe,
incorrect.
though. Yes.
Well, I'm just invoking Newton. I don't know. You guys are refuting Newton.
You're invoking all of these things when the point of the
All
matter
of what
is
things?
none of those things are required for what Jedi just described.
Newton's
That's
laws
the
aren't
point.
required for what he described.
So
No.
everything I'm taking a
Okay.
look here,
Well, you sound absurd then. I don't know what to say.
everything I'm
do
seeing
apologise,
here,
my
everything
friend.
I'm seeing here does
These
not
things
say
do
it's using
apologise.
lasers to
Do
hit a target
apologise,
100
my
miles
friend.
away.
My
What?
friend.
No,
do
it's in
apologise.
testing. No, they're being disingenuous, but who cares? It's in
Jedi's
testing.
trying to
No
talk.
one's being disingenuous. I'm just going to ask you this clarifying question, so maybe you didn't understand what I said. Do you know what a direct line of sight is?
Yes. Oh my God,
Awesome.
you're talking down to me. This is
Well,
pathetic.
so, no, it's not talking down to you. It's you kind of missed the point of everything that I just said. Understanding that this is direct line of sight technology means that the curvature of the Earth would not give you that direct line of sight.
Where's
Are you
that
going to
being
address
used?
that, or are you going to start talking about Newton and shit, which wasn't anything to what I was talking about? If you're going to
Yeah,
talk
but
about me being disingenuous, I'll put it to you that you're being disingenuous because you're not answering the point.
Can I ask though, Jedi? It sounds like what you're suggesting is that when they're firing currently, because those same systems are used for current, like indirect fire, aren't they?
No,
yes.
direct fire.
Are they not the same systems aren't used for indirect fire?
Well, you can use them for both, but ultimately with this piece of technology, 3 pieces of targeting technology that require a direct line of sight are used. The observation, the radar ping, and the targeting system all require a direct line of sight to the object from the vessel at sea.
From what I'm reading here, they're using GPS for long range stuff. So I'm not sure what you're smoking or quoting.
It's not what I'm smoking, my friend, and really don't be disingenuous.
So
I'm
what
just
I'm
pointing
reading
out
here, I'll say it again, is you keep
Okay,
quoting the
brilliant.
3 pieces of technology that they don't seem to be quoting as how they're hitting targets 100 miles away. So either you're being disingenuous or you just don't know.
It's okay, just give me 5 minutes. I'll go and get the reference material
Okay.
for you. So please don't call me disingenuous again.
Okay. I'll wait.
Fuck hell, man. That's just fucking rude.
It is rude. I appreciate that explanation, Jedi.
Yeah, I'd be curious. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they're using that for targets that are within line of sight. But if they're lobbing these shells very long, these slugs or whatever they call them, stabos, a very long distance, I would be very surprised if they're. It could be line of sight, but I would suspect that if you're using that stuff, you're doing it from a
Well,
like
the point is,
forward
it's a rail
observation.
gun. It's a rail gun, though.
Yeah,
That's the
and
difference.
remember, it's a railgun
Right.
that isn't even being used yet. So we have no
But they would still have an idea of how they're going to. They're still going to have an idea of how they're going to target it. They're not going to be like, "We built a gun that can be fired further than we can see," and not have answered the question of how do we see our target.
Oh, sure,
Exactly.
sure they do. They have GPS, which is all
No,
they have
no,
to
no.
use.
Stop. No,
Oh,
stop.
yeah.
You're not under. No, stop.
I don't think you're going to hit a slug like because I'm not sure if they're going to be having warheads. All the ones I've seen are like titanium slugs because they have to be fired so hard that at least what I was reading was that it would destroy any components inside them. So they're just sending basically inert, very heavy metal. I don't think they're going to do that by GPS because GPS isn't accurate enough to put that through a window.
Oh, absolutely, it is.
No,
And
it's
and
No,
also,
no, it's not.
so
It's
also,
not. There's atmospheric refraction and all sorts of stuff affects GPS signals too.
no.
Like
So the minute you hit that,
Don't
hit that
say
target
no
with
when you don't know. That's
the minute you
GPS is
ping
not
that
always
target,
accurate, bro.
my
If I
guy,
go in the
the
middle of the
minute
woods, I lose my signal. It's not as accurate as
in the middle of the
you
woods,
claim
is
it
that
is.
in the middle of the ocean?
it's not just that.
We
It's
understand.
I mean,
Hold on.
I've
We
talked to.
understand that obstruction causes GPS not to work, but what obstruction is being caused out there in the middle of the ocean? You have
Yeah,
better
I
GPS signal.
wouldn't go with that same
Also,
argument.
you have
The better one is
you.
that the GPS satellites. Well, you get your position from GPS from satellites
Mhm.
that ping you, and you've got the same time on their clocks. But they're passing over an Earth that has an uneven gravitational field, so they are sometimes wobbling closer in that. And there are it's an imperfect orbit. It's impossible to get a perfect orbit. So what you have to do usually to get a really good GPS lock is have something, a known datum nearby that has really expensive GPS equipment on it bolted to the surface of the Earth, like bedrock or something like that. This is at least what I've been told by GPS people. And then they use the perturbations in the GPS that are reaching this one, telling it's moving a little bit left, right, and wherever
Oh,
else.
you mean
And
like the
then they
buoys that
factor
we
that
have out there
into
on
it.
the ocean?
Well,
The
I don't
GPS
know if
buoys
they've,
that we have. Yeah, we have
I don't know if
GPS
they've got
buoys
them on
all
that,
throughout the ocean just for that reason.
but I'm not saying they wouldn't use GPS at all. I'm just saying I don't think that would be the only thing you'd be doing for non-line of sight. I think you'd be using
Yeah.
something else to target
Yeah,
it more closely.
so one of the things that they'll do is just like with the normal artillery, they have spotters, which again use all sorts of different methods to get the exact position of a target. And then the artillery
Yeah, that's similar to what I was
from way off,
suggesting.
yeah, spotters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's similar to what
How
I was
far
suggesting.
away?
I think you'd be using drones and stuff for forward
Oh yeah.
observation to walk in your shots. I think you'd be going,
Oh
oh, you got to
yeah.
go left a bit. You missed his
No, we have
house.
drones, dude. We have, oh yeah, we have drones, dude. We've had jets that do this. They'll lock on a target, or they'll figure out its exact position with two other jets that triangulate it, and then they have a fucking artillery bombardment. We've been using that
Oh.
method for forever.
Triangulation.
Yeah, I mean, I say triangulation. I don't know the exact. They usually hit 2 to 3 different positions, all looking at the same target to make sure that the GPS completely lines up. And remember, this is like military GPS, which doesn't have the restrictions
Resection.
that civilian.
Yeah, it's called
Which doesn't.
resection.
Yeah, resection. That's a proper term. My bad. So, which means that they don't have the restrictions that civilian GPS does, because with civilian GPS, it purposely makes it off by several meters, just for those same reasons that you can't strap a GPS. In fact, like GPS, like civilian GPS, even like has itself shut off if it detects it's going too quick. Right? That way, like if it detects it's on an ICBM, it'll just shut off and it won't work. Or if it's attached to even like a slower rocket, it still doesn't directly hit its target. That's neither here nor there. GPS is actually a really common way that we've been hitting targets for decades now.
I think it dates to the 50s, isn't it? It's really old.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've
and I
been
thought they were
reliably
trying to
hitting
do
targets.
that. I thought they were trying to do that, particularly with something like a railgun, which takes an extraordinary amount of capacitors and stuff.
Yeah.
To not sort of deliberately miss twice before you hit your target, because I thought not just because it's difficult to send out that many shells, but the difference, the time between them gives people a chance to hunker down or run away.
Oh yeah, dude. Railgun is like a one and done kind of thing. It takes forever for it to. Like, that's why we don't even have one working yet, dude. They're so energy draining, and like the capacitors burn out after one test. We have yet to like have like a successful target where it hits anything like past like a fucking small field. Right now we're just testing for power on railguns. We don't have an active railgun on any ships. So I'm not really sure why we're boxing with shadows here. We have no working railgun that hits 0 targets using 0 equipment.
We should put a railgun on the ISS.
They
People
can't
thought
get the
about doing
ISS
similar
down.
things.
I thought
The
they
news
were
of
looking
today.
at they were
Was it
looking
called
at
Lance of
kinetic
God?
things where they were talking about like this space thing of
Yeah, the
kinetic
rods.
weapons that just drop. Yeah.
Well, just to
When you-
mention like the GPS buoys, dude, we have buoys all throughout the ocean right now that are solely meant to act as checkerboard pieces to get fixed GPS locations of passing by ships. Yeah, see, in this little site that I'm reading, they're literally using soldiers to have like to like go in there and like punch in the coordinates that that the railgun would theoretically fire at, just like with any other fucking artillery. Yeah, right here. They'll use GPS navigational controls. Right here, take a look. So I don't know why we've been spending an hour boxing with shadows.
It's a short version of the greatest laser experiment in history.
Do
It's
what?
really cool. I put a timestamp for it.
Oh, is that the one where they remembered to bring the culminator, or the one where they didn't remember to bring the culminator or collimator?
I don't know.
Is that the one where they try to line the laser up with the horizon, or the one where they like brought their bubble level?
No, this is over a lake.
So is this the one where they lined the laser up with the horizon to level it out, or the one where they brought their bubble level?
Okay. I don't know. If you want to look at it, check it out. This is the short version because they did like 7 different laser experiments in this video. I just want you to see this one specifically. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, I've seen them all. This is the one where they line the laser up. They try and make it level, quote unquote, by pointing it down at the horizon.
I don't know what you're saying. Hold on.
Yeah, flat level water. I agree. They try and level the laser by pointing it down at the horizon.
Sounds like
Verbatim from them.
Is Bob on this again?
Bob Nodell?
No, that's Dr. John Dean.
Ah, they've got similar voices.
I was about to say Bob Nodell. He's unfortunately passed.
Right, but this is made in 2021.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I'm gonna save that PDF. Good looking. Flat level water. Save that.
I'm so curious to see in this. I'm scrolling through it to see if they still use the ranging shots without being clear that they were ranging shots.
Well, what's also really depressing is when they
Yep,
say
they
they
did.
hit a target, but all they do is they see a light from the horizon, which is not equal target hit.
Exactly. And then they are very sus on how they express that. Like if you see on page, what is it, 15, they show a laser hitting a target, but in a Skype call with Slice Barcane, he admits that's just them testing at a far shorter distance on a previous day.
True. Because I can get my little flashlight and shine up in the sky, and if you see that, apparently that's me hitting you with the flashlight, so the target hit.
Oh, you guys are so disingenuous. That is
What
not.
if I said was disingenuous?
Well, maybe not you writing, but Yaku, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so whenever I watch hundreds of
No
these
one's
videos,
aiming a laser into the sky. What are you talking about?
nobody's lasering it. Alright, so whenever we watch all these FE core videos, and when they shine their laser and it doesn't hit a fabric behind them, and they just say, "Oh, hey, we saw the laser, therefore target hit." It's essentially the same thing as me shining a laser up or a light bolt like a flashlight up in the sky, and you being able to see the flashlight and be like, "Oh, target hit," because I can see the flashlight.
Right. I mean, it so looks sketchy. This once the beam was directly on the target, and they've got a photo of a beam hitting a target here. We took measurement readings. It's like, well, that's so. If we're talking about disingenuous, that page 15 is pretty disingenuous.
Did you watch the timestamp I posted? That one specifically.
Which timestamp of where?
The
T
one I
359.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can see it really well there.
Yeah. Watch, you'll see.
Yeah, that's what I mean right there.
That is irrefutable.
Yeah, seeing like little lights out in the distance. How's that any difference from me shining like a flashlight up in the air? And then
Well,
you
I mean,
see
they're saying the point of a light. I think that is pretty different. But yes, I am denying professional field engineers now. What they are showing there is a blue light shining, and them going, well, that is irrefutable. But if you look in the document, it is a green laser hitting a target. For some reason, what we're expected to believe is that these guys saw that light hitting the target, but pointed their cameras only forward and said, wow, that is irrefutable, but didn't turn their camera around to go, here's the target I'm standing next to, and here's it hitting it. That's, yes, I call that very dodgy.
Measurement 3 in that document. I don't know what you're talking about.
Measurement 3, let me find it.
Oh, I don't click on those documents anymore.
Measurement 3. They even have the temperature, relative humidity, the mean sea level pressure, the total precipitation, the wind speed.
Yep, they have everything except the photo of the light hitting the target.
True.
Which they claim it did. They've got photos of the guy photographing it. They've got photos of things from GPSs. They've got photos of what they used, the tape measure they used because the salad wasn't working, the collimator and the salad wasn't working. They've got everything except the one thing they said they was going to do, which was film it hit a target. And they're like, yep, it did hit a target, but of all of these photos we took, we didn't take a photo of that one thing. But it did, believe us. Honestly, guys, believe us.
You wouldn't believe me? I would lie to you? That's crazy.
I didn't fully follow that.
Would you say that I'm an honest person? Would I lie to you?
I don't think I've ever talked to you before.
Yeah, but would that mean I'm honest or would I lie to you?
I've got no idea. I don't know who you are. I wouldn't be able to pass judgment on your honesty or otherwise.
I'm just a fellow human. Would a fellow human lie to you?
Yeah, humans lie all the time.
It's
I don't know
actually
about all
illegal
that.
to lie on the internet, dude. You
Yeah.
would never lie to me on the internet.
See, this guy understands. So when I tell you the Earth is a flying spaceship ball, you should believe me.
What? No, I shouldn't. I should go out and get the data and see if the data holds up and see if they show the things that they claim that they've done. Are they able to believably convince me they've done them? And this does not.
So if
I'm
I said trust
curious.
me, bro, you wouldn't believe me?
If the two lasers are at the same height when they're fired, Why does the purple one appear so much higher than the red one?
That's a good question.
It's almost as if the purple one has higher rates of refraction and would therefore have a stronger downward angle, thus appearing higher up.
I mean, I would like to know the answer to that one. I guess it's got, yeah, I'm leaning with you that the red one has a wavelength closer to infrared, so less refracted. Because
Also,
they cannot be
I always
that much in height difference, can they, in reality?
I also question like why you can clearly see in the camera when you zoom in and out, like it disappears and then reappears multiple times.
Oh, that makes sense to me as it gets through different focal points, as it sort of snaps into focus and then, oh, maybe not actually, because that happens on my phone, but my phone is using actually different lenses, whereas a normal camera is shooting all through the one barrel.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I got that iPhone 14, dude. It's so annoying that I'm trying to get used to it. As far as like getting closer or further away from an object, and it just snaps between the different camera lenses.
I mean, this is why it's so frustrating. It's like you guys claim refraction, terrestrial refraction, atmospherical refraction, whatever kind of refraction. It's just,
I don't
it's
even
so
really claim it. I just think it's like, it's a good enough rebuttal that now it's something that your side has to deal with. Like, I don't know much about it. I'm not that strong on it. I just think
Let me
to
just throw it out
overwhelm,
there so that way it
to
totally ignores the first argument.
No, just to overwhelm the weight of evidence for the globe, I think I need more than look, I can see a blue blinking light, particularly from people who are like, we're going to hit a target. Here's what hitting the target looks like. We definitely hit the target, but we won't show you that. But we will show you the ranging shot and not make it clear that it's a ranging shot.
No, the thing that's frustrating is you guys are willing to throw away, you know, the claim for, since Eratosthenes about boats going over the ocean or going over the curve, and that's the curve is physically obstructing the boat. And then when we finally, you know, there's showing that there's no obstruction, the horizon is not where it's supposed to be.
No obstruction.
And it's just like, oh, refraction. Oh, how
No
convenient.
obstruction at all?
It's fucking, can't imagine how most people in here feel who've been doing this for so many years. It's crazy.
Well, I heard like somebody tried to argue here earlier before I took off to go tutor some kids, and it was like, oh well, they told kids like when we were all young that the reason boats disappear is because they go past the horizon, the geometric horizon. It's like, so they were lying to all those kids. Well, no, they were just giving you a basic concept of something far more complicated, much like when I was tutoring a kid today.
Right.
Much like when I was tutoring a kid today who's
Just
in the 10th
add on
grade.
to the heliocentric
hold
model.
on, my guy. Can I finish?
All right.
Yeah, so much like how when I was tutoring a kid today in finding square roots, when I asked him, hey, like, what's the square root of 64? Of course, he told me 8, but he also forgot to say -8 because it's a new concept on top of something a bit more complicated. So we just tack on more information as minds are able to better perceive them.
Tack on more information to assert your assumption of the globe. Yeah, got it.
I mean, also, it's the case that you regularly hear people who think they understand stuff and they don't get it, they get it wrong, and science teachers aren't immune to that. Like, I just had the discussion when I was hanging out with my fiance's dad, and he's like, yeah, the poles swap every few years. I remember hearing that the poles swap, and I was like, you mean the magnetic north and south swap? And he's like, no, the poles swap. And I was like, I was terrible at hiding my incredulity, be like, no, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But it's like people get an idea in their head and they misremember it and they repeat it and they don't like. I don't think that is any way to prove anything except somebody's
No, I
comprehension.
know, and I'm not saying prove or not prove. I'm just saying the amount of confusion, you know, especially for kids being indoctrinated with this shit. It's crazy. We have to unlearn to learn. It's like, why didn't we learn about taxes or IRAs or you know, important shit?
Same reason that when we were teaching them about square roots, we didn't throw in negative numbers yet. They weren't ready to learn negative numbers. It's
What
too
Downey's
complicated for what
describing
level they're
is
at.
what Downey's describing is a really basic system of scaffolding, right? You just set some base for kids to learn off of, and then later on they have a base to build from.
Oh yeah, scaffolding. That's what they call it, dude.
Yeah.
I forget.
All right, where's Jules? Do you know where I can find Jules at?
Anyway, I think it's also similar to one of the things I've noticed, which is as you start to learn more and more about a topic, you regularly get to bits where you're like, this is backwards to what I thought before I knew anything about the topic. It's like Dunning-Kruger, basically.
Guys.
All right, say what the fuck you're gonna say.
Oh,
Hello.
get on with it. Shut up.
Yeah, do your trolling and fuck off.
Where can I find Jules at?
Yeah, shut up. Eggshells, carry on.
Cool. Fuck off.
All right, cool. He's muted.
Yeah, it's just like I was thinking the thing, like the example I often use that you've probably heard me make before is when I first was playing around with like the case of a motorbike and was trying to make this screw part work, and I was trying to turn it, I was like levering at it with a screwdriver, and I said to the mechanic whose workshop I was in, "What's this?" And he's like, "It's the oil pump that turns. It was like a screw gear that turns and provides oil to the whole bike." And I was like, I just refused to believe it. I was like, there is no way this part is so hard to move and works with the rest of the bike. And it's the thing, it still beggars belief for me. But it's like the thing he was explaining is like once the engine's up to speed, the friction gets less and less. Once it's moving quickly, it's easy to move it even quicker. And that's something that for me as a layperson, still really, I'm like, no, I refuse to believe it takes that many newtons to get it to start on its first movement.
Yeah, so it's part of like the coefficient of friction, static friction versus kinetic friction. If I'm remembering the term correctly. I don't exactly remember the exact term, but I know that static friction is one of them. I forget the precise name of the other type of friction. I think it's kinetic friction, because you like at rest you have all the atoms pretty much lying on top of each other, so friction is going to be at its highest point.
Eggshell, do you think there is something that you could help me with an explanation?
I can give it a crack. I don't know much.
So there is that explanation, or there is that explanation where they specifically use the Nikon P9000 camera to zoom in on boats that have gone over the horizon. Yeah, P900, the P900, to zoom in on boats that have gone over the horizon. Like, I genuinely do not understand how that works.
Because they haven't gone over the horizon yet. They're just really small out there in the distance on the P900, which is why they were able to find the boat in the first place. Because when you zoom way out on a P900, it's even further zoomed out than what your normal eyes are, and so it makes that even less detailed than what your eyes are. So the common bar trick tactic is to find something out there in the distance that you can clearly fucking line of sight see, that the P900 can't. Yeah. Don't act like I haven't messed around with my own camera.
I would give basically the same answer. It's anytime somebody goes, "I've pulled this over the curve," the challenge I have is in the initial thing where they're saying, "See, that's behind the curve." I'm squinting at the screen and going, "But is it? It's too blurry for me to make it out." And then as they pull it in, it does kind of like it does have a super weird effect as you see it. That it like it's almost like the rest of the world is expanding around this object. But I've never seen any. If you can post one you remember of, I don't know.
I don't have perm, so I can't.
I'm in the same layman boat. Let's just
Me
put it
neither.
that way. It doesn't make sense, does it, Ultra?
But that's the thing.
No, but
it doesn't make sense.
The thing that I resolve is
does it?
Things don't make sense. There are many things that don't make sense. It's the same I used to be about 9/11, and then I sort of started to go, well, things aren't required to make sense to me.
Yeah, look at what Ultra. Look at what Flat Level Water posted it. See?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I cannot see it at the furthest point out. I just can't resolve it. I'd sort of lose it at about a third, half of the way into that zoom back.
And then the point of contention is the geometrical physical curve that has to be there because of the math of the circumference of the Earth. The
Well, why
assumed math.
Sure, it's got to be there, but does it always have to appear there? Because in both models, we need.
So
In
you're
both
gonna say
models, we need.
refraction then,
Come
right?
on, man. Come on.
No, but it's just
Come on,
this
man.
is the
Let's
confusing
be
part.
reasonable. Let's let one another finish.
All right, all right.
It's just, I would say in both models, we have to deal with weird stuff happening, right? In ours, it's why can you see stuff beyond the curve, as we're told. For yours, it's why does stuff obscure bottom up? Either answer, in my estimation, either answer has to invoke something funny happening with our vision or the bending of light.
Which is
Is
why
the
we ought not
P900
go off of so with the P900, like we were saying, like the actual angular resolution when fully zoomed out, the P900 is terrible, which is how they were able to see the boat in order to zoom their camera on it the first time, is because they knew it was there by just simply seeing it with their eyes, and then they take the P900's zooming quality to just zoom in where it was to get better detail.
Try to
So it never
strawman
actually
this.
went over. No, I'm just saying I'm just fucking I am breaking the magician's code and just telling you the bar trick.
Things appearing to disappear bottom up are of no consequence and no importance whatsoever to flat Earth.
Well, they should.
I know, because y'all don't have an explanation, so you don't care to come up with an explanation.
What's the requirement for it? Why is there a requirement for an explanation?
Well, there's no requirement. I mean, you're free to believe it if you don't want to, but it's a common question, a common challenge that doesn't seem to have a cohesive or like common answer. Is like the best ones are Mount Rainier. That GIF of Mount Rainier being like standing proud with, virtually all of its prominence visible, and then another one from like a few
All I
hundred
need to do
kilometers
is
before that, where it's barely above a lake, is like, where's that gone?
Oh, what's also
All I
the
need to do
beautiful
is
thing
check
about
it's not
Lake
because of
Rainier
Earth
is when
curvature.
they what they also is beautiful about Mount Rainier is whenever they get those pictures where the clouds are clearly above the mountain, but the mountain casts a shadow up on the clouds.
Yeah, that's a different issue. I'd say we're going to get into a totally different issue with that. But for the chap that said that's not Earth curve, if it's not Earth curve, I think you would agree you can see why to us it looks like it might be. So then the challenge to you is, if it's not Earth curve, what is it?
Challenge. I don't care. It's just not Earth curve.
Right. So that's my point. You don't have to answer it, but all you're doing then, from the perspective of people who are considering flat Earth or challenging flat Earth, is like, we throw challenges out and they're unmet. They're like the standard flat Earth thing is, here's this thing that in my estimation of the globe Earth doesn't make sense, which makes me question the globe. And then when we go, well, here's this thing that in my estimation challenges the flat Earth, we don't get any response. And that's
Yes,
different.
because it's usually presented as a challenge, which, if not answered, the impression is given that if it's not answered, it lends credence to the original claim, which was debunked.
What? Which one are you talking about now?
The challenge, well, what is it then? Well, as if to say, well, if you don't explain it, then I'm right, even though it was just already debunked. So it's
Why
like
was it already debunked? But hang on, the debunking, if it's been already debunked, the debunking would be the answer to the question. It's silly. It's sort of like, I've already debunked it, but I can't tell you how.
No,
It's a
the
secret.
debunking doesn't have to involve a replacement explanation of why.
Sure it does.
Sure it does. For that phenomenon,
No,
there
it
needs to be an
doesn't.
explanation. Like if somebody poked their head from around a door and said, hey, Harry, I've made you a cup of coffee, I would have a reason as to why I couldn't see the rest of their body. And if I was like, well, they're not actually behind the door, from my perspective, they're not, because the corner of the door doesn't exist, I would need an explanation as to what's hiding their body. I don't have to give it to anybody. I don't even have to come up with it. But my answer that there's no corner in front of them would be lacking. It's not
So
going to
that's not
convince
really
anyone.
entirely equivalent, though, is it? Because what was claimed there is that if you don't believe, let's just say explanation A, then you have to be able to present explanation B, right? Which isn't actually true. Like I could tell you, okay, let's just look at my avatar. I don't think communism is the correct way forward, right? And then someone says to me, well, if you don't tell me what's a much better political philosophy, then we're going to go with communism. That wouldn't be
Well,
logical.
they're not just
But
saying
no,
like
this,
much better. They're saying that from their perspective, what they have seems to work and it seems to be replicatable, but like what's being posed on the other end doesn't even have like an answer. So why would you move from something that's like workable and
I'm just
replicatable in
addressing.
like our physical world to like just an idea that it doesn't exist at all?
Flat
well,
Earther
so
is
you're just
not explanation for everything. That's the problem. You guys are assuming that Flat Earth model is going to explain all the intricacies and
Well, it would
mysteries of
probably
life.
alter how we
That's the
like,
wrong.
function in our life, right? If the flat Earth model existed, it seems like it would have to alter a
Yeah,
lot
the
of the mathematics that like
implications of the
function.
globe model going bye-bye are something that we all have to deal with at one point or another once you realize that it has been told to us and it is a lie. It's a belief system, just like a religion.
sure, same as
Yeah,
we
but
did with Santa Claus. It's got ramifications, but that has no bearing on the truth or otherwise of the situation, right? Any change in worldview is going to be necessarily difficult, and that has no bearing on whether you're changing to or from a false
This
one.
also isn't just a change in worldview.
yeah,
This is a
that
change
that
in
is true.
This is a change in like world function, right? It changes like the math behind how people have like how satellites work from our understanding, right? It
Sure.
changes the math on how our weaponry works. It changes the math on just how our like the math on how our like just day-to-day lives work.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the technology
everything
we use.
from celestial navigation, the existence of the South Celestial Pole, it would change how much you trust your governments, everything to do with space, explanations about how we can find our position on Earth if it's not global positioning satellites, what are we using, where are they, who's been building them. It would also imply that there's a large number of people within society or out somewhere hiding outside society who have been successfully deceiving us for such an incredibly long time.
Beautifully put from the anti-flat earther. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say two or three of those things would be true anyway, though. Eggshells.
Wait,
like,
but like
for
that's
instance,
not
I don't need to know that my government's lying about the shape of the Earth to not trust them, right? So, like, where'd you go from there?
I mean, yeah, they're lying about the shape of the Earth. What else are they lying about? They're lying about our food. They're lying about our healthcare system. They're lying about literally everything.
But it's like if they're telling the truth about the shape of the Earth and they're lying about everything else, I still don't trust them. You know,
Cool.
It doesn't make a difference, really. Just seems like a weird thing to throw in. Oh, well, it affects how much you trust your government. Well, it'll go from 0 to 0. So, you know, where'd you go from there?
Oh, it's like you're saying 0 to 0, but there's some inherent trust, right? If you didn't trust your government right now, you'd probably be like fighting against it. But you seem to trust it to like maintain your day-to-day
No,
life.
that's fallacious. Just because I don't trust someone doesn't mean I want to fight them, especially when they have an army and I don't.
You just continue to live under their boot, right?
If I had a distrust of the people who had like heavy control over my life, I would probably find ways to alter that situation. But it seems like we've all accepted that there's some level of trust we have there.
No, there isn't. I don't have any trust in my government. Okay. I just take the path of least resistance. So I don't know. What to say. Do you really think that if I don't trust my government, I have to go and get an AK and start shooting up Westminster? Like, why would that make any sense?
I think if you genuinely didn't trust your government, yeah, you probably would.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the only scenario you can think of.
I mean, like, you don't have to grab an AK specifically to shoot up, but I think you would be making active moves to like remove that government from a position of power if you had. Like,
where you live, bro? Sorry.
Yeah, I just don't get involved in their business, and I just stay out their way. That's much easier.
So are you in the UK? Like, because I mean, surely the government in the UK is not trustworthy either.
Yeah, I don't trust the British government, and I don't trust the American government, and I don't trust any other government. But it doesn't mean I'm going to go and shoot them up, or like try and forcibly remove them. Even trying to do that would be.
I mean, it's okay. I'll accept it, right? But when people tell me this type of thing, I kind of just like it's like a LARP in my mind for those people.
What? See, you are serious about this? You think that if you don't trust a government, then you should take like military action.
I've spoken to enough people who are taking their own action against their governments. Like, I think that
Damn
there's
straight.
actually people who care about that. But like, if you don't You know, you're
That's
LARPing.
just an appeal
What
to
else to say?
popularity, bro. Other people do shit, therefore I have
Oh,
to
it's
do
not an
shit.
appeal to popularity. I'm appealing to
It
like
is.
my moral standard, right? The way I've set this up is like I think that if people have a moral view where it's like they genuinely cannot trust the government, the people leading their lives on a pretty much day-to-day basis, then they actually stand up and do something about it, right? Otherwise, if they just say they don't trust it, but they still accept that government is like leading their day-to-day life, they're just LARPing.
Yeah,
No, I
especially
don't.
one that, according to your logic, is trying to drive us towards like a godless society, more of a
I'm
Satanist
sorry.
society.
You
This
cannot
guys
go
are
up
laying.
against the government. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, you can.
You
ISIS
can't.
did it for like years.
You guys
Well,
are
No,
laying so
literally
many.
you have
Who's the
groups in
realistically,
America
LARPer?
you
right now
cannot
that are
take down
having
the government.
Yeah, who's the
That's a
LARPer
complete
now?
lie.
Wait, you would literally have white supremacist
Mm.
groups in America that are trying to make their will enacted by like setting up
Oh
little
my
fucking commune
god,
areas.
bro.
You're telling me those people have more of a spine than you, technically, right? Like out of this view.
Well, they did try to coup the
Wow.
government. Didn't work.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
those
I
people at least
mean,
have more of a spine. I
It
at least
failed
trust them when they say
amazingly.
I don't trust the government because it seems like they were willing to do something about it.
This is getting
the,
heavy.
the government can literally drone strike your house from the comfort of a room inside of a building. You're telling me that you and your buds
Yet
and
you
your
live with your
pals,
trust on a day-to-day basis that they're not going to do that.
it's not that I don't think that they're not going to do that. It's the fact that you have this weird confidence that you would be able to grab a gun or 5 guns and run where to shoot who.
Exactly. Who are you
I'm not saying
killing?
you gotta shoot someone specifically, but what are the actions you're taking to remove that government, to remove
How
them
about
from
not
that position of power?
participating? You can't remove government. Government's
Okay.
always been around, bro.
Okay.
People always wanted to control people. That's from the beginning
They'll
of
only
time.
work
Where
if
did
you
that
went off the
FE
grid.
Jedi go?
No,
He's
dude,
supposed to get
I
back
love
with me
this.
as to how the targeting system on the railgun worked. That was like 45
Dude, I don't
minutes
trust
ago.
my government.
Like, I think
so
FK is
decided
wrong,
to
but that's
stay
a silly
home.
point.
I don't trust my government, so I decided to stay home and play Yakuza. You know, I'm not participating. I'm doing what I need to do.
So what
Anybody
we
have
mean by that
anybody have
is
FE Jedi on DMs? Because he's supposed to get back to me like 5 minutes after the fact for the railgun targeting, and he's still not back like 45 minutes later.
That's true. He said he
I
was
mean,
talking to GPS people.
It is 4 in the
Yeah,
morning here, though. To be fair.
Yeah, I think this is a bad argument, FK, to be honest. Because about this, I
Yeah.
mean, lots of people in China know the government is most likely just lying to them about a large majority of the things
Yeah,
that are
but
happening in the world.
they're cowardice
still
worms that
complicit.
do nothing against them.
Yeah,
though.
they have no
They're
choice.
cowardice. What are you talking about,
Yeah.
bro?
If they were
Put
to
yourself
actually
in their
do anything, they would just
situation.
get killed,
And I
dude.
think a lot of those people trust
That's
their government
unfair.
enough to be like, listen, shit's fucked. It could be better, but like I trust them.
They
Unfair
trust them
assumption.
not
It'll
to
be
kill
fine as
them.
it is.
Listen,
It's
They
dude,
trust them
there's
not to
plenty
just
of
randomly
people
kill
who
them, dude. That's
there are
about
plenty
it.
of people
don't
throughout
understand
history,
your-
millions
like,
even,
this seems like
billions, one
this
might
seems
even
like a
say,
drill.
that have rose
Bro,
up
this
and
seems-
fought against tyrants.
Fuck me. This seems like a non sequitur on your part, bro. Like, you're saying if you don't trust someone, you have to remove them, right? Why do you think that that's a sequitur?
It's a good
Why
question.
do I think? Because I think when you're saying like you lack a trust for an organization that again dictates your life, dictates the rules you're following, dictates
Do they?
like, the standard you live under.
Clearly.
I think when you're saying you don't trust,
To
yeah,
some
they
extent.
dictate
evidently
life.
do, right? I think when you're
My
saying you
government
don't
dictates my
trust
life,
them,
does it?
you're like putting in
To
a
some
position
extent, it
that,
does,
like,
yeah.
these people
Do they?
do not
You
have
went to
my
school,
best
right?
interests at heart.
Well,
You were
I've been to
forced to
school
go,
for
right?
years, but
What country do you live
Well,
in?
then they
I
did.
think you live in Aussie land.
No, he's like British, I can tell.
Oh, British.
Listen.
Okay, even better. So if
Listen.
you're British,
So-
can you get a gun very easily, if at all?
So-
Depends where you live. Depends what you do.
yeah, you can actually get a gun there.
You have to live in the
There's-
countryside or
There's
like be part of a
certain
club or
point
something.
of
Yeah, do you have freedom of
responsibility and
speech in England
accountability
anymore?
that you have to have though for your own life. Okay, it
The most
doesn't matter what
example
government
is-
you're under.
I'd say less
You
than
have to-
America in
you're
some
responsible.
expense. Yeah.
I don't know who the other Brit guys, but first of all, I feel like I'm getting horribly gish galloped, and every single gish gallop adds new layers of bullshit that I don't agree with. So you've got like 2 or 3 of these things going on that are just kind of what I'd consider
Go
argument
ahead,
tactics.
Crypto. Yeah.
So
go
what I
ahead.
would like to do is actually try and deconstruct a few of these things. First of all, the government doesn't tell me what I do on a day-to-day basis. They only have the right to do a few things, and all of them are under duress and under force, which is exactly my point. I don't want to be going against the force of the government because I would be throwing away my own life, right? That was my point. That doesn't mean that I trust them. Just because they say to me, oh, dude, you've made a bunch of money, we're going to take a third of that, and you can't do a few things, and you can't speed on the road, and this, that, and the other. and they make up a few laws that I have to abide by. Doesn't mean they run my life. And just
I think
because
that
I
by
don't
definition
trust
means they run your life.
No, it doesn't. It
No,
means
it
that there's a few.
doesn't, bro.
No, it doesn't mean that, bro. I don't know why you think that's true. But the other thing that's really important here is what I said before. Just because I don't trust someone doesn't mean I'm going to try to militarily remove them when that would mean certain death for me.
Yeah, because you're a cuck.
Oh
man!
Wow! Wow!
Why
I
don't
mean,
you
I
go
think it's
to
okay to
Whitehall?
just accept that. Like, it's one of the two options,
Dude,
right? Either
go
you're
to
like,
Whitehall, get the
either you're
gun,
just
and see
terrified
if
and
you
you're
get
willing to like,
Yeah, see how
either
far
you're
you get.
terrified and like,
See how far you get.
like
Just
in
go
a
ahead.
way,
You're lying to the
like you're
grave,
just
you
kind of like a dog that just trusts its owner, right?
Have you?
That's
Oh
just what's
my
happening.
god, that is so unfair
How
and
many times
disingenuous.
have I said I don't trust them, and you're still accusing me of trusting them?
Yeah,
so you
like
live
still.
under the roof
dog,
of
at
somebody
the end
that
of the
you don't
day-
trust?
Listen,
At the
okay?
end of the day,
The
a
best
dog that
way
doesn't
to
trust its
avoid a
owner runs
punch.
away or fights
What's the
back,
best
right?
way
But
to
if it's
avoid a punch? You don't be there. Okay? Just because you don't engage with someone you don't trust doesn't make you a pussy. Okay? It makes you smart. Makes you tactile. Okay? We all live
living
in
under their
this
roof,
system.
right?
Listen,
don't
we
engage,
all
yet I
live
pay
under
into
this
their
fucking
government.
control system, no matter what label or government you want to put it on top of. It's not about physically revolting, because the first thing you have to do is mentally revolt. Okay, you have to
I'm
think for
physically
yourself.
I mean, there's people who have also
You have
answered
to
this
you
question,
have to have
right? You don't have to
critically
just revolt.
thinking
You don't have to just
before
revolt.
you can
There's
do
other people who've
anything.
answered this question. They just left. They cut themselves off from what the government provides. They cut themselves off from the people who like feed into that government, and they said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna
They
do my own
homeschool
thing."
their kids in their communes.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
It's a good
beautiful.
start.
You're saying
Oh,
like,
but you
wrong with
didn't
that?
physically,
but
you
like
didn't
otherwise
physically
you're just
remove them
LARPing.
with guns. Therefore, you trust
Otherwise,
them.
you're just LARPing.
Well, either you remove
Otherwise, you're
yourself or you
LARPing.
remove the people that you
Who's
don't trust.
LARPing? No
At
one's
the end of the
LARPing,
day,
bro.
if
Like I said, a dog that doesn't trust its owner runs away or fights back, but it doesn't sit
You'd have
there
to stop using the
without
internet
any
as well.
trust.
We should get passion fruits right. We should get back to flat Earth subject, because that's the point of this room. Where is the curvature of the Earth? Where is it? Can't find it.
All around you. But you not being able to find it is evidence, is an argument from absence.
If you
And it
can't
could
find your
simply
wife's
be
clitoris,
evidence.
does that mean it's not there?
Exactly. It could just be evidence that you're not good at finding things. So how can you split now? How can you split now between the difference of it's not there and I can't find it?
It's in the math.
Well, you're going into
I mean, you don't even need to go to the maths. You just need to go, is it
No, you
sensible to say, is it
You should
sensible
go
to
to the
say,
math, though. Do you believe? Okay. Do you
You don't have
agree with Eratosthenes' calculation of the Earth? His assumption.
No.
24,900.
It's a shit method. I think if he came up with the right or anything close to the right
How
number,
big do you think
it's,
Earth
it's
is?
quite
then?
possibly a guess.
Circumference-wise.
I just don't get it from there. That's not why I
No,
don't sort of
I'm just
reach
saying.
back
Do
into
you
ancient
think there's?
history
Hold
to
on.
decide the truth of reality.
Well, hold on a second though, because the point of the matter is, if that calculation doesn't work, then like you said earlier, the implications of that would be monumental, which would mean that
Right.
the Earth isn't as big as it's claimed to be, which means everything else that was built on top of it, like a house of cards on top of a house of cards, would fall.
And it hasn't
That's
fallen.
the
That's the thing.
implication.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. If it was built as a house of cards, it would fall if it was false. But the problem is, if somebody comes up with a shit method to determine the size of the Earth and that the Earth's a sphere, and uses the shit method to get a somewhat shit answer, and then somebody else comes up with a totally different method to do the same thing and comes to a similar but better answer, and then as time passes, with
How do you
all
know
these
it's better?
people using better, well, I'm getting to that. If all of these people use different methods and increasingly converge on a single answer, then that to me says it's not a house of cards, it's probably rock solid. That's the way I expect reality to happen.
But it's only being referenced against something that you don't know is correct to begin with.
Right.
But how do you?
I'm just telling you
what's the
how.
reference?
How do you find out what reality is if you already are going to go, well, I already know it, then why are you searching for it? Or I don't know it, that's why I'm searching for it. So I don't start with the truth.
Why are we searching for it? Why are we searching for curvature?
You're searching for curvature because you want to prove to yourself that you can't find it. I'm not searching for curvature. I don't think there's. I think it's a wasted exercise.
You're assuming it's there, and that's why
Pretty
it's a
much.
belief.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Why?
belief.
Why
There
though?
you go.
What gives us the idea it even exists?
For me, the strongest evidence that the Earth is spherical is like what I would call an argument from efficacy, which is people who should be able to, whose jobs or livelihood or fortunes rest upon the knowing the shape of the Earth, all converge on a single answer. So navigators or astronomers or people who like, given all of the proofs I've heard or the arguments I've heard for the flat Earth, should be aware of that, all converge on one answer and they all go, it's a ball of glass eyes.
I'm gonna just switch to listen. So just want to leave with this. The math has to be right for everything else to work. And
Sure.
if you're saying that the circumference of the Earth could be wrong, then you also have the same implications that we're pointing out.
Sure,
Just saying.
but I mean the two aren't mutually exclusive. I'm not saying that circumference of the Earth
They
is
should be
wrong.
mutually exclusive.
I'm saying right. I get what you're saying there, which is if stuff is built upon this circumference of the Earth and the Earth is wrong, everything that's built on that assumption is wrong. I agree with you there. I'm quite confident that the circumference of the Earth, well, doesn't really have a circumference if it's a geoid, but for argument's sake, let's say it is. I think the circumference of the Earth is probably correct because all of these people with this ability who are efficacious, they're effective at using it to achieve results, all come to the same thing. If you could prove that it was wrong, then I would have to question my sanity in terms of, well, how are these navigators getting to where they need to go and how are these astronomers making the observations they need to make, and maybe they're all lying, and I would come to the same conclusion as you. But it would just confuse me that the people who can achieve results all come to one answer.
That's the start, though. That's the
Well,
start.
I just need to see flat earthers achieve, like, this FE core is the most professional, most impressive thing I've seen flat earthers use. And it is like their original experiment, including refraction and all of that, their original design is robust as hell. Really good idea. The problem is they abandoned that design and then even abandoned their own method and then still called it a win. That to me is the behavior of somebody who is not effective at doing what they said they would do and stuck to their broken worldview despite them going out and finding evidence to the contrary.
You're assuming that we have the broken worldview, my friend. That's the problem.
No. I'm saying somebody that is ineffective, that is symptomatic of a broken worldview. Somebody who is effective, a symptom of that, like that is a symptom of a working worldview, right?
Okay.
If somebody has the worldview that my car runs on diesel and their car runs, I go, wow, they're pretty good at filling up their car. Their worldview, their view of how their car runs is probably effective. The person whose car splutters and spews black smoke and goes directly back to the shop, I go, they've probably got a busted worldview as to what their car runs on. That's my efficacy argument. And the efficacy I see from flat earthers, the very best is FE core. And they failed in their design. They won't release their results. They didn't stick to their method, and they're still calling that a win.
Listen, brother. It's not about replacing one worldview with a different one. It's about
That's not what I'm talking about.
I know, but I'm just saying, as a layman, it's about unlearning the worldview that was forced upon me as a child. Okay, I didn't need to know about the planets and the solar system and all this other shit. Didn't help my daily life whatsoever, and I had to unlearn it for me to start looking at things with a critical mind.
You can look at things without a critical mind without abandoning them, right? You can still go, maybe this is wrong, and what would that mean without going, therefore it is wrong. I'm not maybe I'm misunderstanding your point.
Point is,
simply lacks evidence. You can just throw it in the garbage and forget about it.
Right, yeah. Flat Earth lacks evidence, so I throw it in the garbage. It's a good way to put it. There is no evidence for Flat Earth. All of what I hear from Flat Earth is looking for curvature and failing to find it. And all that says to me is maybe they're bad at finding curvature. Do they have any positive evidence that is for Flat Earth?
So again,
and
a
time
reversal
again, it is a
burden
search.
a reversal of proof, right?
Reversal
proof.
burden of proof is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So yeah, why are you doing that? Like, do you
It's
not
not.
think that observing and experiencing reality as a motionless plane of existence isn't evidence? I mean,
Sure, it is
no
evidence. You are
evidence?
providing evidence. No, I'm not saying you have no evidence. But you're providing evidence now for a claim because you recognize that claims require evidence. You're saying my personal experience,
That's
my
not.
first bit of
That's
evidence.
not. I'm not. That's a claim. That's just your experience of reality.
It's evidence. Your experience is evidence. Me going, here's what I see. That's evidence. Is it not? You just got done saying it was evidence. Are you
It's
now
a
saying it's not?
basis, right? It's a basis.
Basis of what?
It's the basis from where you start. So it was like, okay, well, yeah, looks flat, doesn't feel like it's moving. Okay, someone else has got this different claim to that. Why? What's their evidence
Right.
for the contrary?
Right. That's the question that flat earthers pose. It's like,
Sure. I think the challenge is
why
I
the claim?
think I
Why
can
the
make
claim?
all of the flat earthers'
We're not
claims.
claiming we know the shape of the earth, because that would be a dishonest person. Any flat earther or anybody who says they know the full shape of the earth and they know exactly how big it is, they're lying to you. It's not an honest answer. The honest answer is we don't truly know. And I say we as in our ability to go and explore for ourselves, because bureaucratically it's limited, literally. You can't go to make it to verify ourselves how big the earth is. And if you try to without any government approval, you will be arrested. Prime example, Jarl Andhoy. Look up Jarl Andhoy if you haven't.
Yeah, I'm well aware of him.
That dude actually had permission from New Zealand to go search for his crewmates that were lost in McMurdo Sound, and was arrested by the Chilean government anyway because they were enforcing the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, I'm well aware of the story. I just feel like we're getting away from the point now.
But I'm just highlighting it for those who don't know that story.
Right. I mean, the counter argument with Jarl is that
It's
if
not
he's
about
the
the
same
counter
guy I'm
argument.
remembering,
It's just
you
about
don't want the
saying
counter. Okay, I can understand that.
But I'm just saying it's just about saying I don't know. And then if you want to know, that's up to you. But it's like the main thing is denying the first claim that was imposed upon us in the first place, because like T-Dub said, I don't feel like I'm moving. I feel like I'm on a flat plane, period. I mean, 72% of the Earth's surface is flat water. Explain that on a sphere. You can't. I'm going to go to the gym and start listening, so hang tight.
Have a good workout.
Yes, sir.
See, I think regardless of who you think holds the burden, I would want to have evidence for the things I hold to be true. Whether they're positive things about things that are the case, or negative, as in things that I think are not the case, I would want evidence for that.
It's like saying, it's like saying, well, prove your experience is real.
No.
Yeah.
But I think you and I could both agree there are some times where your senses can give you like incorrect things. You would go, oh, if I trusted these senses now, I would come to a different conclusion, or that they're inadequate to do certain things. Like here's one. If I had you on an office chair with really well greased bearings, and I were going to rotate you, I put you on a motor that can do extraordinarily slow RPM, do you think there is a minimum rate at which I could rotate you where you couldn't feel it? Or do you think if I rotated that chair at a rate of like once every 100,000 years, you would still go, it feels like I'm turning?
If I was born on the chair, blindfolded, and never experienced any other reality?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, you're bang on. Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
Sure, yeah, but do you think there is a minimum rate at which you could notice that that office chair was rotating? Or do you
I
think
know
that it
your
would be
point.
infinitely, so if I said it was the office chair is rotating once every 100 million years, such that your entire life lived wouldn't equal a single degree, would you be able to be like, yeah, this chair is definitely rotating?
Sure, but what makes one think that this place could be moving in that manner?
It's not the point.
Begin with.
The point is,
yes, it
what
is
you
the
have
point.
accepted,
It's
what you've
absolutely the
accepted,
point.
what you've accepted is that your sensors might be inadequate for detecting rotation if it is sufficiently slow, or impart sufficiently small forces upon you.
What reason do I have to think otherwise?
Okay, so one, for example, could be you were like, it doesn't feel like the chair's moving, but when I first took off the blindfold, I was looking out the window, and now 6 months later, I'm looking at the door. What is directly in front of me has changed position. That might be something that made me go, okay, so given the available evidence, maybe the door and the window are moving, they could be projections, I could be crazy, or I could be on a rotating thing. Something about where I'm sitting could be rotating.
Yeah. Now apply it to Earth. What reason would you have to think that
the stars
you
are all moving? The stars and the moon and the sun all move past us at a rate that matches with other observable phenomena. So we could go, are they all moving around us? Or is there a chance that we are rotating within that?
Okay, so how would you go about testing that?
I mean, I would go more tests the better. I think it would be silly to hang your hat on a single test. But like one I thought of myself that I thought that's pretty cool is to go, if I'm turning, there should be physics should come into play. So what I could do is go, well, if we're rotating and I want to test, or more important, if I want to disprove that claim, I could get something like a gyro compass that says it aligns with the actual poles of the Earth, and see if that reliably, when calibrated correctly, points at either the north or the south, or so it doesn't really point, it aligns with the axis of rotation. If I could do that with gyroscopes and gyro compasses and ring laser gyros, if I could get all of these objects that don't operate based on optics, I guess a ring laser gyro arguably does operate on optics, but doesn't operate on what it can see, lines up with what I could see, then I would go, well, that gives me more reason to lean towards this possibility. Maybe it's still the case that the sun, the moon, and the stars are all rotating around us, and for some reason they're affecting these things that should work basically only on physics in a different way.
Nice disclaimer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I test it. How would you test if you're living on a flat Earth?
So it's not conclusive at the end of that, because you know you've been here in this argument long enough to know that it would be pointing out that would be an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
It's not a formal logical fallacy. It was attempting to disprove something. But in any case, it's just it's not only because I've been around for a while, but I just don't think you come to truth by doing a single test. That's the point I'm getting across. I would go, oh, this is evidence for this claim, but I'll keep testing in a variety of different ways, and I'll attempt, this is the crucial bit, to disprove what I believe. I won't attempt to continually confirm it, because it's easy to go out and confirm, go looking for brown dogs and go, see, all dogs are brown, I found another one. What you need to do is go looking for a dog that's not brown. Once you find a black dog, you go, aha, I've disproven my case. But what I think flat earthers do is look for things that prove their case. We all do, it's a natural.
You mean like the black swan argument?
Sure, yeah, I'd go, if I believed in the black swan, I would go looking for the white swan. And vice versa. And vice versa.
Have you found one yet?
Sure, yeah, there's a photo of the white swan. Surely you've seen it. It's the same oil rig. It's the same, no, it's the same oil rig. It's
still a black swan, man. Sorry, so someone else was trying to get in there? Who was that? I hear one deck.
No, you're good. You're good. It was me. I was just listening to his Black Swan argument.
I think a good black swan would be a horizontal line that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Hey, is that Jerry?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, you sound like you smoked a million reefers or just woken up or something.
Yeah, I just woke up. How was your trip?
Hey, man. Amazing.
Good. That's good to hear.
Yeah, I don't know about a parallel line that's not like, because yeah, it's that gets that whole thing of like locally parallel or not. So what do you all think is like the best evidence against flat Earth? What would you say is the strongest case against?
The hill in my neighbor's yard.
Okay. Tell us about it.
It's a hill in the neighbor's yard.
Yep. And in what way is that strong evidence for the globe?
It blocks stuff.
Yeah, he didn't necessarily say it was good evidence for a globe, but it was evidence against flat Earth.
Right. Okay. Oh, okay. So if a hill can, I'm guessing it's if a hill can obscure stuff bottom up, then the Earth could.
Well, that section of the Earth.
Well, the hill is the Earth.
There you go. I agree 100%.
And it's the top of the hill.
But that doesn't mean that the ground is a ball. It just means that the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, because some, I mean, I guess flat earther is the wrong term for what I'm about to say next, but I thought some people who don't think we're on a globe do concede that we might be on something convex. Like it might have curvature, but not at the given rate, and still we're all on one side of a surface kind of deal.
Well, I've said that this realm or this place, it could be a sphere, but we're just not living on the exterior of one.
What you think maybe on the
Like that-
inside of one?
Encapsulated inside something, but that would be implying that it's an object, and I have no evidence of that. So it's just pure speculation on my part. It's just a play on words that, when people say Earth is a sphere, I say, well, it could be. We're just not living on the exterior of it.
But what I'm trying to get at is like, do you mean like a snow globe, sort of hemispheric dome on top, something dome on the bottom?
Yeah, that's the ancient depiction of a lot of different cultures, right?
Yeah, that sounds similar to like the Hindu one and a few others.
Muslims say, oh, it's the Quran says it's egg shaped or something like that. I'm like, that doesn't mean you live on the outside of it.
Sounds similar actually to some of the people who like do the apologist for globe Earth, but are like Bible literalists, and they say, well, back then Earth or everything was only talking about this sort of region of, from Syria to not quite India to not quite Africa, like that region is what they're talking about as the Earth, and the others were considered like lands beyond the land and stuff.
Right, yeah. There's in biblical scripture, you've got Eretz and Adama, which is two different things, which can be both translated to be earth, like soil, and one's like the whole cosmos, basically. The land and sea or the land, yeah, land.
So do
and
you
then
do you
you've got
think the
soil.
Bible? Sorry.
Oh.
Do you think the Bible does describe reality? Do you? Are you a Bible person?
Describe reality.
Like, is that part of why you think the Earth's flat?
No, it's not. Though it did kind of make more sense.
How does the Earth being flat make reality make more sense?
More sense to me.
Does, bro.
Understanding. This is a motionless plane. A spinning ball inside a vacuum of outer space.
Do you believe there's a magnetic field north and south?
Yeah, not that I want to go down into the biblical conversation too far.
G'day, Scott, by the way. Sorry, I can't type in the channel yet.
Do you believe there's a magnetic field north to south?
The compass points to something.
Do you know anything about electromagnetism?
Not a lot. One in your earlier talking about that.
Yep.
So does anybody else have an answer to the question? What's the strongest evidence against flat Earth?
There is none.
What's the strongest evidence against the reality you experience?
Oh, loads. Hallucinations, mental disorder, things not looking right. What do you call it?
Well, I think if the Earth was flat, then the rivers wouldn't flow because water only flows off or down curved surfaces.
Jeez, is
Okay.
nobody here going to take this question seriously? That's an interesting one. I got to go try it in a global room, see what I get. Probably the same way, I imagine.
So you don't want to talk about flat Earth either?
No, I love talking about flat Earth. Difficult to get people to talk about flat Earth, though.
Yeah, no one's talked about it in here all day.
Generally, I don't. Most of flat Earth is obsessed with space, the globe, Coriolis, like things that are out that is non-flat Earth, the opposite of flat Earth. And provided it's not all of those things, then therefore flat Earth wins by default. Default. Default.
Yeah, completely non sequitur. You're right.
Why is it non sequitur?
Too many flat earthers feel that if you can't give them a reasonable explanation for gravity, which literally can be explained on like 10 different levels, like chess, then they win and the Earth is flat.
No, not
Yeah,
exactly.
but gravity is what makes the water fall off the curved surface. I mean, I've never seen water stick to a curved surface. So
I have.
why even bring up gravity? It works against you, not
I
quote unquote
wasn't.
flat
I
earthers.
wasn't bringing up gravity. They are always bringing up gravity.
Mhm.
I don't
They
ask.
being
I
the
d-
flat earthers.
no, that's flat earthers
And
don't come in saying explain gravity or the Earth is flat. That's a that is a
Maybe not in those words, but it's
misrepresentation.
pretty close.
No, they do. They just don't do it
No.
that directly.
Yeah,
Basically,
guarantee.
like plenty of flat Earth debates end with, "Oh, yeah, but you can't." Okay, so explain
No.
gravity. So explain gravity.
No,
And if you can't give
no,
them
that's the globe. That's the
an
globers.
explanation, well, I'm
That's the
just speaking from
globers.
experience. This is absolute fact. You can't deny my experience. Now, my
No
sample
way,
size might
man.
be small, except that I've engaged with approximately 500 flat earthers. So, like,
Never bring up
I think that's
gravity.
pretty reasonable. Like that.
As the globe
My
saying,
experience
well,
is that,
how
like I
do
said,
you explain?
if
How do
you
flat
can't prove
earthers explain gravity then?
therefore the Earth isn't round.
It's the globers that come in saying, well, okay, how do flat earthers explain gravity
Hold on,
then? And then
I got a question before I pop into the gym real quick. How do you have pressurized air, our air that we breathe, adjacent to the vacuum of space without a container?
Okay.
Go for it.
The problem is the response is going to be a question. When you say adjacent, how close are you talking? Because if it was 14.7 psi and then a millimeter away or a centimeter away there was 10 to the negative 17 torr, I'd be like, wow,
There's nothing
you must
to be
have something as powerful as a Coke can to hold that pressure in from that vacuum. But if it was like, okay, we've got 14.7 psi here, and then if you drive 100 kilometers vertically, it's going to be pretty low. I'd be like, yeah, it sounds kind of reasonable. So how close are you talking? When you say adjacent, how adjacent do you mean? Do you mean like millimeters, or do you mean like a couple of 100 kilometers?
Well, hold on. The point is, you still have pressure, correct? Even if it's a differential of that pressure, as you go higher, it gets less in pressure, right? Do you agree to that?
There's nowhere where there's a vacuum. If that's what you mean? Sure. Perfect vacuums don't exist.
Okay, let's say nearly perfect vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's what they claim space is. All right. So how do you have pressure? The question is, how do you have pressure without it being contained?
What do you mean? It's not
Yeah,
contained.
there's no case to be made that a container is required for pressure.
Yeah,
there's a
Show me gas
container.
pressure
A
without a
container.
container.
I'm sorry. Let me finish. A container will provide the necessary force back on a gas to create pressure, but it's not the only thing that can exert force. So the pull, look, if theoretically there was a gravitational pull towards the Earth, flat or otherwise, right? Then that force could also serve as a means that pressure would exist in gas.
how?
I mean, in any case, this is a positive claim, so it's exciting to hear flat earthers make it, which is if you can't have gas pressure without a container, what you're saying is you're using double negatives to express gas pressure requires a
Right.
Right? So it's a positive claim.
Yeah.
Necessary
But I'm just,
antecedent.
you and I are on the
you're
same
right, and
page here. So now we can just get the flat earthers to go, great, can you show us you're working to get there? Like if you say it's an antecedent, I don't think that's how we do science. I don't think we just go, it's an antecedent, and then fail to do the science. So have you tested it where the gas pressure requires containment?
Necessary antecedent.
So you haven't done any science to test whether it's a necessary antecedent.
Science does not require a container for gas pressure.
So are we talking
Right.
about a cause and effect relationship?
Sure, yes. A cause of pressure is the effect. The cause of it is a container, and the effect is the pressure. That's what you're claiming. You're claiming the cause of pressure is a container. Do you have any science to show that? Have you tested
the definition, right? Yeah, they did test it. That's how it was come to be understood that gas pressure equals the particles.
What test proved the existence of a container? or was evidence for
The
it.
fact that we can't demonstrate gas pressure by any other means.
Right, so I can disprove the ability to cure cancer by failing to do so. Is that what you're saying? By failing to do something, I can prove the opposite is true. I think you can do better than that. Come on, have another crack. Right, saying I can't find any example of gas pressure without a container. Doesn't mean it's needed. You haven't tested it, right? Have you done science on this, or?
Yeah, it's I mean, it's really weird. Like you can actually you can see this stuff, right? So I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen liquid
The question
nitrogen.
is, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Right. Yeah.
So
I mean,
your positive claim.
I can tell you.
Let's just do it really simply. You are making the positive claim that gas pressure requires a container, right? If I say water boiling requires temperature or pressure changes, it's not me. Then I don't then go, you got to prove me wrong, right? This is a positive claim. Gas pressure requires containment. Have you done any tests? Show me your working. How did you get to this conclusion? It's not up to me to disprove it. It's up to you to show the evidence for your claim. Sure, hopefully, maybe, maybe not. So as Passion said in the chat, sorry, Passion, don't have chat terms yet, but g'day. Yeah, air in a tire is proving is sort of I forget the correct name for it, but it's essentially trying to prove the positive. Where what you're trying to do in science is disprove your case. You're going, hey, I've tried and tried and tried with these clever methods to disprove my case, and I can't, so it's now the probably right. So looking for examples of brown dogs and finding them doesn't prove that all dogs, like the dog requires brown, that they are always the same. What I've got to do is try and see if I can breed or find a black dog. So finding air in a tire is evidence that, yes, I can have an enormous differential with containment, but you're not testing that proposition. You're saying, can I have gas pressure without containment?
Yes, because that's what the globe claim is.
Correct. But your claim
is the globe claim is that we have containment of pressure, right? We have gas pressure, we have the atmospheric pressure adjacent next to the vacuum of space, or nearly perfect vacuum of space.
Yeah,
without
that's not a globe claim.
Okay. That's
like
the
I can
claim.
contend the Earth is flat and still have air pressure, right? So I don't even need curvature of
that's
the Earth
not
to
the-
show you
that's
that
not
there
the
is
point.
air pressure, right?
That's not the
I mean,
point.
do you
because
deny that there's air pressure?
the
Do you deny that you're
implications of
breathing
having
oxygen?
Okay, run. I gotta run. I can't be yelling at the gym.
Okay.
So the question is like, sure, the globe claim is you have gas brought around objects, probably due to a downward acceleration like gravity, that gets less and less up into a void that is approaching a perfect vacuum. That's their claim. They've got evidence for that. Your claim seems to be gas pressure requires containment. That's a positive claim. We've all got to agree that, right? You can't have gas pressure without a container is a fancy way of saying gas pressure requires a container. So do you have evidence for that positive claim? Okay, so is that the evidence for it, that we define
So
it
this
that
is a
way and all
presupposition. What
definitions
do
are
you mean by
correct?
definition? Is it a presupposition? Because we know the definitions of gas. Like you don't have ownership of those. We know the definitions of pressure. So are you supposing that gas pressure requires a container? Or do you
And it's
have
also
some science to demonstrate that? And also, I just want to point out this is not a globe claim. This is a look around you claim, right? This is a we live on Earth claim that we have
You asking me
gas
to prove the
pressure.
negative?
We have gas pressure and we have gravity, right? If you want to refute those, that's to me that's a different discussion than whether the Earth is round.
plus it's a tautology. Like the other bit that further stuffs up the flat Earth claim here is gas pressure as a statement is a tautology. You don't need both words, right? If you have gas, that gas, what is gas? Excited molecules, excited unbonded molecules, or some sort of description like that. That will have a pressure. It is not possible to have gas and no pressure, right? So gas pressure is already tautological. So what you're saying is gas requires a container, right? We don't need pressure.
Without a container, you have no pressure.
Cool,
Without
that's a
something
positive
to
claim.
for the
Yeah, you could
without
say
something for
that,
the
but you haven't
particles to
demonstrated that.
collide with, there will be no pressure. You
Awesome.
need to measure the pressure. You need a container.
Great. Have you shown that, or have you just
Can we-
asserting it?
Can we demonstrate gas pressure with a container?
Yes, that's not what
No,
we're
that-
testing. Nobody is questioning that.
Right.
Nobody is questioning whether
Can we
dogs are brown.
demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Yes, but
Yes.
that's not the question I'm asking. The question
Yes, we
I'm
can.
asking is, you're making a positive claim that gas pressure requires a
It's
container.
not a
Or gas
claim.
requires a container. It is,
It's
absolutely
not
it
a
is.
claim. No,
Why are you running
isn't.
from
It's
it being a claim?
demonstrable. Are you
Okay,
an
so it's
idiot?
demonstrable. That's claiming it again. You're claiming it's demonstrable. It's the same thing.
I
that
mean,
you
I'm
can
not, I'm
run
sorry,
from.
but I can't
You
can't
just
engage
agreed.
in a physics discussion with somebody who doesn't understand the absolute basics of electromagnetism. So, like, I'm
Just
just gonna
agreed
bow out.
that it is demonstrable.
How is it demonstrable?
I just asked, can we demonstrate gas pressure with a container? And you said yes.
Okay, you're not understanding then my counter to that. If I say all dogs are brown, right, and I show you a brown dog, have I proven my case that all dogs are brown? Yes or no? Simple answer, right? It's no. So by showing you a instance in which my claim is true does not prove that it is true. It just proves I can find instances of it being true. You can say sometimes gas pressure, like sometimes gas can be contained. Nobody's arguing that though. What you're saying is you cannot have it without it. It's required. It's a necessary antecedent. But then when I say, can you show us you're working to get there? Have you done any tests where you've attempted to, increase, like create a pressure differential, let's say with electromagnetism or sound waves, or probably couldn't do it with sound waves because it's already going through a thing. Oh no, you could. You could still make a differential. Have you attempted to do it in ways that don't require a container?
Yeah, use a leaf blower or a jet engine.
Exactly.
Pressure.
Even a plane wing.
There you go.
Dynamic pressure. It's not with the particles colliding with the walls of the container.
But that's you're trying to define it into existence. I agree. There are simplistic definitions that are there to help first year students to explain what gas pressure
Defining it
is.
into existence.
But okay, if I showed you the definition for Earth or the Moon or Jupiter or gravity, would you accept it if I said, well, look here, it's defined here in the Oxford Dictionary? Would you go, therefore
Because
it's true?
that's the way it's demonstrated.
Okay, how is it demonstrated? Perfect. Now we're onto something. This is what I've been asking you for the whole time.
By measuring the pressure of gas within a container.
Again, that's looking at a brown dog.
What the heck are you talking about? Can
Try
you
and
demonstrate gas
steel
pressure
man
without
my
a
argument.
container?
Yes, but that's not what I'm talking to you about.
Oh, okay, then do it.
First, let's get this bit done, because this bit's more important, and this bit's what I'm talking about in the conversation we're currently having is, you are making a positive claim that X requires Y.
Which you agreed with.
No,
we can
no.
demonstrate gas pressure in a container. Yes, you agreed with that.
Yes, I agree with that, but that doesn't mean...
Right, there we go. Done.
Do you understand my analogy about the brown dogs? Can you try and steel man my argument? Can you have a crack at telling me what you think it is that I'm saying? Make the best case for what it is you think I'm saying.
You're saying that a container may not be the only necessary antecedent to gas pressure. So can you demonstrate it any other way?
Yes, and that kind of is what I'm saying, but it's not really. The point I'm making is actually about whether you are making a claim. And whether that claim is
not
gas pressure
a
requires
claim,
a
it's
container.
demonstrable.
Demonstrable is exactly what I'm asking for. Can you demonstrate it? Not can you show me where it is.
You agreed it has been demonstrated already.
Okay. Is it demonstrable that all dogs are brown? Is it true and demonstrable that all dogs are brown? Because I can show you a brown dog. Does that prove that all dogs are brown?
About dogs. I don't give a shit about dogs.
Do you give a shit about logic?
You agreed we can demonstrate gas pressure with a container. Okay, so where's the demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
That's a good question. Have you looked for it? Have you tried to find it? Have you tried to prove that? Because that would be testing your claim.
I'm not claiming anything.
Do you not think that
Gas
gas pressure
pressure is
requires a container?
demonstrated with a container. That's how it's demonstrated.
Okay,
That's
I
the
can
definition.
demonstrate water boiling at 100 degrees Celsius. Does that prove that the only way to boil water is by taking it to 100 degrees Celsius?
No.
Okay, why not?
Talking about gas pressure here.
Right, but I'm switching different examples to see if you can follow the logic, and then I'm trying to get you to apply the same logic to the claim you're making. So why does it not prove? Why does me
What
boiling
claim
water
am I
to 100
making?
degrees?
Claim am I making?
The gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, that's the definition. That's how it's demonstrated.
Right, but you can show me examples of it being true. I can demonstrate for you boiling water to 100 degrees and go, look, I've done this on Tuesday, I've done this on Wednesday.
Fascinating.
I've done
That's
this in
fascinating.
Greece.
Now, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Yes, but it's still not the point we're making. The point we're making is you have a claim.
I don't give a shit what point you're making.
Well, that's kind of evident. But you know, if you did understand the point, you would realize how weak yours is. This is the importance of being able to steel man people.
Yeah. The definition of gas pressure is the gas particles colliding with themselves and the walls of the container. Is there any other definition for gas pressure that you know of that's demonstrable?
Yeah, sure. Atmospheric pressure. Just pull up the definition for atmospheric pressure.
Okay, now demonstrate it.
Sure, same way. Like if
By
all I
pointing
need
at the sky and
to
saying,
demonstrate.
look, it's there, it's happening.
Basically, yeah. All I need to show is that
so
pressure
begging the
decreases.
question.
All I need to do is point at the sky and go, look, pressure decreases as I go up. Like my case is super easy. That's all I
can
need.
point at the
Because my
sky and
only
say
claim
we
is
have.
I just go, look, as we go up, pressure drops. I have no reason to think that stops. There, done. Job done.
Fundamental belief, a fundamentalist belief in a sky vacuum. I get it, right? I can point at the sky and say gas pressure. How can we demonstrate that? Seems like the only way we can do that is with a container.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying is the main problem with flat Earth is you only seek to prove your proposition. You don't look for, you deliberately avoid looking for examples of it possibly being false. Because otherwise you would go, hang on, can we find examples of gas pressure? I mean, gas we don't need the word pressure there. Can we find examples of gas that isn't contained or differentials in pressure? That's the real word you're looking for. The real word you're looking for
There's a claim
is
on the table that the reality that we live in is that there isn't a container for the air that we breathe, despite known entropic laws, right? So we're asking for a demonstration of that.
Okay, so let me go about this a different way. When you've got a car tire, what I think you would say is inside the car tire you have gas pressure. The question I have for you is what's outside the car tire?
An existing pressure system.
Okay, so all we're talking about, we're not really talking about gas pressure, we're talking about a differential in gas pressure, right? The container is containing a significant differential. Like in my bike, I run at about, let me try and remember, 20, 18 PSI. Right? Maybe up to 30. Okay. So what we're talking about with that container, the job that container is doing is containing a significant differential between the inside and the outside air pressure. Would we agree that if the differential is less, then just a bit of distance could do it? Like to me, I would say wind is air pressure, right? Wind is a higher pressure molecules hitting my face. And what was preceded them and follows a gust of wind is a lower air pressure. Would you agree with that?
Agree with what? That if there wasn't a pressure differential there, you could ride around with no rubber on you around your rims?
What are you talking about?
You keep talking about containers and pressure.
I don't
Yeah,
think you're following. Are
that's
you
my
trying to
point.
follow, or are you just going to sort of half listening and going, he's probably wrong, so I'll repeat some words? And are you following the points I'm making?
Trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about.
All right, try a bit harder.
So what's the point of the pressure differential?
Right. So if all we're looking for is a pressure differential, then the real question I think we need to ask is, can you have a pressure differential without a container? That's the real
No,
question
because
you
you're
need
talking
to
about
ask.
pressure. You're talking about pressure.
Okay. Finish the thought. I feel like it's just a word.
To achieve pressure, you need a container.
That's the thing we're trying to test. I'm trying to walk you
If
through
you're going to
things
be
and you're
looking
just
at anything
completing.
delta, like gradients, differentials, anything like that, you're going to require a container to demonstrate any of that.
So
Because
you're
going to
saying
need gas pressure. You're going to need pressure in the first instance, and to achieve
okay.
that, you're going to need a container.
So
There's
what you're
no
saying
other
is,
way to
even if I
demonstrate
could show you pressure like something like a car tire worth of pressure, without that, you would go, but it's still inside a container. Because your worldview says for air to exist down here, it must be contained. So what you're trying to do is set it up so it's unfalsifiable.
Claim is against what is demonstrable and against natural law.
You're not following the conversation still. Are you fully paying attention to it, or are you like playing a computer game or something at the same time? It just doesn't seem like we're having the same conversation. I feel like you're half here. Is yet another way to put it. Well, no, it's just following on from my differential thing. What we are saying is, at sea level, at a 14.7 psi, that requires a container. The existence of 14.7 psi equals container, right? What it seems to suggest to me is, as that 14.7 psi decreases, so does the need for the container. So if the 14.7 got to 0, the requirement for the container would be 0. Or if you said the ambient pressure outside of that just keeps on dropping and dropping and dropping,
Yeah,
you end up
exactly
having
what
to put
I addressed.
You end up having to put the container further and further and further away. So the question is, what is the pressure exerted on the inside of the container? Is it uniform? What is it? It's straight up over my head. What is the pressure exerted on the container?
I addressed. Right, you're talking about delta.
No, I'm asking about the container, not delta.
So because you're saying a specific quantity, right?
Yes, that's
and
delta.
I'm just talking about pressure.
Yes, I'm saying what's pressure? What is the
Right,
pressure on the container above my
the
head?
gas pressure. Yeah.
Yes.
It's gas pressure. So how was that achieved in the first instance?
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking you. What is the pressure, the delta? Sorry, not the delta, not the change of it, just the x. What is the pressure exerted on the dome that's directly above my head, on the container, I beg your pardon, that's directly above my head?
I don't know.
Okay. So how can you know it's there if you don't know, like, if you don't know what it's containing, how do you know it's there?
We have pressure. We have gas pressure.
What's the pressure?
I don't know.
Okay. Could that pressure be 0?
No.
Okay. Show you're working. How did you determine that it couldn't be 0?
Because then it wouldn't be pressure.
Well done. You're almost there. You're saying it incredulously, like oh, come on, man. So you're going, it has to be there. Why? Because I've decided it's there. How do you know that it's there? Well, it can't not be. If it must be there because there's pressure, but you can't show me how much pressure there is there, you're just saying it must be pressure because it's there. You're saying the reason there is a dome is because I need there to be a dome. The dome is there to hold in pressure, and therefore there must be pressure.
It's a necessary antecedent.
To what? If the pressure's 0 and you can't
gas
show
pressure.
why it's not. Okay.
I didn't say it was 0.
Okay. Can you show that it's not? What is it?
No, I cannot.
Pressure is required to show the necessity for your dome, so that if there's no pressure, there's no dome, according to your own logic.
Any pressure at all, right? The necessary antecedent to it is a container.
right? And if there's no pressure, if you can't show me you can't show me pressure, you've deleted the necessity for a dome.
You're living in the pressure.
Yes, down here, I'm saying what's directly above my head. What's the pressure at the dome, at the container?
Pressure. It doesn't matter. We have pressure. We know that there is gas pressure.
Right, but we know we can quantify it down here, right? We can go, it's 14.7 psi. How we measure that is another interesting question.
So what?
If it requires containment, but that's a totally different one. What's the pressure above my head? If that pressure could be zero, because you can't show why it isn't, then the requirement for the container disappears. The requirement for the container is similarly zero. It is containing zero pressure. There is zero need for it.
There's zero?
I'm not saying there is zero pressure. I'm saying it could be. You need to show that it isn't. You need to show that it is containing something. Otherwise, you're going, oh, it's containing something, but it could be containing nothing.
No, that's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
No, it's not. You're the one saying containment requires pressure requires containment, and I'm showing you the logical necessity. You have these are all the things you have.
Can you demonstrate it any other way?
That's if you're talking about burden of proof reversal, you just did it then. Asking me to disprove
because we can
your case.
demonstrate gas pressure with a container.
I can show you a brown dog. Doesn't prove all dogs are brown. You can't show me why it isn't 0 psi at the dome. If it could be 0 psi at the dome, because you can't show me a reason why it isn't. Here's another question:
then prove it.
Is gas pressure consistently decreasing as we increase altitude? Yes or no?
Is what?
Does the ambient pressure, does the air pressure decrease with altitude? Yes or no? Come on, man, you can answer this one. Do your ears pop when you land in a plane? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it. It must have been a push to talk. Cool. So do you have any reason to presume that relationship of altitude decreasing, pressure decreasing as altitude increases? Do you have any reason to presume that that stops or changes at a certain point?
Have any reason to presume it stops?
Yeah,
changes. It is changing.
No, the question I'm asking is, like, if I send a rocket shooting straight up in the air and it's reading PSI 14.7, 13.7, 12.7, 11.7, 10.7, bam, 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 dropping as it increases in altitude. But then let's say it
reading pressure,
yeah, and let's say then I lose the pressure reader, right? The radio stops responding. Would I go, right, well, the last reading I got was 2 PSI, so the rest of the way up it should be 2 PSI? Or would you go, actually, a more sensible conclusion to reach is that as it did before the radio transmissions dropped out, it probably continues to drop? Which do you think would be a more sensible conclusion to draw?
A sensible conclusion to draw would be that I can't demonstrate gas pressure by any other means but with the container.
By avoiding the question, right? That's the best way to go about it, avoid the question. I mean, I would too. It is utterly destructive to your claim. If you cannot show that the pressure will turn around or stop at some point, then all you need to do is say that from 14.7 to here and then up will at some stage reach 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's all. That's all. If you cannot show why that wouldn't be the case, you lose, basically.
No, if you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then you lose.
I did. Unless you can show why that relationship stops at some point, then I've just proven all I need to prove, which is you've got gas pressure decreasing.
No, that's just a belief that you have.
You've agreed with all of the premises. Why are you disagreeing with the conclusion?
Continues off into nothing.
Right. My premise one is pressure decreases with altitude. Premise two is that probably continues. Conclusion
pressure,
is,
right?
Therefore, there's no need. Yes, well done. So do you have any reason why that pressure would stop decreasing with altitude?
We have gas pressure. The only way to demonstrate that is with a container. Do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Right. I am, but you're not engaging with what I'm actually saying. If you agree
Can
with
you
this,
demonstrate the claim?
yes, yeah, I just did.
Question.
I think I missed part of that. Can you say that last bit again that finished with question? Oh, back in a moment.
My microphone a dodo.
I only heard
Sorry.
that bit about the microphone being dodo.
Oh.
Like, and what I'm saying is like is not proof positive of something, right? You could say, well, as I
Not a
had,
demonstration.
yeah, I can demonstrate it. I have done. I had a GPS. I drove around with it and it measured air pressure. It's easily done. I was down not quite at the shore, but very close to the shore of the Dead Sea, and it was 1,002 millibars, which is like, you know, below 14700 millibars or whatever you call it. So yeah, I can show. I have done the test necessary to show the relationship between altitude and pressure. I don't think anybody sensible would deny that, would you?
Agreed that there's a change in pressure with altitude. Yeah.
Yo, Timbo, my friend. How come our dude just had to use this known, this probably, then therefore? You didn't notice that?
Yeah. So it's all
So he
hypothetical.
tried to use induction in a deductive argument. In a logical
No,
syllogism.
the whole argument's deductive.
No, it isn't.
I beg your pardon. Sorry. The whole argument is inductive.
Okay, there you go.
Hey, Eggshell. When you went to the Dead Sea, did you jump in the water? Because I heard
Yes,
it's so
it was
salty you
insane.
can't go in the water.
No, you can go in it, but it is insane how, like, you've never seen water that buoyant. It blows your mind. Like, everybody always lies on their back and like reads a paper for their photos of it. My favorite thing was I was trying to stand upright in the water, and you like find you have to kind of squat or pull your legs up underneath you, because otherwise, if you put your legs straight down, you're so buoyant that you lift out of the water to about your nipples, and then tip over onto your side because it's trying to like push you out of the water. So you tip over onto your side. It's like a bobbing call. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I read that a long time ago that you could jump in there well, what I read was it's impossible to go underwater. It's like you jump in and then you just pop back up.
Yeah, it is wild. But it's also, like I scratch my head a lot. I've always got dandruff and had like chafe marks and stuff from riding. And wow, the salt water in your bits, like you're in there for about 5-10 minutes before you're like, oh, I'm starting to itch. And then at about 3 minutes you're starting to itch. By 10 minutes I was like on fire. It was so painful.
Well, that's cool that you were able to do that.
Yeah, it was very cool. It was a cool experience. Also, just to see all these places that, like, all around Israel that were like, oh my God, Jericho, Jerusalem, Bethlehem. Oh my God, I've got those places. I remember them from Sunday school.
Did you sing the song?
Say
You
again?
didn't sing the song. You didn't sing the song?
Which song?
Joshua fit the battle of Jericho, 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 and the wall came tumbling down. You never heard that one?
No, you did more Sunday school than me, my friend.
Joshua called the sun to stand still, so God just made the earth put on the brakes, and everybody splattered into the wall. Yeah, that's an improvised second verse. That's not the original.
You might have used Superman for that.
What button do everybody
Yes,
use
my
to
friend
push this off?
Timbo. So Mr. Eggshell's argument doesn't carry a necessary conclusion. So there you go.
What do all you use for talk? Because I'm using T, but then it just fills every text box with T.
You should use one of your side mouse buttons.
Oh, that's good. That's clever.
That's right, bro.
I'm not.
You should get a mouse that has extra side buttons, bro. I'm like for real. Like you get one of them mouses that have like 5, 6 side buttons, plus the scroll wheel's a clicker. Oh man, that's legit. Also an on-the-fly DPI switch. That's legit as well.
On-the-fly DPI switch is annoying for me because I then it just confuses me. I'm suddenly like, why is my mouse moving too far?
Yeah, some of them are in a bad spot. Like you end up hitting it more times than you should. Man, everything's closed around here. Timbo, I finally got done.
It's T-Dub.
Man, doesn't really matter.
T-Grout.
Yeah. I always get I always get the name that you are wrong. I always have to check. I always have to look to be like, all right, which one is this one? Are you both in construction trades?
No, no, I'm not. That's the computer screen anyway.
Yeah, so there was the way the story goes, the other contractors got fired. New contractors came in to finish the tiling job. They did a horrible job because they were rushing, trying to get paid. You know, say, "Oh, I'm done, so give me the money." And they had like the tiles were like a quarter-inch off. You know, you just have like a line of tiles that are relatively straight, and then all of a sudden you have just one just drop a quarter-inch. And the dude thought that was going to fly. So the 2 rows of tiles had to come off because the client didn't want chips in their tiles. So rather than just deal with it, they had the new contractor tear off the tiles, which damaged the wall, obviously. Plus, it was a Curdy backer, which is like a thin membrane, waterproof. And when you yank on it, you just totally separate it, ruin it. So the guy put in the new tile, right? But when he put them in, he cracked the 2 ones on the end. So I had to pop those out and put new ones in. And the whole entire sheetrock wall is destroyed behind it, so I had to build a backer. Do some little shenanigans to try to make it waterproof. Man, some of the stores that are open.
Doesn't sound very fun.
I know, huh?
You finally finished that grout AI?
Doing some work. It's kind of a rescue job for a bud. I work down in Bennington usually. It's not a fun truck. The night before when he's black out because the guy decided to walk off the job site without doing it. Usually I start going to the place and man. Don't even mail them.
Sorry, you're in this one? Oh, gotcha. My bad, brother. I'll let you go for it.
Technically Army, but Marines don't say Navy, so I get to say Navy. I don't think I don't think he pays for so it's time. I've been out I've been on the state dealing with my son, passing down to Maryland. Yep.
Which one is it? The logical fallacy where you show something to be true by showing an example of it being true?
Not fallacy. It's a logical consistency argument. Modus
No,
ponens.
no. I mean, like, if I were to say all dogs are brown and then showed a brown dog, what is that? I think it's affirming the consequent, but it might be something else. I forget which one.
Wait, what
So you guys want a fun fact?
I do.
You guys believe water pressure, right?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Here, maybe you'll play along with me, writing. We'll do this fake dialogue. So if you went down in the ocean to where you measured 114.7 psi, and you had with you a very large straw, inch in cross section, 1 square inch cross section, and then you open that straw up so it was right with you where it read 114 psi. And then you capped it off and pulled that big old straw up to the top and you poured that water into something else. How much would that water weigh? No guesses?
I'm working through it. Sorry, I forgot about push to talk. So I'm guessing we're obviously assuming a straw of infinite strength that won't burst as the pressure increases. It is going.
No, the straw's open. The straw's open, so you're just pulling it down. It's an open straw, right? And as you take it down and it's reading 100 psi where you are, and then you cap off the bottom and then you just lift it out of the water.
Cap off the bottom, but not the top?
Yeah, or you can cap off the top too, either way. Doesn't matter.
Oh, this is a good one. It's going to be virtually the same because water has so little compression. No, it's going to weigh exactly the same as water taken at surface level because the only thing that compresses is the air bubbles in the middle.
Yeah, and the amount of water you pull out will be exactly 100 pounds. Because that's how you measure, what the water pressure as you go deeper is exactly the weight of the water above you. Whatever per inch, if you're going per 10 square inches per, a foot per square foot, whatever pressure that was would be the amount of water on top of you. The weight of the water is what creates the pressure. Same thing happens with air. If you had a straw that went all the way up into space, and you opened it up and stuck it at 14 psi ground level, you cap that thing off and you weighed that gas, and it's a cross section of a square inch. You weigh that gas weighs 14.7 pounds. All air pressure is the weight of the air.
There you go. I'm still struggling to make sense of that, if I'm honest.
Okay.
Because I was also thinking that what you were saying about the water's going to weigh about the same because the air bubbles are going to be released and the water is virtually incompressible. But you're saying now about the air. And I would have thought, as you go up in the air and I'm going to go to meters because you'll need to figure out the metric system. If you had a metric cube of air, metric cubic meter of air, and you took it back down, I would have thought it would weigh less than the ambient air pressure and therefore would be lighter virtually.
I think my example got completely lost.
Sorry.
All right, let's slow back. Okay. We're at the surface area, and let's say a hose. It's a hose, and it's got exactly a 1 inch cross section, 1 square inch cross section, or I don't know how much. Okay. And so you grab that hose with one hand and you got your scuba gear on and you pull it down to where your pressure is 100 psi. And I actually don't know if a human being can go that deep. But I have no idea how deep that is. But let's say we do this. We go in a submarine and we take that hose down. And so now that hose has a certain amount of water in it, right? Because we just dragged it down.
Yep.
Makes sense, right? Because the water in the hose goes all the way up to the surface of the water, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually,
okay, sorry. I got stuck initially on where I was like, it's a drinking straw that you're bringing all the way down to depth.
Oh,
but
yeah.
yeah. No. I see the straw goes from you to the surface. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. I didn't explain correctly. My bad. But yeah, the tube or whatever it is, the tube or the hose or the straw goes all the way from you where you are to the surface. And it fills with as much water as, it was. It's got the water down to you and it's got the water to the surface. And then you capped off the bottom, so the water doesn't come out of it when you pull it back up. And so you take the straw back up to the surface and there's a whole bunch of water in it, right? And then when you weighed that water, you poured that water out onto a bucket that's sitting on a scale. That water is going to weigh exactly what the pressure reading you had down there is. If it's if it's a cross section of a square inch in psi, if it's a cross section of a square centimeter per square centimeter, whatever pressure that is, that's exactly how much the water will weigh when you weigh it.
Fair point.
And that's the same thing the air is doing. The pressure is being created by all the air on top of it. That's why when you go halfway up, you have half the amount of air sitting on top of you. Well, it's a little bit less than half because it's pressurized.
Here's my
question. Yeah, as you move up, there's less air on top of you.
And you talk about like PSI, and that's a good point. I don't want to sidebar from that too much. I want to stay somewhat on topic, but if we were somehow to visualize, not through computer modeling, just literally qualitative observation, in situ observation, if we were able to observe the inner core of the Earth, would you change your opinion?
About what?
The Earth being flat.
Oh, I'm not a flat earther.
Why not?
Because everything I've seen in my 59 years on this planet has told me that it's a sphere.
Okay. And this is where I would ask, by what principle, by what laws?
No laws. I looked at things. I watched the sunset. I watched the moonset. I watched the boats go over the horizon. I watched the stars go in particular patterns. I watched the sun progress over my head. I've been to Australia. I've been to Switzerland. I've been to, my kids have been to Japan and China. We all know those distances. Those distances can't be created all the same on anything other than a sphere. I mean, should I go on or are we done?
Well, I guess I'll just dissect that part because we could go several hours, and I assume you've been here for a while. I mean, on the topic of just being able to have different distances, and the only way you have different distances between 2 points is if you're on a sphere. I mean, arguably, you would say that the land itself, like you look at the horizon, right? If I walk forward, let's say 10 steps to the right, 10 steps to the left, and then I veer right, left, I'm still walking on a flat surface, correct?
No,
Can we agree on that?
I don't agree. You're walking on a flat
Necessarily.
surface.
Well, no, but does the road curve, or does it say flat?
I don't understand the question. Did you flatten this place you're walking on?
No.
Because I
Okay.
don't experience many flat places on where I live. I live around mountains and valleys.
Well, right, but either way, it's still like a flat pathing. Is what I'm trying to say. It can be rigid, it can be mountainous. I get that, but it's still like a flat. If I walk 10 steps west in the mountains, am I essentially on a flat surface, angled or not angled?
I'm trying to answer your question. I don't understand. If I'm walking down a
Okay.
hill on a mountain, is it flat?
Yeah.
No. But what are
Well,
you
okay.
asking me? What are you really going for?
What I'm trying to get at here is, let's just take the mountains out of the equation. Let's take this one step at a time. Say you're in a place like Iowa, right? And you walk 10 steps forward on a
Okay.
grass surface, a flat
Yes.
grass surface. Does
Okay.
the ground curve or does it stay flat?
It curves a little bit.
Well, that's
You can't,
topographically.
you
I'm
can't
talking
detect
about
it.
as a flat planet, though. It's flat. We have topography that's mountainous, but overall, our plane surface, the plane itself, is flat. Wouldn't you
Yeah, I
agree?
don't agree with you.
Under what circumstance?
Under all the circumstances I just told you, it's not flat.
Okay, but again, you're pointing out like topography, but that's not. You're trying to equate regional topography to a global spherical argument, which I think is a little bit of a stretch. I said you are taking your local topography and making then the ever-reaching conclusion that because your topography is mountainous, that we live on a spherical planet, which I think is a little like kind of far-fetched.
That's not that's not at all what I said, though. I gave you all kinds of reasons, nothing to do with my local topography.
But I said flat Earth, and then you were like, "Well, I live in the mountains, so it's not flat." And I'm like, "Well, that's topography. That's different."
No, what you said is if you walk 10 feet in one direction and 10 feet in the other direction, are you walking on a flat ground? I didn't understand the
Correct. In
question. It
Iowa,
made
you
no
would be,
sense
yeah.
to me.
Right.
No, I would say in
Because
Iowa, you're not either.
You're saying that's not
Really?
flat?
That's what I'm saying. Iowa, it's not flat either. There's nothing to do with topography.
Okay, good. Well, we established that part. That's what I was looking for. So let's go back to your mountain part. Okay, now follow me here. If we were in the mountains in, say, Colorado, and I walked 10 paces to the west, right, to the
Yes.
sky, might look like a curvature, right? I mean, it could be sort of the atmosphere playing a trick on our eyes. I mean, whatever, right? Whatever conclusion you want to draw. But if I'm just looking forward at the ground and I'm looking ahead without looking at the sky, I will still be walking forward on a relatively flat surface, with the exception of climbing a mountain. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, I'll give it to you. Where are you going?
Okay, got it. So that isn't a gotcha question. I'm just trying to establish thinking here, right? Just like anybody else in this server. So then the next point is when you look up at the sky, right? What would you say in your purview that you are witnessing or observing as to why the sky is curved? What's helping you draw that conclusion?
The sky is not curved.
It's not.
This is weird. I'm
What
not
is it?
following this much at all.
Yeah, I
You
don't.
just came
I
into the
never.
conversation. Catch up with me. I'm asking
He's
you
been
because
here
you
all
said
the
the
time.
sun sets. You said the sun sets over the horizon, so you're
The
implying that the
sun
sky
does
is.
set. Yes. No, I'm not supplying. I'm not implying the sky is curved at all.
What are you applying then with that?
I'm implying that the sky is huge, and it's this big thing
Okay.
in which we are spinning around in.
Yeah.
Very slowly, one revolution an hour. I mean, 24 hours. Duh.
Okay. How would you be able to do that revolution on an oblate spheroid so
It
quickly?
spins. What? Well, what? One revolution every 24 hours is quickly. Pretty slow.
Yes, if we're going off of NASA data, yeah, that's pretty damn fast.
If we're going off what?
If we're comparing other nearby planets that are supposedly also oblate spheroids, I would say that's pretty fast revolution.
Well,
for
it's
an
one
oblate
revolution
spheroid.
per day. That's our actual revolution. The RPMs are our one revolution per day. Now, whether we call that fast or slow, I'm not sure what it buys us.
Yeah, it's a subjective question, fast and slow.
Okay, fine. Okay, what I'm really trying to get at here, all the 10 pace back and forth, all that shit, is that, well, a flat Earth, or an Earth that is not even, well, let's not even say flat Earth. Let's just say an Earth that's not an oblate spheroid. An Earth that is not an oblate spheroid would essentially go that same speed, whereas an oblate spheroid, due to the conservation of angular momentum, would actually go faster than one revolution per 24 hours. It would probably be more like one revolution per every hour and a half.
Why?
Only
What?
a flat
Why?
Earth.
How? Yeah. Show your math.
Because an oblate, I could put on the whiteboard, I guess. But
I'll
I'll
put on
start
a
by saying that.
whiteboard.
Yeah, if I know how to work this fucking thing. Oh, I don't have nitro. Well, what I was going to say was, okay, the math behind it is that an oblate spheroid, right? If we just take the conceptual Earth that everybody has come to know and love, right? They have made it out to have a much larger circumference than what an oblate spheroid in a nearby galaxy would have. An oblate spheroid would be a lot. Hold on, I'm almost done. An oblate
Okay.
spheroid would be a lot more compressed towards the center. And if we know anything about the conservation of angular momentum, is that when we are, when we have a tighter nucleus or a tighter core, then our revolutions are faster, right? Especially as we stand on the outside of that core or around the core. Okay. So on a flat Earth, which is what I'm proposing, I mean, we don't have to say flat Earth. We can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. But anything besides an oblate spheroid is going to have a slower revolution than, say, one that is an oblate spheroid for the reason of conservation of angular momentum.
And what exactly is the angular momentum we are conserving? How much? What's our measurement of this angular momentum?
Well, that's what gets to the whiteboard part. I would love to have a number, but unfortunately, NASA is very vague about their numbers. I mean, it's all hypothetical, hypothesis without any sort of substance type of deal. So there's
Isn't
really
your
not
argument
much that I
basically that the numbers are wrong?
can.
Like, how did
I
you
don't.
how did you
Well,
come up with the number of how quickly we should be rotating? How did you get to that number?
the conservation of angular momentum, just the fundamental principle of that.
Right, but you get that, and that's going to be different for a tennis ball and for all manner of different things, right?
That's correct. That's my
Right,
point.
and you're saying it should be. I don't understand this argument at all. Maybe I do need to debate.
No, you're
No,
okay.
I don't understand it either.
I'm
Yeah.
saying that NASA's number. I am boiling down to the argument that the numbers are not as accurate as others might perceive. Because if they were accurate, they would. What?
Then you need to be able to answer, I think, Scott's question. Scott's question is, what are the numbers and what should they be? Right, and that's a necessary
The numbers
part
are
of
what the
that
numbers are.
is that you know what the numbers are and what they should be and how to work towards them. To not be able to answer what the numbers are and what they should be, or sorry, you've got what they should be. To not be able to argue what they are seems like you're going, well, the numbers are wrong. And it's like, well, based on what? You've got to have two sides of an equation, right, to show
The
that it doesn't
constants are
balance.
accurate. I understand there's many of the data that you can extrapolate for this, especially with just the metrics of Earth, are constants, right? Such as the circumference of the Earth, gas constants. I mean, there's many different
Walk it through it.
constants you
Let's
can
do the
pull
whole
from,
maths.
right? I'm sorry.
Walk us through it. Let's do all of the math now. What's the starting number? Where do we get it? What is it measuring?
I feel like we'd be here for several hours. I feel like somebody else, one of the other flat earthers, could take over.
You gotta appreciate how that sounds to us, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is like a bit. I'm actually not a flat earther, so.
Seriously?
Oh, right. Fair enough.
No, I'm dead serious. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm a meteorology major, so no, this is.
Oh, it was a good bit. It was
had me
very
going.
convincing.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah, I just wanted to not waste your time for another 7 hours. But yeah, if there is a flat earther in here, I'd love to hear your take.
If you're a meteorology major, we should let you chat with the flat earthers, because Scott and I have chatted to them for years now.
Oh yeah, no, I tried, and they think that my numbers are bullshit, which was kind of where the bit came from. So, in your kitchen, yeah, in my kitchen, yeah.
Hey, Eggshells, you still here?
Yep.
I was, what exactly were you talking about when you were saying a logical fallacy that comes from an example?
A logical fallacy that is basically like, I can show this thing being true once, therefore it is always true. That kind of a deal.
Okay, I think you're alluding to a modal fallacy, since the form of it would be, since this is true or this is false, it is necessarily the case that it is true or it is false in all possible worlds. But that's like sort of a different logical form than flat earthers engage with most of the time. Or, I mean, even people who engage with logic at all in any just extracurricular way. It's not like people are going to say like, in this world, Clark Kent is Superman, but it's possible in another world, in some context, counter possible, or some cultural definition of Superman, Clark Kent is not Superman. And so you can't say that just because Clark Kent is Superman, he is not required or necessary to be Superman in all possible worlds. But you'd have to subscribe to possible world standard logic, and not everybody's going to want to do that.
Not sure I'm following. Can you state it a different way?
I'll give you the most contentious one. So people like to invoke whatever they mean when they invoke these things, like Bayes' law and the laws of logic, whatever they want to append to those, they can, whatever their dispositions towards them. But it's possible for those laws to have been otherwise. They're not necessary.
Right, I see. It's kind of like the fine tuning argument being like, why is the gravitational constant as it is? Why is the sort of strong and weak nuclear force as it is? It could have been different, that kind of a deal. And it's like, well, in multiple realities, maybe those constants aren't constant and are different numbers.
Yeah, so like those different realities would be counterfactuals, and those different constants would be called counterpossibles, or the antecedents leading up to that counterfactual, which does not exist in this possible world.
Yes, it's very similar, I think, to the problem I see with Darth Dawkins' whole thing of like, how do you know that reality is and that something that is true now will be true in the next moment? And I'm like, well, it seems like you're invoking a counter possible thing where a duck turns into a plank of wood, turns into a concept, and then going, well, God is the only thing holding these ridiculous things from being ridiculous, therefore God exists. That kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, he's deriving it's tautological, and he's deriving something into existence that doesn't necessarily have to exist. There's no work there. I've tried to question Dark Dawkins specifically about why it's necessary to have those things, and like once you start questioning that, they don't have an answer. And
Mutant ban.
Yeah, you can sometimes get an answer out of them as long as you're quiet for 90% of the time.
He's actually, if you like his style, the flat Earth equivalent of him who modelled himself on the same person. I get the impression of that anyway. That's what somebody said to me. I don't know if it's true. Is QE Quantum Eraser? He's the flat Earth Darth Dawkins.
By what I've heard, Quantum Eraser is a little bit more rude. Darth Dawkins like at least puts up a front of being cordial and like tries to manipulate people using that front, but Quantum doesn't have that, which is like I think more honest, which I can respect.
Yeah, accurate.
But it seems to be you're describing the modal fallacy, but that comes with some baggage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost getting from what you're saying is it is so obviously fallacious. Not enough people use it for it to have a name.
Or when we talk about modal logic, I'll give you an example that's kind of confusing. Is a wall necessarily solid? And you would say, well, of course it is, but only within the realm of space. Once you start talking about, there's something that people like to invoke category errors. Is a wall logically solid? Well, what do you mean by that? Could it be otherwise?
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. It's like saying I can pick up a car, and like logically that might be true, but like physically, like I might be too weak to pick up a car.
Yeah, exactly. It's a category error to say it is necessarily the case that I can pick up a car logically and then apply that to reality because your muscles just don't have the fibers possible. Like it's once you move between these realms, but that's only if you're using modal logic. You if you're not using that form of logic, then this doesn't apply, and you have to be able to use those paradigms effectively and communicate them effectively. Otherwise, you're saying nothing.
I see. I'm with you now. I see. So modal fallacies are confusing the scope of what is necessarily true.
Yeah.
So to say that it is true that a car tire contains air pressure is to therefore say that that is necessary for there to be a wall or a container for pressure.
Yeah, you pretty much hit it right on the head there. Modal logic has the reason I like it a lot is that it has everything to do with necessity and what's possible, or these things we call, to enter some Greek, they're lethic. I think using or even tensing, let me be a little bit less rigorous, but tensing your language with alethic or doxastic attitudes is always helpful if the other person knows what you're doing.
Oh my God, you need to now explain all of those things. What are alethic and doxastic?
So they're just really simple terms. Doxastic has to deal with knowledge, and alethic has to deal with impossibility and possibility. So in the realm of modal logic, you can use those terms to separate out exactly what you're talking about, because it's really easy to get confused between the realm of like maybe let me just make sure this isn't like directly applicable, but I'm going to say people confuse ontology and epistemology. It's similar in that regard, but when it comes to modal logic, it's very clearly defined. It's very rigorous. So
Right. So to speak, to use alethic language is to say, for example, I would say it is possible that the Earth is flat.
yes, and then it's also possible for the Earth to be round or curved or whatever, what have you. And so, as long as you say it could be the case, you're not making a knowledge claim. You're not saying that you have some sort of doxastic disposition towards this proposition. You're not saying that you have knowledge. You're just saying it could be. It seems to be the case that I can believe it could be one way or another. And that's like the most, walking on eggshells. That is the most careful way you can phrase things.
What's happening, people of the flat Earth?
Nothing much. I am interested in like why flat earthers, if you can maybe explain why they don't like buy into arguments about optics and like Edeleen's equations and empirical data that is able to actually codify these.
Okay, wait, I gotta stop you right there. I do not know the reason, the logical reason behind why. All I know is they made a choice not to.
Okay.
Yeah, I can give you mine, and it is like the same as when I first came in. There was a guy, I think Nero or something, arguing against one of their bits of evidence, which they call the black swan, which is about being able to see the horizon beyond an oil rig, and I think he's in the same thing, which is like he was so engaged in protecting his worldview, he was continually, repeatedly, for like a number of hours, it felt like, missing the point of what they were saying. And so that's why I think it is like we would do the same. Is like you will you'll pick and choose what bits of evidence you do and don't accept based on what hurts or harms your worldview, like helps or harms your worldview.
Got to be fair, riding on eggshells. I actually, obviously, we're on different sides of the fence, man. But I appreciate you speaking to that guy, Neon or whatever his name was, with regards to that argument and pointing that out to him. It kind of shows at least you have some honesty about you, and I really do appreciate that, man. So thank you very much.
Oh, cheers, man.
I guess like well, maybe that's an alien idea to me, and I just can't engage with it because like once you go through the Friedman equations and you look at the constants for Newtonian gravity and you actually try and
No, you're just
gauge.
indoctrinated.
Okay, that's could be the case, but it just seems like once you actually like look at how like in the Black Swan image, it's like to create that sort of refraction on a flat Earth, it would require the entire atmosphere to be negative 15 degrees C for like 9 miles, and like that just like it doesn't seem to compute with me. So like either there are no laws, like there just physics doesn't work, or there are things that we can accurately model, whether or not it's curved or flat, and like it's just weird that.
In that case, it's not modeled though.
Okay.
True.
Yeah, you're talking about like to explain the black swan with refraction. It's not modeled. It's just assumed.
What do you mean?
Yeah, T Dub. I was gonna say, where is the base axis?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've never seen the globe Earth. Never base. The only base you can go by is what you are on Earth.
Okay.
If someone told you that Earth is something that you see or observe, how can you consider it otherwise?
Can
So
you ask the
when you
question one more
move
time?
across Earth, if you well, no, well, I can ask it two different ways. I guess. I mean, if no one ever told you that the Earth was a globe, would you ever consider it? How about that?
I
No,
don't
I
know.
don't think I would.
I might.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead,
I
T-Dub.
might consider it as a possibility, but I'd probably, lacking anything else, I'd probably go, oh, it seems flat. But
Wow.
with that, I would probably also do the same thing many ancient cultures did, which is assume that the sun passes under the Earth, under the flat Earth when it sets.
Wait, what?
No, that's not what they consider. See, you're
Some did.
Which age are you talking about?
no. They didn't road under the.
Yeah, I don't think they all thought that.
No, I'm not saying they all thought
Yeah, I
that.
don't
I
think
said
so
I think
either.
some ancient cultures did. I forget which. I think it was like ancient
Well,
Mesopotamia or
Really?
something. But they believed that the
Tell
Earth.
us
some
who.
cultures thought all kinds of shit. Who cares?
Sure, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying
Dallas
is
of
if I
Miletus.
thought the Earth was flat, if I were considering the Earth was flat, I would probably also, looking at the path of the sun, go, oh, it seems like it passes under us at night. I don't think there's any, put it this way, I don't think there's any that thought that it did a circle always over the Earth. Some thought it died and was reborn, and all sorts of stuff like that. I don't think any thought it was continually doing a circuit in the sky, but it
That's
went.
what I think. I think
Okay,
it's a
show
new
me
sun
examples
every
of
day.
yours. I can show you examples of mine. I'll show you an example of a culture that thought it went into the underworld. Can you show me an example of people who thought it was doing like a loop in the sky, staying above the surface?
Hebrew.
You just said that example.
Hebrews, yeah.
Hey, why do
Dallas of
Which
Scorpios
Miletus
ones?
talk
had a.
so
I
much
think his
shit?
model was.
Somebody's very quiet there.
Am I very quiet? No, there's no way I'm
Yeah, a
that
little bit
quiet.
quiet.
You're a
A
little
little bit
quiet.
quiet.
I can barely
Just a
hear
little
you.
bit.
Oh my god, is it for real? Do I have to increase my audio?
Just a
Apparently.
little bit.
Stop speaking.
Hold on, give me a second. Hold on.
Just get angry and shout, Vlad. That usually does the trick.
He always does it anyway.
Right,
It's nothing new.
that's what I'm about to do, man. God damn.
Always yelling
I
anyways,
see the
Russian.
I see. How about this? Is this better?
Yeah, that's the
Is it better?
standard, right, Vlad? Hey, hey,
Is that better? Is that better? My turn.
Yeah.
You can turn me down.
Yeah, you know.
Hey, my question was,
Sorry, guys.
why do Scorpios talk so much shit?
Who's a Scorpio?
Oh, jeez, it's you again. G'day, lad.
Bro, fucking Eggshells was on this bitch for like at least 2-3 hours. I came on, he's talking shit. I come on now, he's still talking shit. That's 3 hours of pure shit talking. Why is it that Scorpios can do that?
Just
So you
talented,
want
I
to
guess.
argue with him, or you just gonna talk shit?
Okay. No, I just wanted to know, you know.
Fair enough.
So go on. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry for interrupting, man. I just wanted to know why Scorpios
Well,
were talking
check
shit.
this out.
Yeah.
Shout out to Helio. Good to see you, brother, man.
I guess people just let people talk a lot of shit for a while. On Tails channel. That's what's been happening.
Hey Helio, how many beers have you drank? Like, are you in right now? Like, how many beers is this?
Can we
Sounds
have
like
some
he's a fairway
quiet?
D.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Is there a day when you're not slam or hammered?
What else is he meant to be doing if he's not drinking?
I mean, buddy,
no, I
I
drink
don't
it.
hear
I
that
drink every day.
every day.
I drink every day.
It's 100%. I know that.
And why you be
Crazy.
drinking every
Hey,
day?
I don't drink. I don't.
He's been working hard, man. He's
Crazy.
been working hard.
Why is he
Uh,
breaking up for y'all?
Yeah,
Yeah.
breaking up hard. Like this guy needs to
40.
gotta stop.
You good there, Helio? What's wrong, brother?
I'm talking to
I
you,
don't know how
asshole.
we've been able to have a coherent conversation with him thus far. Like, it's kind of
We've hardly
impressive.
heard a peep
Alright.
out of Helio over the last few
You
weeks.
good there, Helio? You having any issues we need to talk about? We can help you.
Jesus Christ.
I've got a therapist that would like to volunteer to assist you.
It would go a lot better. It's probably my internet connection is fucked right now. So anyway.
Yeah.
That's
So
freaking
so
close.
yeah, mute up because you're fucking up everything. Thank you.
It's always the Russians.
It's always the Russians, eh? The
Yeah.
Russians are gonna like remember. Wait, hey, Jedi, remember
Stupid
what I
fucking
said?
Russian.
Like
Yeah.
you guys said. I said this a long time ago. The Russians are gonna save the world. Don't worry, we're about to.
I'm sure you are.
Hey, hey, I don't know. Looks like it is. Go Team Russia.
Amen, brother. Ain't no other team to be supporting.
Well, I mean, it's like it's better than the Chinese, right? Oh,
The
fuck, what is
Chinese and
this?
the Russians are on the same team, bro.
Well, technically yes, technically no.
It's Team Russia, Brazil.
Well, the Briggs, yeah. No, I'm down with the Briggs, bro. The Briggs is cool.
Yeah, I'm down on the brickies.
Yeah, I hope they kind of fuck up the U.S. dollar pretty well.
Shit.
No, I mean that's the whole point, and then reset
Not
everything.
the
That'd be
whole
great.
point. The whole point of BRICS is to restore world peace. They don't want to
Yes,
dominate by one
yes,
country. Yeah,
yes, exactly.
when Putin was speak, all he wanted to do was restore true democracy. He doesn't want the West to hold such a dominance.
That's the what do you call it? The Hegelian dialectic. They're just showing you a better. They're just showing you a better option now. It was shit before. Now it's just a better option. Same
Yeah,
team though. The same people.
I'd rather multiple leaders than one leader, right? I'd rather to
Well, I
know
mean,
that
I'd
like,
rather have no leader. I mean, I don't lead. I don't let nobody lead my life. You know what I mean? Who are
I'd
these
rather
people?
I'd rather know that our countries are in the hands of people that haven't been committing and starting wars for the past how many centuries?
I mean, that's what they all do, bro.
No, not true at all. Which wars has Russia instigated? Which wars has China instigated? What wars have
Well, I mean,
Brazil and India instigated?
well, those are the war with
What?
China and Taiwan. That's one. There's a war with fucking
That's
India and
barely a
China.
freaking war, bro.
There's a Tibet fucking issue. Bro, every territory has its own fucking conflict with another territory,
Conflicts,
bro.
yes,
It's
but not global wars like the ones that Russia has, not Russia, so the US instigated and been a
the
part of.
U.S. exactly. NATO instigated.
Every
Fucking, it was
single
never
war in
Russia.
history has been instigated by freaking America. They've
No, well,
destroyed and
you
Every
you
war
destabilized.
in
can't say
history.
America.
The
Yeah,
US
the
and
the
NATO have
bankers.
destabilized. I don't care who it is. It's just the head of the US, right? They've destabilized the entire Middle East. They've caused havoc in the third world for the past 200 years.
This is all recent history, though.
Yes,
Very
recent
well. I
200
mean,
years.
Because America itself is recent history.
Yes, since its foundation, they've done nothing but war.
Yeah, I agree. It was just funny that you said America's caused every
but
history
that's the
throughout.
colony
for
of
every
the other
history
people,
since then.
right? What are you talking about?
Every major war was caused by the US. Recent, at least. Sure. I'm not talking about anything
Yeah,
ancient, like a few hundred years.
Yeah, but you gotta see who's controlling it, man.
It don't matter,
it
right?
just sounded funny. That
Well, it
was all.
The
matters
US.
because it goes for thousands of years. The same control arm's been doing this for thousands of years, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, thousands of years, same
Yeah.
people.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Have you ever heard of the Khazarian Mafia?
I'm sure. Not what are they? Explain.
You don't know? Well, we can't really get deep into it.
No,
What?
no, we can get as deep
Go
as you
look it
want.
up. Go look it up. Just that name's enough. That name is enough.
What's the name?
If you don't know, go find out. Kazarian Mafia.
Kazarian Mafia.
Yeah.
Oh, a photo of you came up.
Huh? A photo of me?
A photo of you came up.
Maybe there's a decent amount of people that look like me there.
Kazarian Mafia. Is it Russian? Ukrainian? What is it?
No, it's older than that shit. Just the Kazarian
Nothing
Mafia,
came
bro.
up.
Well, no way. You don't know
How
about
do I
them?
spell
The
it?
Khazars? I don't know,
Khazar.
man.
Orchestrated by Jews. Is that what you're talking about?
I never said anything like that, man. What are you talking about, bro? I'm just a guy on the internet, bro. You know, I don't know nothing.
He's just giving you the information.
I didn't give you
Do
nothing,
what you
man.
will.
I just said what you said. I just said what I had to say. Why is this fucking so fucking stupid, man? Why am I dying so fast?
What you
That's why
playing?
the Monster Steel Power Charge is a fucking Path of Exile. You
Are
know, you
you
just
both
open
flat
up a map.
earthers?
There's
Are
a
you guys
lot of
flat
flat
earthers?
earthers in here. Why? You got a question to be answered? I'm
No, I'm
here.
just making sure you're on the right side of history, you know?
Why is your globe head picture?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, your avatar has a globe head.
What do you
No, everybody
want?
look at his
You
avatar.
want her head?
It's an
You want her
anime
head to be
globe
a
head person.
topographical plane? Exactly how would that
Well,
visually look?
I mean, it's just a fucking globe head, though. Why would you choose that avatar?
Because I like Earth.
Whatever,
Despite
man. It's your choice.
whatever
I'm just saying it's weird
whatever
that you have a
shape it
globe
is.
head
Do you
avatar.
hate Earth? Do
No,
you
why would I
hate
hate Earth? What's wrong with you?
you hate Mother
I like
Nature?
growing. I like growing things in Earth.
Well, you're mad about my Earth profile picture. You must hate Earth.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad about it. I'm just saying why. I'm asking a question. Why do you have a globe head as an avatar? You must be a globe head.
It's not what the fuck are you talking about? That's not a globe. It's her hair. It's Earth
Yeah.
personified
And
as a
it's
fucking waifu. It's not
oh
that
my
deep.
god. Yeah, globe head waifu. All right. You must be a
Motherfucker.
serious glober then, right?
Bitch.
Well, I mean, you have a globe head waifu. You must be a super glober, bro. You know what I mean?
Motherfucker. Who the fuck? No. No.
What? Well, then why? Can't you just
What do you
answer?
mean why? Because what the fuck?
Whatever, bro.
Why do you have your profile picture? Okay, what the fuck is that? What is that design in
Okay,
your profile
I can
picture?
explain if you want me to explain. That's not a problem.
I need to
So,
interrogate you on your profile picture
you
now.
don't have to into that. I'll explain to you, bro. That's not a problem. Most people know what this is. It's the flower of life. You know?
Most people know
I
what
drew
that
it.
is.
Yeah, well, most people that know anything. I mean, about anything.
Yeah, well,
Then
I don't. I don't even
obviously,
know
because you
why
have
I
like
have my own
waifus. Like
profile picture.
why would you have a waifu profile picture, bro? How old are you?
Because I'm gay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Homosexuals do have waifus. That's true. That's true. You can't get real women, so you get the
I'm a
fake ones.
gay
That's
flat
why.
earther, so I'm like extra marginalized.
No, bro, you're not a flat
Yeah,
earther. There's
bro.
no way you're flat earther.
Yeah.
No, but
Why?
you have a
You want to
globe
debate
head
me?
waifu, bro. No, there's no way. You guys see this guy? This guy a flat earther, man? There's no way. Do I have to
He's
test
the
this guy? You
flattest
gotta test
earther.
this. There's no
If we
way.
start steering this
Test him
sort of
out.
conversation back round to the
Let's
right
put him through the
direction.
ringer.
I might take
Yeah,
time, but let's.
let's ask him a couple questions, man. There's 3 reasons why the Earth is flat. Right? Can you name me those 3 reasons?
No, I don't fucking know what the Earth is shaped like.
No, it's not the shape, bro. I'm talking about the flatness. You know, either curves or
Well,
it's
it's
straight
obviously
flat.
not well, you know the Earth isn't literally flat, right?
Okay, well, you're gonna get. You don't have to get. Listen, if you're a real flat earther, you don't get into the semantics of it all. Only globe heads get into this fucking
No, I am
wordplay.
gonna get into semantics because you're fucking
Ah, okay,
interrogating
so
me
then
over
you're a
my
glober.
fucking
Then you're a
anime
glober.
profile picture.
Ah, he's a
Bitch,
glober. He
I'm your
can't give me
fucking
3
dad. How
reasons.
about that? I'm your fucking dad. I fucked your
He's
mom,
a
bitch.
fake. Bro, why you tripping, bro? That
Well,
kind of stuff
this
doesn't phase me.
went somewhere.
I'm not.
Friends, this is gonna start finding my mute another motherfucker button in a minute. Let him do it.
No, don't let him.
I
It's
just
okay. I'm
asked
not the
if he
kind
was
of guy to like. I don't care, man. He can swear all he
I
wants.
care.
Why are you
Like,
getting all trippy, man? We figured out you're a glober. You're tripping out, man. Come on. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, right?
Well, that's debatable.
To some people, yeah, that's true.
You have to ask them the
is
3
it the end of
questions.
the
You
world?
can't just you have to ask them 3 questions. You can't just say there's 3 reasons why the Earth is flat. Tell me. You have to ask them 3 questions, bro.
No, that's the
Hey, Sam,
question. There's 3 reasons that the Earth is
dude,
flat, man. Give me 3 reasons.
that's
What's
such a
up?
myopic vision, brother.
I mean, like, if you can't give me at least 3, there's thousands of reasons why it's flat, man. At least give me 3, man.
Oh, I thought there was like 3 fucking.
Well, there's the 3 like real obvious ones that are like really solidified. Like if you don't like know these 3 obvious solidified ones, then yeah, you're definitely glober, bro. I'm sorry to say.
I don't know
Or
anything, dude.
pretend a flat earther.
I never claimed
I
to
mean, I
know
say I
anything.
don't know anything either. I agree with that, man. I don't know
I've
nothing,
just been
man.
here. I've just been here listening.
Just hanging
You know.
around, just hanging around.
Yeah.
You know what's cool, guys? You know what I got today in the mail? I literally got a Rumble creator sticker and a check from them today. Isn't that crazy? I never
You
expected
gotta
something like this to happen.
fucking upload on Rumble.
Well, I don't just no. I stream like to 8 platforms, right? And I'm just fucking around.
8?
I'm not like, yeah. I use Restream.
I do too, but
So
like 8? Holy, what 8 platforms could you
yeah.
possibly be streaming to?
Okay, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch,
How the fuck do you
Rumble,
stream to
YouTube.
Instagram? With
Well, because
OBS?
I'm the type of guy. Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than just OBS. But yes, I stream to Instagram, and
Give us a girly.
That's
yeah,
so
it's gonna get.
wild.
Yeah, like that's the best one. I love streaming to Instagram because then all the people on my Instagram page they just flip, and my live reel's on, and I'm streaming whatever I'm doing on my computer or whatever, like I'm playing Warzone or shit.
So like, which
Yeah.
which chats do you look at, or do you just not look at any of them?
I actually set up all fucking 3, man. Well, I mean 3, because Restream, like let's say YouTube, Twitch, and a few others like Kick, they all merge into one same chat through Restream, right? But Rumble's a little bit more complicated, so I have to have its own separate chat, and same with Instagram. It has to have its own separate chat. So I have 3 chat windows on my TV in the back of me. I just glance over. I don't really engage with my chat people. I should, but because if I engaged more, I'd probably have way more viewers and followers. It's just I literally just do bare bone nothing but play games and barely engage with them and just say thank you sometimes here and there when they give me a tip. Like some people actually give me super chats. I'm like, what? And I don't do nothing. It's fucking nuts.
That's pretty
Except
cool.
play games, obviously. Yeah, no, I like this shit. It's because, bro, I'm gonna play games anyway, so might as well stream it, right?
That's how I feel, but I always, whenever I'm live, I end up talking to my chat more than playing the game, just because I find that part
I'm opposite
of
as
streaming
fuck,
fun.
man. I wish I could just chat to the people, because then the stream would be more engaging. But
Yeah, I don't know. I just find that like I get like a dopamine rush whenever I get a chat. So like I'll just sit there and talk to chat if there's people
well, yeah,
there to talk
obviously,
to.
bro, you want to talk to some people in your chat, especially if it's about what you're doing.
For
Like
sure.
when I make the music, it's fucking awesome.
Oh shit, you make
Like when
music
when
too?
some people, yeah, if you go on my Instagram or not my Instagram, on my Linktree, on my
You should
YouTube
put it.
channel, I've posted my music there. I post on my music on the YouTube. I
You
mean,
should put it in your like bio too, so it's like easy to
It's
like
not. Listen, I'm not like I like. It takes years to become really good as a producer, right? I'm only like I don't know. I wouldn't say third year even because I take a lot of breaks in between. I'm not like constantly on it. Like I'm like if I add the how much practice, I'd say like about 3 years in. But I've done more. I played around more with, but still, I'm getting really good. Like my last few tracks, they're like the audio quality of it is way better than what I started with. Way better. It's just learning how to master and shit. But that's other things. Like that's what I'm saying. I do a lot of things, a little bit of everything. I like doing that. It's my shit.
Your link tree is massive. So many links. Holy shit.
I particularly like the pizza.
Oh yeah, I know a kick ass. I would say like
What the fuck is Odyssey? I didn't even know this website
um
existed.
Odyssey's sick. Odyssey's like off the D Live is also these are like
If you're feeling hungry, don't click on his Instagram if you're feeling hungry.
yeah, don't click on my Instagram if you're feeling hungry.
Don't do it.
Because
Do not push the button.
I'm a pretty good chef, like pretty good. Understatement, bro. I feed so much people in my life. You don't understand how much I feed people. Every day, like I literally up until recently, because I injured my back from doing too much work, like my lower back. I couldn't walk for 3 days. Like my legs giving out. It just my muscle or something in my lower back. Just I strained it or fucking killed it. Like too much work, literally.
Vlad.
So
Can I ask you a serious question?
yes, go ahead.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Whatever you want, man. Doesn't bother me, bro.
Okay, pineapple, please. Thanks.
What's no problem, man? Yo, listen. See that whole spiel. I was about to like go on a whole thing because somebody asked me that like fucking literally 2 3 days ago, and guess what? I said the exact
What?
same thing. Whatever you want, man. Like it doesn't because the original pizza is just bread and fucking tomato sauce on top. That's it, bro. All that extra shit is just whatever, man.
Everybody thinks there's two camps: pineapple on pizza or no pineapple on pizza. But it's the other camp, the one in between. Whatever you want, bro.
Well, yeah, that's whatever you want is what it is now. It's just bread and whatever you want on top of this fucking bread, bro. That's what pizza is.
Can I have some bread on top of the bread with extra cheese? Thank you.
I could do that. Well, you really like the bread, eh? I mean, I can make you a calzone with cheese, like really nice calzone. Oh, I can make a good calzone, bro.
I was about to say, I think I just ordered a calzone on Just Eat.
On the flat Earth topic.
Yeah. Back to the flat Earth.
Hey, pizzas are flat, aren't they?
Yeah, P-Mac. I knew you went off time. Like I was like, I was doing my thing with what do you call them? Eggshells, and then you just fuck everything up. Hey, eggshells. Just before I go to mute, unless I can, I mean,
Yeah.
there's no
What's
Glober.
up?
Speak to you in a long time. How's life, eggshells?
Yeah, good. I finally did my massive trip. I just got back to Australia like 4 days ago.
Oh,
Five
really?
maybe. I don't know. Recently.
No way. Anything new? You still a Glober? Did you double confirm, triple confirm the curvature?
Yeah, I'm still a Glober. Still haven't seen any good flat Earth evidence.
Wow. Pardon me for breathing, bro. I just promoted your Instagram live on fucking air, and you kicked me in the face. What a nice guy.
Who kicked you in the face?
It was me. My bad. I meant to aim for your head.
Why would you kick him in the face? Who promoted my Instagram live and who kicked me in the face? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Listen, P-Mac, I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't do anything. Yo, eggshells. Are you serious, bro? You must be fucking
Serious as
around.
a heart attack, baby.
Okay.
Sounds pretty serious.
That's pretty fucking serious, man. It's been years now, you know, it's been years. That's crazy.
No, it did occur to me a lot while I was traveling. Different like questions, or a couple of times tried to join the chat rooms with my like Bluetooth headset that I got in my helmet, but audio quality is pretty shit at motorway speeds. So I was listening a bit.
No, I get you. I'm just saying it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy because Scorpios lie a lot, you know. Scorpios are those type of people, man.
Skeptics too, yeah, don't believe in astrology, all that stuff.
Well, I mean, it's you don't have to believe. It is what it is. You know? That's the crazy part, man. What the fuck, bro? Well, you do understand the argument, right? Because I heard you like
I
an
think
hour, no,
so.
2 hours, 3 hours ago. You repeated the argument so many times to that other guy that was all pretending to be talking about the heights of the crane when it's irrelevant that the crane's the demarcation point. Everybody in the chat told him the crane's the demarcation point, but he's still talking about the height of the fucking crane. You know, it's not the height of the crane
Yeah,
that
it's very
matters, the
weird.
distance of the crane. You know what I mean? I was there listening to that shit. Don't worry, man. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro. And then you repeat the argument back, and you sound like I mean, I think you've done something to your brain in order to do that. I think
I
because
was
if
also
you
I
can,
wasn't allowed in 24/7 at the time, but I also had fun being a flat earther for like a couple of weeks.
it's
Just
easier that
laughing at the
way,
time.
eh? It's easier to decompress, to de-stress. I see what you're doing.
It
Okay.
was a lot of fun, particularly because so many Glovers are so sort of stringent. I don't know. They call them in gems autards, and I think it's a great term for it. Like just freak out, and it'd be so funny how like I'd be in a chat room where like 90% of the Glovers know that I'm joking, and there'd be one person being like, just absolutely losing his shit.
Yeah. You're just listen. You're good at pretending. You know. You're good at pretending. Let me tell you just one thing, just so you know. Never in my life will I trust you. Just so you know that.
It's okay. I don't think you have to.
Well, I mean, that means anything you say or whatever. It's like, I think he's lying. It's like the boy who cries wolf, right? When you say too much, me and you had a lot of conversations. You know where this is coming from. You know, so I just came to terms with like Globers and stuff. You know, I don't really care. Like I'm like, yo, you guys want to live your life like this? Whatever, do your thing. I don't care. You know?
I'm still stuck in a rescue complex. I'm still being like, maybe if I find the right way to phrase it, maybe if I build rapport or
Yeah,
find a better way to demonstrate
no.
it, I'll just win somebody back from this
No, listen.
destructive mind
You'll never
virus.
listen. You're trying to convert people. That's crazy, man. Nobody here converts anybody. We just give people information and they just put the information how they want it in their head, right? And then they either become people that know the earth is flat or fucking globe believers. You know, that's it.
Yeah, so here's the crazy
Oh,
bit. I agree with you. I'm like, yeah, nobody's going to convince, I'm never going to successfully convince somebody that, like, change someone's mind.
but what if you were told by the feds that all this space shit is fake and a lie, you know, and then it was all a big grift? Will you still believe it's a ball?
there's a certain amount of like stacking up of like, yeah, there's a certain amount of
So,
stacking up of like not so much people in authority, because I think most
well, it's all
Glovers are
authority.
quite
It's all
comfortable with the
authority.
idea.
Well, it's all
Right,
authority.
but I
The
mean,
globe
I
is
think that's
authority.
I think that's a straw man that the flat
No,
earthers
it's where do you get
propagate,
the
which is like,
information?
oh,
Where
they
no,
just
where do you
believe
get
it
the
because
curve? Well,
right.
where do you
That's
get
what I'm
the
saying.
curve?
I
The
think it's a
authority gives
straw
it to
man
you.
that
It's not a straw
we
man.
get it from the
I don't see.
authorities.
Listen, me and you go outside and we go stand on the same watered body, right? You're gonna tell me it's curving. I'm telling you, no, it's flat, right? But we're looking at the same goddamn thing. Now, who's lying, me or you?
What are you talking? I'm not following you.
What do you mean? How do you not follow? Me and you are standing on the same lake, right? I'm telling you it's not curving. You're telling me it's curving, right? We're still at the same body of water, right? Who's lying, me or you? You guys, liberals have a hard time with these kind of questions, man. One of us has to be, right? Because we're both looking at the same fucking thing, bro.
I think lying might be a strong word. Maybe
No,
misunderstand.
well, I mean, like, if you're gonna start saying, okay, so he thinks it could be curving, and I think it's flat, right? But that's just adding to the problem, the unnecessary shit, because I can see that it's flat, right? I measure it, it's flat. I don't need to do anything more, right? I mean, what else do you need to do? Just it's so basic. Riding on eggshells. Riding on eggshells. You know, you know why I can talk to you like this? It's kind of crazy because my younger sister is a fucking Scorpio, right? And all her fucking life, she never ever was honest with me. Like, I know she's lying to my face, you know? It's the way she talks. Like, there is no lying or like it's confident, and she's so confident in her lies. Like she doesn't even give a. That's what I'm saying. Like I know Scorpios, when they lie, they lie. They're like fucking super liars. It's a true thing. Like this zodiac thing is fucking it's a real thing. There's some people that are on one side, some people on the other side. It is what it is. You can't change that. But it's like the movie Matrix, right? There's gonna be a whole bunch of Agent Smiths, and there's a whole bunch of people that wake up, you know. And there's a whole bunch of other NPCs walking around. 90% NPC, 5% fucking Neo, and then 5% fucking Agent Smiths, you know? That's the breakdown of the world right now. And you got that Oracle somewhere, God knows where she is. %90 NPC though, isn't that crazy? Holy fuck. Huh. It's funny chat. Yo, am I talking to myself, man? What's going on, guys?
I think there's plenty of
Am I
ways to
muted?
test
There I am.
the star chart thing. Just go, here's 12 descriptions of people based on star charts. Pick up the one that best describes you. And guess what happens when they do those tests?
It's not. I'm not talking about that nonsense, bro.
It's an absolute crapshoot.
Mm,
It is.
No,
It is
not at
no
all.
more
No, it's
reliable than
not.
flipping a coin. 12-sided
No,
coin, I guess.
no,
12-sided
I've done
dice.
actually. Listen. That's like a one-time thing. You fucking looked up somewhere. Do it yourself. Practice it yourself, and you'll see. Because you literally have to ask everybody you fucking meet what their sign is. That's number one, right?
And then you just do a bit of confirmation bias. We'll take care of the rest,
No,
right?
there's no confirmation bias. No, this will take you years. Then you'll actually start sensing the type of people there. That's number one. Number two, it's not just that 12 signs, bro. It's the other 12 on top of the 12, right? Because the year that you're born matters a lot, right? The location matters a lot, right? The time matters a lot. So it's not a lot of people that were born exactly where you were born. Everybody's born in a different spot at a different moment. You know what I mean? Babies are born every day at a certain time, and like every day, that's for sure. People die every day, that's for sure. But not a lot of people that are born at the same exact time. You know what I mean? Like that are born at like fucking 9 fucking 11 12:01.56, like fucking millisecond. Down to nobody's ever born like that. It's impossible. You know what I mean? But you know what's crazy? The stars are
What's
mapped
crazy?
up to that point. The stars are mapped out to that. You can look at exact moment, the imprint of the stars, and then there's shifts in the sky. Even after like a minute, something moves.
Those are airplanes.
Amazing. Are you sure? Who's this guy? Who's speaking? Ari. You got globe evidence? Evidence. Evidence.
Huh?
Yep. You have globe evidence or what?
What evidence?
Globe evidence.
No.
Okay, cool. I didn't think so because no globe ever
Yeah, I
has.
just think it's a better aesthetic than flat.
Well, I mean, if you're one of those guys, if you like to color your hair blue and stuff, and
No, well,
it's
that's
whatever,
ugly.
bro. Well, I mean, whatever color you like, you know, it is what it is. Do what you want to do, bro.
Well, I thought the main
Be
argument was that
be
like flat
be
is like
free and
cooler.
liberal. No, that's not. Who said that?
That's like your whole motto, I thought.
No, who told you that?
It's like the little I read before, like, you know, the little tagline, it says flat earther forever, but it's like it used to, like last week it said way cooler option. I remember that.
Maybe it was just for like promotional purposes. I don't know, man.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, just to get people like, oh, what the fuck is that about? You know? It's like
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't rule that out.
it's like no publicity is bad publicity, right? Even negative publicity is good publicity.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Wait, so you have like more evidence beyond that
For what?
for like the flat thing?
Well, I mean, what more do you need? If you can measure it flat, right, and you see it's flat, right? What more do
Yeah.
you need?
Well, like, don't they say the Earth is like really big or something?
Well, how big is it?
I don't know.
Well,
Like, but if it's
so how do
really
you know?
big,
How
and
do you know?
then
Listen. So how do you know it's a ball if you don't know the dimensions of the ball?
I don't know. Well, it could be any shape. You just wouldn't see any.
Well, how do you know?
Well, if you
Hashtag
like,
capture.
if you graphed any curve, and then you zoomed in really far, it would be like flat at any point.
No, it wouldn't. That's malarkey, man.
What, I can literally go on
Yeah,
Desmos.
no. Yeah, it's like literally like putting your eye down to the fucking floor and sticking your eye down to the goddamn floor. You'll see a fucking line. Yeah, okay, amazing. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
so
you guys compare. That's comparing stupidity to fucking nothing. I mean, it's the dumbest argument I ever fucking heard. One.
what?
Number
How's it
two,
not true?
you gotta understand the size. If you're gonna start arguing that, understand the size of the ball first. What is
Why do
the
I have
size
to
of this
understand that
ball?
first?
Well, because then you can argue that fact. Because trust me, the ball isn't that big where you're not gonna able to detect the curve. Because your side even says that boats are going over this curve. Do they not? That's the first
What do you mean
point in
over?
Google. Well, that's the first point in Google when they say what. How do you prove that the Earth is a ball? Point number one, you see ships going over the horizon. That's what they say in Google, my friend, do they not?
I don't know. I haven't Googled it.
Ah, okay, so you're just gonna argue out of ignorance. You don't
Well,
even
I'm
know.
not arguing anything.
You
I
don't.
didn't say I was.
Oh,
Sorry,
well, I
it's
mean, what do you mean? You're technically arguing. The fuck you're saying all this nonsense. Like, how do you know this? How do you know that? But I'm telling you, how do
Well, I'm
you
not
know that?
arguing for it. I'm just
not.
asking what you
Sorry,
think. Well, how you know.
Okay,
my
so
friend.
now I'm telling you how we know.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of a misnomer when you turn around and say, for example, the Earth is so big. Vlad's pointing out that within the argument and within historical arguments, and even when you go on Google, apparently, according to the idea that the Earth is a sphere, ships go over the curve, or when we go to the beach, we can't see that particular object because it's beyond the curvature of the Earth. So that's not too big for us to see, being as the curve of the Earth is getting in the way. You understand that, right? It's so big, but ships are still getting in the way. Something that we could
Right?
perceive and see, correct?
A
Wait,
massive
so
double
you're
speak
saying you
right
can
there.
see you can see the ships go over, but you can't
No,
see the
I'm not.
actual.
No, that's not what we're saying. This is I'm trying to teach you the globe arguments here before you can defend
Okay.
your own globe. That's the fucked up part. That's what I'm saying. Like most
That is
people,
fucked
like
up.
that's what happens usually. You know what I mean? The people that believe in the ball don't really know what it is. They just believe because they were told at a young age. It's like believing in Santa Claus, right? It's just your parents at one point told you Santa Claus was fake, but nobody told you that the ball was fake. You know what I mean? You were taught the
Yeah.
same shit at the same time, but one was like cut off at a certain point, but the other one wasn't. You get what I mean? So most people still believe in that one ball without knowing what it is, without actually testing any of that shit. You know what I mean? So then we have to actually teach you what they teach you, and then we show you in reality that doesn't fit. You get what I'm saying? So I have to tell you, okay, so the radius they tell us is like 4,000 miles, right, of this ball. And if if
Okay.
that radius is about 4,000 miles, there should be a curvature rate or drop rate to this ball, right? So it drops about 8 inches per mile squared. That's the formula for it. So I gave you the numbers now, right? And these numbers were given by NASA, and it was double confirmed, triple confirmed by fucking everybody. You can do the math yourself and figure it out. But guess what? When we go measure it outside, we never find that rate. Ever.
Which could be good evidence that it doesn't
Ever.
exist, or it could be good evidence that you're not good at finding it.
Oh,
Brilliant.
fuck yeah.
Here we go.
Thousands of engineers can't find it. Okay, I think you're all
Well, plenty
dumb, right?
can. It's just motivated ones
Nobody
who do
can.
tests poorly cannot find it.
No, yeah, sure. See, now this is where you're lying, eggshells, like you always do. Show me one guy that showed fucking any curvature. Any engineer, a real fucking engineer, please, and show me how he did it
Oh,
without
come on, man. We're just
lying.
going to run around in circles, and I'm going to point at
There's no
LIGO.
circles.
And
You're running around. No, that's all trash. You're running around in circles. I'm not.
This is
God
kind of
damn.
quality. Sorry, this is kind of quality derailment. So maybe we could get back to the young gentleman who was asking questions before Eggshells comes in and starts poisoning the well.
And that's what he does. It's fucking the best thing he can do. But that's another global tactic, by the way, kid. If you're listening, that's what they do too, because they have to. You know what I mean? They have to study. These are Agent Smiths. Like if you know Matrix, the movie Matrix, right? What were the Agent Smiths doing in the movie Matrix? Well, they're trying to prevent the guys from waking up. You know what I mean? That's their whole goal. They need the people in the Matrix. right? So this is an Agent Smith for you right here.
Ah.
Yeah.
High praise, right?
No, it's actually shit praise. You're not a good person. I told you this a long time ago. I would not trust you with anything.
So back to the young gentleman in question who's got questions. He's only just come across the flat Earth for a very small period of time. Maybe he'd like to speak to flat earthers and ask them questions about why they make the claims that we do.
Yeah, go ahead. Don't let eggshells interrupt. We have a lot of answers if you need them.
Wait, so how big did you say? How big did they say it is?
I said around 4,000 miles. It's like
Uh-huh.
3,900 something. Yeah. Like if you want to go into like perfect, I like to round shit, you know, because if I round up for you, it actually makes it better for you. So, you know, that's why I like to say 4,000. But it's they say it's less a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's irrelevant. The number still comes out to the same.
3959.
Yeah. Are you doing the Googling? Like you're really like really Googling now, eh? You're doing some kind of researching. That's good. No, I like that. See, instead of like being one of those assholes that's talking all this shit, blah blah blah, but this and that, but like Dunning-Krugering it, you're just literally gonna sit there and try and Google what I told you. It's amazing. I like that. That's how you do it. That's how you prove me wrong, baby. Let's go. You got Google right at the fingertips. Do it to it.
Going on, Jedi?
What's up, man? How you doing? You good?
Good, man. Just finished work. I'm in to listen to some sophists talk shit about a sphere that doesn't exist.
Well, it was interesting. Riding with eggshells has decided to come in and be an obfuscator for the ball. Every time the conversation seems to start, you'll just jump in now. So sorry, Riding. We'll have a conversation in a bit. I'll just stuck you on mute for a while so this conversation can take place.
That
Yeah,
eggshells guy, I've seen him around somewhere. Maybe on Jam Panda's server or
24/7.
something like
Yeah. He's everywhere. He's everywhere. He's an Agent Smith, my guy. Don't worry. He's under
He was
control.
in 24/7 for a while.
Was he?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then maybe Tartaria around there. Was he in there?
He was around
Likely.
flat earthers for a minute. Yeah. Who knows? That's why his name is riding on eggshells. It's the way he talks. You know what I mean? He's always riding on eggshells.
Like he's about to crash.
Always. I don't think so, man. This guy's a Scorpio, bro. These people are different. I'm telling you, man. No, they're no.
That young guy leave that you were speaking to, yeah? Is he gone?
Did he? Ah. You know what? As long as it's
Who was
it's a
it?
what do you call it? It's the guy. He had a bird icon. He's gone now, or he had that cat icon.
We have
As
Ty, or is it thank you?
no. He's already been checked. Oh, bro, Yemmers hasn't been checked. You guys can try Yemmers. What I was saying is the guy had exploded and left. No, and the seed was planted, so it's gonna be like grinding at his head for a minute. He's gonna go and research it again. You know what I mean? For sure. There's a couple people in here. No way, Mr. Burns. What up, Mr. Burns?
Just very quickly, Riding on eggshells, I've unmuted you again, buddy. Don't do that again, please.
What did I
Yeah,
do
don't
exactly so
obfuscate.
that I don't do it again?
Obfuscate.
Started jumping into a conversation that was taking place with somebody who had some honest questions about why flat earthers say the things that they do. Might be a good idea for flat earthers to get that argument out and have a conversation with the young man before you start jumping in and have a go at Vlad.
All right, yeah, fair enough.
Hey. Obfuscation. Master.
So, anybody else got any questions? Anybody else just jumped into the server? Maybe you've been here before and you've gone away and thought about something and you want to come back and ask another question, or maybe it's your first time here. Whatever the issue, the floor seems to be clear. So, has anybody got any questions? That'd be awesome. Or if you want
Yeah.
to defend your ball, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Is it an indoor or an outdoor ice rink that you hit your head on?
An indoor.
I gotta admit that was pretty funny, but
Well, I mean, it's not funny because people do hit their heads and they become retarded. You know what I mean? So it's not funny at all.
I think the
Yeah.
timing was good.
No. It just fell over on my ass and put my head on the floor and had to look across the ice rink. That's all.
Well, yeah, there you go. That's true. Ha! And then you realize it's all flat.
But
Mr.
I
Burns.
wouldn't suggest that I have to hit my head because I've got some kind of mental condition. My brain hurts, so therefore I'm obviously a flat earther now that I've hit my head. I love that. Well done. Brilliant.
Listen, don't give me ideas. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Burns is from the 90s because he has Kirby, and his name is Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. 100%. Did I get it? No. Okay. He's upset that you guys muted him. He doesn't want to talk no more.
Who are you? Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Mr. Burns, man.
Oh, am I unmuted?
Yeah.
What'd you
Well, I
ask me?
mean, I said you from the 90s or what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, makes sense. So why would you come in here and start saying like stuff like hitting head on ice rinks and shit?
Well, because unlike most of the flat earthers in here, Flat Earth Jedi is one of the more unique ones because he actually has a reason for believing the earth is flat. And he's very honest about it. He hit his head on the ice and he observed smooth ice, and now he thinks the earth is flat.
See, again, it's interesting. I didn't hit my head on the ice. Interesting.
I think
just
Globers,
noticed
they have a
I
hard
made
time hearing.
just made the observation across the ice that I couldn't see the blades of people's ice skates as I was skating on the far side of the ice rink. That's all. Didn't hit my head.
You hear that? He did not hit his head.
Hey, what does that even matter, dude? What does that have to do with anything? For real.
It doesn't. I was just saying he's the only one that's given like a reason for
No.
thinking the earth is flat.
No, it does have something to do with something. That was a leading question. Like if you fall down, right, you can't see something. What does that mean? Why is it significant?
Because he gave a reason, I was giving him props for it. He's the only one in the room that's done it.
Okay, all right. So never mind.
Don't waste your time, AI.
I mean, if you know it's a ball, can you tell me why it's a ball?
Dude, he can't even tell you the answer
I'm
to
not
my
here to
leading
do
question.
See, this is why hollow earthers are so much cooler than flat earthers, because when you come into like a hollow earth server and
Guys, like, not cool at all, man. I mean, your troll is weak. You gotta learn to troll better, bro. Weak ass troll.
Well, I mean, he's not entirely wrong that when you go to other alternative viewpoint places, they talk about their viewpoint more than they question your current viewpoint.
True.
Well, I mean, I went into that 24 Globe channel that they made as soon as this Flat Earth channel came on the server. That Globe channel was made like right away. And they're sitting in there talking about nothing. Like literally nothing. Just like Gem Pandas, they're sitting there like talking about nothing. What
like,
happened
dude,
to
you
Gem
ever
Panda
think of
server?
Still
nothing
going pretty
really?
strong.
Say that
Still
again.
pretty strong. Main flat earthers in there are quite often like Pete Shea, Jen, a couple
Oh,
of the others.
he's not a flat earther.
Pete
Shay's
Shea?
not a flat earther.
Why not? He seems to sound like he is.
He believes he lives on an eyeball.
An eyeball.
Yes.
Hang on, the flat part of the iris, or like a spherical eyeball?
Well, it's slightly curved, but we don't know.
You know what? He might
Ask
be
him.
right. He might be right. No, I'm just fucking around. He took too much hallucinogenics, watched too much of those psychedelic movies or like video clips where the eye turns into something, and now he thinks like the center of the eye is the North Pole and shit. You know, it happens, man. People get trippy, man. It is what it is. Doesn't mean it is what it is.
He's an interesting person to listen to if you can follow what he's saying.
I don't like to listen to people like that, man.
He's a bit
Sorry to
wacky.
say.
Yeah, it's a bit wacky for me.
They sound like people that I still didn't get into. There's flat earthers that sound like fucking. They're there to fucking make flat earthers look stupid. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's just certain people like Jeremy. You guys know Jeremy? Jeremy's like fucking a clown, bro. That's if you guys know who Jeremy is.
No, I don't know who that is.
From Jim Panda's fucking Jeremy.
No, you mean Earth Awakening's Geo server, Jeremy.
Well,
Don't you?
yeah, that guy. I think so. They're all the same. That same Jeremy.
I don't know of any on Gem Pandas.
Yeah,
But I like him. I think he's great. But he does question and challenge flat earthers, so people hate him.
No, man.
What does he question and challenge flat earthers about?
Just anything. Just if something doesn't seem right to him. So Witsit was on about his
Anything
spherical.
specific that you can remember or not?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to give you. His Witsit was going on about this sphere of your vision, the limit, the spherical something optical limit. He was calling it something different each week. And Jeremy was just challenging, being like, okay, well, that might cause bottom-up obstruction. It would also cause the tops of buildings to disappear as they were right against the edge of this sphere. Sort of like it was sort of like things de-render in GTA.
Listen, Jeremy's fucking retarded. You don't want to listen to that guy. He's
I don't
fucked.
remember it. I can remember some others. He was also interested in doing that test of the distances. You know, get 4 points on a map and then test the distances between all of them. The fifth one won't match.
So what?
Why would it cause tops of buildings to disappear?
You'd have to get all the way into Witsit's whole spherical vision sphere of observability.
No, you're strawmanning. Get out of here. You're strawmanning right here. Jeremy would make some bullshit up, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not strawmanning anything. I'm saying I can't give it a good.
Man.
All right, whatever, mate.
You have to get into Witsit whole fucking how you know what Witsit's position is, my guy.
That's what I'm saying. I'm declining to present Witsit's position because I'm not going to be able to describe it.
I hope so. You were about to. God damn. Jesus. Anyways, Jeremy's fucked up. He says weird shit. He's a fake. That's all I gotta say. I know a
lots of people. Lots of globers say that about him.
All right, I'm gonna have to do this now. Riding on eggshells. Why is the black swan so relevant? Do you think?
Because it's the best, simplest, visual example of.
What's the black swan argument about?
Black swan arguments about where the horizon is in relation to all the whales are back. Sorry, it's not about whales, but the whales are back.
You might be the first person that's ever answered that correctly.
No, I think there's a few. But yeah, there's whales flapping about. It's so fucking cool. This is the third time I've seen them. Migrating whales just going past the front of where I'm sitting. It's epic. Anyway,
amazing.
the horizon should be like the marine horizon, the junction of the sky and the sea should be a set distance from you and from Blar observer height. And then if you look at where the thingy is, the horizon's too far. We see too far. That kind of deal. The oil rigs are just a mile marker.
Well done.
Was brilliant. Sorry,
So
guys.
then explain why is it a globe after you explain that.
Hold tight. Sorry, guys. I
Why?
literally. I do apologise, mate. Can I finish my point? Is that all right?
Yeah, go for
Go
it.
ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, no problem, man. I disconnect. It's not a problem. So, with my understanding and what I've observed, so before 2020, like I was trying to say, we were sitting around on YouTube channels or Discord servers watching observations. And the claim was from the globe side, doesn't matter how far you can see, we can't see the bottom of that object. For example, a beach in a long distance observation. Yeah, you might be able to see the mountains, but you can't see that beach. Now, the claim was that's because no matter where the horizon was, that was because of physical obstruction, right? It must and can only be physical obstruction. Then, January the 1st, 2020, the Black Swan comes around, and then you slowly start to hear globe earthers turn around and say, well, we never claimed physical obstruction in the first place, right? Now, it's a kind of witnessing from me. I observed them say this, and as soon as we point out the horizon's going to move around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, then after 2020, we start hearing things like, we never claimed that. It's interesting, right?
Yeah, I can't argue for other people. I mean, it was interesting too when I had a chat with Ranty that he was saying that like the whole globe Earth was going for like it sounded like about 4 years before anybody even mentioned refraction, and that's why I didn't want to mention it to that guy before, but he was just annoying me too much. Was
Refraction.
Interesting, because I was around in those conversations, and it was the flat earthers who brought up refraction in the first instance. It's not that we've ever denied it, right? We were claiming it for certain arguments. And then after 2020, you started using it in your argument, saying that we never took account for it when we were the ones who brought it up in the first instance. Again, that's two things that have changed from your side. Completely
sure, lots will
disregarding
necessarily change. Like
Sorry.
reality doesn't change, but our ability to discern it will change, and the ease with which we have to describe it will change. And the thing I always bring up is like, if you guys are right, then sure, we're a paid team of crack special ops, Agent Smiths here to deceive, and we're onto you. But you have to take like the other possibility as possibly true. And the other possibility that is possibly true is we are just a bunch of weirdos, skeptics. Like, just imagine the Earth's a ball, everybody's comfortable it's a ball, and we're sure that it's a ball. But yet we spend hours out of some of our days turning up to try to convince you of that. Right? Like you got special group of people who are autards, who are laid people themselves. You know, okay, sure, we've got some people who are like astrophysicists and shit, but most of them are like me. Just a bloke trying to figure out things, and then interested in persuasion and psychology, and it's like talkback radio. So of course our arguments are going to change. We're not going to be on top of the latest breaking science. We're not always going to know the correct argument to things. You heard that with the guy this morning. He was like reaching for the weirdest interpretations of your
You're
argument
giving
to prove it wrong.
excuses right now. That's all I hear is excuses. Tell me I'm wrong.
You are wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're wrong.
No, I'm not. It's
No, I'm
excuses.
not.
Tell me you're not wrong.
Well, because everything you just said is all excuses, bro.
Tell me you love me.
So hell the fuck no.
He said lick my balls, and I said no.
Listen. Go build houses, bro. Stop talking. Anyways, writing. You just said what I was about to say. If this was not for real, right? Then you would not be coming here after how many years now? You would have been done with this. You know what I mean?
No, that's not what I said.
No, I know you haven't said, but It was on the same almost point. Lots of you Globers, been doing this for a very, very, very long time. Day in, day out. You're not, listen. Oh, Gem Panda, how long do you think Gem Panda's been doing it? Is he gonna be proud of it? Like, after how many years that they're losing? It's like the Democrat Party, bro. Everybody's gonna leave the Democrat Party soon, bro. That's gonna be the Globers. You know what I mean?
No, I've got
Let
no
me
idea what
find
you're
out
on about, man.
this.
It sounds like you're just rambling.
What do you mean rambling? It's exactly what. Hey, buddy, go look at what's going on in America, bro. Nobody likes the Democrats. Get what I'm saying? But everybody used to be a fucking Democrat. That's the whole
Right,
point. Everybody's a Glober right now. Well, give it some time. It's gonna be over for the Globe. Don't worry. You might as well get used to it. I
sure.
promise
It's
you.
just I've been hearing that now, like 3 years, and I like it. What would you
Yeah.
describe as
It's
like
how many
the
years it's
progress
been
since
now for you? No,
2020?
how many? Bro,
Like about
there's
February 2020. It was right when we
I
started getting.
listen,
What's the
here's the
biggest what's the
problem.
biggest goal
I
that you would say the flat
There
earthers
was no
kicked in the
goal.
last 3 years?
I'll show you what's happening right now, bro, because I haven't been on the fucking server for so long. Bro, I literally just fucking left and didn't come back. But guess what's happening now, buddy? There's names that I haven't seen ever. A lot of names that I've never seen. And guess what? These are all flat earthers. It seems to me that there's more and more flat earthers every day, my guy.
Are there though? Like I could believe that it's
Yeah,
growing, but like I'm more saying
it's
like what.
very much not just buddy. It's gonna
That's
grow
not the question
faster
I'm asking.
exponentially. You know why? You know why it's gonna grow exponentially faster? It's just like the Democrat Party, bro. Just go look what's
The
happening.
Democrat
That's
Party is
it.
growing exponentially. What the
No, the
conservatives are
Democrat
growing
Party is.
exponentially?
Oh, the conservatives. We'll just say the Donald Trumpster's growing exponentially.
We'll see. But I mean, if
Flat
it's
Earth is decreasing every year, and I have statistics if you want to see.
sure, my question is not even really about are there more people coming to flat Earth. I don't think anybody here is going to say, oh, because there's more people, it's therefore true. The question I was asking is, what goals has it kicked? Like, it used to go out and
Well,
do
I mean,
tests. When was the last time there was like a laser test or something?
buddy, how many fucking laser tests do you need, bro? It's like hitting your head against the fucking wall 10 million times. You've seen it once, it's fine, bro. You don't need to see it a million more fucking times. Have to look at it and
When's the
ponder. Oh,
when's
Just
the
one
last
good one.
how
time
is
One good
this
one to
light
say.
going
you did a laser
across?
test to prove curvature?
I don't need to do laser tests. I see it
No, I'm
every
not
day. I
talking. I'm
live
talking
next
to
to it.
Eggshell. Eggshell,
Yeah.
when's the last time you did a laser test to prove curvature?
Oh, he did never.
Yeah.
I don't need to. I mean, I'm not I'm not the underdog trying to upset them. Like, would we agree that the
You're
current
in a religion.
consensus?
You
Would
are
we
the
agree that
underdog guy.
current consensus is that we live on a ball?
Only amongst the idiots.
Is the current consensus that
Amongst the
water is wet?
idiots.
So do I
Well,
need to prove any of it? You know?
everybody knows water is wet. What I'm trying to tell you is right now, see, if you go to different parts of the world, right, where they don't believe the Western side, a lot of people know that it's flat, my guy, just so you know. I mean, just
Wait,
because you have your little
water's
fucking
wet?
Western shell. Well, see, some people didn't know that, but now you know. What I'm trying to say is go to certain parts of the world that don't like the Western side, you know what I mean? That don't believe the space propaganda. Yeah, a lot of the people still know it's flat, man. Just so you know. They believe their old religions, and those old religions talk about the firmament and all that shit. Even in the Soviet Union, bro. When a lot of book burnings was happening because the communists came in and destroyed everything.
I got no idea what you're on, man. Man, this is what I'm saying. This is just a rant.
That's not a rant. It's all tied together. It's just, you can't put it together because your head's all fucked up. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, it is what it is. I can't help you. You're the one that keeps coming here, bro. Listen, eggshells, we're all crazy, you know, you can live your life and you don't have to come back, you know. We're crazy fucking people that believe crazy things, right?
A little bit, yeah.
So then what, so why do you want to be around crazy people that believe crazy things? Why don't you go
Well,
around those
sometimes it's
people
through
that
some pretty good conversations. You know, I've learnt
listen,
a lot about the Earth since starting to do
sure.
this.
Go to those people that believe in unicorns or dress up like dogs, right, and sniff each other's asses, right? Why don't you go look at those people? Why don't you talk to those
I mean,
people?
I do. I would. I mean, if I found other Discord servers,
Okay,
I'd go
okay,
there.
go,
I
bro.
don't see what the issue is. Honestly.
This guy wants to go, man. Go to okay. Go travel to LA, bro. There's probably all kinds of dog suit parties, bro. Go, bro. That's for you, man. You just admitted to it. That's fine. Go ahead.
So
Go
yeah,
ahead,
people with
bro.
alternative
But
beliefs I
that's
find interesting.
but then who's fucking nuts? Me or you? Because I would never go there, bro. Why the fuck would I go there?
I don't know. We've got different interests.
But that shows where your mind's at too, you know. You want to watch people in dog suits sniff each other's asses. You know, I don't want to watch that. That's fucked up, bro. Oh man. Fucking eggshells, bro. What the fuck, bro? There was a couple of cities, right, in the past, Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I mean?
Can someone please explain to me where I need to go to find the edge of the Earth? Anybody?
Yes,
Any flat earther near?
here. Listen, get into your car. Okay, go
I
ahead,
would
go ahead,
like
go ahead.
pictures and videos, sir. Please. Please.
Just point in any direction and keep going.
That's it.
Eventually,
Just
you'll get
I've
somewhere.
tried that. I tried that several times. I just can't find it, bro.
Really?
That's bullshit. You're lying.
Well, let's
How
take
many?
away
I've
any
traveled in
direction.
a plane for 24 hours straight in a straight line, and I still have not found it.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Brilliant.
The ironic part is, I actually ended up right back where I started from.
Ask this question:
Can you
why would you
describe-
bring an airplane to the end of the Earth? I'm sure that airplane went somewhere, right? Where did you fly from? Where did you go to?
California to Doha, from Doha to California.
So you're obviously not going to find the edge of the Earth when you're going somewhere, are you?
But I went in one straight line though, bro.
There
How
is
do you know?
no
Well,
edge.
yeah, that's fine.
It's infinite, like Minecraft.
I knew it was a straight line because I had a compass in my hands and I saw the direction, so I knew I was going in one straight line.
So
Sorry.
it's deviating from west or east, right?
I apologize.
Oh, I
Even with
actually
a
went east from California. So east from California to Doha, from Doha east all the way back to California.
Okay, so if you listen, right, if you're traveling east to west, east or west, and you're following
No,
a compass,
only east.
Okay, if you're traveling east and you're following a compass, you are not traveling in a straight line.
Even on your globe Earth model, that's not a straight line.
Well, why not?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It's a single direction.
They got you.
So the airplanes they travel at a
Jedi.
specific altitude. So they're going in a straight exact line and they're staying in the same exact spot.
That's a problem.
They're staying in the same spot? What?
They're all required to stay at specific altitudes. Yeah, so they're not like going up, they're not going down. They're just staying in a straight position of an equal distance from the Earth.
Awesome.
Okay.
But within your globe Earth model, east or west is a circular direction around north.
Yeah, so then it must be a circle then, huh?
Yeah, but then again, you can have a flat Earth with a central point, and let's call that magnetic north, and there's a compass will be a circle around that as well. So
Nah, you can't move the goalpost, man. Then it's not a flat Earth no more. Now it's an oval shape.
Okay, hold on.
How dare
So
you? How dare you?
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Let's not get too crazy. You said you flew somewhere and you flew back, right? Did it take you the exact same time? No, like did you go one way and then the other the same way? Did it take you the exact same amount of time? You said you went from
No.
LA. Where? What do you mean no? Okay, so how long
Yeah,
did it take you to go from one to the other,
it's
and
about
then from the other to the other?
about 11-hour flight from Cali to Doha, and then about another 10, 10, I'd say 10 to 12-hour flight from Doha.
1:11, and the other one is between 10 and 12. Like, can't you say both are about 11?
You know, I don't know why, bro. You know, sometimes there's turbulence, sometimes there's air rifts that make the plane veer specific directions. I don't know why.
So it's not going perfectly straight then, right? So the pilot has to make adjustments and shit. You just said
No, yeah.
turbulence.
Yep.
What happens when a plane turbulence? So the pilot's making an adjustment, right? So it's not perfectly straight ever, right? So there's a heading he has to go for. So he keeps adjusting towards that heading, right?
Right, yeah. So it's going in one direction now. Like, don't get me
Okay,
wrong.
well, here's
When
the
you say like,
problem.
it's
That's
not going. When you say perfectly
so
straight, like no person can go
it's not
perfectly straight,
right.
100%, bro.
Right.
If I were
Okay.
to
So
let you
here's
walk by yourself,
hold on.
if I were
We
to let
agree
you walk
with
by
you.
yourself, you could
I
not walk
agree.
in a
You don't
perfectly
have to
straight line.
explain when we all agree on this. You
Well,
don't
oh,
have
I
to
have to
explain. Hold
explain
on.
it because you're
Stop
trying to destroy
talking,
the
man.
argument.
No, man. Hold on. Relax.
Stop
You're
talking.
just going to veer off the point. Let the point. There's my point here right now. You said one way's 11 hours. The other way's 11 hours, right? Approximately. You know, you said 10, between 10 and 12, that's 11, right? So you said 11 twice, just in different ways. Right, so you took about 11 hours to go back, and then 11 hours to go there, right? Yes or no? I need you to answer the simple questions. Yes or no question, man. JC.
No, you muted me. I'm done. I won. See ya.
Nobody muted you.
Yes, I
What are you
was.
talking
Yes, I
about?
was.
He can't back up his
Nobody.
You
claim.
guys are not
so
arguing in good
he's
faith.
skipping.
You
I'm asking
and,
you one simple question.
and no one and you still
said
have not.
11
You still have
hours,
deviated from the
and you
question
didn't.
of saying
Nobody
where I need
muted
to
you,
go to
bro,
actually jump off the earth.
buddy.
Like no one's actually
I'm
answered that
gonna give you
question.
all the answers. I'm gonna give you all the answers. Just answer
Well,
this
just tell me
question.
then, bro. Just
You
tell me.
said
Where do I have to go
11
to jump off the earth,
hours.
dude?
You said 11 hours, bro, right? One way, and then 11 hours the other way, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so are the flights east to west, right? So one's going
No,
east,
east to
and then
east.
the other.
East to east.
What the fuck is east to east?
It means you go east and you keep going east again once you leave Doha, and then you'll end up back in
Sorry.
California. So east to
Doesn't do
east.
that.
Okay,
Doesn't
whatever.
do
You
that.
can. It doesn't matter. You want to? What
You
about
don't go
when you
back
came
west,
back to
dude.
California? You're going west to west. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you could go west to west
Okay.
too. Yeah.
Okay. So right, your ball is spinning, right? So which direction is your ball is spinning? Left or right?
East or west?
My ball? What do you mean my ball?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you live on a spinning globe, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Right. So which way is the ball spinning? East to west or west to east?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, didn't you bring
But
this
is
up
it
as a
spinning?
claim that you
But
live
is
on a
it?
I
ball?
only know the
But is it
direction I
spinning?
traveled. Where the
Okay,
Earth
but
is
is it
going?
spinning?
I don't know.
Hold on. Let me hit this point real quick. It's really hard. This point is gonna be really fucking
Hard
hard on
because
this
he's a
guy.
troll, Vlad.
He control it, but I know, but it doesn't matter. It's so good and just how hard it hits. Right. So when this ball is spinning, it doesn't matter which way direction it's spinning, right? Your flight going east or west will be a certain time, right? Whereas your other flight going west to east would be a different time because your ball is spinning, my friend. But you told me that both flights were the same time. So that means you're on a stationary plane. Thank you very much. That's it. That's all I gotta say.
That was your argument. That was your gotcha moment. Like, oh, the Earth
Well,
is
it's not a
spinning. Like
gotcha.
that's your whole gotcha thing, dude.
Wait a minute.
No, but
You still
your
haven't
ball's
answered my
supposed to be
question.
spinning.
No.
No,
came
But you
in
still
saying
haven't
you were
answered
on a
the original argument of saying where do I
you
need to go
came
to jump
in
off the Earth?
saying
you
that
didn't
And
you
get
were on a
you didn't
plane
get
for
that, right?
24
You
hours.
didn't get that, right?
You said
You
you
didn't
were on
get
a
that though,
plane for
right?
24
he's like,
hours
gotcha. The Earth
non-stop.
was spinning a little bit. I won. It's like, dude, where do I need to go to
A
jump off
little
the Earth,
bit.
dude? Explain that to me. You've completely just escaped that whole question.
There's
Where
no
do I need to go to jump off
escaping.
the Earth, bro?
First of all, mate, you came in and you said you were on a
Just
plane
answer
for
the question,
24
dude. Just
hours
answer it. Just
non-stop.
answer it. Stop with all this
Answer
like.
what? Has
I
anyone
answered the
been to
question,
the?
bro.
Where's the edge of space?
That's right. I just answered the question. You're just too stupid to understand the answer.
Got it up speak.
That's the problem here.
Facts.
All right. So you came in claiming you were on a plane for 24 hours straight, non-stop, and now it was just LA to Doha and then back from.
Yeah. No, like you don't understand that. You're too stupid to understand what you're saying.
You still have not answered the question. Just
I
concede,
did.
bro.
No,
No, you
I
didn't.
did
No,
answer
you
the
didn't.
question. Yes, I did.
You didn't.
Restate it.
No, no,
I'll
no.
answer
So
it.
does any? Okay, hold on. Someone can
Said I
piggyback
will
off you.
do
Does
it.
anyone else know where I need to go to jump off the earth? Anybody here?
Jump off the earth? What do you mean?
Yes.
You
Because the
can't
earth is
jump
flat.
off
So
the
where do I
earth.
need to go? No, 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 no. Yes, you can. The earth is flat, so I should be able to jump off. So where do I have to go, bro?
No, you can't.
Oh, well, okay. I'll tell you what. Maybe just keep going south as far as you can go.
I just told you I went in one direction. I went
No, you
to
didn't.
Doha. I kept going in one direction, and I landed right back where I was.
Lies.
One
No.
cardinal direction.
My goodness me, Vlad. So why, when going from one airport to another, do you think you're going to fall off the edge of the earth? You've just gone from one airport to the other. Your question was, where would I need to go? Well, obviously not this place because you just flown between two locations, a known flight path, right? So if you want to go off the edge of the earth, I would suggest you go south. But being as none of us have gone that far south, you can tell us when you get there what happens.
So you've never seen it then?
No, and why would I need to go to the edge of the earth to demonstrate to you, me, and everybody else that the waters that you flew
Because
across
you've
were
never
level?
seen that the earth is round either. So why would you argue that the earth isn't round either then? You've never seen the end of the earth. You also can't prove the earth is flat. You've never seen it either.
My friend.
So
Did you
why
hear
would
what I
why would
said?
you take one position? Hold on. Why would you take one position that the earth is flat because you've never seen it versus the earth is
Hold
round
on.
because you've also never seen it?
Hold on. Can you repeat
Wait for
what
an
I said?
answer, man.
I asked you a question. Repeat what I said because I answered your question.
No, no, no. I asked you a question, bro.
He's
Yeah,
not
and
listening.
sorry,
You asked like 10 questions.
I answered your question, but you didn't listen, which is why I asked you to repeat my answer to your question. So what did I say?
No, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. No, thanks.
Well,
Just go back and mute me, bro.
Didn't listen. You could ask me to
Where's the
repeat
moderator?
my
Can this
answer.
moderator mute me? Yo, moderator, can you mute me? Come on, come mute me.
So you don't want
You're
to
an
back
idiot.
and forth. Oh my goodness.
He's a crybaby, man. This one's a crybaby. Holy shit. Guy crying so hard, man.
This is like the I do drugs channel, and I want to like argue about shit because my mom didn't give me enough money or something. That's what I feel like this channel's all about.
Your question again. I'll answer it again, just so you understand. Why would I need to go to the ends of the earth when I can demonstrate to you through direct measurement that the waters that you flew across were level? Yeah.
I guess he's not here for a sensible, serious discussion. So whatever.
So you just plant the egg in their head and let them go. Or the seed, I mean. Just plant the seed and let them go.
No, plant the egg. Plant the egg.
Yeah, plant the egg, whatever. Let the motherfucker ripen. Because, it's a good example. Like, I didn't fight with these people, right? There's a group of people that I met recently. And because when I meet people and I'm around them for a bit of time because I have to be, I always try and tell them that the earth is flat and that the government's a lie and all that shit, right? So in the beginning, it was all jokes. They were laughing, 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 you know? But now, the guy's telling me that, oh, how can they put fucking these big things up in the sky and they can just stay up there? He's talking about satellites, right? How? He's telling me how. Right? It's slowly clicking in that everything's bullshit. And that's exactly what it is with every one of these motherfuckers that are coming in here, right? They squirm, they laugh, they blah blah blah. I rage all the time, but that's just I de-stress sometimes. It's fun for me. But like the biggest part of all that is there's seeds that are being planted in all these Globers heads that are gonna ripen into a nice little flat tree. It's awesome.
I just posted a flat sandwich in the group chat in case you want to see what flat really is.
Yeah,
Go take a
so
look.
the flat Earth that you think we think isn't what we think.
But if you give it any shape,
bro.
so if you give it any shape, like saying this is oval shape or something like that, then it's no longer flat.
This is not a flat shape,
Like
bro.
you
This
would
is a
have to say
cube.
it's. You see my sandwich in the chat?
Sorry,
You'd have to say it's as
It's
flat as
a
that
cube.
sandwich.
My friend,
No.
again, flatter shape, or is it a description of a surface?
No, I would say flat as a shape. Yeah, like a
Oh,
square.
Is
Draw it.
Bro, this guy.
Draw the shape
Yeah,
and post it in the text.
Yeah.
Please.
You guys see my shape, bro? Look at that cute little sandwich
not a
right there with
shape.
some.
My
You know, I
goodness,
ordered
man.
tuna, dude. What the fuck? They gave me fucking ham. What the
You
fuck?
Okay.
have
So
had
again,
problems,
just
bro.
so I know that you understand, Vlad, please. Is flat a shape, or is it a description of a surface?
It's a shape, bro.
No, it's not. It's a description of a surface. Flat is a description of a
Okay,
surface.
so is like an oval? Like,
property.
would you say an oval is a shape? Right,
Yeah,
oval's a shape, right?
oval's a shape.
Yeah. So if I were to take an oval and I were to reshape it into a square, would it also be a shape again, or no? It now loses its title as a shape. Like if I were to take a piece of clay, right, and if I were to take a piece of clay and I were to shape it into an oval, you would say that's a shape. But then if I take that same piece of clay and I turn it into a square, now you're saying this is not a shape no more.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Tell me the difference
You see what
between the two
you see what drugs does to
My
your brain,
friend,
bro? Like, do you see
my
what it does to
friend,
you? Like, do
you are
you
not
see how
my
like you're
friend,
mentally handicapped now, bro?
My friend, listen. Between
No,
your
no, 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 no.
oval
You,
and
you need to understand though, bro, that like if you were to take that
man,
oval
so
and put it into a square,
I've
it's
got
still
a
a shape.
question for you. Why'd you keep talking? I have a question for you. Maybe you'll understand. So between your oval and your square, can you describe the surface to me, please?
So
Too hard of a question.
What's the difference between the surface of a square and the surface of a sphere, or a cube and a sphere? Just so we can understand each other. Describe the surface.
no, bro, I would like to tell you, but I
Describe the
think you're on
surface.
drugs, and I don't want to talk to
Describe the
people on drugs,
surface.
bro.
Describe the surface. The difference between
no. You don't tell me what to do.
square and
You don't tell me what to
sphere.
do. You understand?
Surface. What's the surface? I haven't insulted you once yet, my friend. I'm asking you a very simple question that you don't seem to want to answer. I'll ask you again. The difference between a spherical and a square shape, or a cube shape. Describe the surface to me and tell me how they're different.
No, because I already asked you a question about the oval to a square, and you just dismissed it, and then you asked me a stupid question. So I'm not gonna answer it until you answer my question, bro. Go ahead.
Flat is not
Waiting
a
for you.
shape.
Also, no one here is still telling me where to go to find the end of the earth, bro.
Yeah, he did
Yeah,
multiple
someone did.
times. You're so fucking dense, bro. Oh my god, man. You gotta clean your ears, man. Everything's been told, you know. They told you everything, you just don't want to listen. You're an ignorant
Yeah.
little child. It's fine.
When I went to school, they taught me triangle, circle, square, oval,
Flat.
yeah, rectangle,
They didn't teach you
octagon,
flat.
pentagon. I don't remember the shape flat.
And it's special ed probably. You missed it.
Lots of fun for everyone.
It's flactagon. Yeah.
Octagon.
Flactagon. It's a shape, bro. Don't worry.
A couple of people that have jumped in. Ned's jumped in. Hello, Ned. How are you? Nice PFP with a thunderbolt like that. Try Smo down the bottom. You alright, buddy? How you keeping?
Hey Jedi, how are ya?
What's up, AJ, my friend? How you doing, brother?
Hey, buddy.
Not too bad. Hey mate, how are ya?
Everyone's good, man. Everyone's good. Hope
G'day,
you and yours
g'day.
are keeping well.
I always wondered how these guys would go surviving on the street, speaking to people like that.
Well, they don't speak to people on the street like that because they know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Maybe it doesn't happen these days. That's why they're so fucking stupid.
Oh no, it
Well,
happens, buddy, my friend. There happens.
it does, but not as prevalent as it used to be, I suppose. You know, and that's when I had my security company. We looked after a lot of nightclubs and pubs, and yeah, things were changing towards the end. You know, back in the, I suppose, when did I start? Probably 1997.
The good years.
Yeah, the people would come in and have respect, and if someone didn't have respect, they'd get a bit of a slap, and they'd come back the next night and apologise, and
Yep.
they'd have some respect. And now they've put all these new, they're not even laws, they're rules. You know, the clubs have put rules in, the police are on the street all the time, the guys on the doors aren't even allowed to throw anyone out. They've got to call the police to come and do it. And people walk in the door and basically tell them to F off and whatever they want, and they just walk straight in. It's crazy. It all changed, I don't know, slowly, I suppose. When they brought those lock-in laws, lockdown laws, or the 3 a.m. lockouts and all that stuff, that's when it all really started to change.
We don't have them in Victoria.
No, we did. And again, we were on where I worked, the whole street was nightclubs. It was one street of nightclubs. There was probably about, maybe 6 or 10 nightclubs on that street. And we couldn't get the police there for love nor money. And then they started proposing these 3 a.m. lockouts. And then all of a sudden we had fly-in squads from Brisbane, all in their black gear, coming at 3 in the morning and just arresting anybody they could find. And then they say, oh, look at all these results. There's no arrest before 3 a.m. and there's 200 after 3 a.m. We need a 3 a.m. lockout. They were just arresting people for no reason.
Sounds familiar.
And then it got worse.
They take your money. Oh
Well,
man,
it got worse.
it's gonna get worse.
We were open back then till 5 in the morning. So some people would leave at 2, some would leave at 3, some at 5, whatever. Now they're getting locked out at midnight. At midnight, all you've got's 200 people out on the street, half pissed, wanting to go somewhere and fighting with each other over taxis. It's made it 10 times worse.
Yeah. These kids would never understand all that. You speak to someone the wrong way.
I was speaking to a guy back in Queensland who works in the club still, that I know, and he was saying it's nothing like it used to be now. It's actually pretty dead, that all these young ones today don't really go out clubbing. They stay at home and stay on their phones and do TikTok and other garbage. It's sort of an end of an era.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they never meet anyone.
Well, they do over the internet. Dr. Flatwater. I think I should just go to sleep, man. Hey, somebody wants to unmute Grizzly. He has a lot to say. Just don't say things you're not allowed to say. Oh, and then he left. Three in the morning. I should be sleeping. Oh look, it's fucking Zoidberg. What up, fucking Zoidberg? It's fucking Zoidberg. It's fucking Zoidberg. You know, blue-haired colored people are not welcome in Russia. Do you guys know that?
That
Vladimir
what?
Putin. Blue-haired colored people. You know those people that like to color their hair blue?
Oh yeah.
Marge Simpson.
No. Well, okay. The Marge Simpson's a wacky character, right? But in real life, if you color your hair blue, that means a lot of things. So, blue hair, blue-haired colored person Zoidberg, right? He's telling me to go fuck myself in Russian, which is funny. I mean, okay. Yo, who's this guy? Slow
Luke, I am your father.
George. Glorious George?
What up,
Glo-
son?
Is that an R?
That's right.
Oh yeah, it's hard to read these characters, bro.
Yeah, you can
Glorious
kind of see it.
George.
It's tough.
Okay, George, I got only one question only.
What's that?
Is
No,
the
I don't
Earth
have
a
any feet
ball?
pics. What?
Bro, listen, is the Earth a ball?
Yes.
Wrong answer.
So do you think like the solar system is a series of disks or
No, I don't know what
so
upstairs is like. Okay, let me slow down really quick. Nobody's been up there to tell you what it is, and when they tell you something, it's most likely a lie, okay? People speculate all kinds of shit. I'm
what
not
about
here
the
for
two sticks?
speculation. What two sticks?
So you put two sticks in two different places on Earth, right?
Shadows. Okay. Hold on. When you have a light source that is close and local, right? And then you put those two sticks separate from each other, those shadows will be diverging.
If you say
On a
so.
flat, yeah, man, going anywhere on a flat terrain, the shadows are diverging, bro. All light diverges.
Okay.
Well, there you go. So it's close and local. Your sun's diverging rays make
But that's
shadows
not the
diverge.
Works on
divergence
flat.
isn't the problem, it's the differing lengths.
No. There's no different lengths, man. Just
Yeah, there is
it's
different lengths.
close and
Works
close
on
and
flat.
local. The sun. Yeah, it's close and local. Works on flat, bro. That's so simple.
You're gonna stand under your living room light and directly underneath, and have a small next to nothing shadow, and then you're going to take a few steps away, and your shadow is going to increase. Walk further, it'll increase even further. It's the same principle, man. Works on both.
Yeah. Well,
That
I
doesn't
suppose. But
exactly.
where's the edge of the
Well,
earth?
doesn't. Oh my God. Okay, listen. You go find it, and when you
You
find
go
it,
find
please
it.
tell me.
You're the one who says it's there.
I never said anything about no goddamn edge.
If it's flat, there's got to be an edge, right?
No, no, no. Where's the universe edge?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you guys have an expanding fucking universe, but you guys can never seem to find the edge of this universe.
Because it's an infinite plane.
Whoa. Thank you. What do you think we're standing on?
See, but the thing is that if I go on an airplane, right, and go fly east, right, eventually I end up like where I was.
Well, if you're following the compass, because the compass will always guide around the center point, the north point.
Where's
Yeah,
the center
sure.
point?
The north.
The North Pole?
Yeah. Well, if there's a star called Polaris, right? In the north,
Right.
the star called it never moves, right? That's why it's called the North Star. Because if you're lost, you just gotta find that North Star, and you know that's north,
But why can't you
right?
find if
Hold
there?
on.
So
Let me.
you think it's
Why
an
you
infinite
go?
disk?
I didn't say anything
No.
about the disk. How can a disk be infinite?
Well, it can be a plane that has
I don't know
circular
anything
coordinate
about no
system.
edges. I don't know anything about. See, the thing is we're stuck. We're stuck. Me and you, we're just regular sheep.
But if it's infinite, why aren't people finding new
Listen,
continents?
Nobody's saying it's
listen.
infinite.
Well,
Right.
then it
So
has a finite.
I'm trying to explain to you. Listen. Well, we can't go to a certain point because if we try, we get. Trust me.
Right, but
People try.
spheres don't have edges, right? Like that's one
There
of the
is no
features of them.
sphere, man.
Right. So if you
Okay.
say that it's a circular plane, right?
You can't test that it's a
No.
sphere.
Nobody said it's circular either. We're not
But you're
claiming
saying
a
it's a
shape.
plane.
So let me just get one thing straight, right? Because I noticed that you had this misconception when you came in about, about the solar system. So flat Earth is not replacing the globe with a disk in the paradigm of a solar system, in the universe, blah 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 blah. So all that is thrown out the window. The entire heliocentric model. So we're not in space. We're not on an object. And so you
Interesting.
got that? It's two different cosmologies. It's not just replacing the globe with a flat disk.
Well, yeah, but you
what do
get
you
where
mean
I'm
we're
coming
not an
from, right?
object?
Like if it's an infinite plane, right, then like we should be able to explore the infinite. And if it's not infinite, right, then there should be an edge.
Wait, I got a question. What do you mean by not an object?
Who are you
You're
asking?
a global homo.
T-dub.
So where the heliocentric paradigm is that the Earth is a sphere embedded in a larger space.
Oh no, that's not what I
Well,
asked. It
yeah,
was
I know. No,
specifically.
I'm answering your question, right? So
Okay.
I would rather more think of Earth as the place where things are, rather than it being in a place. It is the place, because for all intents and purposes, that's all we experience is the Earth and the sky. We look up at the sky. We experience the Earth as a motionless plane. So we don't know the extent of it, how far it goes, and the limitations thereof.
I mean, we do know how far it goes. We've literally gone.
No,
We
no,
traveled
you
across
haven't.
the
No,
plane.
you haven't.
What do you
No, you
mean?
haven't. You haven't done anything. You do
If
it.
I
I
went
want to see you do it.
if I went
Do
straight
it.
west far enough,
Do it. Do it.
why would I have to do it? People already have traveled
Exactly.
in a hot air
Nobody.
balloon
No.
around the world.
Sure. More bullshit talk.
Planes have gone around the world. What do you
More
mean?
claims unsubstantiated. Just a lot of
These aren't
bullshit.
unsubstantiated claims. Hot air
Okay,
balloons
show
have
me
literally
proof.
traveled around the world.
Yeah,
So my
circumnavigation
question,
doesn't negate a flat Earth. Yeah,
But
because
that's not what
you
I'm
could have you
saying.
could
I'm
have it.
saying what I'm specifically saying is we do know the limits of this realm you're talking about.
Sure,
What I'm
sure, sure.
specifically asking is why is the Earth not an object?
Because there's
Why
no
is the Earth not an
understanding
object?
when there's no understanding if it is embedded in a larger space as the globers claim that it is, right? As the heliocentric paradigm depicts it, right? For all intents and purposes, we only experience a flat, motionless Earth. And we can look up at the sky. We don't know what it is. We don't know the extents of the realm, but we are not embedded in a larger space. Like I said, rather than a lot of flat earthers like to say that rather than it being in a place, it is the place.
Okay. We know we've traveled around the world, so that's just we have gone around. Well, we have explored most, if not all, of the realm except for like the deep ocean
We're
trenches.
told
This
what
isn't like a
the extents
telling.
are.
What? If I can hop on a plane right now and go to like the United Kingdom, China, Japan, and I have gone to a plane and explored some of the world. And like, if you go far enough, you eventually come back to where you are. My question to you is, why is the Earth not an object? Why is it not bound to as a thing that is in this dimension? And when we talk about Earth being an object, it means you can fundamentally interact with it. Like you can see it, you can touch it, you can feel it. Can you not do that with Earth?
No one's
Adam Price,
denying
you're
that.
funny.
No one's denying that. What? Sorry, mate. To address that question, what T Dub's kind of pointing out to you is it's undefined what the shape